Chapter 1, Birth. In the world of Douluo continent, the boundless ocean stretches infinitely under a gentle breeze and radiant sun. The azure sky is adorned with a few wispy clouds, so low that they seem within reach. In the distance, the vast sea meets the horizon, resembling a slender ribbon of silk shimmering with an ancient, glazed sheen. Yet, at this moment, this breathtaking vista is only appreciated by a select few. Scattered across this expansive sea are but a handful of grand vessels, gliding slowly, appearing minuscule against the vastness of the ocean. Beneath the surface, however, lies an entirely different realm. Cold, silent, dark. Light struggles to penetrate this deep-sea world, creating an atmosphere of profound terror. Within this underwater abyss, amidst an unremarkable cluster of rocks, lies a labyrinth of caves, fraught with the unknown and peril. In one such cavern, there stands an enormous, oval-shaped azure egg, measuring about 10 feet in diameter. It has been there for countless years, its surface encrusted with mud and weeds. Suddenly, crack, crack, crack. The azure egg quivers slightly, causing the detritus atop it to tumble, creating ripples within the cavern. Upon closer inspection, a fissure appears on the surface of the azure egg. Crack. As the cracks multiply, they gradually cover the entire egg. At last, with a resounding shatter, the azure egg bursts open, revealing a massive azure serpent's head that emerges into the cavern. Buzz, buzz. The colossal serpent's head, adorned with enormous dark golden eyes, opens slowly, illuminating the cavern with a faint glow, yet those eyes are filled with bewilderment. Goodness, it's so dark. This is the first thought that crosses Su Qingyu's mind upon awakening, swiftly followed by a torrent of questions. Where am I? Didn't I just advance to bronze rank in my dormitory? What's happening? Could it be that I've played too many games and am hallucinating? Why does my head feel so heavy? And what is this around me? Water? It feels as though he has slumbered for a century, his mind clouded and disoriented. Before Su Qingyu can fully comprehend his situation, the myriad azure eggshell fragments begin to dissolve at an astonishing speed. Under the intense gaze of his wide-open eyes, they transform into a stream of azure light that rushes into his forehead. In the wake of this azure light, the cavern is suddenly illuminated. Su Qingyu, already befuddled, feels as though a stampede of beasts is raging within him, momentarily immobilized. Once the azure light penetrates his forehead, the cavern once again plunges into darkness. Confused and overwhelmed, Su Qingyu is left with an abundance of questions. At this moment, he notices that a blue diamond-shaped crystal appears to have grown from his forehead, merging seamlessly with him, an extraordinary sight. Looking around, he finds silence enveloping him, his heart racing uncontrollably. Why can't I move my legs? Shaking his heavy head, Su Qingyu glances down and is met with a sight of azure scales covering his body, causing his heart to skip a beat. What is this? As realization dawns, the tumult within him transforms into profound despair. How have I become a slippery snake? Gazing at his elongated form and the scales he cannot accept, disbelief washes over him. Yet at that moment, another message echoes in his mind. Innate soul skill devour. What does that mean? Soul skill? Confounded, Su Qingyu cannot comprehend, but he feels a surge of power coursing through him, accompanied by an overwhelming hunger that seems to emanate from the depths of his soul, a primal urge. He floats silently in the center of the cavern, his azure scales reflecting a faint light, his dark golden eyes wide with astonishment. Everything unfolds so abruptly that Su Qingyu finds his mind buzzing. Boom! Suddenly, the cavern shakes violently, stirring up a torrent of mud, transforming the once clear waters into a murky chaos. Yet, Su Qingyu's vision remains crystal clear, as if his eyes can pierce through any obstruction. Before him appears a giant shrimp, its size comparable to his own. This colossal shrimp stretches an astonishing 10 feet in length, its dark red armor and massive claws exuding formidable power. Its armored head reveals a pair of gleaming black eyes, with 3 pairs of antennae extending like steel needles. Their gazes lock, silent and still. But Su Qingyu, once a mere university student, has never encountered such a sight before, and he trembles in fear. This tremor disrupts the previously harmonious scene. Perhaps the giant shrimp, displaying remarkable intelligence, adheres to the principle of striking first, launching an immediate attack. Crash! With a swift motion, the shrimp's formidable claws snap towards Su Qingyu, attempting to crush him with sheer force. In that instant, Su Qingyu's mind is blank, the confusion intensifying. Faced with this life-threatening crisis, his muscles tighten instinctively. Innate soul skill devour. This singular thought occupies his mind, seemingly triggered by instinct, as if this innate skill activates on its own. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The waters of the cavern surge violently as Su Qingyu slowly opens his mouth, the space around him distorting. The giant shrimp freezes, its massive claws suspended in midair, its form beginning to shrink. Confusion and a hint of fear flicker in the shrimp's eyes as an irresistible force envelopes it from all sides. Crack! Under this overwhelming power, even its sturdy exoskeleton succumbs, fracturing under the strain. In the blink of an eye, the giant shrimp diminishes, ultimately transforming into a tiny orb before Su Qingyu, who swiftly closes his mouth, swallowing it whole. With tranquility restored, Su Qingyu remains suspended in the water, bewildered by his recent actions. What has happened? Did I just eat it? After utilizing the innate soul skill Devour, Su Qingyu feels his body grow weak and fatigued, with a throbbing sensation radiating from his forehead. He gazes at the blue diamond-shaped crystal at his brow, now emitting a soft glow, while his head grows heavier, his eyelids drooping. His sizable form lingers silently in the cavern's center as the stirred mud gradually settles. At this moment, a tempest brews within Su Qingyu's mental realm, an expansive ocean of consciousness filled with immense psychic power, inundating his mental space with primal knowledge. I am a juvenile of the Azure Dragon clan, born as a Millennium Soul Beast. This world is indeed Douluo continent. Su Qingyu's thoughts drift across the vastness of his mental sea, absorbing the profound knowledge accumulated by the Azure Dragon clan over countless years, leaving him in awe. Incredible! I have traversed into the world of Douluo continent and become a juvenile dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. Traversed? Su Qingyu chuckles in disbelief. I thought I couldn't be this unlucky, although I've become a soul beast. At least I'm not merely a slippery snake. Moreover, the Azure Dragon clan appears to be extraordinary, possessing a bloodline akin to the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian. However, the beast god, Emperor Tian, boasts the purest Black Dragon bloodline, embodying the essence of darkness, while I am the purest Azure Dragon, embodying the essence of life. As thoughts of future dominance over the soul beast realm fill his mind, Su Qingyu feels a surge of exhilaration. However, don't soul beasts get hunted for their soul rings? A sudden thought seizes control, sending a shiver down his spine. Chapter 2. A New Beginning. This is not a good thing. As memories of several Douluo series novels flood back to Su Qingyu, his breath quickens. I must not venture into the human realm until I become a 100,000-year soul beast. No, not until I reach 1,000,000 years. Indeed, the entire continent is perilous. Remaining in the ocean is far safer. Though transformed into a soul beast, Su Qingyu is reluctant to return to the human world. After all, his identity as a soul beast means that recklessly entering the human realm would be tantamount to delivering himself as a soul ring to soul masters. The entire continent poses an extreme danger to Su Qingyu. Despite being born as a Millennium Soul Beast, he has read enough novels to understand the formidable nature of soul masters in Douluo continent. He must not venture forth recklessly. Su Qingyu was exceedingly cautious as he entered this unfamiliar realm, where everything was shrouded in uncertainty. Perhaps a moment's inattention could lead him into a state of irretrievable doom. I feel considerably wiser now. After a period of contemplation, Su Qingyu murmured, his thoughts expanding significantly. No longer enamored with his current location, especially after the recent disturbance, Su Qingyu wished to avoid attracting more soul beasts, as he remained uncertain whether he could once again invoke the Azure Dragon clan's innate soul skill, Devouring Heaven. Though he had inherited the extensive experiences of the Azure Dragon lineage and was born a millennium-old soul beast, his combat skills were still inferior to even those of a century-old soul beast. Fortunately, the ancestral knowledge of the Azure Dragon clan enables me to grow rapidly. Su Qingyu felt a sense of relief. With the countless generations of inherited wisdom from the Azure Dragon clan, Su Qingyu had become thoroughly acquainted with the world of Douluo continent, which instilled him with a sense of confidence. Upon exiting the cave, the myriad of passages surrounding him made Su Qingyu's scalp tingle with apprehension. He chose a random tunnel, stumbling awkwardly into it, his movements appearing rather clumsy. It seems I'm still not quite accustomed to this Azure Dragon body. At least I am not nearsighted. Moreover, my vision has improved significantly since becoming a soul beast. Su Qingyu suddenly realized that being a soul beast was not entirely disadvantageous. His physical prowess surpassed that of humans by an immeasurable degree. Although he was unaware of the depth of the waters in this area, he was certain they were not shallow. The water pressure would be quite unbearable even for an ordinary soul master, Yet at this moment, Su Qingyu felt no discomfort whatsoever. As he progressed, Su Qingyu gradually began to adapt to his soul beast form, familiarizing himself with every aspect of his body. Even mastering the contraction and expansion of each scale, Su Qingyu was steadily gaining control over his soul beast physique. The five-clawed azure dragon is indeed as my ancestors foretold. Particularly, he was astonished to discover that his claws were extraordinarily sharp. He could shatter even the hardest black rocks with a single swipe. Whether it was due to the prolonged confinement within the egg or the exertion of the innate soul skill devouring heaven, an insatiable hunger gnawed at him, driving Su Qingyu to the brink of madness. He felt as though he had never experienced such hunger in his life. "What can I find to eat?" Su Qingyu lamented. "This entire rocky expanse is barren. Not a single blade of grass is in sight." Cautiously, Su Qingyu explored, searching for something edible, his hunger compelling him to exert every effort. Strange, truly strange. The insistent hunger urged him on relentlessly. Fortunately, after wandering through the passage for a while, Su Qingyu suddenly spotted a shadow darting swiftly from a deep cavern. Having become a soul beast, his eyesight was remarkably keen, and he quickly discerned that it was an octopus. In the world of Douluo continent, there exists an octopus, and it is a century-old soul beast. With the wisdom of the Azure Dragon clan, Su Qingyu swiftly made a judgment, his heart leaping with joy as the creature's 10-meter body sprang forth like a coiled spring. To his astonishment, the octopus soul beast itself measured over 4 meters. Sensing Su Qingyu's formidable aura as a millennium-old soul beast, it was filled with terror and hastened towards a narrow passage barely 2 meters wide. "I cannot let it escape." Su Qingyu wasted no time, unleashing the incredible speed characteristic of a millennium-old soul beast, decisively closing in and seizing the octopus in his jaws. With his sharp fangs, he bit down hard on the octopus, piercing through it. Su Qingyu felt a surge of tension as he held on tightly, feeling the creature struggle against him, even as its tentacles ensnared his entire head. Moments later, the octopus ceased its movements, and Su Qingyu felt as if he were gnawing on a piece of toffee, a hint of sweetness lingering in his mouth. If I had vegetables, I would not resort to eating raw flesh. What troubled Su Qingyu was his accustomed preference for cooked food. Suddenly having to eat it raw was somewhat difficult for him to accept. However, as the hunger intensified, he had no choice but to confront this reality. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Becoming a soul beast necessitates adapting to the dietary habits of soul beasts. Resolutely, Su Qingyu decided to consume the octopus sashimi, which indeed posed a challenge for him. How painful! It grips so tightly. As he tore off the tentacles from his face, Su Qingyu felt a burning sensation, the scales being pulled causing him discomfort. Finally, after completely detaching the octopus, a faint yellow glow began to emanate from its body, signaling its demise. This yellow light gradually coalesced into a glowing ring above its body, faint yet illuminating the surrounding waters. Upon witnessing this yellow ring, Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Is this a soul ring? And it is yellow as century soul ring. Su Qingyu understood clearly that a 10-year soul ring was white, a 100-year soul ring was yellow, a 1,000-year soul ring was purple, a 10,000-year soul ring was black, and those 100,000 years were red, while a million years were golden. Though the soul ring before him was merely yellow, it was Su Qingyu's first encounter with a soul ring, igniting his curiosity as he scrutinized it closely. This octopus is a century soul beast, yet the millennium giant shrimp soul beast that I consumed with my innate skill did not yield a 1,000-year purple soul ring. Su Qingyu pondered, reflecting on the peculiarities of his innate skill devouring heaven. Innate soul skills are unique to certain powerful soul beast clans, and this devouring heaven skill seems to be an exclusive ability of the Azure Dragon clan, Su Qingyu silently deduced. It was important to note that some weaker soul beast clans lacked even soul skills, which only reinforced Su Qingyu's perception of the Azure Dragon clan's might. The Azure Dragon clan prefers solitude, boasting immense individual strength, yet does not belong to a powerful collective due to their scarcity. Su Qingyu sighed, acknowledging the irony. Nonetheless, for the moment, everything seemed to unfold smoothly. For Su Qingyu, the soul ring held little significance, as he was no longer human and, as a soul beast, could not absorb a soul ring. The flesh of the soul beast was paramount. Fortunately, the octopus had a pleasant texture, lacking any unpleasantness apart from resembling chewing gum. Su Qingyu even found it rather enjoyable. Despite a slight pang of resistance within him, the drive fueled by hunger outweighed this minor opposition. Having eaten to partial satiety, the gnawing pangs of hunger gradually subsided. allowing Su Qingyu to finally heave a sigh of relief. Gazing upon the golden soul rings rising within the cavern, he resolved to prepare provisions for the coming days, a prudent measure against future uncertainties. Provisions must precede troops. As the ancient wisdom goes, Su Qingyu understood this principle profoundly. Preparedness never erred regardless of circumstances. Chapter 3. Soul Power Conversion. 3 full days elapsed. Traversing dozens of winding passages and caverns both vast and minute, Su Qingyu found himself immersed in ceaseless delight. He even actively engaged in combat with century-old soul beasts, pursuing them to familiarize himself with his newfound physique. Through these encounters, he continuously honed and synthesized his combat experience. After more than 10 battles, he was pleasantly astonished to discover his fighting techniques and hunting prowess advancing at a breathtaking pace, from a novice struggling to control his body and master basic sustenance. He had evolved into a terrifying predator of fish and shrimp. Even the formidable crabs with their impenetrable shells were no match for him. Occasionally, he succeeded in hunting soul beasts, their ascending soul rings instilling fear in the surrounding aquatic creatures. Yet, despite the staggering abundance of fish and shrimp, and even soul beasts, Su Qingyu encountered not a single millennium soul beast. Most were merely decades old, with century-old soul beasts being relatively scarce. If the appearance of millennium soul beast was already so improbable, encountering a 10,000-year soul beast would be exceedingly rare. This realization brought Su Qingyu some comfort, as facing a 10,000-year soul beast in his current state would prove rather troublesome. Nevertheless, complacency was not an option. At the slightest hint of a formidable presence, he would immediately flee. Su Qingyu dared not let his guard down. After all, his life was of paramount importance. After 3 days of extensive exploration of the rocky terrain within a 10-mile radius, leaving behind a formidable aura as a 1,000-year soul beast, Su Qingyu's actions took on a semblance of declaring his territory. With his exceptional mental prowess, he not only committed the passages and caves of the area to memory, forming a vivid three-dimensional map in his mind, but also meticulously marked each century-old soul beast lair within the entire 10-mile expanse. Over these 3 days, his physique had grown slightly more robust, and his soul power was rapidly enhancing, particularly due to the substantial benefits derived from consuming soul beast flesh. However, the most critical advancements lay in his predatory and combat capabilities. Su Qingyu recognized the paramount importance of these abilities. This underwater world was undoubtedly one governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak, and survival hinged entirely upon strength. Perhaps in the future, he too might find himself in the role of prey, and by then, his power would dictate his very survival. It seemed that the scope of his exploration could now extend to other rocky clusters. Through these 3 days of adventure, Su Qingyu's courage had gradually burgeoned. His confidence, fundamentally rooted in his newfound strength, was significantly bolstered by his innate soul skill, Devour Heaven. Throughout these days, he had been diligently experimenting with this gifted technique, continually familiarizing himself with its nuances as it constituted his most vital means of survival. The innate soul skill, Devour Heaven. Currently, it appeared he could utilize this talent once a day, and with a significant depletion of his soul power, he could barely manage to execute it twice. Through his explorations, Su Qingyu discovered that he could perform his innate skill a maximum of 2 times each day. After that, his soul power would be completely exhausted. Furthermore, Su Qingyu, drawing from the experiences of the Qinglong clan, understood that this extraordinary soul skill not only allowed him to compress and consume his foes, achieving lethal effects, but it could also efficiently convert their soul power into his own, with a conversion rate reaching an astonishing 30%. The prospect of converting 30% of soul power was indeed daunting. While it may seem a modest figure to transform into a millennium-level soul beast, one merely needed to employ the skill Swallowing Heaven to consume a soul beast that has existed for over 3,000 years, or to devour 3 soul beasts, each exceeding a millennium in age. With the assistance of other formidable soul beasts, Su Qingyu believed that attaining the status of a million-year soul beast was not an insurmountable challenge, provided he had access to a sufficient number of high-aged soul beasts and a powerful ally. Even without such support, this soul skill still promised to elevate his soul beast's age at a remarkable pace. Moreover, as his soul power increased, the conversion rate of the Swallowing Heaven skill would continue to rise. Su Qingyu felt an exhilarating sense of security and confidence, internally exclaiming, "Heaven has treated me well." The ability to convert 30% of soul power through Swallowing Heaven was undoubtedly a boon, significantly aiding Su Qingyu in accelerating his growth and enhancing his soul power, arguably serving as his foremost advantage. After 2 days, within a span of 5 days, the soul skill swallowing heaven had completely converted the soul power of a millennial giant shrimp soul beast. At this moment, Su Qingyu not only appeared slightly larger, but also exhibited a much more lustrous sheen to his azure scales. Most importantly, his soul beast's age had reached an impressive 1,416 years, prompting Su Qingyu to eagerly seek out other century-old soul beasts. Becoming a 10,000-year soul beast was now within reach. A glimmer of ambition shone in Su Qingyu's eyes. However, this was not fortuitous news for other century-old soul beasts, particularly those inhabiting this rocky region. In the areas he had traversed, he had encountered approximately 34 century-old soul beasts, the most notable being an 800-year-old rock giant crab, while the others ranged from 100 to 500 years in age. After careful contemplation, Su Qingyu resolved to pursue the 800-year-old rock giant crab first. With a three-dimensional mental map in his mind, he navigated swiftly, unperturbed by the prospect of losing his way, which filled him with admiration for his own intellect. Upon transforming into a soul beast, his memory had significantly improved. However, upon reaching the lair of the rock giant crab, Su Qingyu discovered it to be utterly vacant. Not home. Out hunting during the day? Perhaps it has relocated? Su Qingyu felt a pang of regret for having been too forceful previously, causing the rock giant crab to flee. That shouldn't have happened. Its tough exterior should have merely warranted a light scratch. Su Qingyu's mental energy expanded, and the life force of the Qinglong surged powerfully, allowing him to perceive even the slightest fluctuations in his surroundings. Suddenly, something caught his attention, a glossy black seed-like object nestled in the rocky corner. In an instant, he materialized before it, placing it upon his claw, only to find it was roughly 1/10 the size of his dragon claw. What a sizable seed! Su Qingyu marveled, realizing that even with the wisdom of the Qinglong clan, he could not ascertain the origin of this seed. I'll keep it. It might hold some value. He deemed that an item unrecorded in the annals of the Qinglong clan could very well be a treasure and tucked it between the crevices of his scales. Nonetheless, Su Qingyu remained focused on his objective, the rock giant crab. After a thorough search, he finally spotted the creature. A wave of relief washed over him. In a clearing surrounded by rocks, he witnessed a shellfish-type century-old soul beast, its shell shattered and flesh exposed, as the rock giant crab voraciously consumed its tender meat. Not at home for maintenance, but out here battling a shellfish. Observing the yellow soul ring above the shellfish, Su Qingyu no longer hesitated. Innate soul skill, swallowing heaven. The rock giant crab, momentarily bewildered, suddenly felt a tremendous force as it was enjoying the delectable shellfish flesh. It glanced up to see the azure figure that had previously invaded its territory. Before it could comprehend the situation, a forceful pull rendered it incapable of thought, as the speed of the attack was so swift that it experienced no pain. In a swift motion, Su Qingyu sealed his jaws, and the water surged around him. The rock giant crab vanished without a trace, along with the shellfish, and even the yellow soul ring was consumed in one gulp. The shellfish had been one of the century-old soul beasts Su Qingyu had marked, but he had not anticipated that it would be shattered by the rock giant crab. To think I could swallow both simultaneously, and even the soul ring. Su Qingyu was elated, marking this as his first successful attempt. According to the historical accounts of the Qinglong clan, the swallowing heaven skill operated within a range of 100 meters and could consume any creature with a soul power lower than his own. As for inanimate objects, there appeared to be no limitations whatsoever. With fervor in his gaze, Su Qingyu realized that this meant as long as his soul power was sufficient, he could achieve even faster growth. This revelation prompted thoughts of 3 promising locations: the cold essence of the extreme north, the life lake at the core of the Stardow forest, and the ice and fire duality within the sunset forest, for one possessing the swallowing heaven skill. These sites were akin to treasure troves, where the cold essence would be a stroke of luck to find. But the life lake and ice and fire duality were rich in soul power. A few mouthfuls would surely result in a significant boost. However, these locations seemed quite distant, and although he had indeed arrived in the world of Douluo continent, he was uncertain of their existence. Su Qingyu remained skeptical. Never mind. Pondering these matters is premature. I have yet to fully explore this water area, or even this rocky region. He resolved not to aim too high. The stark reality of his surroundings, the cold, dark rocks, and a few wilted grasses, reminded Su Qingyu of the harshness of the present moment. Given this, he decided to set a modest goal to conquer this sea area. And first, he would begin with subduing this rocky region. Su Qingyu reignited his fighting spirit. This time, he chose not to venture outside, but returned to the lair of the rock giant crab. This lair, with colossal stones above and below, was essentially a narrow crevice cave, measuring 20 meters in length and merely 3 meters in height. However, its interior was remarkably pristine, greatly satisfying Su Qingyu. After moving the massive stone that sealed the entrance, plunging the cave into complete darkness, he silently settled on the barren stone at the center, patiently awaiting the full transformation of his soul power. Though the crevice cave was enveloped in darkness, Su Qingyu, having become a soul beast, perceived it much like before. The only aspect he struggled to adapt to was the profound solitude. It was not a lack of sound. His hearing was quite acute, capable of detecting the faintest rustle of pebbles rolling several meters away. This solitude stemmed more from the absence of human presence, a stark contrast to his previous life as a university student immersed in a vibrant campus life just 5 days prior. Fortunately, drawing from his experience of the long wait in the past few days, Su Qingyu appeared less anxious and awkward than before. The insomnia that had plagued him for days was momentarily alleviated. In this nearly pitch-black underwater realm, ordinary individuals could hardly discern day from night. Everything relied on Su Qingyu's extraordinary biological abilities as a soul beast. It was as if a biological clock inscribed in his very genes allowed him to discern subtle variations in light, enabling him to ascertain the time of day. He realized he knew very little about this body. Sensing the continuous flow of pure soul power being transformed, he felt his soul power steadily rising and, content, slipped into a state of slumber while his mental energy enveloped the entire cave, ready to alert him at the slightest intrusion by other beings. 5 more days passed, and Su Qingyu had resided in the rock giant crab's lair for a total of 5 days. The soul power converted from the soul skill swallowing heaven had diminished significantly, and now Su Qingyu's soul beast age had reached an astonishing 1,716 years. In just 10 days, his soul beast age had surged by 700 years, a remarkable acceleration that left him immensely satisfied. Throughout these 5 days, Su Qingyu thoroughly explored his surroundings, yet found nothing but an abundance of shells, as if these shells were cultivated by the rock giant crab, leaving him weary of their taste. It was time to embark on his journey. The massive stone sealing the cave would not be opened again for an indeterminate length of time. The entire rocky expanse stretched for countless kilometers, compelling Su Qingyu to navigate cautiously, continually refining his 3-dimensional map of the rocky terrain. The dark stones presented irregular shapes, with certain areas cloaked in earthy moss. At a glance, the landscape was riddled with deep caverns, having existed for an unknown number of years. This area seems to have a greater density, Su Qingyu murmured. Various small fish and shrimp swam by, vibrant schools of colorful fish congregated, crabs camouflaged themselves with mud, and seahorses floated gracefully amidst a kaleidoscope of life, dazzling his senses. The scene before him was breathtakingly beautiful, evoking a sense of longing. Faint light filtered in, gently illuminating the dark stones, while the caves appeared even more profound and enigmatic, teeming with the allure of the unknown, inciting both a desire to explore and a tinge of fear. Everything was saturated with a magnificent natural beauty. This enchanting scene etched itself deeply into Su Qingyu's mind. Truly beautiful. This is the essence of the ocean. He pondered why, despite being in the same rocky region, the disparity was so stark. Could it be due to the presence of that millennia-old soul beast, the giant shrimp? A thought crossed his mind. The aura of a 1,000-year soul beast, once unleashed, could easily incite panic among 100-year soul beasts. The suppression of soul power followed by expulsion might have been the reason various marine creatures were driven away from that rocky area. Now, Su Qingyu was also making every effort to conceal his presence, ensuring his arrival did not cause any disturbance here. Suddenly, the mud churned, and a powerful suction force sent the crab catapulting upward. From the depths of a dark cave, a gaping maw abruptly emerged, swallowing the crab at the entrance in one gulp. Bubbles continuously rose from the cave, accompanied by a series of crunching sounds emanating from the massive mouth. The owner of this formidable mouth was an extraordinarily beautiful, small fish about 1 meter long, its entire body shimmering in a mesmerizing blue-silver hue. Its scales reflected a gem-like luster, as if crafted by nature itself. Yet another figure darted like lightning, leaving only a fleeting green shadow in the water, none other than Su Qingyu, who had been quietly observing the entire spectacle. At this moment, The owner of the gaping maw found himself ensnared by Su Qingyu's azure claws, utterly powerless against the absolute speed and strength they exhibited. Aside from spitting out fragments of crab, he could scarcely wriggle free from this malevolent grip. Was this a blue silverfish? Regrettably, it was merely 50 years old. Su Qingyu shook his head in disdain and cast it aside. The blue silverfish, seemingly greatly agitated, vanished in an instant, leaving behind a flurry of bubbles that caused Su Qingyu's brow to furrow slightly. Chapter 5. The School of Blue Silver Fish. Blue silver fish, akin to the blue silver grass on the Douluo continent, are inconspicuous yet ubiquitous soul beasts in the ocean, possessing remarkably low intelligence. Even a blue silverfish of 1,000 years is unlikely to develop sentience. However, it is customary for blue silverfish to appear in schools. Thus, the presence of a 50-year-old specimen suggests that a larger aggregation may be nearby. A glimmer ignited in Su Qingyu's eyes. Although these blue silverfish were merely decades or even a century old, their sheer numbers could be overwhelming. If that were indeed the case, locating the school of blue silverfish would allow him to accompany them for an extended period. Su Qingyu secretly resolved to consider the blue silverfish as good as caught. Even a small school could easily comprise hundreds of thousands of blue silverfish, which would not only address his basic needs, but also excite him with the prospect of abundant soul beasts. In the blink of an eye, Su Qingyu had scoured this rocky region for 8 days. During this time, he had utilized his soul skill, Devour, to consume a 900-year-old bluefin tuna, along with several other soul beasts of lesser ages, ensuring a seamless conversion of his soul power. Employing Devour once a day guaranteed substantial enhancement of his soul power without the peril of depletion that could lead to danger. Su Qingyu had become exceedingly proficient with the Devour skill, and his soul power had impressively ascended to an astonishing 286 years, surpassing the 2,000-year threshold, which filled him with satisfaction. Yet, the school of blue silverfish remained elusive, with only a few small groups occasionally coming into view, leaving Su Qingyu feeling quite disheartened. Logically, they should be nearby. He was well acquainted with the scent of blue silverfish, yet he had failed to detect the strong aura typically emanating from a large school. On a positive note, throughout these 8 days, Su Qingyu was finally liberated from the monotony of shellfish and began to indulge in a variety of foods. Among them, the flavors of tuna and blue silverfish stood out as particularly delightful, while the sea soul grass and dragon fruit offered exquisite tastes. The introduction of fruits and vegetables into his diet marked a significant improvement, and Su Qingyu felt a degree of contentment with his current existence. However, the only source of frustration stemmed from his slow accumulation of combat experience, as if he had hit a plateau. Without battles to engage in, Su Qingyu was merely amassing soul power. The entire rocky expanse resembled a dark forest, where truly formidable soul beasts concealed themselves skillfully, revealing no hint of their presence, only to strike with lethal precision when one S-guard was down. Su Qingyu dared not unleash his soul power recklessly, for that would undoubtedly render him a conspicuous target, potentially attracting the countless fangs lurking within those unassuming dark caves. For Su Qingyu, armed with the Devour skill, the act of consuming soul beasts efficiently converted their essence into his own soul power. For them, the flesh of spirit beasts serves as a vital, if not the primary, source for enhancing spiritual power. After all, the spiritual energy freely drifting in the ocean pales in comparison to the accumulated essence of spirit beasts over vast stretches of time. Relying on mutual predation among spirit beasts for growth is far from slow. It's a comprehensive evolution forged in the crucible of life and death. Thus, the entire undersea realm is fraught with peril. However, Su Qingyu, a spirit beast of 286 years, has established a foothold within this rocky domain, no longer belonging to the weakest ranks. As for other millennial spirit beasts, Su Qingyu has detected the lingering traces of at least 3, likely left behind during their hunting expeditions. Among them, one exuded such an oppressive aura of spiritual power that Su Qingyu could sense it merely from its residual presence. This particular beast must have surpassed 3,000 years, though its traces were faint, indicating it had passed through long ago. Suddenly, an intense scent of blue silver fish surged into Su Qingyu's senses, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. It was a familiar, exhilarating aroma, one he had been searching for. Here, following the scent, Su Qingyu darted swiftly through one pitch-black cavern after another, his form blurring like a true predator, leaving a trail of bubbles in his wake. Emerging from the final passage, his vision abruptly expanded into a breathtaking expanse. Before him, suspended in the water's heart above the vast rocky terrain, floated a colossal, cloud-like mass, an immense school of blue-silver fish. Though still within the rocky region's waters, this area bordered the surface, likely adjacent to a coastline or island. Sunlight filtered through the water, casting shimmering rays upon the fish, their iridescent hues illuminating the surroundings. Not just blue-silver fish, but countless other schools gathered here, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that overwhelmed Su Qingyu's senses. This swarm of blue-silver fish is triggering my trypophobia. Su Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Tens of thousands? No, he wouldn't be surprised if there were millions. There are just too many fish. How long would it take me to devour them all? After days of searching, the school now lay before him. Yet Su Qingyu realized the situation was far from simple. Extending his spiritual awareness, he discerned the leaders, several millennial spirit beasts. The strongest among them a 500-year-old alpha, accompanied by 3 others of 1,000 years each. Fortunately, blue-silver fish were not the most intelligent of spirit beasts. A 500-year-old specimen shouldn't pose too great a threat. Su Qingyu exhaled slightly in relief. At 286 years, the gap in spiritual power wasn't insurmountable. Even in direct combat, the alpha wouldn't overwhelm him. As for the rest, thousands of century-old blue-silver fish, Su Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. While millennial spirit beasts provided greater benefits, they were scattered and elusive, especially those within the 1 to 2,000 year range. For now, this bounty was more than enough. The century-old soul beasts, particularly those aged between 8 and 900 years, present a negligible disparity in soul energy content compared to the 1,000-year-old soul beasts, making them more palatable for Su Qingyu. With determination, he awaited the opportune moment as the fish school gradually approached the rocky terrain. He restrained his presence, flicked his tail, sending soil flying, and stealthily immersed himself within the azure silverfish swarm. Chapter 6. The black branch ring amidst the azure silverfish, Su Qingyu concealed his presence. Observing the small azure silver fish around him, which seemed utterly oblivious to his existence. Several fish even swam right past him, though somewhat exasperated. He felt a surge of joy within. He had not been discovered. The naivety of these fish suited Su Qingyu perfectly. And even the nearby 1,000-year-old soul beast remained oblivious to him, granting him a sense of relief. Establishing a home within this azure silver fish school proved to be an excellent idea. Wherever they ventured, he would follow. As the fish school moved gently, Su Qingyu navigated through various rocky regions, occasionally witnessing a small portion of the school disperse, only to have another small group of azure silver fish join in. As Su Qingyu gradually discovered, these blue-silver fishes feasted upon the sea soul grass, dragon fruit, and small shrimp. Terrifyingly, the quantity of sustenance required by such a colossal school of fish could only be described as astronomical. The entire region, in their wake, resembled a locust plague, leaving no blade of grass unscathed. He recalled how that rocky area appeared barren, and it dawned on him that it was indeed the handiwork of these little fish. Reflecting on the previously desolate marshland, he now witnessed the aftermath of the blue-silver fish's passage, leading him to a profound realization. Fortunately, they could not crush shells or crabs. Otherwise, he feared he might starve to death. Su Qingyu had never anticipated the formidable prowess of this school of blue-silver fish. However, the food suited his palate well. The sea soul grass and dragon fruit were quite delectable, and indulging in them would also help replenish his vitamins. Blending into the school of fish, he swayed gently, following the main body. Besides the readily available blue-silver fish, he also seized the opportunity to consume some of the omnivorous fare. Su Qingyu noticed that the blue-silver fish roamed the rocky expanse with remarkable swiftness, far exceeding his expectations. Most of the areas they traversed were uncharted territory for him, yet he effortlessly retained the locations he had visited, requiring not a shred of mental effort. In the blink of an eye, Su Qingyu had mingled with the school for 10 days, during which he felt his belly had grown a size larger, the gaps between his scales noticeably widening. These blue-silver fish were indeed nourishing. With a resigned sigh, he let out a contented burp. Under the guidance of the lead spirit beast of the blue-silver fish, vast swathes of rocky terrain were left stripped bare. Yet, the cost was the diminishing number of spirit beasts within his school. Over the span of 10 days, Su Qingyu had employed the soul skill swallowing heaven to consume nearly 40 century-old spirit beasts, a significant loss for the entire school. However, Given that the population of century-old spirit beasts within the school was in the thousands, the loss of these 40 seemed relatively insignificant. After 10 days of soul power transformation, Su Qingyu's soul beast had finally reached an impressive age of 588 years, surpassing even the leading blue-silver fish in strength. This newfound power instilled in him a sense of invincibility. Should he so desire, he could easily consume the 500-year-old leader of the blue-silver fish. However, at present, the sheer number of century-old soul beasts in the school was of paramount importance. They remained amidst the vast rock formations, yet as they migrated, the light above grew increasingly intense, indicating that the waters had become shallower. The blue-silver fish surged, once more sweeping away various plants from the rocks below. Su Qingyu joined in, plucking a small purple fruit from the green vine. In recent days, he had become quite familiar with various plants. Alas, as a carnivorous soul beast of the azure dragon lineage, the records regarding such matters were scant. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation struck him. What was this? The taste was oddly sour, sending an electric shock coursing through his body. Poisonous. A shiver ran down Su Qingyu's spine as he glanced around. The blue-silver fish that had consumed the purple fruit were now floating belly up, trembling violently, with currents of electricity dancing along their bodies. What was this? Electricity? Su Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he plucked another purple fruit. Gently squeezing it, the moment it burst, a jolt of electricity surged through his claw, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. What kind of fruit possessed such a powerful electrical charge? Su Qingyu marveled at the green vines sprouting from the crevices of the rocks, the small purple fruits hanging from it, seemingly ordinary, yet unexpectedly potent. Before Su Qingyu could comprehend the situation, a sudden wave of searing heat enveloped him. Upon a fleeting moment of perception, a black object manifested upon his claw. The very black seed discovered near the lair of the colossal rock crab. What on earth is happening? Su Qingyu observed the seed, which emitted a lustrous sheen, radiating an unmistakable warmth that intensified with each passing moment. Suddenly, as if influenced by an unseen force, every single purple fruit in the vicinity erupted explosively, unleashing torrents of electrical energy that converged around the black seed from all directions. In an instant, an electrifying current surrounded Su Qingyu. His eyes widened in astonishment as a sensation of swelling coursed through his entire being. Although the scales offered some protection, the intensity was not as overwhelming as the previous internal surge, yet the current was 1,000-fold stronger than before. What a calamity I have stumbled upon! I had thought it a treasure. Su Qingyu, now at the epicenter of the electrical chaos, felt a wave of frustration as the currents, as if obeying a command, surged furiously into the black seed. Crackling sounds filled the air as the black seed pulsated violently beneath Su Qingyu's grasp, arcs of electricity flickering incessantly. As the immediate contact point, Su Qingyu bore the brunt of the onslaught. Scales flew from his claw and arm, blood oozing forth, transforming his once azure claw into a charred remnant. In the blink of an eye, as if struck by lightning, a piercing pain enveloped him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. As the tumult of 1,000 beasts roared within his heart, the surrounding school of blue-silver fish is equally grim, as numerous fish expose their white bellies, depicting a dire situation. Heaven truly is unkind. Su Qingyu gazed at his right arm, resembling that of a charred entity, with several scales missing or entirely absent, and could not help but curse inwardly. Particularly, his claws oozed threads of crimson, which were incessantly diluted by the sea water, flowing away with the surging currents. The dark seed had vanished without a trace, leaving only a black branch encircling Su Qingyu's claw. It was referred to as a branch due to its material resembling that of a lifeless tree. Upon closer inspection, one could discern patterns reminiscent of bark. More significantly, a hint of green sprouted upon the black branch. Had it begun to germinate? Gritting his teeth against the pain, Su Qingyu gazed at the black branch. It appeared utterly ordinary, its surface devoid of any luster, starkly contrasting with the cataclysmic scene of electrical currents it had just absorbed. Su Qingyu found himself bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation, yet one fact was clear. It would take at least 10 days for his entire claw to fully recover. Chapter 7. The Predatory Tiger Demon Shark. Fortunately, his self-healing abilities had strengthened after becoming a soul beast. No, had he not become a soul beast, he would surely have been attending class. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, Su Qingyu hastily distanced himself from the area. He had no desire to relive the agony of electric shocks. From the moment the purple little fruit burst to the eruption of electric currents, and then to Su Qingyu rapidly distancing himself, merely a few breaths had passed. Once again following the school of fish, Su Qingyu gazed longingly at the recently disturbed waters, observing countless blue-silver fish flipping onto their white bellies. A sense of guilt arose within him, for while Su Qingyu could withstand the onslaught of electricity, these fragile blue-silver fish were far less fortunate. As for the black branch ring, Su Qingyu found himself unable to remove it or even gnaw it apart. Confronted with this harbinger of uncertainty, he dared not keep it by his side. Despite employing various methods, the black branch ring seemed as if it had taken root, refusing to budge even the slightest bit. What on earth was this? Why was it impossible to remove? Much like the tightening curse of Wukong, this black branch ring clung stubbornly to Su Qingyu's hoof. Curious about its reaction to blood, Su Qingyu gently swam among the fish, recalling the notion of blood oath. Enduring the pain, he allowed a drop of his blood from the wounded spot to touch the black branch ring. As the blood made contact with the black branch ring, it was swiftly absorbed, causing the ring to emit a faint glow before returning to its original, unadorned appearance. It seemed to possess some utility. Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Upon closer inspection, he sensed a subtle connection to the black branch ring. Is this a reservoir? Su Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. And through their shared understanding, he could perceive that the black branch ring contained a remarkable 10 cubic meters of space. In that ethereal space, at its very heart, a black orb spun gracefully, exuding a palpable aura of dread and destruction. Within it, countless bolts of lightning danced vigorously, evoking a sense of déjà vu in Su Qingyu. Wasn't this the very current it had absorbed? The terrifying energy coursed through the black sphere. And at this moment, a profound connection allowed Su Qingyu to perceive it more deeply, leaving him in awe yet imbued with an unexpected sense of control. Could it be that I can manipulate it? Uncertain, Su Qingyu braced himself to attempt a trial. Raising his injured claw, he averted his gaze, and as his thoughts stirred, a bolt of electricity shot forth from the verdant sprout, striking down a small cluster of blue-silver fish ahead, leaving Su Qingyu with an expression of delight, comparable to a soul skill. His eyes widened in astonishment as he felt he had acquired a formidable new weapon. If he so desired, could he not channel all the currents contained within, akin to a soul skill? In that case, I shall call this technique 1,000 birds. But what name should I bestow upon this black branch? Su Qingyu mused, recognizing it as a valuable asset not to be discarded lightly. As he contemplated, his gaze fell upon the fainted cluster of blue-silver fish, stirring a pang of guilt within him. Thus, he resolved to name it Dark Blue-Silver Death's Embrace. Su Qingyu nodded to himself. Dark Blue-Silver Death's Embrace. Such a name exudes an undeniable aura of power. Satisfaction surged within him as he embarked on a new journey. Yet his anticipation for the purple fruit grew even stronger. Su Qingyu realized that each use of the 1,000 birds consumed a portion of electricity, rendering it irretrievable, a genuine consumable. This left him somewhat disheartened. Yet, opportunities are often serendipitous. Who could ascertain the whereabouts of the purple fruit? He had already etched the rocky terrain into his memory, including the size and shape of the purple fruit and the distinctive vine that accompanied it. A photographic memory had become second nature to Su Qingyu. However, at present, the most pressing concern remained the injury to his claw. Although it did not hinder his daily existence, should he encounter a formidable adversary, the injury could very well place him in a perilous predicament during combat. Such a formidable adversary was rapidly approaching, drawn by Su Qingyu's blood, of which he remained blissfully unaware. The surrounding blue-silver fish began to thrash violently, bubbles churning as if they had witnessed something extraordinary, causing the school to erupt in a frenzy. What was happening? With the fish's agitation, Su Qingyu ceased his consumption of the sea spirit grass, bewildered as he glanced around. During the days he had spent with the fish, life had been rather tranquil, yet his vigilance had waned significantly. Embodying the saying that one is born in hardship but perishes in comfort, the unusual behavior of the fish now instantly heightened his alertness. A familiar aura began to intensify, and within a mere breath, a surge of soul power erupted from the right side of the fish school, hurtling towards Su Qingyu, filling him with dread. It was the 3,000-year-old soul beast, the very one whose residual scent he had detected before. Like a true predator, Su Qingyu realized he had become ensnared in the very heart of the hunting ground. To his astonishment, he noticed that the water around him had abruptly thickened, and the fluctuations of soul power pressed against him from the surrounding sea creating a sensation of overwhelming resistance that made him feel utterly uncomfortable. As if he could scarcely muster his strength. Buzzing. Su Qingyu dared not be complacent. His immense mental strength expanded within a 100-meter radius. And it was at that moment he discerned the identity of the approaching creature. The 3,000-year-old predatory tiger shark. A tremor coursed through Su Qingyu, his expression darkening. He could hardly believe that his blood had attracted this so-called ocean soul beast slayer. The predatory tiger shark, the pinnacle predator of the ocean, known as the soul beast killer, wielded the soul skill of unidirectional relaxation. Unidirectional relaxation? Su Qingyu could already feel the unfairness of the surrounding seawater, which constrained his every movement. This soul skill, combined with the formidable biting power of the predatory tiger shark, could nearly annihilate all soul beasts of comparable soul power, let alone his own inferior dragon soul power. At this moment, Su Qingyu had little time to contemplate, as a gaping maw loomed before him. Bang! 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 Su Qingyu's soul power surged, his hooves pounding against the dark rock beneath him as he unleashed all his strength, confronting an unprecedented crisis without a hint of hesitation. The massive jaw nearly grazed the scales on Su Qingyu's body, and he found himself face to face with the shark's cold, brutal eyes, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. A spark of realization illuminated Su Qingyu's eyes, for he noticed that his injured right claw was positioned directly beneath the belly of the predatory tiger shark. In that moment, the dark blue-silver lethal point perfectly ensnared the injured claw. A splendid opportunity. Chapter 8. The Might of 1,000 Birds. Su Qingyu's heart roared with fury as he forged a connection with the dark blue-silver lethal point. In an instant, a multitude of electric currents and sparks surged forth, akin to an unstoppable thunderstorm. The violent electrical discharge struck fiercely at the abdomen of the predatory tiger shark. Simultaneously, in the face of danger, Su Qingyu unleashed his entire soul power, and as the 1,000 birds attacked the abdomen, his jaws opened wide. You possess a soul skill, do I not? The innate soul skill, devour the heavens. He extracted 1/3 of his total soul power, a testament to his significant enhancement, allowing him to unleash this innate soul skill 3 times in peak condition. This marked the inaugural collaboration between 1,000 birds and Devour the Heavens. The overwhelming force was now unleashed upon the predatory tiger shark, catching it off guard. The sheer might coursed through its body, causing its muscles to tense in an instant, rendering it nearly immobile against Su Qingyu's innate soul skill. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the collision between the raging 1,000 birds and the vulnerable abdomen transformed the seawater, infusing it with a new essence, blood. The terrifying energy erupted instantaneously, and blood gushed forth. While electric currents surged through the blood, causing the sh, however, Su Qingyu was not optimistic. His previously injured paw, after being struck at high speed by the predatory tiger shark, was now drenched in blood due to the application of 1,000 birds. The blood pouring from his wounded paw drove the predatory tiger shark into a frenzy. With a thunderous roar, the predatory tiger shark violently swung its tail, its massive head hurtling towards Su Qingyu, revealing its sharp, snow-white teeth. Unyielding, Su Qingyu utilized the rocks for support, exerting force through his 4 hooves. And the 2 titanic beings collided with a resounding crash. Su Qingyu felt a heaviness in his chest, although their lengths were comparable. His physique paled in strength to that of the predatory tiger shark and weighed nearly half as much. This disparity placed him at a disadvantage in their one-on-one melee. Yet Su Qingyu's agility and the exceptional vitality of the Azure Dragon endowed him with greater resilience. The battle escalated continuously, causing the rocky terrain to tremble, rocks to shatter, bubbles to rise, and waves of energy to surge forth. The terrifying force scattered fish creatures within a radius of 1,000 meters. Even the foolish lead blue-silver fish dared not approach, halting at a distance. Heaven swallowing, Su Qingyu activated his innate soul skill once more, unleashing immense power upon the predatory tiger shark. This time, due to the extensive wounds inflicted by 1,000 birds and Su Qingyu's biting, blood gushed from the shark's injuries, staining a vast expanse of water crimson. It was evident that the predatory tiger shark had diminished in size. Su Qingyu did not waste the opportunity. The blood contained essence, rich in soul power, and he swiftly redirected his focus, converting all the blood of the predatory tiger sharks in the vicinity into soul power to replenish himself. The 2 combatants eventually separated, their bodies caked in mud and grass, covered in countless wounds. Su Qingyu could feel a fiery. Su Qingyu distinctly perceived the sudden lightness in his body as the surrounding seawater returned to normal. The predator tiger shark's soul skill unidirectional relaxation dissipating into nothingness. This hunting endeavor of the monstrous shark had culminated in abject failure. Without lingering, Su Qingyu cast an icy glance toward the defeated predator before swiftly turning his trajectory toward the direction of the blue silverfish shoal. As the leading blue silverfish spotted Su Qingyu swimming towards it, it promptly turned away, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Strangely, the predatory tiger shark, with its small eyes fixated on Su Qingyu, did not retreat either. Instead, it chose to follow closely behind the school of blue silverfish, maintaining a distance of several hundred meters. Thus, an unusual tableau was formed, the leading blue silverfish at the forefront, followed by a multitude of blue silverfish soul beasts and a massive school of blue silverfish, with Su Qingyu and the predatory tiger shark trailing closely behind. In the short term, this predatory tiger shark poses no threat to me. Although my soul power, strength, and hunting methods may not match those of the shark, my soul skills, agility, resilience, and even my recovery abilities far surpass its own. With the powers of thousand birds and devouring heaven at my disposal, Su Qingyu is far more versatile than the shark's singular soul SK in this scenario. The most alarmed were undoubtedly the group of blue silverfish spirit beasts ahead, while behind them loomed two formidable millennium spirit beasts, constantly exuding their formidable aura. The invisible standoff instilled fear in the surrounding aquatic creatures, as both factions yearned to assert dominance over the other. Never in his life had Su Qingyu encountered such tenacious fish. He was filled with an intense frustration. Were it not for his injuries, he would have eagerly lunged forth to shatter it. Su Qingyu's thoughts mirrored those of the predatory tiger demon shark, which, as one of the apex predators, possessed immense intelligence. The injuries sustained by the predatory tiger shark were far more severe than those of Su Qingyu, particularly the gaping wound on its abdomen, which was still losing a copious amount of blood. Since the thousand birds had already made their appearance, why not conjure a soul power spiral ball? As Su Qingyu took the opportunity to recuperate from his injuries, he discreetly searched for the elusive purple fruit while contemplating how to compress his soul power. By concentrating high-density, rotating soul energy into a singular point and then releasing it, he believed that if the soul power was sufficient, it could be compressed and released without limitation. Su Qingyu harbored quiet anticipation. Although the principle was straightforward, the execution was anything but simple. The first step alone posed a significant challenge for him: the precise control of soul power to achieve rapid rotation. For someone like Su Qingyu, who had undergone a rather intensive and accelerated growth as a soul beast, accomplishing this feat was no trivial matter. At times, an excessively rapid enhancement of soul power could prove disadvantageous. With no alternative, Su Qingyu resolved to start from the most fundamental aspect of precisely controlling his soul power, convinced that once he overcame this hurdle, the rest would follow with ease. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is the precise mastery of soul power, which can comprehensively consolidate its enhancement, rendering the soul power stable. Chapter 9. The lingering flame for Wang Qiuer. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During this time, Su Qingyu's injuries had largely healed, with only his right claw yet to fully recover. Nevertheless, he was mostly unharmed. Such was the extraordinary advantage of possessing the ultimate life attribute. Su Qingyu knew that among the 10 great fierce beasts, the only healing-type soul beast, the emerald swan, also known as Baiji, was the strongest life attribute soul beast on the continent. Unlike the other fierce beasts, Baiji was inherently benevolent. Her soul skills focused on group healing. Though lacking in offensive power, when it came to protecting allies and providing treatment, Baiji was unparalleled. Yet, in stark contrast, Su Qingyu, who wielded the ultimate life attribute, possessed the soul skill Devour the Heavens. He harbored no illusions about its applicability to allies. Far from bestowing the gift of life and healing, it resembled the annihilation of heaven and earth. Su Qingyu even mused that if he ever ascended to the rank of a million-year soul beast, unleashing Devour the Heavens might truly manifest the terrifying power to obliterate the world. Over these 10 days, he had engaged in 5 battles with the predator tiger demon shark. Judging by its condition, its injuries remained severe. It would likely take at least half a month to recover fully. Su Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at the creature lurking a few hundred meters to his right. Notably, all 5 battles had been initiated by Su Qingyu, his purpose being to gauge the predator tiger demon shark's recovery progress while simultaneously intimidating it into submission. After all, harboring such a ticking time bomb nearby, its explosion imminent at any moment, was hardly ideal. Su Qingyu had initially considered expelling it, letting bygones be bygones, and magnanimously sparing its life. Yet, after these 5 confrontations, he found himself still at a disadvantage. Without Thousand Birds, he was utterly frustrated. Moreover, he had yet to rediscover those elusive purple berries, leaving him unable to unleash Thousand Birds once more. If only I still had Thousand Birds. Su Qingyu felt profound remorse for his earlier disdain toward the dark blue silver's severing fate. Though the purple berries remained elusive, the past 10 days had not been in vain. Through Devour the Heavens, Su Qingyu's soul beast cultivation had advanced to 789 years, now nearly on par with the predator tiger demon shark. Through his fierce battle with the predatory tiger demon shark, Su Qingyu discovered his combat experience was rapidly escalating. As a top-tier predator, its abundant battle prowess far surpassed soul beasts of equivalent soul power, providing Su Qingyu with invaluable insights. Just a bit more soul power left. In a few days, you'll get what's coming. Su Qingyu glared viciously at the tiger demon shark, which responded by baring its gleaming white fangs. Once Su Qingyu's soul power matched the 333-year cultivation of the tiger demon shark, he could effortlessly draw it into the distorted space through his soul skill devouring heaven and convert it into his own soul power. Humph! Don't get cocky. You'll regret this. Su Qingyu turned his attention back to perfecting his self-created soul technique, the soul power spiral sphere. Over 10 days of relentless practice and meticulous control of soul power, Su Qingyu had mastered precise manipulation, laying a solid foundation. Now he focused on gradually channeling his soul power outward, continuously compressing and rotating it while accelerating to dramatically increase internal energy density. This created a highly potent, yet stable energy state. When detonated, its explosive force would undoubtedly astonish all witnesses. In this process, the control of soul power is remarkably delicate. A moment's carelessness could lead to immediate failure. Hence, Su Qingyu devoted 10 arduous days to mastering the manipulation of his soul power. Let us commence. This marked Su Qingyu's inaugural attempt, and trepidation dwelled in his heart. For everything remained purely theoretical. A wisp of soul power continually emanated from the tips of his 5 claws, coalescing in his palm to form a small sphere, devoid of any superfluous energy leakage. The 5 streams of soul power, originating from each claw, commenced a ceaseless rotation under his formidable mental control. As more soul power infused into the sphere, its rotational velocity escalated, causing the sphere to enlarge, with a verdant glow gradually emerging and intensifying. The sphere of soul power, radiating a greenish hue, spun ever more swiftly. Suddenly, bang! A soft sound resonated as the entire soul sphere quivered slightly. Vibrating violently in the realm of the dark blue silver severing, Su Qingyu possesses the extraordinary ability to replenish vast quantities of his favorite sustenance all at once. Thus, when he embarks on the hunt for the predator tiger demon shark, he retaliates with the very essence of its own beastly nature, often engaging in a bit of mischief. On several occasions, as the predator tiger demon shark claimed the lives of century-old soul beasts, Su Qingyu unleashed his soul technique, devouring the heavens, within a 100-meter radius, seizing its prey with remarkable prowess. The predator tiger shark could only watch helplessly as its prey was drawn into the distorted space by Su Qingyu. Witnessing the shark's furious roars and its frenzied attempts to engage in combat, Su Qingyu felt an inward satisfaction. However, what puzzled him was the peculiar sound of the predator tiger shark's cries. Despite its small, beady eyes and an overall roguishly handsome appearance, its voice resembled that of an infant to Su Qingyu's ears. Could it be that this predator tiger shark was actually a whimpering creature? Given its relentless and clingy nature, Su Qingyu found the possibility quite plausible. Perhaps it was a female tiger shark, temperamental, violent, and best avoided before it truly challenged him to a duel. The thought of a prolonged entanglement unsettled Su Qingyu. If the shark were to summon reinforcements, all his efforts could be rendered futile, and his life might hang in the balance. He could only hope that the spiraling sphere would bring him a pleasant surprise. Chapter 10. The spiraling sphere. Su Qingyu had grown accustomed to the quiet monotony of his days, but ever since the predator tiger shark entered his life, he found an unexpected spark of amusement. Their relentless rivalry even led him to wonder, could this shark, like him, be a transmigrator in the world of Douluo continent? Which novel's protagonist could it be? Su Qingyu mused with a quiet chuckle. In recent days, most of his energy had been devoted to mastering the spiraling sphere technique, with the predator tiger shark serving as his primary source of soul beasts. With a steady supply of soul beasts, his soul power continued to rise methodically. Moreover, his daily practice of the spiraling sphere allowed the soul power converted within the distorted space to stabilize, granting him better control over the volatile energy within him. Rapid soul power advancement risks instability. Maintaining equilibrium is crucial, Su Qingyu understood well. Through relentless practice, his proficiency in condensing the spiraling sphere had reached an unparalleled level. Not only had he refined the technique itself, but the stability, intensity, and speed of its formation had also improved dramatically. The faster the spiraling sphere is formed, the greater the advantage in battle. This was a truth Su Qingyu knew all too well. What astonished Su Qingyu most was that the explosive energy intensity of the soul power spiral ball could almost rival the full outburst of 1,000-year soul beast's power. While honing his skills, he occasionally hurled a few spiral balls as gifts towards the predatory tiger demon shark. Yet more often than not, the soul power spiral balls dissipated during the condensation process. At this moment, the advantage of being an ultimate life attribute soul beast manifested once more, the terrifying speed of soul power recovery. With my current soul power reserve equivalent to a 948-year soul beast, I should be able to condense over 10 spiral balls matching the attack potency of 1,000-year soul beast after exhausting all my soul power. Su Qingyu mused with delight. The beauty of this technique lay in its efficiency. Merely a fraction of soul power, roughly equivalent to a 300-year soul beast reserve, could unleash such devastating force. 300 years worth of soul power erupting with the might of 1,000. It was staggering. Su Qingyu even speculated that if he channeled his entire 948-year soul power into a single colossal spiral ball, it might rival the full force strike of a 10,000-year soul beast. The thought was exhilarating. This was essentially an amplified utilization of soul power, surpassing even soul skills in sheer terror. However, mastering the soul power spiral ball was no simple feat. Each incremental improvement demanded relentless effort to condense a more potent spiral ball. Given his soul power recovery rate, Su Qingyu practiced condensing a spiral ball approximately every half hour. It wasn't that his soul power regenerated too slowly, but rather that each attempt drained not just soul power, but also mental energy. Half-hour intervals already strained his psyche to the limit. Precise control over soul power hinged on formidable mental strength. Soul power was the soldier, but mental energy was the general. The essence of the spiral ball lay in exquisite mastery of control. Consequently, Su Qingyu often found himself dizzy and fatigued after training sessions. Yet, with every slight enlargement of the spiral ball, his motivation reignited. If he could compress 300 years' worth of soul power, then 3,000 was not beyond reach. The successful creation of the spiral ball was akin to a supercharged version of the ring explosion technique. Undoubtedly, it would become one of his deadliest weapons. Su Qingyu's heart swelled with satisfaction. However, the predatory tiger shark found itself in a rather dire predicament. Not only was it incessantly harassed by Su Qingyu, but it was also subjected to the bombardment of peculiar orbs, each packing quite a punch, significantly hampering its recovery from injuries. It had to remain vigilant against the assault of the 1,000-bird electric current. The predatory tiger shark even felt that it was the true victim, entangled and hunted down. This could very well be deemed the most calamitous hunting experience of its life. After enduring a lengthy migration of nearly a month, the blue-silver fish finally paused for the first time. Gazing upon the illuminated waters surrounding them, Su Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of beauty. The seabed was remarkably flat. Although rocks still dotted the area, this particular region belonged to the flattest rocky zone, boasting the highest seabed and shallowest waters. Moreover, Su Qingyu noticed an increasing number of blue-silver fish of various sizes beginning to gather, transforming the entire expanse of sea into a veritable paradise for fish. Not only fish, but also various groups of soul beasts. At a single glance, Su Qingyu could spot dozens of century-old soul beasts. This must be the ultimate migration destination for the fish schools, he surmised. Unable to help but marvel at the sheer abundance of life and the astonishing density of soul beasts. As Su Qingyu marveled at the multitude of marine creatures gathered in harmony, he took on the role of an art connoisseur, searching for seafood that piqued his interest. What is this? It appears quite delectable. I wonder if it is poisonous? The deep blue jellyfish swarm is truly magnificent and dreamlike. yet it is inedible, undoubtedly toxic. Wait, that deep blue jellyfish king is actually a 3,000-year-old soul beast. It possesses an astonishing soul power of 3,555 years. Su Qingyu widened his eyes, but quickly shook his head. It's poisonous and cannot be consumed, and its soul power is too high to be captured in the distorted space. Resolutely, he abandoned this pursuit and swam to another area. Oh, to his surprise, he encountered a tuna soul beast. Yes, I shall take it. After a fruitful expedition. Su Qingyu's spirit soared. What is that? A flash of purple seemed to emerge from the corner of his eye, causing his heart to race as he swiftly swam towards it, filled wide during Su Qingyu's quest for the purple fruit. He stumbled upon a remarkable sight. The predatory tiger demon shark was hunting the ancient soul beast, the blue-silver fish, which led the pack. This discovery brought him a sense of joy, prompting him to conceal himself behind the rocks and suppress his presence. There is a saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. With a multitude of birds at his disposal, Su Qingyu felt no worries. Moreover, the disparity in soul power between him and the tiger demon shark was a mere 300 years, and in terms of combat experience and skills, the two were nearly equal. Su Qingyu had long since ceased to fear the tiger demon shark, especially now that the dark blue-silver death had absorbed a substantial amount of electrical energy. When the predatory tiger shark confronts the blue-silver fish, which has merely existed for over 2,000 years, the outcome is unmistakably evident. Just as the vigilant tiger shark surveys its surroundings and prepares to indulge in a feast, it suddenly notices that the piece of blue-silver fish it has clamped in its jaws is rapidly diminishing in size. Not only this morsel, but the entire blue-silver fish is shrinking at a visible pace as the surrounding waters begin to distort. The currents swirl ominously, sending ripples that radiate outward, striking the face of the tiger shark. This spectacle is not unfamiliar to the predator. As the warped space gradually normalizes, the entire blue-silver fish has vanished, ensnared within the distorted realm. All of this was accomplished by Su Qingyu from a distance of 100 meters, employing the soul skill swallowing heaven. Within this range, he could distort space at will. Su Qingyu was no stranger to snatching food from the jaws of danger. His technique was deftly honed. Everything transpired unbeknownst to those around him. Just as Su Qingyu reveled in his success, preparing to seek out the elusive purple fruit, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted, causing a tumult within a radius of several hundred meters, as countless soil particles swirled and rocks trembled. In a moment of urgency, or perhaps fury, Su Qingyu swiftly turned to flee, for he had no desire to confront the predatory tiger demon shark directly. Once the distorted space transformed the soul power of the leading blue-silver fish, his own soul power would surely surpass that of his adversary, at which point he would settle the score. Su Qingyu cast a fierce glare back at the pursuing tiger demon shark. Have the courage to chase me. A faint thought reached him, causing Su Qingyu to tremble slightly, surprised by the intelligence of the shark. My dear tiger brother, this is merely a misunderstanding. Su Qingyu mimicked the shark's method of communication, sending forth a thought of his own. Shameless. Upon receiving another thought, the tiger demon shark surged forward with full force, charging directly at Su Qingyu, its intimidating presence causing even the nearby Millennium Soul beasts to take notice. I will not engage you. Su Qingyu propelled his streamlined form through the water, experiencing little resistance, as he swam with remarkable speed. Curiosity about the world above the sea compelled him to ascend further, as if nothing were amiss. As Su Qingyu approached the surface of the sea, he distinctly felt his body becoming increasingly buoyant, while the roaring sound around him grew ever louder, leaving him perplexed as to its origin. However, with his ascent, he gradually discerned the source. A colossal shadow was slowly moving above him, from which the sound emanated. A ship, encountering vessels upon the vast ocean, was indeed commonplace. Yet Su Qingyu pressed on, devoid of any trepidation. Suddenly, with a splash, a surge of azure appeared on the water's surface. Gazing at the boundless expanse of the sea, the horizon's gentle curve, the cerulean sky, and the few clouds suspended above, he felt an overwhelming sense of liberation and grandeur. A multitude of vessels glided slowly several hundred meters away, the splashing waves continuously surging in all directions. So many ships. Su Qingyu felt the waves crashing against his azure scales in relentless succession, leaving him in a state of astonishment. On the deck of the ship, two voices resonated continuously. Due to the influence of the soul power tide, rocky islands would re-emerge, and this time we must seize the opportunity. One voice spoke, revealing that the competition would undoubtedly be fierce, with numerous soul sects rumored to have arrived, and even whispers of a five-ring soul king. The mention of the five-ring soul king elicited astonished responses. It is no surprise. After all, the soul power tide occurs once every 3 years. And if one misses this occasion, they must wait another 3 years for the next. Many seek to capitalize on this opportunity to reap substantial rewards. On the ship, 2 individuals dressed in sea blue leaned against the railing, engaged in conversation. By the way, brother, where exactly is that rocky island? We have been drifting here for several hours. Inquired the younger of the two, his voice slightly youthful. Do not rush. In 2 days, you shall know, replied the elder with a smile. I visited 3 years ago. And now, 3 years later, the rocky island should not have changed much, leaving us ample opportunity. Is there truly such an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures on that island? The younger voice asked again, curiosity evident. Haha, rest assured, my young brother. In a few days, this place will undergo a dramatic transformation. Once we set foot on the island, you will discover heavenly materials and earthly treasures everywhere. Do you know of the huliberry? Yes, I know of it. It contains a significant amount of gentle soul power, allowing sea soul masters to experience rapid growth in their soul power for a time without any side effects. It is one of the most sought-after treasures among sea soul masters. Indeed, but the huliberry has very stringent growth conditions, typically appearing only in regions rich in soul power, making it quite rare. On our Black Pearl Island, huliberries have been sold for 10 gold coins each, and often they are available only at exorbitant prices. Correct, yet on the rocky island, even this precious huliberry is merely one of the more common varieties. The elder remarked with a grin. What do you think, little brother? Are you astonished? However, with great opportunities come significant risks. Do you see? This sea area is already teeming with sea soul masters and soul beasts. When the entire rocky island emerges, not only will the sea soul masters from the surrounding islands come to compete, but many soul beasts will also become our rivals. Those heavenly materials and earthly treasures possess immense allure for the sea soul beasts, making them our competitors. We sea soul masters thrive in the ocean, fully unleashing our power. But in most areas of the rocky island, our abilities will be constrained, the elder explained. Those soul beasts are no exception. Their strength is likely comparable to ours. Thus, this time I have brought you along to help you select a powerful soul beast and sign a pact with it as your partner. Upon hearing this, the younger brother became visibly excited, his joy evident as he gestured animatedly. Really, brother? Will I also become a member of the Sea Knights like you? You must choose a strong, formidable, and wise soul beast for me. I aspire to be the most powerful Sea Knight of Black Pearl Island. Haha, when have I ever deceived you? Chapter 12. The soul power tide, even from hundreds of meters away. Su Qingyu's keen hearing captured their dialogue entirely. Soul power tide, rocky island, huliberry, sea soul masters. Su Qingyu formed some judgments and gained a glimmer of understanding. No wonder the soul beasts in this vast area had suddenly begun to multiply. It was all for the sake of that rocky island. And those aboard the ship were sea soul masters from Black Pearl Island? There were even numerous other ships surrounding them, all drawn here by the promise of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He wondered if there would be those purple little fruits. Through the conversation, Su Qingyu became increasingly intrigued by the rocky island. The soul power tide occurs once every 3 years. He was uncertain of its nature, but it must surely benefit both the soul beasts and the sea soul masters. With Su Qingyu's vigorous haste, the predatory tiger shark had abandoned its pursuit, deliberately distancing itself from him. Without the shark's interruption, Su Qingyu commenced a new round of searching for the purple little fruits, gradually noticing an increasing number of soul beasts around him, with several emanating a chilling aura that made his body tremble. Were so many soul beasts converging for the rocky island? Su Qingyu gazed at the clusters of beasts, astonished. What would the soul power tide be like? He looked at these soul beasts, a sense of anticipation rising within him. Time slipped away, and soon it was the evening of the second day. Everything around had transformed entirely. All soul beasts seemed to have entered a frenzied state, surging toward the sea as if guided by an unseen force. Su Qingyu was taken aback as he noticed 3 colossal figures amidst the chaos, strikingly prominent, their terrifying auras radiating outward, causing other soul beasts to shy away from a 100-meter radius. A giant crab from the year 5832. A giant octopus from the year 6182. an 8,923-year-old dragon demon emperor ribbonfish. Su Qingyu observed the three massive figures confronting one another from a distance, astonishment filling his gaze. Particularly the 8,000-year-old dragon demon emperor ribbonfish, exuding a terrifying aura that compelled Su Qingyu's attention. This was the most formidable soul beast he had encountered thus far. Even if I unleashed all the electrical current within the dark blue-silver death point to execute 1,000 birds technique, I fear it would not harm the dragon demon emperor ribbonfish unless the soul power in my spiral ball reached around 2,500 or the dark blue-silver death point absorbed more purple little fruits. Su Qingyu pondered silently. The full moon hung in the sky, resembling a massive flawless jade, so grand that it seemed poised to collide with the ocean's surface. The moonlight cascaded down, transforming the sea into a shimmering expanse of silver. All the ships had long distanced themselves from this area, remaining at the periphery of the tumultuous throng of soul beasts, too apprehensive to draw near. Surrounded by the formidable presence of three soul beasts in the central area, a multitude of ancient soul beasts encircled them, gradually revealing to Su Qingyu the truth of the situation. It appeared that the closer one ventured to the center, the greater the rewards to be gained. No longer hesitating, Su Qingyu advanced through the bustling throng of soul beasts, emulating the ancient beasts around him. With a resounding release of soul power, representative of the year 3715, he caused the soul beasts within a 10-meter radius to panic and scatter, deterred from approaching him. Su Qingyu's actions attracted the attention of the three soul beasts in the central region, each exceeding 5,000 years in age, as well as the gaze of other 1,000-year soul beasts, a staggering 3,715 years. Even among the multitude of 1,000-year soul beasts, this age already places him among the elite. After all, most soul beasts in this vicinity are merely 1,000 or 2,000 years old. Soul beasts exceeding 3,000 years are scarce. Even including the three formidable souls from the central area, there are only 12, and with Su Qingyu, the total rises to a mere 13. Among them are the 3,333-year-old predatory tiger shark and the 3,555-year-old deep-sea jellyfish king that Su Qingyu has encountered before. The presence of so many ancient soul beasts is astonishing. Su Qingyu chose to pause on the surface of the sea, 120 meters from the central region. Surrounding him was a colossal sea turtle, its massive form reminiscent of a small island. This was the 4,200-year-old deep-sea green magic turtle. Su Qingyu couldn't help but gasp in awe. And the deep-sea green magic turtle opened its enormous eyes, peering at him with a hint of curiosity. After all, Su Qingyu is a new beast, and his soul power age is not insignificant. It was not only the deep-sea giant turtle that regarded him. Nearly all soul beasts aged over 3,000 years were now focused on him as well. For the first time, Su Qingyu found himself under the scrutiny of so many eyes, particularly those that bore expressions of indifference, brutality, and coldness, causing his heart to clench with unease. Among the gazes, two were particularly remarkable, one belonging to the predatory tiger demon shark, whose astonishment was unmistakably evident, while the other emanated from the dragon demon emperor ribbonfish. Filled with curiosity, a sense of pride swelled within Su Qingyu as he regarded his old friend, the predatory tiger demon shark. He knew that, should he desire, a single soul skill, devouring heaven, could twist the fabric of space and cause it to vanish from his sight in an instant. However, under the watchful eyes of the various soul beasts, Su Qingyu hesitated to act. As for the dragon demon emperor fish, it was the first encounter for Su Qingyu, who surprisingly felt a faint sense of familiarity emanating from its aura. This astonished him. Why did he feel such familiarity? Could it be that this dragon demon emperor fish truly possessed the bloodline of a dragon? Su Qingyu speculated, for he was a genuine young dragon of the azure dragon lineage, endowed with exceptional life attributes. As the moonlight grew denser, a veil of white mist began to rise over the sea, rendering the surface cool and serene, with only the rhythmic sound of waves reverberating. While all the soul beasts held their breath in anticipation, the waves lapped against Su Qingyu's azure scales as he floated, resembling a lifeless serpent, motionless upon the water's surface. Suddenly, a ripple surged through the tranquil sea, disturbing the stillness and igniting a frenzy among the soul beasts. Gradually, silver light began to emerge from the mist, akin to dandelion seeds dispersing in the wind, transforming the ocean into a shimmering expanse of silver. Was this soul power? Su Qingyu could distinctly perceive the myriad pure soul energies rising from the sea, seeping into his body through the gaps in his scales. So this was the soul power tide? How exquisite and stable the soul power was. Astonishment filled Su Qingyu's eyes as he absorbed the gentle and pure soul power, which flowed seamlessly into his being. The influx of soul power caused all his scales to open as he reveled in the ebb and flow of this tide, with the surrounding soul energy growing ever more concentrated. It had already surpassed 5 times the usual soul power. Su Qingyu fully unleashed his capacity to absorb, every pore on his body wide open. While he basked in the soul power tide, an unexpected hum resonated from the azure diamond crystal nestled in his brow. At that moment, it seemed to sense something, emitting a brilliant azure light, causing ripples that radiated outward, as if triggering a unique response. What was happening? Startled by the dazzling azure glow, Su Qingyu was uncertain about the cause. Yet, he soon discovered that the countless soul powers rising around him began to coalesce in an instant. A vast, distorted space appeared as if summoned, expanding outward from the azure diamond crystal at the center, reaching a radius of 1,000 meters around Su Qingyu. Soul power within that radius seemed to be inexplicably drawn toward him, uncontrollably converging into the area he occupied. Witnessing this massive distortion, Su Qingyu was taken aback. It was evidently an amplified version of the soul power devouring phenomenon, now unleashed by the azure diamond crystal. How could this be? What was this? The overwhelming soul power surged around Su Qingyu, causing the density of soul energy within a 5-meter radius to escalate to astonishing as time elapsed. Nearly all the soul beasts within the core of the soul power tide were affected, their frenzied roars piercing the heavens. Witnessing this newcomer not only flout the rules but also disrupt his absorption of soul power, the deep-sea colossus turtle's eyes burned with fury. Its mountainous frame surged towards Su Qingyu with terrifying momentum, intent on halting his continued soul power absorption. Innate soul skill, devour the heavens. Without hesitation, Su Qingyu unleashed his soul skill, devour the heavens. A terrifying force instantly bore down upon the deep-sea colossus turtle. By now, Su Qingyu's soul power had already surpassed 200 years, and facing a soul beast of equivalent strength, he harbored no fear. Yet, to his astonishment, the deep-sea colossus turtle's defensive prowess proved extraordinary. The innate soul skill, devour the heavens, which warped space, encountered its greatest challenge yet. Renowned for its impenetrable defense, the deep-sea colossus turtle stood like an indomitable Vidra guardian. Each incremental contraction of the distorted space demanded an exorbitant expenditure of soul power. Had it been any other soul beast of equivalent 200-year cultivation, Su Qingyu was certain it would have been compressed into the warped space within mere breaths. Yet, this deep-sea colossus turtle stubbornly resisted, its colossal shell merely fracturing in a few places. So, the innate soul skill, devour the heavens, isn't an absolute guarantee of compressing and absorbing a soul beast of equal strength. Other factors must be at play. Su Qingyu's expression darkened. Logically, Su Qingyu's soul power now surpassed that of the deep-sea colossus turtle. Yet, under the influence of his devour the heavens, the turtle remained virtually unscathed, merely immobilized in place. At least its movements are restricted. Su Qingyu exhaled in relief before shifting his gaze to 2 other rapidly approaching figures, 2 neighboring millennium soul beasts. A 865-year giant golden spearfish. A 021-year abyssal demon sea cucumber. I refuse to believe this. Innate soul skill, devour the heavens. Unconcerned with soul power depletion, Su Qingyu activated his innate skill once more. Within a 100-meter radius, space itself contorted and collapsed. The 2 3,000-year soul beasts were far less fortunate than the deep-sea colossus turtle. In mere moments, Su Qingyu compressed them one after another into the distorted space. This sight caused the other enraged millennial soul beasts charging forward to halt in their tracks, their fury now conveyed through piercing glares instead. Standing atop the shell of the deep-sea colossus turtle, Su Qingyu swept his icy gaze across the surroundings. His soul power had now reached the staggering level of 800 years, a meteoric rise from 715 years, gaining over a millennium of power in this brief span. The terrifying aura representing 800 years of soul power radiated outward, forcing countless soul beasts to bow their heads involuntarily. Might makes right. This has been the immutable law of the soul beast realm for countless millennia. Within a radius of 100 meters around Su Qingyu, only the deep-sea giant turtle remained in a desperate struggle, its limbs fully retracted into its shell, which was now marred by numerous cracks. How much longer can you endure? Su Qingyu's soul skill, devour, was relentless, with the consumed soul power almost instantaneously replenished. Even so, the enhancement of his internal soul power continued unabated. Under the incessant pressure of the distorted space, the shell ultimately shattered, and the once massive deep-sea giant turtle, renowned for its formidable defense, was compressed into the warped realm by the innate skill, Devour. To slay a deep-sea giant turtle, famous for its absolute defense and aged 4,200 years, was a feat that even the 5,832-year-old giant crab would find exceedingly challenging. Yet, Su Qingyu accomplished this at that moment. Meanwhile, in the core area, the 5,832-year-old giant crab squinted its small eyes, remaining utterly motionless, for the dragon demon emperor fish had yet to make a move, leaving it no opportunity to act. Chapter 14. The Master? Su Qingyu cast a cold glance at the dragon demon emperor fish, the giant octopus, and the giant crab. At this moment, the surrounding soul power had coalesced within a 1-meter radius of Su Qingyu's head, as he singularly encompassed the entirety of the soul tide's energy. At this moment, the dragon demon emperor, a creature resembling a fish, gazed at Su Qingyu with an air of curiosity. When the vibrant essence of life emanated from him, the dragon demon emperor displayed a hint of affinity in his eyes, leaving Su Qingyu, who had been poised to unleash his thousand birds technique, momentarily perplexed. I should address you as master. A thought reverberated in Su Qingyu's mind, prompting him to regard the dragon demon emperor with bewilderment. Do not be astonished, like you. I too possess the dragon god bloodline, albeit of a rather mixed variety. Nevertheless, I have ascended to become the most formidable and sagacious soul beast within this realm. As for you, master, you inherently wield intelligence and possess a pure lineage of the dragon clan, with boundless potential ahead. Upon reaching maturity, a soul beast can live for 100,000 years, and it is entirely plausible for you to evolve to the level of a beast god emperor. Yet, each dragon's fate varies, and their growth rates differ significantly. From your skeletal structure, it is evident that you are a newborn dragon, merely a month old. However, it is perplexing that you have already attained a soul power of 4,800 years. This rate is truly astonishing. Encountering you here is a privilege. The thoughts of the dragon demon emperor overwhelmed Su Qingyu with astonishment. If it pleases you, I shall devote my life to your service, the dragon demon emperor declared, leaving Su Qingyu momentarily taken aback. Once a soul beast recognizes its master, betrayal is nearly unheard of, especially among the proud dragon clan. I hope you grant me this honor. The sincerity of the dragon demon emperor was palpable, for meeting a true dragon bloodline was the dream of many soul beasts of dragon lineage. Very well, I accept. You shall be my first follower. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qingyu nodded, igniting a spark of excitement in the eyes of the dragon demon emperor. Thank you for your kindness, master. The intensity of the dragon demon emperor's thoughts surged. Soon, before the watchful eyes of many, the two completed a bloodline contract. This was not a sharing of the dragon clan's lineage, but rather a unilateral enhancement of the dragon demon emperor's bloodline by Su Qingyu. Originally an 923-year-old dragon demon emperor, he underwent a bloodline enhancement under Su Qingyu's guidance, as an overwhelming essence of life surged into the dragon demon emperor's being, seemingly triggering a resonance within his bloodline, fortuitously drawing upon the experience of the Azure Dragon lineage throughout the ages. Su Qingyu navigated the process with ease and completed the transformation in mere moments. Crack! The once silver body of the dragon demon emperor began to shimmer with a hint of greenish blue, while his skeletal structure underwent rapid transformation, elongating at a visible pace. The intensity of this metamorphosis brought him immense pain, causing him to roar in agony. The sheer ferocity of his cries echoed across the ocean, creating monstrous waves that surged 10 meters high, sweeping outward in all directions. Su Qingyu, stunned, observed the dragon demon emperor, whose overwhelming soul power radiated a sense of destruction that sent shivers down his spine. It dawned upon him that even with his thousand birds technique, he would stand no chance against the dragon demon emperor. After what felt like an eternity, tranquility returned awkwardly. The dragon demon emperor clung tightly to the rock, his entire body pulsating with soul power, muscles taut, striving to prevent himself from plummeting. The tremors grew increasingly violent. Su Qingyu felt as though his very organs were being shaken loose. What kind of overwhelming force could cause such devastation? He marveled at the sheer magnitude of this power, far beyond anything he had ever imagined. As the massive flat rock rose above the water's surface, seawater cascaded down its sides in roaring torrents. Then, with a thunderous crack, Two fissures split open in a perfect cross, cleaving the rock into 4 sections and revealing bottomless chasms beneath. The fractures widened relentlessly, sending shockwaves through the earth. Su Qingyu staggered, the world spinning around him as debris and water rained down upon him. The ground itself seemed to tremble in agony, its roars echoing across the heavens, while colossal waves surged outward in all directions. Abito, how long will this quaking last? Su Qingyu gasped, his breath hitching as the tremors intensified. My lord, this is only the beginning. The Dragon Emperor Ribbon Fish, Abito, communicated through their mental link. The entire rocky island will form overnight, and the tremors will persist until dawn. We must be patient. By morning, we shall enter the island. An entire night? Su Qingyu sighed in resignation. Do not fret, my lord, Abito reassured him. Our position ensures we will be the first to set foot on the island, granting us the greatest opportunity to claim its rare treasures. This island is extraordinary, Abito continued. Its soul energy is incredibly dense, growing even more potent toward the center. Every time it emerges, it draws countless soul beasts from hundreds of miles around. The island teems with priceless resources, yet danger lurks at every turn. Its harsh environment can trap the unwary, and powerful plant-based soul beasts lie in ambush, eager to feast on intruders. The island surfaces once every 3 years, remaining for 3 months before sinking back into the depths. Those who fail to leave in time must endure its perils until its next appearance. Su Qingyu nodded. Opportunity and peril walked hand in hand. It was a matter of weighing the risks. By dawn, the tremors had faded, but a thick white mist now enshrouded the world, reducing visibility to a mere 200 meters, a perilous disadvantage. Abito, how far can you see? Su Qingyu asked. 500 meters, Abito replied. An improvement from my previous limit of 350. But fear not, even that distance allows ample reaction time, having visited the island countless times. Abito's familiarity eased Su Qingyu's concerns. My lord, the island is vast. The 4 fissures have formed mountain ranges along its edges. We now stand upon the northernmost peak. Most soul beasts remain atop these mountains, descending toward the island's heart. Humans, however, prefer landing on the beaches below and entering through the valleys. Come, my lord. Abito's massive form slithered forward as Su Qingyu galloped beside him, their figures soon swallowed by the mist. Deep within an ancient forest, silence reigned beneath the suffocating fog. Towering trees loomed like spectral giants, their forms half-hidden, casting an oppressive atmosphere that stifled all sound. Snap! A twig shattered sharply. 2 figures emerged briefly, a cyan hoof crushing the leaf-littered ground before vanishing once more into the haze. My lord, the soul energy here is potent. We may encounter land-dwelling soul beasts, some as ancient as 7 or 8,000 years. Beyond this misty forest lies the marshlands at the mountain's base. There, the soul energy is richer, and rare berries brimming with pure energy await. It is always my first destination. Humans also seek these berries, rushing ashore to harvest them. But with my speed, I always outpace them. Only the forest's native beasts reach the marshes before us. Yet the marshes are treacherous. One misstep, and you become sustenance for the flora. As Abito explained, disaster struck without warning. A tremendous force yanked Su Qingyu skyward. His body twisted uncontrollably as searing pain lanced across his back, followed by a brutal internal shockwave. Crack! A sonic boom exploded beside his ears, the sound lagging behind the attack itself. Su Qingyu's eyes widened in shock. A jet-black vine lashed through the air like a primordial beast, coiling toward him. A second vine shot from the darkness, aiming to ensnare and drag him into the abyss. Chapter 16. The Dark Demon-Killing Vine, my lord. Beware. Abito's frantic warning echoed in Su Qingyu's mind. Dazed, Su Qingyu felt like a helpless caterpillar flung into the sky. Devour the heavens. Without hesitation, he unleashed his spatial distortion, instantly enveloping the area in crushing force. Boom. Abito's aura erupted in response, lightning crackling across his form as his soul energy ravaged the surroundings. Trees trembled violently, leaves scattering like frightened birds. Whoosh! Abito's power wrapped around Su Qingyu, yanking him to safety as the colossal ribbon fish reared like a cobra, eyes locked onto the threat. Before them, 4 inky vines writhed like serpents summoned from the void, their dark energy saturating the air. The very earth quaked beneath their fury. A 250-year-old dark demon-killing vine. Upon recognizing the vine, Su Qingyu involuntarily inhaled sharply. The dark demon vine is regarded as a premier assassin among plant-type soul beasts. Born into the upper echelon of its kind, even at the century mark, it possesses an exceptionally potent dark attribute that enables it to conceal itself, ambushing other century and even millennium soul beasts along their paths. It excels in surprise attacks. A century-old dark demon vine can successfully hunt millennium soul beasts that are caught off guard, and even in failure. Those beasts find it exceedingly difficult to pose a threat underground. By wielding its robust, powerful tendrils to strike its prey, if it manages to stun its victim, it drags them into the depths below. Once ensnared by the dark demon vine, escape becomes nearly impossible, with survival rates plummeting to below 1%. Moreover, some weaker soul beasts may perish on the spot from being drained. Armed with the accumulated wisdom of the Qinglong lineage, Su Qingyu swiftly identified the origin of this vine, further heightening his astonishment. The dark demon vine that had just attacked me was an astonishing 250 years old. Fortunately, Su Qingyu's juvenile dragon form is not overly feeble, having only been flung aside. However, the pain from being struck by that inky vine was excruciating, leaving him feeling as if his bones might shatter, and he could not help but bleed from the corner of his mouth. It was terrifying. A wave of dread washed over Su Qingyu as his muscles tensed. Had it not been for the presence of Daitu, he might have been dragged into that dark abyss. This marked Su Qingyu's first encounter with death since arriving in the Douluo continent, gazing at the dark demon vine that seemed to threaten to rend heaven and earth. He felt a chill deep within. He even comprehended that had he been knocked unconscious moments ago, without Daitu by his side, he would likely have been pulled into the subterranean depths of that dark realm, ultimately becoming sustenance for the dark demon vine. It seemed that the dragon demon emperor's presence as a millennium soul beast was sensed by the dark demon killing vines. After a failed strike, the dark tendrils did not linger, but rather retreated into the shadows, waiting for the next opportunity to hunt. In the face of the dark demon killing vines, even the dragon demon emperor, a beast of 1,000 years, found himself at a disadvantage. Engaging in battle with a 250-year-old dark demon killing vine underground was a perilous endeavor. Even a soul beast of 50,000 years would think twice before taking such a risk. As tranquility returned, Su Qingyu became acutely aware of the lurking danger beneath this calm facade. "Master, how are you?" A wave of slightly apologetic thought from Dato reached him, recalling that he had confidently led Su Qingyu to the rocky island earlier. "I am unscathed," replied Su Qingyu, standing on all fours and surveying his surroundings. He shook his head. "I never anticipated the presence of dark demon killing vines here. It seems this misty great forest is far from ordinary. I have entered the rocky island over 100 times, traversing through the marshlands from 4 different mountain ranges, yet I have never encountered these dark demon killing vines. I have seen numerous other plant-type soul beasts, but most are not aggressive," Dato remarked. "It appears they are targeting me specifically, which is not surprising. After all, my soul power is only 6,000 years. The dark demon killing vines do not fear the attempt. Even if their attempt to hunt me fails and reveals their location, we pose no threat to them," Su Qingyu replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, we don't even know where they are planted." The dark demon killing vines, coupled with this mist-laden environment, formed a formidable combination, sending a chill down Su Qingyu's spine. After regaining their composure, Su Qingyu and Dato set forth once more. What they failed to notice was that, after their departure, a stream of black light swiftly emanated from Su Qingyu's claws and plunged into the depths of the earth. After a considerable time, for tendrils, as if possessed by madness, seemed poised to once again upheave the very fabric of the world. As Su Qingyu and Abito had long departed from this place, they remained oblivious to all that transpired here. Throughout their journey, both were cautious, and it was only upon entering the island that Su Qingyu first discovered a treasure of nature. It was the dragon grass leaf. Remarkably, there were 9 leaves. This herb, capable of rapidly restoring soul power and fortifying one's essence. How delightful! Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This dragon grass leaf is perfect for me. When combined with the practice of the soul power spiral, it will enhance my foundation and stabilize my soul power. Having tasted success, Su Qingyu was not content to stop there and began to widen his search. However, deep within the misty forest, his focus remained sharply honed. Learning from the lesson of the dark demon killing vine, Su Qingyu enveloped a radius of 100 meters with his mental energy at all times, instantly perceiving any disturbances within this range. Simultaneously, he could swiftly seek out more celestial herbs. In a corner, Su Qingyu sensed a powerful fluctuation of soul energy. It was the 9th rank purple Ji. This appeared to be what Tang San had originally given to the master. Well, I shall collect it too. Abito, let us search elsewhere. As more celestial herbs revealed themselves, Su Qingyu's excitement grew. Master, this is the crystal blood dragon ginseng. I never expected to acquire it once more. It will greatly benefit you. Abito's figure emerged, filled with surprise. I once consumed one, and my soul power surged by 500 years without any side effects. The crystal blood dragon ginseng. Su Qingyu's eyes brightened as he carefully stored it within the dark blue silver annihilation, observing Su Qingyu's ability to store items. The dragon magic emperor, Daiyu, felt a pang of envy. The master possesses numerous remarkable techniques. Compared to the dragon grass leaf, the crystal blood dragon ginseng and the 9th rank purple Ji were far more precious. Gazing at the 3 celestial herbs glowing within the dark blue silver annihilation, Su Qingyu could hardly contain his joy. What is this? Chapter 17, Huli Berry. What is this? Su Qingyu discovered that the originally suspended black orb within the dark blue silver annihilation had now transformed into 2. 2 orbs? Su Qingyu was taken aback. How did it become 2? One of the orbs still contained a surging current, the very source of the 1,000 birds. Meanwhile, within another orb, an eerie black plant seemed to be suspended in midair. Unlike the 1,000 birds pearl, this sphere pulsated with violent, shadowy spiritual energy, while the sinister vegetation bore merely 4 tendrils. Could this be the legendary dark demon, slaying vine? The more Su Qingyu scrutinized it, the more convinced he became, until astonishment overwhelmed him completely. How had this malevolent flora infiltrated his dark blue-silver life-severing space? The mystery tormented Su Qingyu's thoughts. Observing the withered branch-like appearance of his dark blue-silver, he noticed with surprise a second emerald hue had manifested upon its surface. A second sprout? Silence enveloped Su Qingyu as he contemplated this enigmatic dark blue-silver life-severing space, an artifact whose true nature continued to elude his understanding. A storage vessel? Yet it could also contain electrical currents. And now, inexplicably, it had imprisoned the dark demon-slaying vine within its confines. Still aching from the vine's recent assault, Su Qingyu dared not experiment recklessly. As one of the supreme spirit beasts, the dark demon-slaying vine should possess innate sentience. Though Su Qingyu sensed a peculiar connection with the vine, its consciousness remained utterly imperceptible to him. Within that obsidian orb, the tumultuous dark attribute soul power incessantly surged forth from the dark demon-killing vine. Caution is paramount. Su Qingyu remained exceedingly vigilant. After all, one's life is of utmost importance, and he could only ponder silently. The dark blue-silver severing of life is merely a name I have bestowed upon it. Its true nature remains a mystery. Even the ancestral records of the Qilong clan bear no mention of such a phenomenon. Su Qingyu found himself utterly powerless. Even if he wished to discard this dark blue-silver severing of life, he could not. It felt as though it were shackled to his claws, an unbreakable bond. With the emergence of the dark demon-killing vine, Su Qingyu, who had recently acquired 3 celestial herbs, found his spirits dampened once more. Master, we have scoured this vast area and discovered no additional celestial herbs. We should hasten to the marshlands. The thought from Daitu jolted Su Qingyu back to reality. Very well, let us proceed. As they journeyed toward the marshy expanse, Su Qingyu consumed a leaf of dragon grass. The pure soul power it released enveloping him in a profound sense of relief. Within the distorted space, the absorbed energy from the 4,200-year-old deep-sea giant turtle, the 3,865-year-old giant tuna, and the 4,021-year-old deep-sea demon sea cucumber was steadily transforming, and his soul power was ascending at an impressive rate. The conversion of these 3 spirit beast soul power would typically require a full month, but with the aid of certain celestial herbs, he anticipated that soon his soul power could reach the milestone of 10,000 years. Becoming a 10,000-year spirit beast was within his grasp. The rapid enhancement of his soul power necessitated solidifying his foundation and stabilizing his energy, and the dragon grass leaf arrived just in time, greatly benefiting his mental acuity. After consuming the leaf, Su Qingyu's earlier gloom dissipated, replaced by a refreshing clarity, his body feeling lighter, and his mood elevated. Descending from the mountains, Su Qingyu encountered several plant-based spirit beasts along the way, yet most were within his mental range, presenting no significant threat. Moreover, the formidable aura of Daitu, a 10,000-year spirit beast, deterred nearly all terrestrial spirit beasts from approaching. At last, as the mist began to thin, a vast expanse of marshland unfolded before his eyes. The intricate landscape featured flowing waters intermingled with trees, which stood like islands amidst the terrain. Countless birds and beasts flitted about, while extensive low-lying pools were overgrown with various flora, some herbaceous plants towering over 2 meters. The cacophony of roars from various beasts mingled in the air, yet their forms remained elusive. What a grand marshland! As the fog receded, Su Qingyu felt the space around him expand. The concentration of soul power had significantly increased. Indeed, spending 3 months here would allow for substantial accumulation of energy. With a splash, he entered the water, feeling a refreshing chill. The temperature here was considerably lower than that of the surrounding sea. However, Su Qingyu soon realized that the water was not very deep. The maximum depth scarcely exceeded 20 meters, an inconsequential depth for his 10-meter-long form. Though the mist in the marshland had dissipated somewhat, a thick layer of clouds still obscured the sky, casting a dim pall over the entire area. Roars of ferocious beasts echoed around him, clearly indicating that the density of spirit beasts here far surpassed that of the outer misty forest, with territorial disputes becoming exceedingly common. Su Qingyu even witnessed a skirmish between several 2,000-year-old spirit beasts, stirring up a flurry of vegetation and splashes of water. As Su Qingyu observed their fierce contest, he noticed a large, vibrant strawberry-like berry, which piqued his curiosity. What could it be? My lord, that is the huli berry. Before Su Qingyu could utter a word, Dato, with his massive form, swiftly surged forward, plunging directly into the throng of ancient soul beasts. The aura emanating from the millennia-old creatures erupted violently, unleashing a tempest of raging thunder that swept in all directions. Within a 20-meter radius of Dato, for battling 2,000-year-old soul beasts abruptly ceased their conflict, succumbing to the ferocious currents of electricity that coursed through them, leading to their frantic convulsions. The wild lightning danced across their bodies, and in mere moments they fell, foaming at the mouth and crashing heavily to the ground, creating splashes of water and mud. From several hundred meters away, Su Qingyu beheld the dragon demon Emperor Dato, akin to a deity of thunder descending upon them, and he couldn't help but be astonished. He was curious about the nature of Dato's soul technique. My lord, this is indeed the huli berry. Fortunately, it was not consumed by them. Otherwise, it would have been a waste. Dato's thoughts resonated. Su Qingyu turned his gaze to the low shrubs, where a strikingly red berry hung, exuding a rich aura of soul energy that brightened his eyes. Such dense soul energy. He cradled the small fruit in his palm, feeling invigorated by its potent essence. Truly, it was a remarkable treasure. Gather. After Dato exterminated the 4 2,000-year soul beasts, Su Qingyu did not squander the opportunity, claiming 2 for himself, thereby replenishing his provisions. However, he found the taste less than commendable. Aside from the inherent flavor of the meat, there lingered an unwelcome burnt essence that caused him to furrow his brow. Chapter 18. The Mobile Power Bank. Dato, next time, do remember to be more gentle. Slaying those 2,000-year soul beasts wasted an excessive amount of soul power, and this meat leaves a charred aftertaste in my mouth. Su Qingyu expressed his dissatisfaction. Yes, my lord, Dato replied, equally displeased with the taste. Having only recently become a 10,000-year soul beast, he had yet to fully grasp his own strength, feeling quite aggrieved. By the way, what is your soul skill? Su Qingyu inquired. Curiosity piqued as he chewed on the soul beast meat. My lord, my soul skill is Thunderstorm. It is a large-scale area attack skill that creates a storm of lightning within a 500-meter radius around me. The closer one is to the storm's center, the more potent the attack. Even at a distance of 500 meters, the outer layer of the thunderstorm can injure a 6,000-year soul beast, Dato answered, a hint of pride in his voice. Indeed, it was a skill worthy of pride, especially since Su Qingyu himself was merely a 6,000-year soul beast. Oh, thunderstorm. Su Qingyu's eyes brightened suddenly, fixating intently on Dato, which startled Dato. Could it be that my lord, with a piercing gaze reminiscent of the dragon demon emperor? Su Qingyu interjected. After we finish eating, you must demonstrate your soul skill. I wish to test my self-created soul skill. His self-created skill was naturally Chidori. Due to the scarcity of the purple fruit, he had scoured the entire misty forest in vain. Now, witnessing the currents coursing through the dragon demon emperor, he contemplated taking advantage of Dato. Both skills harnessed electricity, and thus, Su Qingyu easily made the connection, deciding to experiment. Self-created soul skill? The dragon demon emperor Dato was puzzled. Having never witnessed Su Qingyu utilize Chidori, he remained unaware of Su Qingyu's intentions. At present, it is only the predatory tiger demon shark that has genuinely undertaken such an endeavor. This evokes a sense of nostalgia in Su Qingyu for the formidable tiger demon shark. As one of the rare apex predators endowed with innate intelligence, he perceives its future potential as immeasurable, especially since it stands as his rival. This thought stirs a feeling of dissatisfaction within Su Qingyu. The next encounter with the tiger demon shark must result in a thorough eradication. He contemplates the possibility of harnessing the thunderous power of Dado, believing it to be feasible, as it bears a close resemblance to the electric currents unleashed by that violet fruit. Should this prove successful, Dado could become his portable power source. Filled with anticipation, Su Qingyu resolves to attempt this in the low-lying waters, undeterred by the mud beneath his feet. Let the endeavor commence. As Su Qingyu nods, the dragon demon Emperor Manta swiftly propels itself hundreds of meters away, its body arching as if to challenge the heavens. Soul skill, thunderstorm. The aura of this ancient soul beast erupts with tremendous force, unleashing a torrent of ferocious soul power that engulfs the surroundings, generating a colossal storm. Within a radius of 500 meters, countless weeds, shrubs, and leaves are swept into the air, while birds and beasts alike are startled, as the terrifying tempest rapidly takes shape and begins to swirl. At that moment, tendrils of lightning began to manifest within the tempest. And as the storm whirled with increasing velocity, the lightning proliferated. In mere breaths, the entire tempest transformed into a vast ocean of electric fury. This thunderstorm, towering 100 meters high and spanning a kilometer in diameter, materialized ominously over the marshy expanse. The terrifying fluctuations of energy compelled Su Qingyu to envelop himself with his soul power, his gaze filled with astonishment. He could hardly fathom the strength of Dado. In the midst of his awe, Su Qingyu did not lose sight of his objective. Could he absorb this power? With a focused thought, he instantaneously forged a connection with the dark blue-silver severing fate. Raising his right claw, he gazed at the gnarled black branches, his heart brimming with anticipation. Absorb. Suddenly, the dark blue-silver severing fate radiated brilliantly, ripples cascading outward as the distant thunderstorm seemed to be drawn by an unseen force. With endless bolts of lightning surging toward the first green sprout of the dark blue-silver severing fate, Su Qingyu was taken aback. Yet as he observed the lightning energy wholly absorbed by the dark blue-silver severing fate, with not a trace escaping, his previously taut heart relaxed and transformed into joy. It was a success. With the influx of lightning energy intensifying, Dado sensed something amiss, and soon the entire thunderstorm vanished from the marshland, leaving him, who had been eager to showcase his prowess, utterly dumbfounded. "My lord, what just transpired? It feels as though the entire thunderstorm has been absorbed by you," Dado exclaimed, appearing before Su Qingyu, his small eyes wide with disbelief. "Look at this," Su Qingyu said, flipping his claw to reveal 1,000 birds in his palm. "The thunderstorm?" Dado gasped, only to shake his head, realizing it was not the thunder as the eternal soul beast, the dragon demon emperor, gradually embraced its role. It commanded its colossal crabs and gigantic octopuses, along with the countless soul beasts it had subjugated through its formidable might, to fervently search for Huli Mei and other celestial herbs and fruits. Chapter 19. Lost Sanity? Die to establish the rules and issued tasks. Requiring soul beasts over 5,000 years old, including a 6,000-year-old giant crocodile captured in the marshlands, as well as the 6,182-year-old giant octopus and the 5,832-year-old giant crab from the ocean, to present 5 Huli Mei daily. The remaining 4,000-year soul beasts consist of 3. While the 3,000-year soul beast must surrender 2, and the 2,000-year soul beast 1. This is the most fundamental task. Once these are submitted, any subsequent finds of Huli berries shall belong to oneself. Naturally, if the required submissions are not met, Dado shows no mercy, swiftly eliminating those who fail, thereby becoming the sustenance for the others during the daily gathering assembly, serving as both a grim reminder and a motivating force for the multitude of soul beasts. Moreover, every day, Abito ventures into the marshy regions to capture various spirit beasts, exerting his utmost strength in search of rare treasures and materials. Should Abito be placed in the contemporary world, his business acumen would undoubtedly be exceptional. This greatly impressed Su Qingyu. Considering that the dragon demon emperor fish has only recently transformed into a 10,000-year soul beast, Su Qingyu generously apportioned half of the Huli Mei to Dado. However, since Dado could not carry it with him, Su Qingyu took it upon himself to preserve it meticulously, ensuring that it would be readily available whenever Dato required it, which invigorated Dato immensely. In fact, Dato felt a profound change within himself. In the past, he had merely existed in a state of complacency, embodying a soul beast that drifted through life in a carefree manner, untroubled by the world. Even during the triannual soul power tides, when the rocky islands emerged, his routine was to casually forage for berries, eat to his satisfaction, and then sleep without a care. However, ever since his encounter with Su Qingyu and the subsequent elevation of his bloodline to that of a 10,000-year soul beast, the rhythm of his existence has hastened dramatically. This shift has not only intensified his sense of pressure, but has also filled him with enthusiasm. Within a month, the entire marshland region was teeming with soul beasts captured by the dragon demon emperor fish, with nearly all the 1,000-year soul beasts joining the quest. Each day, an abundance of huli mei or other substitute berries and celestial herbs flowed into Su Qingyu's dark blue-silver domain. Through a month of diligent accumulation, Su Qingyu finally succeeded in converting the soul power of the three-headed soul beast within the distorted space. After consuming the crystal blood dragon ginseng, his soul power had now reached an astonishing level of 9,800 years. The rapid ascent from 6,000 to 9,800 years in just 1 month left Dai-Tu in disbelief, especially considering that Su Qingyu had only been born for 2 months. Truly, the master is a prodigy. Even a true dragon could scarcely achieve such a swift enhancement of soul power. Observing Su Qingyu's remarkable growth in soul power, Dai-Tu felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Generally speaking, the 9 sons of the dragon god are born as 100,000-year soul beasts, while the other young dragons emerge as 1,000-year soul beasts, maturing into 100,000-year soul beasts. However, the transformation from young dragon to fully grown dragon typically requires thousands of years. Yet, at this pace, it is undoubtedly feasible for the master to attain full dragon status within a century and become a 100,000-year soul beast, reigning supreme over the oceans. During this month, Obito visited the small island where Su Qingyu resided each day, unleashing a soul technique known as Thunderstorm, allowing the dark blue-silver severing to absorb the power of lightning. After a month, the first black orb within the dark blue-silver severing had accumulated a terrifying amount of lightning energy. Even Su Qingyu, the bearer of the dark blue-silver severing, found himself feeling a prickling sensation at his scalp. Should this super chamber be unleashed, it would undoubtedly annihilate any soul beast of 50,000 years. Even a 100,000-year soul beast could potentially sustain injuries. Su Qingyu felt a strong sense of confidence within himself. For an entire month, Su Qingyu had not only elevated his spiritual power, but also mastered the art of the spiraling soul sphere through relentless day and night practice. His Majesty is creating another soul technique, and the energy fluctuations feel incredibly potent. Better release this technique quickly and then gather some Hulimii berries. Obito often contributed his lightning energy, visiting the small island where Su Qingyu resided. Watching him condense the spiraling soul sphere always sent shivers down his spine. Now, he can infuse 6,000 years worth of spiritual power into the spiraling soul sphere. Even a 20,000 year soul beast would struggle to withstand the explosive impact of such densely compressed energy. Yet, progress had become excruciatingly slow. Every additional century of spiritual power felt like scaling a mountain. Beyond 6,000 years, compressing further met with overwhelming resistance, leaving Su Qingyu frustrated. It had taken him 10 days to elevate the spiraling soul sphere from 300 to 4,000 years, then 5 more days to reach 5,000. Finally, half a month was spent pushing it to 6,000 years. Su Qingyu was thoroughly satisfied with the 6,000-year spiraling soul sphere. Meanwhile, the soul beasts within the distorted space had fully converted into spiritual energy, leaving the void eerily empty once more. However, every soul beast in the marshland had now submitted to Obito, forcing Su Qingyu to seek new targets. Plant-type soul beasts in the misty forest. The dark murder vine. A thought struck him. The dark murder vine sealed within the second black orb of the dark blue-silver life-severing space. With my spiritual power at 9,800 years and the Chidori in hand, let us see what tricks this dark murder vine has. Merging his consciousness with the dark blue-silver life-severing space, Su Qingyu observed its 10 cubic meter storage. Aside from the 2 hovering black orbs, there lay a 9-tier Ganoderma and a Dragon-S blood herb, now reduced to 5 leaves after he consumed 4 to stabilize his energy. Additionally, over 3,000 Hulimii berries and hundreds of other spiritual fruits filled the space. all gathered by a Beidou's army of soul beasts scouring the marshlands within a 100-mile radius. But now, Su Qingyu's focus was entirely on the dark plant within the second black orb, for pitch-black vines coiled together like tangled noodles. The dark murder vine. He dared not be careless, sharpening his focus to its peak. With a thought, release. The dark blue-silver life-severing space flashed brilliantly. Whoosh! A surge of violent dark spiritual energy erupted, and in Su Qingyu's palm, a miniature dark murder vine materialized amidst swirling dark energy. Something felt different. His spiritual sea seemed inexplicably linked to the vine. Grow. The vine lengthened. Shrink. It obediently retracted. Su Qingyu stared, dumbfounded. Whereas its sentience, he detected no independent will, only his own consciousness commanding the vine, as if it were an extension of himself. Chapter 20. The seed of the staff of destruction retract. Release. Effortlessly, he controlled it, even discovering he could conceal the vine or transplant it anywhere within a 100-meter radius. Grow. Under his command, the dark murder vine exploded across the island. A terrifying wave of spiritual energy rippled out nearly a kilometer, unleashing the full aura of a 250-year soul beast. In moments, the island transformed. For colossal 925-meter vines sprawled across the land, their massive black leaves shrouding Su Qingyu's vicinity. The once modest isle now resembled an enlarged, shadowy watermelon patch. Strange, unbelievably strange. Seated amidst the vines, Su Qingyu muttered in disbelief. Why has it lost its will, becoming a puppet? This thing feels sinister. What if it turns on me one day? His heart raced as he abruptly stood. No, I must uncover its origins. Using the dark murder vine as a sentinel, he could now detect any intruder within its 925-meter domain instantly. Su Qingyu's consciousness delved into the spiritual sea, feverishly perusing the myriad artifacts amassed by the Azure Dragon lineage through the ages. Shifting his approach, he abandoned the search based on the appearance of the Black Branch Ring and the original Black Seed, instead meticulously examining each piece of information by its function and properties. No, not this one. A day and night of relentless mental exertion left Su Qingyu weary, yet he refused to relent. He was determined to uncover the truth behind the dark blue-silver life-severing abyss. With such an unpredictable element lingering nearby, peace of mind was impossible. Next, no. One by one, he dismissed the entries until a seemingly ordinary piece of information flashed before his eyes, igniting a spark of revelation. Seed of the Scepter of Annihilation, an artifact of the divine realm, born alongside the Scepter of Annihilation, harboring a fragment of its destructive power. Under specific conditions, it may evolve into a divine weapon of the same nature as the scepter. Current form, appearance, and whereabouts unknown, suspected to have been stolen by the Dragonkin and lost in an unknown plane. Scepter of Annihilation existed since the dawn of the Douluo divine realm, embodying the essence of destruction, a supreme divine artifact of the realm. A complete Scepter of Annihilation possesses 3 hearts of annihilation, capable of summoning the apocalyptic divine thunder. When wielded by one bearing the will of destruction, it unleashes the ultimate technique, annihilation of heaven and earth. In the presence of life energy, it also harbors the power of creation. Apocalyptic divine thunder, a tempestuous violet black lightning. A single strike upon the mortal world could effortlessly obliterate a city or reduce a mountain range to ruin. Annihilation of heaven and earth, a colossal sphere of black thunder. Its edges shimmering with indigo-violet hues, swirling with a storm of destruction. The destructive intent within reaches its zenith. Power of creation, a force born from the fusion of life and destruction, wielded in the act of genesis. A peculiar light gleamed in Su Qingyu's eyes. The more he scrutinized the description, the more striking the resemblance became between the seed of the Scepter of Annihilation and his dark blue-silver life-severing abyss. The apocalyptic divine thunder absorbed the myriad lightning energies of the world. After 81 days of tempering within the heart of annihilation, the thunder would gain a wisp of destructive power. Accumulated over time, it would fully manifest as the apocalyptic divine thunder. The more lightning the heart of annihilation absorbed, the shorter this process became. Annihilation of heaven and earth was formed by the relentless accumulation of apocalyptic divine thunder, coalescing into a storm of destruction. Infused with the will of annihilation, it unleashed a terrifying soul-rending impact. All of this required the heart of annihilation to ceaselessly absorb lightning and the will of destruction, accumulating over vast stretches of time. Absorb lightning? Absorb the will of destruction? Su Qingyu's gaze grew ever brighter. Though his dark blue-silver life-severing abyss deviated slightly from the description, the similarities were undeniable. And it seemed. His dark blue-silver life-severing abyss possessed only two hearts of annihilation, one absorbing lightning, the other absorbing the will of destruction. No wonder the consciousness of the dark murder vine had vanished. It had been devoured by the heart of annihilation. Seat of the scepter of annihilation. Su Qingyu's heart pounded, as if an ordinary man had stumbled upon a trove of gold. The sheer exhilaration threatened to overwhelm his senses. Though not the supreme divine artifact itself, it held the potential to become one. A supreme divine artifact. Su Qingyu trembled with excitement. A weapon on par with the Azura God's sword. The power of destruction naturally gravitated toward the power of life. And he was the embodiment of ultimate life. No wonder it had clung to him. As his consciousness returned, Su Qingyu could no longer contain his elation. He threw back his head and roared at the sky. Exultation pouring forth. With a flick of his claws, he retrieved 3 huliberries from the dark blue-silver life-severing abyss and tossed them into his mouth, savoring their sweetness. Treating huliberries as mere candies was second nature to him now, and their delectable flavor was simply irresistible. Yet, after the exhaustive mental exertion, fatigue crept in. Su Qingyu sprawled on the ground and, in moments, was fast asleep. On the other side, within the marshy region, a group of individuals advanced cautiously. Their steps deliberate as they navigated through the swamp, occasionally interrupted by the fierce roars of spirit beasts engaged in combat nearby. Be careful. There is a 4,000-year-old venomous toad ahead. It is perilously close to 5,000 years. One of the leaders cautioned, his imposing physique leaving large footprints upon the soft undergrowth. What do you think, Captain? Should we engage? It possesses 2 huli berries, whispered the vice captain beside him. Strangely, this year, upon the opening of the rocky island, the spirit beast in the marsh seemed to have gone mad, fervently collecting various spirit fruit, a behavior atypical of previous years, which left the vice captain perplexed. They had ventured deep into the marsh for over 20 days, yielding little, while the spirit beast appeared invigorated, scouring for huli berries. I find it peculiar. Many of the spirit beasts I encountered encased the huli berries in spirit energy, yet refrained from consuming them, which is rather unusual, the captain remarked, shaking his head. This was his 3rd expedition to the rocky island, but everything felt distinctly altered this time, in addition to the harsh environment of the marsh. They had to contend with a multitude of spirit beasts in the presence of other spirit master teams, necessitating utmost caution. Chapter 21. Unleash the martial spirit. Let us engage. Brothers, among our 7, we have 2 6th-ring spirit emperors and 5 5th-ring spirit kings. We are nearly the strongest team on this rocky island. Undeterred even by 10,000-year-old spirit beasts. After hunting the spirit beasts and seizing the huli berries, they would retreat promptly. As long as they didn't provoke the wrath of the beast horde, they would face little threat. Their sole concern lay with the spirit master teams from nearby islands. Xiaobei, you will use the water flow to ensnare its movements while the rest will be under my command. The captain instructed, specifically emphasizing to Vice Captain Xiaobei. Confronting a 4,000-year-old spirit beast was indeed a trivial task for their team. The captain, Ming Tian, stood as a level 66 powerful attack-type spirit emperor, while the vice captain, Xiaobei, was a level 60 control-type spirit emperor, with the remaining 5 members ranging from levels 57 to 58, making it impossible to find another such team in the vicinity capable of matching them. Ming Tian and Xiaobei led the way, with the others following closely behind as they approached the 4,000-year-old venomous toad. When they were merely 50 meters away, they acted decisively. Brothers, unleash your martial spirits. Ming Tian roared. In an instant, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black spirit rings stood beside them. Xiaobei's feet shimmered with the optimal soul ring configuration: 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, indicating his recent ascension to the 60th rank as a soul emperor, though he had yet to acquire a suitable 10,000-year soul ring. His martial soul manifested as a dolphin. The other 5 members of the team each bore soul rings in the arrangement of 2 yellow and 3 purple. Their martial souls predominantly linked to marine creatures. Roar. The venomous toad, startled by their presence, let out a thunderous bellow, spewing vast quantities of inky poison into the air. The lethal fluid splattered violently, instantly transforming the 50-meter radius around it into a treacherous swamp of blackened mire. Stay alert. Avoid contact with the toxic liquid. Ming Tian shouted urgently, his figure flickering as he darted toward the monstrous amphibian. 4th soul skill, aquatic bindings. As a longtime comrade, Xiaobei reacted almost instantaneously. Without hesitation, he activated his soul skill, his 4th purple ring flaring brilliantly. Countless streams of water surged forth, coalescing into 9 ethereal chains woven from pure soul energy. The chains crisscrossed and coiled around the venomous toad, tightening abruptly to ensnare it completely. Roar. Enraged by the unyielding grip of the watery restraints, the toad unleashed another deafening roar that shook the heavens. The sound sent a ripple of alarm through Ming Tian. Venomous toads are pack creatures. We must eliminate it before reinforcements arrive. Fourth soul skill, Boundless Ocean. No longer conserving his soul power, Ming Tian activated his fourth purple ring, 2 yellow, 3 purple, 1 black. The massive anchor in his hand tore free, hurtling downward to strike the swamp below. Simultaneously, an identical spectral anchor materialized beneath the toad, its devastating impact launching the 5-meter-long beast skyward. Boom. The toad's colossal frame crashed back into the poisoned marsh, sending geysers of black sludge erupting around it. The sheer force of the anchor strike shattered its internal organs, extinguishing its life in an instant. A faint violet glow emerged, coalescing into a purple soul ring that spiraled upward from its corpse. 2 huleberries. A triumphant grin spread across Ming Tian's face as he deftly collected the twin fruits, securing them within his pack with a pulse of soul energy. Initially, Obito, who was preoccupied with collecting debts, was taken aback by the thunderous roar of the venomous toads. What madness was this? Were those venomous toads fighting again? His small eyes widened, a hint of a headache creeping in. The venomous toads belonged to a formidable native species of this marshland, inherently combative. However, since he had subdued the entire population of venomous toads, their quarrels had significantly diminished under his guidance over the past month, redirecting their energy towards the search for huli berries. Yet now, it appeared they had resumed their skirmishes. This time, Obito was resolute in his decision to set an example, to establish a deterrent. With the terrifying speed characteristic of a millennium-old soul beast, he traversed the less than 10-mile expanse of marshland in an instant. There, he beheld a venomous toad, over 5 meters in length, lying dead, frothing at the mouth, while a purple soul ring pulsated with energy nearby. In the distance, 7 small figures were slowly advancing. Humans? As he gazed at the scene before him, Obito's heart skipped a beat. Just after the group departed, an overwhelming aura descended upon them, causing their breaths to hitch. A millennia-old soul beast. The sight of the recently collected debt, embodied by the formidable Huli Mei, enveloped in soul power akin to a miniature mountain, made Tomorrow swallow hard. So many Huli Mei. The captain, Tomorrow, exchanged a glance with the vice-captain, Xiao Bei. With palpable excitement, Xiao Bei exclaimed, "Captain, this is the millennia-old soul beast, the dragon demon emperor fish. Renowned for its ferocious lightning attribute. My water attribute can also conduct electricity if it were to become my 6th soul ring. I believe I could acquire a formidable soul skill. Furthermore, as a soul beast with dragon lineage, it is highly likely to yield soul bones." Xiao Bei gazed at the dragon demon emperor fish, his eyes brimming with astonishment. "Xiao Bei, do you think it is suitable to take the dragon demon emperor fish as your 6th soul ring?" Tomorrow, the captain, was equally astonished. Xiao Bei had just broken through to level 60, and this expedition was intended to secure a soul ring for him. Yet he had not encountered a fitting one until now. Now, the dragon demon emperor's fish has appeared. If it were to become Xiao Bei's 6th spirit ring, the combat prowess of the entire team would significantly enhance. As the control-type spirit master of the team, each of Xiao Bei's spirit abilities is of utmost importance. Whether in terms of offense, defense, or strategy, the control-type spirit master is essentially the soul of the entire team. Securing a suitable 6th spirit ring for him is crucial for the development of the entire team. This is why Xiao Bei has refrained from absorbing a spirit ring until now. And the emergence of the dragon demon emperor's fish is indeed fortuitous. Perfect. Xiao Bei nodded emphatically. As long as it's suitable. The captain also smiled, reflecting on his past inability to hunt a 10,000-year spirit beast, which resulted in his spirit ring configuration being merely 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, none of which were particularly fitting, leaving him with a lingering regret. He did at long last. Xiao Bei has acquired a suitable soul ring, which is now within his grasp. As the captain, he feels an authentic sense of joy. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Chapter 22. The beast's overreach. The dragon demon emperor gazed coldly at the 7 individuals before him. After they had vanquished the deadly venomous toad, they had turned their attention toward him, igniting a fire of fury within his heart. 4th soul skill, water flow entanglement. Xiao Bei was the first to deploy his control-type soul skill. At this moment, faced with a 10,000-year soul beast, the support-type soul master behind him could no longer remain passive. This support-type soul master, possessing a soul power of level 57, manifested a seemingly harmless and adorable sea rabbit above her head. The creature featured 2 pairs of antennae, with the rear pair notably longer, resembling a little white rabbit crouched on the ground with its ears perked up. At this moment, the girl's first yellow soul ring and 5th purple soul ring simultaneously flashed with radiance. First soul skill, invisibility. 5th soul skill, water flow amplification. The first soul skill enveloped the entire team, causing all members to seamlessly blend into their surroundings as they collectively vanished from sight, rendering their positions utterly undetectable. The 5th soul skill, water flow amplification, caused Vice Captain Xiaobei's aquatic bindings to expand dramatically. The enlarged chains of water interwove and coiled fiercely around the 10-meter-long body of the dragon demon emperor ribbonfish. The intense constriction made Abido writhe in discomfort. With a thunderous roar, Abido cast a frigid gaze around and spoke in human tongue. Humans, you're playing with fire. The fact that it possessed sentience left Xiaobei and Ming Tian exchanging astonished glances. It was widely known that the ability to articulate human speech was a hallmark of sapience, a trait typically exclusive to 100,000-year soul beasts. Even among those, some failed to achieve such linguistic prowess despite reaching that venerable age. Before them, the dragon demon emperor, a type of fish, astonishingly possessed the ability to articulate human speech, which left them somewhat taken aback. Such sentience in a 10,000-year soul beast was exceedingly rare. This revelation brought a flicker of joy, for an intelligent creature would likely yield a greater probability of producing soul bones. Amidst their astonishment, Dato unhesitatingly unleashed his soul-skilled thunderstorm. The ferocious power of lightning surged forth. As the dragon demon emperor's soul energy surged, conjuring a tempest within a 500-meter radius. Countless blades of grass, soil, and even the noxious black liquid from the recently encountered toxic toad were swept into the maelstrom. Terrifying lightning danced within the storm, transforming the entire marshland into a realm of thunder. Be cautious. The voice of the support-type soul master rang out. 4th soul skill, water barrier. 7 water orbs, protected by the water barrier, emerged within the thunderstorm, shielding the 7 individuals. However, the water barrier, being conductive, allowed some of the lightning's power to seep through, inducing a numbing sensation that caused their bodies to stiffen momentarily. This is not good. 5th soul skill, violent conch sound wave. Within the water orb, a battle spirit king wielding the conch beast martial soul activated his 5th purple soul ring, unleashing a resonating conch sound that reverberated in all directions. The sudden sound wave jolted Dato, momentarily disrupting the raging thunderstorm. Retreat. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the storm's brief pause, the others regained their senses and swiftly retreated, escaping the tempest's grasp. What a terrifying thunderstorm. This dragon demon emperor is remarkably powerful, far surpassing the average 10,000-year soul beast. Captain Ming Tian's voice was grave. However, it is precise. In almost an instant, the colossal golden dolphin stirred, sending forth countless waves of muddy spray that grew increasingly larger, elevating the golden dolphin to the heights of a 10-meter-tall tsunami, upon which Captain Ming Tian stood resolutely. 6th spirit skill, anchor spiral plunge. Captain Ming Tian wielded a lengthy chain with fervor, causing the anchor in his grasp to spin rapidly. The whirling anchor emitted a piercing sound as it aimed directly at the center of the thunderstorm, the dragon demon emperor ray fish. With a fierce motion, Ming Tian unleashed the anchor spiral plunge. Boom. Simultaneously, the towering tsunami crashed violently against the periphery of the thunderstorm, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that erupted from the point of contact, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions. At the moment of collision, the immense golden dolphin charged toward the center of the thunderstorm, targeting the dragon demon emperor ray fish. Boom. The first to strike the body of Daitu was the high-velocity spinning anchor, its ferocious tearing force descending with tremendous impact. Even though the dragon demon emperor ray fish had greatly enhanced its defense through its bloodline, it was instantaneously reduced to a bloody pulp, countless scales disintegrating into ash. Roar. The shattering of scales brought forth an intense agony that compelled Daitu to let out an anguished roar to the heavens, while the golden dolphin surged forward, causing a tremor in the heart of the dragon demon emperor ray fish. I cannot linger here. Adhering to the principle of fleeing when outmatched, Daitu realized he was no match for this formidable opponent and fled without a backward glance, unleashing his utmost speed. Trying to escape? I shall not allow it. 4th spirit skill, water flow entanglement. Xiaobei's expression shifted. If the dragon demon emperor ray fish managed to escape, Finding a soul beast capable of full burst evasion in this vast perilous swamp would be an insurmountable challenge. Fifth spirit skill, water flow amplification. The fifth spirit skill of the support type Soul Master instantly strengthened the binding power of the water flow entanglement. Fifth spirit skill, violent spiral sound wave. Meanwhile, another combatant, the Spirit King with a conch beast spirit and control abilities, joined the fray. Humans, do not overstep your bounds with beasts. The Dragon Demon Emperor Ray Fish, feeling the bindings tighten once more and the loathsome sound wave attack wash over it, was filled with rage. Roar. Bolts of lightning danced across the body of the Dragon Demon Emperor Ray Fish, as if charging its very essence, causing it to swell with newfound power. The terrifying fluctuations of soul force shattered the entangling water chains. This is bad. Xiao Bei's expression changed as he watched from afar. Seeing the Dragon Demon Emperor Ray Fish break free from its restraints, dashing away amidst sparks of lightning, Captain Tomorrow, gripping his anchor tightly, had just endured the impact of the surging tsunami and thunderous storm, now shielded within a protective water barrier. His expression darkened as he watched the Dragon Emperor Ribbonfish swiftly retreat. Pursue. With his full power unleashed, Captain Tomorrow, a 66th level battle soul emperor specializing in assault, surged forward, his speed surpassing even that of the Dragon Emperor Ribbonfish. After all, this was merely a newly ascended 10,000-year soul beast. Chapter 23. You can speak human language? Pursue. Captain Tomorrow's speed erupted entirely. As a 66th level battle soul emperor of the assault type, his full force sprint allowed him to outpace the Dragon Emperor Ribbonfish by a hair. Second soul skill, Sea Hair Surge. The support type Soul Master's second yellow soul ring flared to life, summoning a petite sea hare that swam ahead, leaving behind a 30-second trail of flowing water that enhanced the entire team's movement speed. Ahead, the Dragon Emperor Ribbonfish streaked like lightning, trailing sparks in its wake as it fled desperately. Behind it, the 7 pursuers formed a single line, gliding along the sea hare's path as if riding a wave. Roar. The relentless chase provoked a furious bellow from the Dragon Emperor Ribbonfish, shaking the heavens and earth. The deafening roar jolted Su Qingyu from his slumber, the tremors rattling the very ground beneath him. The sound reverberated across the island, leaving his head ringing. What the hell is Toby up to? From afar, Su Qingyu heard Toby's enraged cry. Rising swiftly, within mere breaths, he caught sight of the blood-drenched Dragon Emperor Ribbonfish, crackling with electricity as it raced toward him. The sight of Toby's battered state gave Su Qingyu pause. Master, humans are coming. The colossal Dragon Emperor Ribbonfish writhed before crashing heavily before Su Qingyu, its telepathic voice urgent. Use Chidori now. Humans? Su Qingyu glanced behind, where 7 figures advanced in perfect formation, skimming across the marshland like a well-coordinated rowing team. His gaze flicked back to Toby. Don't hesitate, Master. Use Chidori immediately. We can't defeat them if they coordinate. Toby's anxious thoughts pressed. Humph. Su Qingyu's cold snort cut through the air. Whoosh. Though Su Qingyu himself remained motionless, the countless vines around him did not. Toby felt the world darken abruptly. Only now did he notice the island was entirely enshrouded by thick, black tendrils. His small eyes widened in shock. Darkness demon-killing vines. How did they get here? Before Toby could process the thought, the black vines lashed out violently, shaking the entire island. A terrifying wave of dark attribute soul power saturated the area within a kilometer radius, while 925-meter-long obsidian tendrils surged forward, utterly disregarding the 7 pursuers. A 9,000-year darkness demon-killing vine? Captain Tomorrow at the forefront of the squad gasped in alarm. Xiao Bei's face paled as the shrill whistling of the vines closed in at a terrifying speed. 2 inky tendrils transformed into whips, slashing toward the 7 in formation, the displaced air howling in their wake. Watch out! Before they could react, 2 more vines erupted from the marsh beneath them, coiling tightly around Tomorrow and Xiao Bei. The dark attribute soul power sealed their movements completely. Damn it! The remaining 5 were also violently yanked by the howling whip, the terrifying force sending them flying instantly. With a few twists of the black vines, they were tightly bound mid-air, strung together in a line. A single flick of the vines rendered them unconscious on the spot. In the blink of an eye, as tranquility enveloped the scene, Su Qingyu emerged from the multitude of black vines, his imposing figure casting a long shadow. Beside him stood Abido, his eyes wide with astonishment. When had the master tamed this dark demon-killing vine? Abido pondered, overwhelmed by the vine's formidable power. He witnessed 7 individuals bound by the black tendrils, suspended in the air like gourds, sending tremors through his heart. Just moments ago, He had been utterly powerless against their coordinated assault, yet now they were ensnared by the dark demon killing vine in a single move, leaving him incredulous. The master had truly subdued this dark demon killing vine. His depth was unfathomable. Abito felt increasingly awed by Su Qingyu's enigmatic nature, whether it be the rapid enhancement of soul power or these arcane techniques. Gradually recovering from his injuries thanks to the dragon grass leaf provided by Su Qingyu, he felt a wave of relief as the group was bound by the dark demon killing vine. Su Qingyu's gaze was cold as he regarded the 7 captives, of whom only 2 remained conscious. He spoke icily. "Why did you harm my subordinates?" Before him stood a dragon-like creature, adorned with azure scales and a diamond-shaped crystal embedded in its forehead. Tomorrow and Xiao Bei exchanged glances filled with astonishment and even fear. Another sentient 10,000-year soul beast. Moreover, the dark demon-killing vine and the dragon demon king, banned fish, seemed to be its subordinates. Their shock was shared by Abito, who, recovering from his wounds, gazed at Su Qingyu in disbelief, his eyes brimming with incredulity. "Master, you can speak human language." Suppressing his pain, Abito blurted out, for he had toiled for a long time to learn human speech, while the master had only been in existence for 2 months, yet could articulate human words. "Of course, I am human. Why would I not speak human language?" A fleeting thought crossed Su Qingyu's mind as he glanced at Abito, surprised that he too could converse. It seemed that over the past month, they had inadvertently forged a connection through telepathic communication, leading Su Qingyu to realize, with a hint of exasperation, that he had unconsciously begun to perceive himself as a true soul beast. Ignoring Abito, Su Qingyu's irritation deepened as he faced the 7 individuals who had dared to threaten Abito and attempt to seize the Huli berry, encroaching upon his interests. "If you choose silence, then you shall face death," Su Qingyu declared coolly. The relationship between soul beasts and soul masters was inherently adversarial, unless the latter had no need to acquire soul rings, which, at least in the current context, was evidently impossible. Standing from the perspective of a soul beast, it is entirely reasonable to seek the demise of soul masters, especially since these individuals have already encroached upon my limits. "My lord, we have been entrusted to search for the legendary 10,000-year 9-tiered ginseng king. We merely stumbled upon your subordinate and were consequently tempted to seize the Huli berry." The captain felt a cold sweat trickling down his back as he sensed the palpable killing intent radiating from Su Qingyu. This 4-legged dragon-like creature had evidently resolved to kill. "Oh, the 10,000-year 9-tiered ginseng king." Su Qingyu's eyes glimmered with interest. "Such a treasure surpasses even the crystal blood dragon ginseng and rivals the might of a 100,000-year soul beast. Do you truly believe that you possess the capability to capture the 10,000-year 9-tiered ginseng king?" Observing the 2 6-ringed soul emperors, Su Qingyu found it hard to believe that even a tidal Douluo traversing the entirety of Douluo continent could hope to find such a rarity. The individuals before him were, astonishingly, in search of the legendary 9-grade ginseng king, a notion that left him incredulous. Even if one were to find it, that 10,000-year 9-tiered ginseng king is comparable to a 100,000-year soul beast, making it exceedingly difficult for even a tidal Douluo to contend with. Among them, the strongest is merely a 6th-tidal soul emperor. Chapter 24, The 3 Great Ocean Domains indeed reflects this reality. Little Bei discerned Su Qingyu's skepticism and began to elucidate. This rocky island is extraordinarily unique, with an exceptionally dense concentration of soul power. There are accounts of individuals having encountered the 10,000-year 9-tiered ginseng king here. We are here on a bounty mission, seeking it out. If the rumors prove to be accurate, a multitude of tidal Douluo will likely arrive to capture it. "Oh, tidal Douluo," Su Qingyu expressed his surprise. "And a great number of them. What kind of force possesses such strength? The Spirit Hall? Or perhaps Shrek Academy? Are they tidal Douluo from Shrek Academy?" Su Qingyu inquired. "Indeed, they hail from Shrek Academy, and currently, only Shrek Academy can boast a substantial number of tidal Douluo." Little Bei responded, "Of course, we do not belong to Shrek Academy. We are merely undertaking some bounty missions from them." Little Bei was exceedingly cautious, eager to distance himself from any association, fearing that Su Qingyu might resort to extreme measures out of fear of Shrek Academy's tidal Douluo. "What about the entire marine force? Does it belong to Shrek Academy as well?" Su Qingyu continued to probe. "Naturally not, since Tang San ascended to godhood. The demon soul great white shark, the evil tiger demon whale king, and the deep sea demon whale king have successively perished, leading to the division of the ocean into 3 great domains, the ice sea, the 9-star sea, and the abyssal deep sea in which we currently find ourselves." Each domain houses formidable super-large soul beast clans, such as the Crown Mermaid clan and the Crimson Blood Eel in the Ice Sea, as well as the Demon Soul Sea Lion clan in the Nine-Star Sea. While the Abyssal Deep Sea lacks super-large clans, it is home to a greater number of medium-sized and small soul beast clans, with a considerable presence of large clans as well, resulting in a more intricate situation. Little Bei diligently explained to Su Qingyu. Overall, the entire ocean remains predominantly under the control of soul masters, particularly ocean soul masters, as opposed to terrestrial soul masters. Thus, the influence of Shrek Academy, primarily composed of land soul masters, is more pronounced on the Douluo continent, whereas the reputation of Tang San, as the sea god, is more formidable in the ocean. However, in recent years, the rampant activities of pirate groups and the uprisings of various soul beast clans have rendered the entire marine force exceedingly complex, beyond the control of the sea god. Little Bei remarked with a shake of his head. Tang San has ascended to godhood? Did the Douluo continent collide with the sun and moon continent? Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, prompting his inquiry. The Douluo continent colliding with the sun and moon continent? The captain was evidently startled by Su Qingyu's question, while Little Bei also appeared momentarily stunned before continuing. Currently, that is not the case. Perhaps it may happen in several hundred or even thousands of years. Su Qingyu nodded, deep in contemplation. It appears that with the demise of the demon soul great white shark, the evil tiger demon whale king, and the deep sea demon whale king, there are not many soul beasts in the ocean exceeding 50,000 years. Once one becomes a 10,000-year soul beast, they can essentially roam freely within the ocean. The 10,000-year 9-tier ginseng king, Shiraiku on the other side, amidst the densest thicket of vines. My lord, are you truly seeking the 10,000-year 9-grade ginseng king? Dado coiled his serpentine body, nibbling on a hullaberry as he inquired. The 10,000-year 9-grade ginseng king can significantly enhance my soul power. Ever since my soul power reached 9,800 years, I felt my progress slow considerably. Once I become a 10,000-year soul beast, the rate will inevitably decline further. If such an opportunity truly exists, I cannot afford to miss it, Su Qingyu declared. Dado did not object. Having recently ascended to the rank of a 10,000-year soul beast himself, he too had encountered bottlenecks and understood Su Qingyu's reasoning. This time, you've suffered for my sake. Noticing Dado's injuries, Su Qingyu produced another dragon-ass tongue leaf to aid his recovery. It's nothing, my lord. They couldn't kill me. It's just that their coordination was impeccable, making them difficult to handle. Dado accepted the leaf without hesitation, for it not only healed wounds, but also bolstered soul power, precisely what he needed now, especially that control-type and support-type soul master duo. Whether in restraining enemies or pursuit, they were formidable. Though I've only just entered the 10,000-year tier, my draconic lineage places me just below the apex. An ordinary 6-ringed soul emperor would be no match for me, but their combined force, 2 soul emperors and 5 soul kings, left me utterly overwhelmed. The 2 soul beasts conversed as an hour slipped by. Once Su Qingyu retracted the dark demon killing vine into the abyssal blue-silver severance, the group set off. Su Qingyu led the way, with Xiao Bei and the support-type soul master Mu Mu perched on his back, while the others rode atop Dado. Xiao Bei guided their path, while Mu Mu summoned her sea hare to hasten their journey. Gradually, Su Qingyu found himself enjoying the sensation of gliding in the sea hare's wake, akin to surfing, their speed increasing by half. This surprised him, as did Mu Mu's descriptions of her various soul skills, earning his newfound respect. If control-type soul masters were the soul of a team, then support types were its safeguard. An exceptional support type could elevate an entire squad to new heights. Mu Mu's first soul skill, invisibility, particularly intrigued Su Qingyu. A pity she was a girl. Such an ability could only be used to assist allies. Chapter 25. The 10,000-year 9-grade ginseng king. The journey was unexpectedly lively, with laughter and chatter among the 7 humans and 2 soul beasts. Xiao Bei and Mu Mu, the duo responsible for lifting spirits, made the trek all the more pleasant. Throughout the marshlands, every soul beast they encountered yielded passage, astonishing Xiao Bei and the others. It was as though Su Qingyu and the Dragofiend Emperor Ribbonfish were the undisputed rulers of this domain. Wherever they tread, beasts scattered. Unhindered, they pressed forward until Su Qingyu realized their destination lay at the border between the misty forest and the valley south of the rocky island. From the valley's vantage, one could glimpse the boundless ocean, while the mountains were shrouded in the enigmatic depths of the misty forest. In comparison, the valley's mist was but a wisp. If the valley is your destination, why not sail here directly? Su Qingyu questioned. Because of the pirate fleet, Xiao Bei explained. This valley has long been the exclusive route of the Red Pearl Island pirates. No one else dares to pass through. However, as wandering bounty hunters, we don't fear them. We simply prefer to avoid unnecessary trouble. Before coming, we researched the Red Pearl pirates. They command 50 ships and hundreds of soul masters, dominating these waters. Their captain is a 73rd ranked 7-ringed soul sage. With his spirit avatar, even a solo battle against a 10,000-year soul beast would leave him undefeated. He is the strongest soul master within a 500-kilometer radius. Su Qingyu nodded. A soul sage was indeed a watershed. Those who possessed a spirit avatar were in an entirely different league. Yet Su Qingyu cared little. His sole concern was locating the 10,000-year 9-grade Ginseng King. It's somewhere in this area, but pinpointing its exact location is difficult. We'll have to split up. Xiao Bei suggested, surveying the valley. Unnecessary. Su Qingyu's reply was calm. Moo, unleash your second soul skill, Sea Hair Tide, at full power. I'll scour the entire forest. With that, he raised a claw, revealing his palm. The dark demon-killing vine's 4 tendrils elongated rapidly, plunging into the leaf-strewn earth below. The black vines tunneled through the soil, sending birds and beasts scattering in panic across a kilometer radius. A 5,000-year soul beast. A 6,000-year plant-type soul beast. Not it. One by one, soul beasts were eliminated. In moments, the dark demon-killing vine had combed the entire region. Su Qingyu shook his head. Next area. Xiao Bei and the others gaped. This was their first time witnessing such a search method. Simple. Brutal. Utter disregard for concealment. Born of absolute confidence in one's strength. And Su Qingyu was confident. Only a mighty 100,000-year soul beast could threaten him now, armed with the supreme 1,000 birds. Within moments, the valley erupted into chaos as swarms of 1,000-year and 100-year soul beasts, disturbed by Su Qingyu's presence, fled in frenzy toward the shores and marshes. This scene opened the eyes of Little Bei and his companions, gradually leading them to understand a profound truth. The presence of formidable soul beasts seemingly incites a surge of beast tides. Onward, Su Qingyu transformed into a relentless force, vowing to expel every soul beast from the entire valley region. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of terror swept across half the valley. The immense pressure emanating from something ancient and powerful made Su Qingyu's body stiffen abruptly. Deep within the dense forest, a towering Ginseng King measuring 10 meters in height pulsated violently, causing the earth to tremble incessantly. A 10,000-year, 9-grade Ginseng King. Ming Tian and Xiao Bei gasped in unison, while the others stared in awe at the colossal entity before them. Trying to intimidate me? Su Qingyu sneered as the ancient ginseng unleashed its oppressive aura in an attempt to drive him away. Spiral sphere. In an instant, a swirling orb of soul force, 60 centimeters in diameter, materialized in Su Qingyu's palm. The sheer intensity of its energy sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. A 6,000-year soul force spiral sphere. Let's test your strength. With a swift motion, Su Qingyu hurled the spiraling orb toward the Ginseng King. The projectile tore through the air with devastating force, reducing countless trees to charred remnants in its wake, leaving behind a scorched trail 100 meters long and 5 meters wide. This was the first time Su Qingyu had witnessed the full destructive potential of his 6,000-year soul force spiral sphere. Boom. The moment the orb collided with the Ginseng King, its energy erupted violently. The densely compressed soul force spiraled into a frenzy, generating shockwaves that engulfed everything within a 50-meter radius of the ancient entity. Almost instantly, the Ginseng King radiated an intense surge of soul force, rapidly forming a protective barrier to withstand the relentless assault of the spiral sphere. It actually blocked it. What had initially been a probing strike now demanded Su Qingyu's full attention. After all, this was no ordinary foe, but a 10,000-year, 9-grade Ginseng King, equivalent in power to a 100,000-year soul beast. After the soul power successfully withstood the attack, the ancient 9,000-year Ginseng King surprisingly chose not to retaliate, but instead to flee. The super 1,000 birds. Su Qingyu's eyes widened. Such a rare opportunity could not be allowed to slip away. He unleashed his most formidable weapon. If you can withstand this super 1,000 birds, it would indeed signify that our fates are not intertwined. A colossal sphere of lightning hurtled towards the ancient 9,000-year Ginseng King, arriving with a ferocity surpassing that of the previous soul power spiral. The accumulated energy of a month finally erupted at this moment. It resembled an amplified thunderstorm, transforming the area within a 10-mile radius into a sea of lightning, where countless bolts surged forth, charring vast swathes of trees. While the most tragic fate befell the ancient 9,000-year Ginseng King at the center. Within mere breaths, the area surrounding the ancient Ginseng King was reduced to scorched earth, a massive crater forming in the ground. As the epicenter of the super thousand birds, the terrifying shockwave obliterated the Ginseng King's vitality, its consciousness dissipating into the ether. A faint crimson glow began to coalesce, and a colossal red Ginseng King's phantom materialized above it, illuminating the heavens and earth. The radiance ascended continuously, encircling the phantom with a ring of red soul rings, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that surged in all directions. 100,000-year soul ring. Witnessing the immense red soul ring, the onlookers swallowed hard, their eyes filled with astonishment. Is this truly a soul beast of 100,000 years? As Su Qingyu gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, the fall of a 100,000-year soul beast, a spectacle that seemed to stir the very heavens and earth, he was profoundly shaken. Yet, he understood that the most significant aspect was the existence of the 10,000-year 9-grade Ginseng King itself. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward, and in mere breaths, he beheld the radiant form of the 10,000-year 9-grade Ginseng King at the center of a charred pit, with the soul skill devouring heaven. Alongside the enormous and vibrant red 100,000-year soul ring, Su Qingyu swiftly drew the entire essence of the 10,000-year 9-grade Ginseng King into the distorted space. Feeling the immense soul power surging forth in an unceasing stream, he could not help but be filled with exhilaration. This was my first hunt of a 100,000-year soul beast. Even though it was not a true 100,000-year soul beast, I succeeded with the aid of the 1,000 birds. Oh, 10,000-year 9-grade Ginseng King, I hope you will bestow upon me a delightful surprise. Chapter 26. 25,000 years having successfully acquired the 10,000-year 9-grade Ginseng King. Su Qingyu honored his promise by allowing Xiao Bei and the others to depart. He assured them that as long as they did not hunt soul beasts to seize resources, they could freely search for the Huli berry upon the Rocky Isles. Of course, the first to harvest would claim the prize. Additionally, he left behind a trace of his aura on them, ensuring that other soul beasts would not seek to trouble them. However, for the other human soul master teams on the island, the situation was far from easy, as Dai Tu led a host of soul beasts to commence their expulsion. As humanity was largely expelled, the competition on the island diminished significantly, allowing the Rocky Isle to regain its former tranquility. Through the diligent efforts of numerous soul beasts, most of the island's accumulated resources over the past 3 years fell into the hands of Su Qingyu. Eventually, the island was left devoid of any surplus of Huli berries, leading to a continuous reduction in the tasks assigned by Dato. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed since the Rocky Island's emergence. On that particular morning, nestled among the many black vines, Su Qingyu distinctly sensed a subtle tremor coursing through the Rocky Island. A peculiar energy emanated from beneath the earth, causing the previously somber sky to gradually become hazy, while the humidity in the air intensified, resulting in a sharp decline in visibility. Raising his gaze, Su Qingyu observed the transformations enveloping the Rocky Isle. 3 months had gone by, and the Rocky Island was once again poised to seal itself and submerge into the depths of the sea. During this period, Su Qingyu had traversed the entirety of the island and delved deep into its subterranean realms, yet he uncovered no secrets of the Rocky Isle. Ultimately, he abandoned his quest and turned his attention to the search for various celestial herbs. Amidst the mist-laden forests and valleys of the 4 mountain ranges, Su Qingyu has amassed a considerable collection of rare treasures, though most of their quality parallels that of the Huli berry. The solitary discovery that stirred his heart was a 7-leaf dragon ginseng. Beyond this singular find, he encountered little else of note. Consequently, he chose to allow the spirit beasts to search inch by inch, enabling them to fulfill their tasks. While he dedicated his days on the small island to refining the soul energy spiral technique, continually enhancing the compression of his soul energy to achieve stability, it became evident that departure was imminent. The tremors around him grew increasingly intense, signaling the right moment to leave. After residing on this island for 3 months, the prospect of sudden departure filled Su Qingyu with a sense of reluctance. During this time, he had made significant progress, experiencing a substantial increase in soul energy and gathering a wealth of various rare treasures. These resources held immense importance for him, particularly the acquisition of the Millennium-grade 9-tier Ginseng King, which had dramatically amplified his soul energy and overall strength. Currently, although only half of the 9-tier Ginseng King's essence had been converted, his soul energy had already reached an astonishing 25,000 years. If fully transformed, Achieving 40,000 years of soul energy would be well within reach. The benefits bestowed by the Millennium-grade 9-tier Ginseng King extended beyond mere amplification of soul energy. They encompassed a holistic enhancement of both body and spirit. Su Qingyu's already formidable mental prowess expanded into a more boundless realm, while his physique burgeoned to an impressive 25 meters. The azure scales that adorned him gleamed with increased luster and resilience, fortifying his defenses, while his bones, under the ginseng's influence, grew even more robust. In his current form, even a 10-meter-tall figure like Abido appeared diminutive beside him. In order to stabilize his soul power, Su Qingyu consumed all the dragon spirit leaves, combined with the refined soul power derived from the 10,000-year 9-grade Ginseng King, ultimately achieving a stable cultivation of 25,000 years. As his body grew larger, Su Qingyu felt an increasing itch on his back. Drawing from the accumulated knowledge of the Azure Dragon lineage, he understood that this sensation signified the gestation of his dragon wings. Generally, even after reaching the 10,000-year soul beast level, one remains in the juvenile dragon stage. However, upon entering this phase, the body enters its optimal developmental period, continuously expanding in size while beginning to nurture the wings. At 50,000 years of soul power and a body length of 50 meters, the dragon wings would fully emerge. Su Qingyu eagerly anticipated this moment, for with wings, he would finally be able to soar freely through the skies. The dream of flight. How many yearned for it? Su Qingyu was no exception. If I can fully absorb the 10,000-year 9-grade Ginseng King by 50,000 years, I'll reach 40,000. 50,000 ISNT so far away. Rising to his feet, Su Qingyu felt the tremors around him intensify. Abido soon arrived at his side. During this period, Abido had been delivering food daily, primarily the soul berry, while also casting thunderstorm once per day, storing the accumulated lightning energy within the first destruction core of the dark blue silver severance. Having witnessed the devastating power of the Super Chidori, capable of annihilating even a 10,000-year 9-grade Ginseng King, a being comparable to a 100,000-year soul beast, Abido redoubled his efforts in supplying lightning energy. The Super Chidori was, after all, an amplified version of his daily thunderstorm. A masterpiece of his own making. The sense of accomplishment was immense. Master, the rocky island is about to seal itself. I've already ordered all 1,000-year soul beasts to retreat through the northern valley and return to the previous sea region. We should leave as well. Abido, standing beside the towering 25-meter-long Su Qingyu, spoke urgently. Let us go? Though reluctant, Su Qingyu had no desire to be trapped here for 3 years. Besides, he had already plundered nearly all the island's resources, leaving nothing of value behind. Whoosh! With a thought, countless black vines coiled around his left claw, forming what resembled a dark bracelet. The dark murder vine adorned his left limb, while the dark blue silver severance wrapped around his right, creating a striking symmetry. As for why Su Qingyu didn't store the dark murder vine within the second destruction core of the dark blue silver severance, it was because he had discovered that, when exposed to the outside world, the vine could absorb soul power and grow. When it resided within the second heart of destruction in the realm of dark blue and silver, it was unable to absorb soul power, its age remaining stagnant at 250 years. The unconscious dark demon killing vine continued to flourish, which greatly thrilled Su Qingyu. With sufficient time, it was conceivable that the dark demon killing vine could grow alongside him, evolving into a 10,000-year or even a 100,000-year soul beast. As a top-tier plant-type soul beast of 100 millennia, it possessed the potential to ambush even the most formidable of creatures, including those of 200,000 years. Moreover, hidden beneath the earth, unless confronted by a soul beast adept at burrowing, other soul beasts of equal rank would find themselves utterly helpless against the dark demon killing vine, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. This revelation illuminated the boundless potential of the dark demon killing vine in Su Qingyu's eyes. Thus, whenever an opportunity arose, he would allow it to emerge and absorb soul power. Should this dark demon killing vine continue its ascent, it would undoubtedly become a formidable asset in the future. A notion Su Qingyu sensed intuitively. Chapter 27. The Abyssal Emperor Crocodile. From the early morning, the rocky island began to tremble slightly, and as time progressed, the sky grew increasingly hazy, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. By dusk, the entire rocky island had sealed itself once more, revealing the smooth, dark rocks on its outermost surface. The fissures closing as everything reverted to its original state. As the black rocks gradually sank into the depths of the sea, colossal waves surged, creating ripples in every direction. It is finished. Su Qingyu gazed at the rocky island as it submerged, his heart filled with silent reverence for this mysterious force. Even though he had now ascended to a 25,000-year soul beast, achieving such a feat remained beyond his reach. Perhaps, in 3 years, I shall return. The 10-meter-high waves crashed against Su Qingyu's towering 25-meter frame, feeling no more formidable than mere ripples to him. Observing the vast, familiar sea, Su Qingyu was filled with nostalgia, reflecting on how, just 4 months prior, he had been a newly born soul beast, learning everything with caution, merely capable of securing his basic sustenance. Now, having ascended to the pinnacle of power within this maritime realm, becoming the sovereign of the spirit beasts, Su Qingyu gazes down upon the more than 300,000-year spirit beasts surrounding him. An overwhelming sense of pride surges within him, prompting a resounding roar to escape his lips. The echoes of countless roars follow suit, led by the ancient spirit beast, Douluo, alongside 5 others whose cultivation exceeds 5,000 years, as well as over 30 spirit beasts with cultivation surpassing 3,000 years. The cacophony of their diverse roars reverberates through the heavens. At this moment, Su Qingyu's objective is to eliminate and subdue all the various soul beast factions within a 1,000-mile radius, thereby establishing his territorial boundaries and creating a soul beast power that is uniquely his own. Firstly, there exists the most formidable Abyssal Emperor Crocodile clan to the north, which is also the most powerful soul beast group within a radius of 1,000 miles. It can be said that once the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile is dealt with, half the battle is won. My lord, at this moment, I have waited for an eternity, ever since that 10,000-year-old Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King banished me to this place. I have not set foot in that sea for centuries. Douluo is equally exhilarated. Let us depart. The soul beast horde moves forth with great momentum, each creature possessing an age surpassing 1,000 years, making them the most elite beings within a 10-mile expanse of the ocean. However, at this moment, the 1,000-year-old soul beasts are merely the most ordinary entities within the throng. Among the entire beast horde, most of the creatures exceeded 5 meters in length. At the forefront, one colossal beast even reached a staggering 25 meters. Hundreds of millennium-old soul beasts surged forth, churning the ocean into frothing waves, forcing countless surrounding species to flee in terror. As dusk settled over the northern rocky region, a domain long ruled by the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile, an unfamiliar group of soul beasts encroached upon its territory. From afar, the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King sensed the unrestrained aura of the dragon demon Emperor Ribbonfish. Though its intellect was limited, the audacity of this once exiled foe to return and provoke it ignited a furious rage. Its 10-meter-long body twisted violently in response. Roar! Countless Abyssal Emperor Crocodiles surfaced, their obsidian scales glinting under the dim light, their dark golden eyes radiating cold hostility. While the younger crocodiles retreated toward the safety of their island, the stronger ones surged southward to confront the approaching horde. The Abyssal Emperor Crocodiles gathered in force, their numbers of millennium-old beasts nearly matching Su Qingyu's own legion. Observing this, a thought flashed through Su Qingyu's mind: to defeat the enemy, first capture their leader. A terrifying aura of 25,000 years of soul power instantly blanketed the region. The charging 10,000-year-old Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King shuddered as it collided with this overwhelming presence. A 25,000-year-old dragon-type soul beast. You actually brought reinforcements, the Crocodile King bellowed. Its gaze locked onto the smug expression of the dragon demon Emperor Ribbonfish. This aura unfamiliar. Is this an invasion from foreign waters, or has some hidden beast emerged? A 25,000-year-old soul beast, especially one of the supreme dragon lineage, was already the apex predator within this 1,000-mile stretch of ocean. Yet, this power did not belong to any known faction, leaving the Crocodile King bewildered. Reinforcements? Humph. Now that I too am a 10,000-year soul beast, I no longer rely on my master. Today, we settle this one-on-one. The Ribbonfish's small eyes flared with hatred, its fury blazing anew at the sight of its old nemesis. A duel? Humph. Do you think I fear you? A mere defeated foe? But if I win, you leave my territory at once. If I lose, you may deal with me as you wish, but you must spare my kin. The Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King's dark golden eyes gleamed shrewdly, lingering particularly on Su Qingyu. The Crocodile King understood all too well, with Su Qingyu present, survival was nearly impossible. The only hope was to bargain for the safety of its species. Even if it defeated or killed the Ribbonfish, it stood no chance against Su Qingyu's 25,000-year might. Yet, even with the slimmest chance of survival, it had to fight. Upon hearing the words of the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King, Abito turned to Suchinyu, who nodded in affirmation. Thus, Abito responded, "Very well. I shall grant your request. Should you lose, I demand that you and your kin immediately vacate these waters. Of course, if one of us perishes during the battle, no one shall be held accountable." The Dragon Demon Emperor, having the form of a fish, felt a surge of rage reminiscent of the days of his exile. Now, he had evolved into his soul beast of equal stature to the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King after millennia of growth. This moment had been long awaited. It is settled. Prepare to meet your demise. The Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King let out a thunderous roar, stirring the waves, and in an instant, he lunged forward. Abito was equally unyielding, igniting with sparks of lightning as the two collided, engaging in a fierce contest of brute strength. The Dragon Demon Emperor and the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King were locked in a tumultuous struggle, their primal instincts unleashed, casting aside all rational thought in favor of combat. Countless waves erupted as they entwined, resembling a colossal sphere of water rolling across the surface of the sea, making it difficult to distinguish their forms. However, it was evident that the Dragon Demon Emperor, newly ascended to the ranks of Millennium-level soul beasts, lacked the experience of the seasoned Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King. With superior strength, defense, and formidable biting power, the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King afforded Abito little opportunity. With a sudden snap of his massive jaws, the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King inflicted grievous wounds upon Abito. Indeed, the defense of the Dragon Demon Emperor was not exceptional, yet his agility was remarkable, particularly in the water, where he should have utilized his nimble form to outmaneuver the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King, gradually exhausting his stamina and soul power, ultimately achieving victory. Nonetheless, Abito chose to confront the challenge head-on. Chapter 28. The Fierce Battle of the Beasts on the Surface of the Sea. The Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King and the Dragon Demon Emperor were entangled in combat. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from the Dragon Demon Emperor, coursing through the blood from his wounds into the mouth of the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King. It was as if the currents had found an escape, surging forth with overwhelming power, causing the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King to twitch and his eyelids to flutter, sending waves crashing across the surface. At that moment, the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King found himself ensnared by the Dragon Demon Emperor, akin to a great python constricting its prey, rendering him unable to escape. Forced to endure the electrical currents coursing throughout his body, utilizing blood as a conduit, the Dragon Demon Emperor infused the full might of lightning into the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King's mouth. Suchinyu nodded, observing the fierce duel between the two beasts, subtly offering critiques. In a direct melee, Abito stood little chance against the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King. The latter's armored scales made it nearly impossible for Abito to land a blow, not to mention the overwhelming strength and biting power that would easily overpower him. Only through cunning could victory be achieved. At this moment, the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King, paralyzed by the power of lightning, remained resolute, refusing to relent. It intensified its grip, unleashing a formidable biting force that clamped tightly onto Dai Tu, with the sound of cracking bones resonating from the Dragon Demon Emperor. Such immense biting power. Suchinyu marveled. For after the enhancement of his bloodline, Dai Tu's bone density had reached a terrifying level. Yet, under the overwhelming might of the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King's jaws, even the hardest bones struggled to withstand the pressure. Thunderstorm. Enduring excruciating pain, Dai Tu unleashed his soul skill, Thunderstorm. Around him, within a radius of 500 meters, a tempest swirled, forming towering waves that reached 10 meters high, with countless bolts of lightning coursing through, particularly at the eye of the storm where Dai Tu stood. It transformed into a realm of pure electricity, with innumerable lightning strikes darting across the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King's form. Abyssal Storm. Unwilling to be outdone, the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King summoned its own soul skill, conjuring a massive black crocodile head that loomed beneath the two beasts. With a powerful snap, it engulfed the Dragon Demon Emperor entirely, and the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King began to spin rapidly, its abyssal storm revolving with a velocity that far surpassed the thunderstorm. The two colossal tempests clashed, raising monstrous waves upon the sea's surface. Hiss! Is this the death roll? Suchinyu gasped, witnessing the black crocodile head tumbling within the thunderstorm. Unmistakably an amplified version of the crocodile's deadly death roll. As the two soul skills gradually subsided, both combatants were covered in wounds. Yet they instantly engaged in a fierce struggle once more, sending waves crashing across the surface of the sea. The battlefield shifted beneath the water, enhancing Dai Tu's agility to an extraordinary level. though Dai Tu's sharp teeth could not penetrate the abyssal Emperor Crocodile King's armored back. They held substantial lethality against its underbelly and limbs. Utilizing his agile and elongated form, Dai Tu seized every opportunity to target these vulnerable areas, exacerbating the injuries inflicted by the soul skills. Furthermore, he no longer used his own blood as a conduit. Instead, he aimed for the wounds of the abyssal Emperor Crocodile King. Upon making contact with its blood, he unleashed the power of lightning without hesitation, continuously disrupting the abyssal Emperor Crocodile King's movements and eroding its patience. The abyssal Emperor Crocodile King unleashed its full strength and biting power, yet found itself severely hindered by the restraints of Douluo, as if all its might was being absorbed by the surrounding waters, gradually depleting its stamina. A roar of indignation escaped the abyssal Emperor Crocodile King, its dark golden eyes locked onto Douluo with a fiery rage. Impossible. How have you augmented your physical strength to such an extent? In the past, when the abyssal Emperor Crocodile King had reached a cultivation level of 9,000 years, it had decisively overpowered the 7,000-year Dragon Demon Emperor, driving it from this marine territory. However, centuries had passed, and the Dragon Demon Emperor had not only caught up in cultivation but had also surpassed the Abyssal Emperor in physical prowess. In a one-on-one underwater clash, the Abyssal Emperor found itself at a disadvantage, a reality it had never anticipated. Ha ha ha, even with that life soul crystal, you remain barely comparable to me after all these years. The triumphant voice of the Dragon Demon Emperor echoed, inciting further fury in the Abyssal Emperor. Su Qingyu had heard from Douluo that their conflict had originated from this very life soul crystal, a unique gem found beneath the central island of the abyssal crocodile, imbued with life soul energy, significantly aiding in the enhancement of soul power. Yet, the abyssal emperor never anticipated that the Dragon Demon Emperor could discover a special rocky island in another ocean, which prevented their disparity from widening. Moreover, Su Qingyu's presence had assisted the Dragon Demon Emperor in elevating its bloodline, awakening the latent power within, leading to a dramatic surge in soul energy and ultimately transforming it into a 10,000-year soul beast. The life soul crystal was precisely the reason Su Qingyu had chosen this stretch of ocean as his domain. According to Toby's description, though these crystals were scarce, discovering just one would yield soul power equivalent to 100 Hulimii berries. Moreover, it was life attribute soul energy. For Su Qingyu, this was an impeccable match. He speculated that life attribute soul energy might also benefit the growth of the dark demon-killing vine. Su Qingyu placed immense importance on the vine's development, as its utility was nearly all-encompassing, whether in combat, entrapment, defense, or reconnaissance. Though he approached the soul crystals with cautious optimism, Su Qingyu was unwilling to pass up any opportunity to accelerate the vine's growth. After all, relying solely on absorbing ambient soul energy was excruciatingly slow. If only I could enter the ice and fire yin-yang well. But Su Qingyu knew better. Even though Tang San had ascended to godhood, the well itself was guarded by formidable soul beasts. Given his current cultivation level, venturing recklessly into the sunset forest ice and fire yin-yang well would be perilous, with little chance of reward. Shaking his head, he dismissed the impractical thought and instead focused on the fierce battle unfolding between the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King and the Dragon Demon Emperor Ribbonfish. Their duel raged for over 20 minutes, leaving both beasts utterly exhausted. Even underwater, where Toby held the advantage, he could not inflict decisive damage on the Crocodile King, while the latter struggled to land a blow on the nimble Ribbonfish. Now locked in another stalemate, both creatures panted heavily, their strength depleted, their wounds staining the surrounding waters crimson. Chapter 29. Emperor Island. On the ocean's surface, the two titans faced each other once more, until an unspoken understanding passed between them. Simultaneously, they summoned every last drop of their soul power, preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques in a final, lethal clash. Witnessing this, Su Qingyu, who had initially intended to remain an observer, could no longer stand idly by. Go! The black bracelet on his left wrist shot forth, transforming midair into an unassuming, seaweed-like tendril that drifted atop the waves. The instant the two beasts gathered their energy, two massive black vines erupted from the sea, like monstrous tentacles, wrapping around the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King and the Dragon Demon Emperor Ribbonfish, yanking them apart with brutal force. The sudden appearance of the dark demon-killing vine stunned the Crocodile King. A near 10,000-year dark demon-killing vine. Pure darkness attribute. How? A plant-type soul beast shouldn't be here. The abyssal Emperor Crocodile King was baffled. By all logic, this vine had no business appearing in the ocean, let alone ensnaring him with such ease. Stop gawking. The dark demon-killing vine is under my command. Su Qingyu's cold voice cut through the tension as he regarded the Crocodile King. Your battle ends in a draw. I had no intention of interfering, but considering the centuries you've spent cultivating, I'll offer you and your kind a choice. Submit to me, or perish. Swear fealty, and your clan may remain in these waters under my protection. The sole condition is that from this day forth, the abyssal Emperor Crocodiles obey my every command, and surrender all soul crystals. The Crocodile King's eyelids flickered, his gaze betraying surprise, even excitement. For his kind, this was an unprecedented opportunity. No forced migration, no territorial wars, preservation of their strength, and most crucially, the patronage of a formidable soul beast. As for the soul crystals, the abyssal Emperor Crocodile King wasn't shocked that Su Qingyu knew of them. Toby, now his subordinate, would have divulged such information. Truthfully, life attribute soul crystals held little value for him. Beyond minor soul power recovery and healing, they offered no significant benefits due to their mismatched attribute. Moreover, they were exceedingly rare. Even mobilizing his entire clan, locating one was a Herculean task. After brief deliberation, the Crocodile King knelt without hesitation. I pledge myself to you, my lord. Good. Henceforth, you shall be my second follower, named Jishui. Su Qingyu nodded in approval. Jishui? The name neither pleased nor displeased the Crocodile King, but as his master's decree, he accepted it without protest. Emperor Crocodile Island lay at the heart of the abyssal Emperor Crocodile's territory, encircled by 3 smaller isles. It served as the breeding and rearing grounds for their young. Now, under the watchful eyes of numerous thousand-year crocodiles, the island welcomed an unusual entourage. Curious juvenile crocodiles craned their necks, particularly fascinated by the towering, azure-scaled draconic figure at the forefront. My lord, Emperor Crocodile Island spans 20 kilometers in length and width. Jishui explained. A mountain dominates its center, surrounded by plains and beaches. No other soul beasts inhabit this place. It is the cradle of our lineage. Excellent. From now on, this shall be known as Emperor Island, Su Qingyu declared, and soon, it will become the heart of the entire abyssal sea. Though born in the ocean, he still preferred life on land. Your clan may continue nesting here, and I too shall reside on this island. As for the other terrestrial soul beasts migrating from the marshlands, they may dwell here or on the surrounding islets, but hunting fellow soul beasts is forbidden. This was the foundation of his new order. Within Emperor Island's bounds, combat is prohibited, especially among the 1,000-year soul beasts. And across these waters, soul beasts may no longer prey upon one another. Only non-soul beasts may be hunted for sustenance. For now, this was all Su Qingyu could decree. Yet even these basic rules left Toby and Jishui dumbfounded. A prohibition on soul beasts killing each other? Such a law had never existed in their world. As Su Qingyu, who had traversed into this world, found himself profoundly influenced by everything that came before, to such an extent that he resolved to systematically establish a comprehensive set of rules for spirit beasts, intending to implement them across his entire sphere of influence. Within his domain, he envisioned constructing an enduringly peaceful spirit beast realm characterized by openness and inclusiveness among all races, alongside pristine and beautiful oceanic environments. Yet for Su Qingyu, the endeavor was no small challenge, necessitating a gradual, step-by-step approach. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, Abido selected a favorable coastal area near the Imperial Island, though not upon the island itself, as the dragon demon Emperor Ribbonfish naturally thrived more comfortably in marine habitats. Jishui remained on a cluster of rocks on the southern beach, a favored spot for sunbathing, as he preferred proximity to the ocean. The island was not lacking in resources. While carnivorous creatures were scarce, herbivores flourished, providing an ample supply of sustenance. Since the abyssal Emperor Crocodile chose to follow Su Qingyu, he graciously bestowed 500 huli berries upon Jishui as a token of their meeting, aiding in his recovery and encouraging him to diligently cultivate, aspiring to become a 10,000-year soul beast. This gesture deeply moved Jishui. In the central region of the Imperial Island, the elevation was at its peak, offering a panoramic view of the entire area. From this vantage point, one could clearly observe the surrounding 3 smaller islands in the vast expanse of ocean. Su Qingyu chose to establish his living area atop the highest peak, allowing the dark demon-killing vines to take root in the crevices of the mountain. These countless black tendrils spread in all directions, intertwining and forming an immense sanctuary beneath a canopy of leaves at this lofty elevation. Life Soul Crystal. With a mere thought, Su Qingyu produced a small, exquisite green crystal. The moment it materialized, the life-infused energy in his surroundings surged dramatically. I hope it brings me delight. Sensing the formidable life force, anticipation swelled within Su Qingyu's heart. Chapter 30. Life Soul Crystal after centuries of accumulation. The Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King had managed to gather only 6 life soul crystals, having consumed some for healing purposes. Primarily, the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King did not place much value on the life soul crystals, merely stumbling upon a few by chance and storing them away. These were carelessly tossed aside in a cave next to the rocky beach to the south by the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King, Zhishui. Each life soul crystal is imbued with an immense reservoir of life energy. Even the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile King requires a considerable amount of time to deplete a single crystal, even when used for healing. Therefore, these 6 life soul crystals are more than sufficient. Naturally, after effortlessly mending the wounds of both Abido and Shishui, Su Qingyu promptly collected all 6 crystals into the Abyssal Blue-Silver Severing Fate. He decided to conduct a preliminary experiment. Su Qingyu sensed the vast life force contained within the soul crystals. The magnitude of such energy compelled him to refrain from allowing the dark demon killing vine to absorb an entire crystal in one go. Instead, he meticulously divided it into 10 portions for testing. Fortunately, the green life soul crystal was not particularly hard, even bordering on fragile. Under the pressure of Su Qingyu's sharp claws, it easily shattered into 10 smaller crystals. Taking one of the smaller crystals, Su Qingyu swiftly ground it into powder and gently sprinkled it over the rich root system of the dark demon-killing vine nestled within the crevices of the stone. As the powder settled upon the myriad black roots, they began to undulate, swiftly enveloping the fine crystal powder. It appeared effective. Su Qingyu watched intently as the roots of the dark demon-killing vine writhed and squirmed, his focus unwavering as he carefully observed every movement. A tremendous surge of life energy erupted, transforming the entire black root system into a vibrant green. The verdant life energy surged through the 4 tendrils of the dark demon-killing vine, causing it to emanate a faint green hue. As the life energy was transmitted, the tip of the dark demon-killing vine began to twitch. With a rustling sound, after absorbing the life energy from a small soul crystal, the vine visibly started to grow. For long tendrils extended toward the foot of the mountain, while countless leaves unfurled, covering the gaps in the dense forest surrounding the summit. This transformation lasted 3 days and nights. By dawn on the 3rd day, the dark demon-killing vine gradually settled, having fully absorbed the powdered soul crystal. As the changes ceased, the vine reverted to its dark hue, and its growth slowed. 351 years. 935 meters. Excitement gleamed in Su Qingyu's eyes. A mere fragment of the soul crystal, just 1/10 of its full size, had allowed the vine to grow 10 meters in just 3 days. If the entire life soul crystal were used, the vine could grow 100 meters in a month, its cultivation advancing by 1,000 years. Though this speed paled in comparison to his own, Su Qingyu was deeply satisfied. Treating the soul crystal like a priceless treasure, he spent another day observing whether it had any adverse effects on the vine. Yet, the vine remained vibrant, continuing to grow, albeit at a slower pace. Reassured, he proceeded. The second fragment. As the second piece was crushed and scattered at the vine's roots, the 4 black tendrils stretched anew, thickening and toughening ever so slightly. This cycle repeated, with Su Qingyu gradually increasing the dosage of the soul crystal. Though the speed of transformation remained unchanged, still requiring 3 days per fragment, the duration of growth extended accordingly. 1 life soul crystal could grant the vine 1,000 years of cultivation in a month, but with only 6 in hand. The vine's power would rise from 9,000 to 15,000 years, still 85 crystals short of becoming a 100,000-year soul beast. Far from enough. Summoning Abido and Shishui, Su Qingyu issued a mission, a large-scale search for life soul crystals across the entire island. Aware of their master's affinity for supreme life energy, the 2 swiftly assembled search parties, scouring the island's depths. Since their last battle at sea, deemed a draw by Su Qingyu, the 2 beasts had been locked in rivalry, each striving to outdo the other. This mission presented another opportunity for competition, one Su Qingyu subtly encouraged, amused by their contest. Time flew. 2 months passed, marking half a year since Su Qingyu's arrival in the Douluo continent. During his stay on Emperor Island, His rapid soul power growth left even the abyssal Emperor Crocodile King Shui stunned. Obito, though accustomed to his master's pace, couldn't help but envy the progress, fueled by the 10,000-year, near 100,000-year grade Ginseng King's potency. Had it not been for Obito's daily infusion of lightning energy on the rocky island, the birth of the Super Chidori would never have been possible. However, Obito felt it imperative to inform Shui that, due to the tempest of thunder he had amassed, he had once vanquished a terrifying entity comparable to a soul beast of 100,000 years. Thus, each day he contributed his lightning power became the most gratifying moment for Obito. This spurred him to eagerly desire for his master to unleash a Super Chidori, allowing the abyssal Emperor Crocodile King Shui to broaden his horizons. Due to his familiarity with the terrain, the abyssal Crocodile King Shui successfully assembled a search team that, after 2 months of exhaustive searching, astonishingly discovered 5 life soul crystals. Meanwhile, his own achievement of a breakthrough was merely a stroke of luck, as a fortunate encounter led a team member to stumble upon 1 crystal. Consequently, Su Qingyu graciously bestowed upon the abyssal Crocodile King Shui 500 huli berries to aid in enhancing his soul power, and additionally granted 100 huli berries to Dato. This invigorated Shui immensely, as he realized that even a single huli berry could significantly augment his soul power. Remarkably, the 500 huli berries that his master had presented as a welcoming gift had, in the brief span of 2 months, elevated his soul power by nearly 5 centuries. Now, having discovered 5 life soul crystals and acquired 500 huli berries, Shui was immensely delighted. Chapter 31. I favor this number. Upon receiving a reward from Su Qingyu, Shui did not keep it all to himself. He had not forgotten the entire search team. To encourage the members of the search party, Shui generously distributed some huli berries to each member, particularly to those who had found the life soul crystals. After all, over the past 2 months, nearly every member of the search team, composed of soul beasts, had not rested even for a moment. Living in the darkness underground without seeing the light of day, Shui had been keenly aware of the arduous efforts of the abyssal Emperor crocodiles. Especially in front of Dai 2, Shui's deliberate mobilization of the search team to continue their quest for the life soul crystals, while rewarding his subordinates with huli berries, left Dai 2 feeling a sense of suffocating humiliation. This prompted Dai 2 to vent his frustrations on his entire search team. Why had other teams managed to find 5 life soul crystals, with even 1 member discovering 2? Yet, his team, over 2 months, had found merely 1. With most members not finding a single crystal, ultimately it boiled down to negligence. They had failed to take this task to heart, likely spending 1 moment searching and the next dozing off elsewhere. Perhaps they were fortunate not to have been caught by him. Of course, he acknowledged that the conditions underground were far from pleasant, dull, dark, and laborious, with the constant digging being both dirty and exhausting. Yet, as millennium-old soul beasts, especially those adept at tunneling, were they truly afraid of such hardship? He contemplated that it might be better to feed them to the fish, rather than having to prepare their meals every few days. From now on, he would supervise the entire search mission, should anyone dare to slack off again. They would have him to contend with, in defiance of the rules recently set by the master. Following his tirade, Dai 2 did not forget to motivate his team further, directly presenting 100 huli berries as an incentive for the search team to continue their pursuit of the life soul crystals. Indeed, failing once was not terrifying. What was truly frightening was repeated failure. They still had time and ample opportunities. Starting today, whoever found a life soul crystal would receive a reward of 80 huli berries. He would not go back on his word. Upon hearing this, the entire search team exchanged glances. 80 huli berries was indeed a considerable sum. This stirred envy among Shui's team, with some soul beasts lowering their heads, unwilling to meet Shui's gaze. In response, Shui declared, "We too, starting now, shall reward 80 huli berries to anyone who finds a life soul crystal." Unwilling to be outdone, his words elicited cheers and roars of excitement from the searching members below. "Humph, just a bunch of followers," Dai 2 snapped, forcefully flicking his tail and sending a cloud of sand into the air, propelled by his soul power, aimed precisely at Shui's head. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as the sand was about to strike the head of the abyssal crocodile King Shui, a circle of yellow soul energy enveloped him, effectively repelling the sand, which subsequently cascaded back onto the beach. It is not that I follow the trend. Rather, the rules are set by all, and it merely happens that we are in a court. However, I have changed my mind. I am willing to reward my subordinate with 1 life soul crystal and 81 huli berries, Jishui remarked with a smile. Oh, then I too have altered my stance. I shall bestow upon my subordinate 1 life soul crystal and 82 huli berries. Baidu retorted, unwilling to concede. 83. The formidable claws of the abyssal crocodile king were raised, extending 3 claws towards Baidu. 84. Baidu, lacking claws, felt a surge of frustration. 85. Jishui responded, shaking his head. 86. Baidu continued. 87. Jishui stood firm. 88. Baidu glared at Jishui, his eyes ablaze with indignation, while Jishui remained indifferent, continuing, I too shall claim 88. I have taken a liking to that number. Though the members of both teams felt a sense of relief internally, they dared not voice their thoughts, remaining frozen on the beach, fearful of inciting the displeasure of either side and provoking their wrath, which could lead to dire consequences. What are you all still doing there? Hurry and search, Baidu bellowed, surveying the team members below. Yes, you should go as well. If you encounter any other teams vying for soul beasts, shout loudly. I trust our leader will not ignore you, Jishui advised his team, taking the opportunity to admonish Baidu. The members of both teams, feeling liberated, swiftly dispersed, with some soul beasts even burrowing into the sand to make their escape. Thus, a new round of searching commenced. Unbeknownst to Su Qingyu, a fierce contention raged between 2 beasts. At this moment, he remained atop the summit of the Imperial Island, nurturing the dark demon killing vine while practicing the spiral soul force. A colossal dragon-like creature, measuring a staggering 42 meters, lay upon the mountaintop, resembling yet another small hill amidst a plethora of black vines that sprawled across the peak and down to the mountainside. Its dark golden eyes surveyed the world below, even catching sight of the sea several dozen miles away. The sky was a brilliant expanse of blue, and under the sun's radiant glow, the azure scales of the dragon shimmered with a lustrous sheen. At the center of its forehead, a mysterious blue diamond crystal gleamed, evoking a sense of awe that deterred direct gazes. 42,000 years. Su Qingyu felt elated, basking lazily in the sun. The days where he could enhance his soul power merely by resting and absorbing the sunlight made him revel in the joy of being reborn as a soul beast. Of course, much of this was attributable to the effects of the 10,000-year 9-grade ginseng king, which had become somewhat addictive, prompting Su Qingyu's desire to seek out another such treasure. The milestone of 50,000 years was not far off, and his dragon wings were nearly fully formed, though still somewhat fragile. Observing the burgeoning wings, which had broken through the flesh of his back, Su Qingyu felt a surge of anticipation. While it was said that the wings would only fully materialize at the attainment of 50,000 years of cultivation, this did not imply that flight was unattainable until then. After all, it varied among different beasts. In fact, Su Qingyu had already mastered the art of flapping and maneuvering his dragon wings, though he believed he still required a measure of time before achieving true flight. Yet, he considered this wait to be brief. Over the past 2 months, the 10,000-year 9-grade ginseng king had completely transformed within him, and with the consumption of over 1,000 huli berries, coupled with the 9-grade lingji, his soul power had reached an impressive 42,000 years. During this period, Abido had consumed 500 hulimii berries, along with another 500 gifted to Shui, plus 6 life soul crystals rewarded to the 2 beasts, totaling 600 hulimii berries. In the blink of an eye, Su Qingyu's dark blue-silver life-severing domain was left with only 6,000 hulimii berries, though it was sufficient to sustain them for a while. Chapter 32. The underground lake. 2 months had passed, during which 2 life soul crystals were consumed, allowing the dark demon-killing vine to absorb vast amounts of life energy, elevating its soul power cultivation to 11,000 years. Observing the surrounding dark demon-killing vines, Su Qingyu stretched lazily. Out of the 6 life soul crystals, 2 had been expended over these 2 months, yet the 4 tendrils of the dark demon-killing vine had each grown to 100 meters. Moreover, an additional 6 life soul crystals had been discovered during this time, increasing their total to 10. Su Qingyu was thoroughly satisfied with Shui's performance. And at last, the soul power spiral sphere had broken through the 10,000-year barrier. Su Qingyu shook his head slightly. The higher the cultivation, the slower the progress of the soul power spiral sphere became. However, he was in no hurry, possessing ample time to proceed steadily, meticulously integrating soul power strand by strand while ensuring safety. Through continuous refinement and experimentation, he had mastered the optimal method for condensing the soul power spiral sphere. Now, Within mere breaths, he could effortlessly form a spiral sphere containing 10,000-year soul power. Though it only held 10,000-year soul power, the explosive force of this high-density spiral sphere could instantly annihilate an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast with 40,000-year cultivation. The higher the soul power density, the exponentially greater the energy released. However, Su Qingyu's current cultivation had already reached 42,000 years. Against an ordinary 40,000-year soul beast, he could simply forcibly absorb it into his distorted space. Thus, there was no need to waste soul power on condensing spiral spheres. Instead, Su Qingyu now prioritized the spiral sphere's growth potential and its role in stabilizing his own soul power. Just as Su Qingyu stretched, a massive shadow darted through the dense forest in his peripheral vision. Turning his head, he saw the colossal figure of the abyssal Emperor Crocodile King, Shi Sui, arriving beside him in an instant. Standing at 42 meters in length, Shi Sui couldn't help but gulp at the terrifying aura of a 40,000-year soul beast radiating casually from Su Qingyu. 2 months ago, when the master first arrived at Emperor Island, his cultivation was only 25,000 years. Yet in these 2 months, he has soared to over 40,000 years. Shi Sui couldn't help but envy such godlike progress. Shi Sui, Su Qingyu recognized the abyssal Emperor Crocodile King. What is it? Have you found more life soul crystals? Life soul crystals were of utmost importance to Su Qingyu, as the rapid growth of the dark demon-killing vine still relied heavily on them. Not yet, Master, Shi Sui shook his head. However, today the scouting team discovered a massive underground cavern containing a subterranean lake brimming with life attribute energy. An underground lake? With life attribute energy? Su Qingyu was taken aback. Yes, Master. The lake lies deep within the cavern, its surface shimmering with an eerie green glow. The entire lake is saturated with dense life energy. Upon receiving the report, I immediately investigated and confirmed its authenticity. I came straight to inform you. Abito is guarding the site now. Take me there. Whoosh. With a thought, the 4 black tendrils of the dark demon-killing vine coiled around Su Qingyu's left claw, retracting swiftly. The mountaintop instantly brightened, now devoid of the vines. Wherever Su Qingyu went, he carried the dark demon-killing vine with him. It was simply too versatile, functioning as his multi-purpose tool. Descending the mountain, the 2 beasts raced through the terrain. As they traveled, Shi Sui elaborated on the underground lake. The scouting team discovered it 91 meters below the surface. Upon detecting its unique properties, they reported directly to me. When I investigated, I found the cavern surrounding the lake was saturated with life energy far exceeding the outside world. Yet, strangely, despite the lake's immense life energy, there isn't a single living creature, not even a blade of grass. Su Qingyu found this peculiar. Typically, areas rich in life energy fostered abundant flora and fauna. How could this underground lake, brimming with vitality, be devoid of life? It reminded him of the life lake in the Star Do Great Forest, stirring faint suspicions. This suggests the presence of a formidable soul beast within the lake, one that either annihilates or expels all intruders. Still, even if a powerful soul beast resided there, the absence of plant life was baffling. Perhaps the lack of sunlight prevents vegetation from thriving. Regardless, Su Qingyu resolved to investigate. As long as the creature wasn't a 400,000 or 500,000-year soul beast, he had little to fear, especially with the super Chidori at his disposal. The accumulated lightning energy within the first destruction heart, in Su Qingyu's dark blue-silver life-severing domain, had reached terrifying levels over the past months. Even divided into 4 discharges, it could obliterate 4 ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts. If unleashed all at once, even a 200 or 300,000-year soul beast would suffer grievously, perhaps even perish instantly. Traversing dense forests and swampy lowlands, they arrived at a rainforest region teeming with lush, unfamiliar vegetation. A babbling brook meandered through the verdant expanse, its cheerful murmur echoing through the tranquil valley. Following the stream's course, they soon reached a rocky waterfall where Abito lounged in the shallows, his massive frame obstructing half the flow. Behind him, a deep pool glimmered ominously. Is this the place? Su Qingyu frowned. This is the underground lake. Master, of course not. Abito quickly rose at Su Qingyu's arrival. The lake lies 91 meters beneath this pool, far larger in scale. I've had the scouting team excavate a 50-meter-wide passage leading directly to the cavern housing the underground lake. Follow me. Chapter 33. Condensing Life Soul Crystals, Follow Me. As he spoke, Abito leaped into the depths of the dark pool, and without hesitation, Su Qingyu followed, his massive form occupying a significant portion of the tranquil waters. With Obito leading the way, Su Qingyu in the middle, and Shizuka bringing up the rear, the three beings descended toward the abyss below. To Su Qingyu's astonishment, this seemingly unremarkable pool proved to be unfathomably deep. Moreover, the expanse beneath him widened, instilling in Su Qingyu a peculiar illusion, as though he had re-entered that rocky realm. Yet, the distinction between saltwater and freshwater remained clear to him. Why did it evoke the image of a blue hole on Earth? Su Qingyu felt as though he were embarking on an interstellar adventure, as the once vibrant hues around him gradually faded, and the light began to diminish. Even upon reaching a depth of 91 meters underwater, the surroundings were enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, yet he had still not reached the bottom of the pool. As if this body of water were an unfathomable abyss. Surrounding them, countless interwoven rocks and numerous deep passages formed a labyrinthine complexity. The three beasts raced through a path enclosed by a multitude of rocks, as the tranquil waters gradually transformed into a raging torrent, revealing an underground river that emerged vividly before their eyes. The rocks surrounding the subterranean river exhibit clear signs of disturbance, evidently left by previous search teams intent on widening the passage to accommodate someone of Su Qingyu's stature. This is the preordained path our search team had prepared. Upon reaching this location, they discovered the hidden river and followed it until they arrived at the cavernous space, where they ultimately found the underground lake. Initially, the gaps within this subterranean river were sparse, as the river occupied the entirety of the channel's space. Considering the circumstances, I instructed the search team to expand the passage to a diameter of 50 meters. Daito, leading the way, maneuvered his colossal form while explaining to Su Qingyu. Feeling the icy, turbulent waters beneath him, Su Qingyu nodded, and the air was thick with the damp, earthy scent left by the recently disturbed rocks and soil. It seemed that this underground river led to the deep pool encountered earlier. Could it be that the rivers upstream connected directly to the underground lake? Su Qingyu pondered, initially believing the subterranean river and the lake were intertwined, yet he felt no trace of life energy within the river's waters. Not quite, my lord. You shall soon understand. Daito's voice echoed from ahead. True to Daito's words, as Su Qingyu and his three beasts continued deeper into the subterranean river, the waterway bizarrely vanished at a certain point along the passage. Was it possible that the river was concealed by rocks? Su Qingyu speculated upon hearing the faint sounds of rushing water emanating from the rocks beside the passage. Nevertheless, the beasts pressed onward, and as they traversed the underground realm, the sound of the river grew increasingly faint, while the complexity of the surroundings intensified. Countless fissures and caverns branched out in every direction, their depths resembling a mysterious abyss, leaving one uncertain of their destination. Although numerous, the narrowness of these fissures rendered them inaccessible to someone of Su Qingyu's size. As the trio traversed the newly cleared passage, they swiftly arrived at a cavernous realm. With each step deeper into this subterranean expanse, the cavern itself grew increasingly vast. Upon entering the cavernous expanse, Su Qingyu finally sensed the presence of life energy. As he ventured deeper into the cave, the vitality began to intensify, reminiscent of the karst landscapes he was familiar with. Suddenly, as he rounded a colossal rock formation, a breathtaking sight unfolded before him. A vast cavern emerged, illuminated by an unexpected light. To his astonishment, the cavern was not shrouded in darkness, but instead bathed in a gentle green luminescence originating from the center of the cave. There, a serene emerald lake, exceeding 500 meters in diameter, lay before him, exuding an eerie green glow that illuminated the entire cavern. Witnessing the spectacle, Su Qingyu furrowed his brow, unable to articulate what felt amiss. As tranquil as still water, not even a blade of grass was visible. Peering around the underground lake, he found the surrounding terrain littered with desolate fragments of stone and sand. The closer he approached the shimmering lake, the more potent the life energy became. Yet within the lake itself, there was an eerie stillness. This is it, he declared, halting before the pale green waters. My lord, this underground lake elevates the life energy of the entire cavern. It appears remarkably extraordinary. Although the life energy here did not rival the intensity found within the life soul crystals, it was still notably rich. Su Qingyu nodded, channeling his formidable mental power to envelop the entire lake. To his surprise, he discovered that the lake reached depths of 15 meters, yet devoid of any living creatures. Just as Jishui had described, this perplexed him. Furthermore, he sensed no powerful soul beasts nearby, which was indeed peculiar. In comparison to formidable soul beasts, a lake 15 meters deep and 500 meters in diameter was not particularly large. Soul skill, devour the heavens. Su Qingyu distorted the space above the lake, causing a massive green water sphere to erupt. Under the influence of the warped space, the sphere shrank rapidly, with countless streams of crystal-clear water cascading from it back into the lake, splashing droplets everywhere. As the warped space continued to compress, the enormous green water sphere ultimately transformed into a small green crystal, the Life Soul Crystal. Staring at the green crystal, Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. This was unmistakably a diminutive version of the Life Soul Crystal. Unlike the previously discovered green Life Soul Crystals, this one was a pale green, and he noted that its life energy was far less potent. However, Su Qingyu had initially intended to utilize the distorted space merely to gauge the life attributes contained within the water sphere, never anticipating that the 10-meter diameter of the lake would yield a small Life Soul Crystal. Life Soul Crystal. Meanwhile, Abito and Shui stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed upon the aqueous sphere that had transformed into a pale green crystal. It appears the Life Soul Crystals scattered underground must have condensed from the life energy dissipating from this very lake, Shui remarked thoughtfully. And considering the sheer size of this lake, just how many Life Soul Crystals could our Lord possibly create? Shui marveled, not only at the vast reservoir of life energy contained within the waters, but also at Su Qingyu's extraordinary ability to condense such crystals. Does this mean our Lord will never run short of Life Soul Crystals again? Ha! Abito exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. As a bloodline contractor, he naturally felt a deeper kinship with Su Qingyu. Chapter 34. The Law of Unity of Opposites. Upon discovering that the pale green lake water could be transformed into Life Soul Crystals, Su Qingyu no longer hesitated to expend them recklessly, especially given the sheer abundance before him. Previously, these precious crystals had been painstakingly gathered by Abito and Shui, and every last one had been carefully stored to nurture the growth of the Dark Murder Vine. For now, the Dark Murder Vine could only accelerate its development by absorbing Life Soul Crystals. Su Qingyu, however, had alternative means, whether through the spatial distortion of his soul skill, Devourer, which converted ambient soul power, or by consuming rare medicinal herbs such as the 10,000-year 9-rank ginseng king, 9-rank purple ganoderma, dragon's tongue leaves, or foxberry. Yet, as a being possessing the ultimate life attribute, Su Qingyu was inherently more compatible with Life Soul Crystals than the Dark Murder Vine. Their shared affinity meant he could absorb their energy far more efficiently. Thus, Su Qingyu abandoned all restraint, clutching a minuscule, seemingly insignificant pale green crystal in his claw. He mused with anticipation, just how much soul power does this tiny, peculiar crystal contain? With a mere thought, spatial distortion enveloped the crystal, and in an instant, it vanished from his palm. By now, Su Qingyu had mastered the Devourer technique to perfection. Manipulating spatial distortions was effortless. As the pale green Life Soul Crystal was drawn into the distorted space, mere moments passed before waves of soul energy began to emanate from within. Su Qingyu, upon keenly attuning himself to the sensations, was taken aback. This water sphere, merely 10 meters in diameter, harbored nearly 50 years' worth of soul energy. Although this particular pale green Life Soul Crystal, formed through the distortion of space, lacked the intensity of energy found in the originally sought-after Life Soul Crystals, it was unable to counterbalance the immense volume of this subterranean lake. The entire lake spanned a diameter of 300 meters and reached a depth of approximately 15 meters, which amounted to at least 5,000 such 10-meter water spheres, equating to an astonishing total of 250,000 years of life attribute soul energy. A simple calculation revealed to Su Qingyu the lake's remarkable reservoir of life energy. No wonder Life Soul Crystals were found upon this island. The existence of this underground lake had been the source of their formation. Over the course of countless years, the life energy dissipated from the lake had continuously coalesced in the subterranean realm, ultimately resulting in the emergence of numerous Life Soul Crystals of varying sizes scattered throughout the depths above the lake. In regard to the entirety of the lake, the dissipation of this segment of life energy does not significantly impact the whole. However, it should not be overlooked, for this portion, which has been meticulously cultivated over countless years under natural conditions, possesses a remarkably high concentration of life energy, far surpassing that of the pale green Life Soul Crystal condensed by Su Qingyu. Thus, it appears that all these Life Soul Crystals originate from this very place. The abundant life energy presents a rare and fertile ground for the growth of plant-based soul beasts, in pursuit of the flourishing of the dark demon-killing vine. It seems I shall be residing here for an extended period. This time, Jishui and Daitu, you have performed admirably. Su Qingyu remarked to Zhishui and Daitu. Yet as he spoke, Su Qingyu sensed something amiss. When the water sphere coalesced the life soul crystal in the air, it had caused countless streams of water to scatter, with many droplets splashing onto the fragmented rocky shore beside the lake. At this moment, Su Qingyu discovered that the fragmented rocks were gradually eroded by the flowing water, with numerous pits of varying depths forming, and a significant portion of the debris completely dissolved. Startled, Su Qingyu observed closely and noted that the lake water appeared somewhat viscous upon the rock fragments. Was this truly water? Gazing at the vibrant, life-infused, pale green lake, he found himself momentarily entranced. Why did it feel reminiscent of a sulfuric lake? It was capable of eroding those fragmented rocks. Su Qingyu perceived this pale green lake as something akin to a sulfuric lake on Earth. He pondered the effects of other substances upon the lake's water. Under the watchful eyes of Abito and Shui, Su Qingyu flipped his claws and retrieved several sea soul grasses from the depths of the dark blue-silver realm, where he had stored them as food. Now, they served their purpose. He unleashed his soul power, enveloping the sea soul grasses, and cast them into the pale green lake before him. Master? Abito and Shui exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Su Qingyu's actions. Yet, they soon witnessed the astonishing sight. The moment the sea soul grasses made contact with the pale green water, they rapidly wilted and shrank, their vibrant green hues fading to yellow and then to black, in the blink of an eye as a plume of black smoke rose from the lake surface. The sea soul grasses vanished entirely. What is happening? Abito and Shui looked at each other in shock, their expressions mirroring their astonishment, before finally turning to Su Qingyu, who wore a serious countenance. It appears that this lake is not a cradle of life, but rather a lake of death, Su Qingyu declared. Or perhaps it is both a lake of life and a lake of death. Su Qingyu fell into contemplation, realizing that a lake brimming with life energy was paradoxically filled with corrosive water, making it inhospitable for any form of life. The very essence that fosters creation and the force that brings about destruction were manifested through the same medium. Creation? Destruction? Life? Death? These seemingly opposing concepts were, at this moment, intertwined and unified within a single entity. This revelation led Su Qingyu to reflect upon the principle of the unity of opposites. In any domain, all things, whether internal or external, carry contradictions. The harmonious coexistence and struggle of these opposing forces propel the movement, transformation, and evolution of all entities, ensuring their stability. Gradually, Su Qingyu began to comprehend, even recalling the yin-yang complementary dual soul core of the golden-eyed black dragon king, Emperor Tian. So it was. Yin and yang are indeed two opposing forces, yet through their complementarity, the dual soul core can achieve relative stability, or even absolute stability during this period. Su Qingyu finally experienced a sense of stagnation akin to that of Abito and Shui. The enhancement of his soul power gradually slowed. This indirectly made him acutely aware of the formidable efficacy of the 10,000-year 9-rank ginseng. However, what pleasantly surprised Su Qingyu was the effect of the life soul crystal on himself. Although it was far inferior to the potency of the 10,000-year 9-rank ginseng, due to the compatibility of their attributes, it could nearly convert life energy into his soul power at an astounding rate of 100%. It is worth noting that the soul skill, Devouring Heaven, yielded merely a 30% conversion rate for other soul beasts within the distorted space or the 10,000-year 9-rank ginseng. The emergence of the life soul crystal, however, shattered this convention. Much like the dark demon killing vine, after 3 months, his soul power had increased by 3,000 years. Yet it still felt too slow, even with an abundance of life soul crystals and a 100% conversion rate. The speed of soul power enhancement remained unsatisfactory compared to the previous 10,000-year 9-rank ginseng. After all, upon acquiring the 10,000-year 9-rank ginseng, he had completely converted its soul power within 4 months, and with the aid of the 9-rank purple Ganoderma and dragon grass leaves, his cultivation had surged from 9,800 years to an impressive 42,000 years. Now, after the passage of 3 months, the soul power has merely increased from 42,000 years to 45,000 years. The contrast is striking. One experienced an elevation of over 30,000 years in 4 months, while the other has only ascended by 3,000 years in 3 months. The disparity in the pace of soul power enhancement left Su Qingyu feeling somewhat disheartened, and it also made him acutely aware of the protracted journey from a 10,000-year soul beast to a 100,000-year soul beast. Perhaps for some ordinary soul beasts, if they possess low intelligence and lack any extraordinary fortuity, it might indeed take them an entire century of millennia to ascend to the status of a 100,000-year soul beast. Reflecting on other ordinary soul beasts, Su Qingyu considered that an increase of 1,000 years in cultivation within a mere month is an extraordinary feat, particularly as he has already attained the level of a 40,000-year soul beast in just 9 months, marking an exceptionally rapid advancement in soul power. However, for soul beasts, a span of 9 months is exceedingly brief. Yet, Su Qingyu, within this limited time frame, has transformed into a formidable soul beast of 40,000 years, harboring an immense sense of pride within. During this period, almost every day, Su Qingyu would venture to the underground lake to condense life soul crystals. In just 3 short months, he had amassed 5 enormous life soul crystals within his dark blue-silver death domain. Each of these grand, pale green life soul crystals possessed an astonishing life attribute soul power reserve of 12,000 years. This implies that a single life soul crystal is perfectly sufficient to meet the growth requirements of either Su Qingyu or the dark demon killing vine for an entire year. As the vital energy was incessantly extracted by Su Qingyu, the water level of the subterranean lake remained unchanged. The originally pale green hue of the lake had merely lightened a few shades, and the life energy within the cavernous space was no longer as potent as before. Despite having condensed only 5 colossal life soul crystals over the span of 3 months, Su Qingyu found himself utterly exhausted, having devoted a considerable amount of time and effort to the endeavor. After all, his daily task consisted of monotonously confronting the lake's waters, continuously employing the soul technique, swallowing the heavens, to facilitate the condensation of life soul crystals under the influence of the warped space. Consequently, throughout these 3 months, the advancement of Su Qingyu's soul power spiral had been exceedingly gradual, and he could barely reach an approximate level equivalent to 12,000 years. As the lake's verdant waters gradually faded, Su Qingyu realized that the life essence crystals he was able to condense within the same time frame were becoming increasingly diminutive. In other words, to condense the same life essence crystal over a span of 12,000 years, the time required grew longer as one progressed further along the timeline. On this day, Su Qingyu did not engage in his usual practice of condensing the life soul crystals in the underground lake. Instead, he returned to the mountaintop, preparing for a long-anticipated endeavor. Though his cultivation had only reached 45,000 years, still shy of the 50,000-year mark, his dragon wings had nearly taken shape, and he sensed that he might soon be able to achieve flight. Despite Su Qingyu's adept control over the dragon wings and his proficiency in wielding them, his formidable 45-meter frame showed no signs of lifting off the ground. It appeared that only when he truly ascended into the air could he master the art of flying. Resolute in his decision, Su Qingyu resolved to practice flight. Standing atop the mountain, he gazed down at the beach of the bay and beyond to a small island across the strait, one of the 3 isles surrounding the imperial island. As he contemplated his flight practice, a wave of anxiety washed over him. The distant ocean merges seamlessly with the azure sky, forming a graceful arc that resembles silk unfurling, laid delicately between sea and sky, subtly distinguishing the 2 elements that blend into one. Gazing upon the sea indeed broadens one's horizons. Witnessing this scene fills Su Qingyu with an overwhelming sense of wonder, compelling him to marvel at the breathtaking beauty of the world. His yearning for flight is amplified like never before at this moment. With the dark demon killing vine, he feels no fear. Here I come. Su Qingyu deftly flaps his dragon wings, and with a mere thought, he commands the dark demon killing vine to retract immediately. As he loses his support, his body plummets sharply. This sensation of weightlessness is akin to an immense force pulling him downward, rendering his mind momentarily blank, compelling him to exert all his effort to control his dragon wings, flapping vigorously. The fierce wind relentlessly batters against Su Qingyu's azure scales. Fortunately, having cultivated for 45,000 years, the resilience of his scales has reached a formidable level, making it exceedingly difficult for even a typical 100,000-year soul beast to breach them, let alone this mere gust. It seems he has sensed an upward lift beginning to manifest from his dragon wings, which brings him joy. Instinctively, he increases the intensity of his flapping. Yes, that is the feeling. Even with the emergence of lift, his body continues to descend uncontrollably. Yet the speed of his fall gradually lessens, granting him some reassurance. Glide. Su Qingyu steadies his body, adjusting his center of gravity as the sensation of falling transforms into that of gliding. With each flap of his dragon wings, he experiences a hint of lift in the air. On the southern beach of Imperial Island, Ji Shui lazily basks in the sun. Ever since discovering the subterranean lake brimming with life energy 3 months ago, his responsibilities have lightened considerably. His days now consist mainly of overseeing the search teams and managing the clan, leaving the rest in the capable hands of Dai Tuesday. In these past 3 months, with the gracious bestowal of 1,000 huli berries from the sovereign, Ji Shui's soul power has surged remarkably, reaching an impressive 13,000 years. Filling his heart with profound joy. Accompanying his lord each day has been nothing short of blissful. Gradually, Ji Shui has come to understand this truth. However, suddenly, a shadow darted across the sky above, casting a shadow that obscured a significant portion of the heavens, causing Ji Shui's eyes to widen in astonishment. This was soon followed by a resounding splash, as numerous waves erupted from the sea, akin to a tsunami crashing upon the sandy shore. At the forefront of this chaos was the rocky beach of the bay, where Ji Shui often basked in the sun. Countless droplets surged forth, abruptly rousing him from his half-slumber, leaving him bewildered as he gazed ahead. What is happening? Roars echoed around him, the furious cries of myriad abyssal emperor crocodiles. As the sudden splash shattered the tranquility and beauty of the surroundings, it was as if someone, all dressed up and in high spirits, had been doused with a bucket of foot-soaking water. The entire beach bore the brunt of this tumult. The emperor crocodiles, once basking in the sun, were instantly drenched anew, while waves inundated vast expanses of the sand, leaving the bay in disarray. That fleeting shadow seemed to belong to his sovereign. Ji Shui, who had been on the verge of roaring in anger, felt the familiar yet formidable aura and found his voice caught in his throat. Instead, he emitted a low growl to signal the other abyssal emperor crocodiles, restoring a semblance of calm to the coast, save for the continuous sound of flowing water. Why did the sovereign fall from the mountain? Was he practicing flight? Ji Shui surmised, for he knew that Su Qingyu's dragon wings were gradually taking shape. Nevertheless, he realized he must hasten to pay his respects. At this moment, Su Qingyu in the seawater wore an expression of utter vexation, his mind conjuring images of a certain plant. Damn it. How could he have overlooked the fact that the dark demon-slaying vine couldn't support itself on the ocean surface? Despite meticulous calculations, one crucial detail had slipped through the cracks. Initially anticipating a landing on the sandy shore, Su Qingyu realized midair that he had little control over his trajectory. From such an immense height, his descent turned into a prolonged glide, propelling him far beyond the intended island destination and leaving him stranded over the open sea. Without the dark demon-slaying vine to break his fall, Su Qingyu plummeted like a meteor, slicing diagonally into the depths below. Fortunately, his rugged resilience spared him. Had this been Earth, such a plunge would have reduced him to a mere pulp upon impact. Shaking his head in frustration, he began swimming toward the distant coastline. Gazing at the disarray along the coastline, Su Qingyu felt a sense of helplessness. He had never anticipated the difficulty of controlling his direction. Soon, he noticed Ji Shui approaching with his massive form. "My lord, have you already begun to practice flying?" "Indeed, my dragon wings have nearly taken shape, allowing for a precarious form of flight. Though controlling my direction in the air remains quite challenging," Su Qingyu acknowledged with a nod. He then added, "For now, I ask that both you and the abyssal emperor crocodile withdraw from this bay area to prevent any unintended harm to you should I lose control of my body." With Ji Shui and Dai, two managing vast expanses of sea territory, Su Qingyu devoted nearly all his energy to enhancing his own strength, merely establishing rules for Dai Tu and Ji Shui to execute. Thus far, they had not disappointed him. "Has anything noteworthy occurred recently?" Su Qingyu inquired. Given that Dai Tu contributed his Thundero in the present age, the 3 major oceans are home to only 4 extraordinary colossal species, the soul seal and soul lion of the 9 Stars Sea, as well as the crown mermaid and scarlet blood eel of the Ice Sea, all of which boast a lineage surpassing 100,000 years of unparalleled ferocity. The myriad of colossal soul beast tribes, each extending over 100,000 years, is beyond count, particularly within the abyssal depths of one of the 3 vast oceanic realms it inhabits. After all, the other 2 oceanic realms harbor ferocious beasts that would never permit the formidable 100,000-year soul beasts to thrive peacefully within their territories. Consequently, any 100,000-year soul beasts from other tribes that have not submitted to these 4 superlative clans have been largely driven into the profound abyss or outright annihilated, their essence consumed to enhance the prowess of those that remain. Becoming a ferocious beast is indeed a formidable challenge. Generally speaking, among a myriad of 10,000-year soul beasts, only a singular ferocious beast may emerge. Hence, within the vast expanse of the 3 great seas, 10,000-year soul beasts are, in fact, not rare at all. A multitude of soul beasts spanning 100,000 years has inundated the profound depths of the ocean, coupled with the myriad of tribes that inhabit these abyssal waters. The entire region has evolved into the most tumultuous and intricate area among the three vast seas. For centuries, conflicts have erupted ceaselessly among the various tribes. Powerful factions obliterate the weaker ones, while the once feeble tribes rise to prominence, subsequently vanquishing other formidable clans. Such occurrences unfold with alarming regularity in the depths of the ocean, manifesting almost daily. In the realm of water barriers, conflicts among factions are but commonplace occurrences. Yet, at this moment, he could scarcely fathom why Su Qingyu was so concerned about those weaker clans. Could it be that the sovereign, having recently taken command of this maritime domain, sought to establish a formidable faction as a cautionary measure to intimidate others? Such a notion sparked a glimmer of insight within him. Ji Shui recalled hearing from Dai Tu that the sovereign had once effortlessly vanquished a 10,000-year soul beast with a single strike. As a being bearing the bloodline of the dragon, this soul beast, even at a formidable age of 40,000 years, possessed strength that far surpassed that of ordinary soul beasts of equivalent age. This presented an opportunity, one that could compel the sovereign to act and instill fear in the surrounding mid-tier factions. Although Ji Shui, as a 10,000-year soul beast, had elevated the abyssal emperor crocodile to the status of a mid-tier soul beast faction, achieving a measure of dominance within this maritime expanse. It was important to note that among the numerous mid-tier factions, the abyssal emperor crocodile was merely one of the weakest. Numerous powerful mid-tier marine soul beast factions existed, with some boasting more than 10,000-year soul beasts, and the strongest among them exceeding 50,000 years in cultivation, while others reached the terrifying thresholds of 80,000 or even 90,000 years. In comparison, although both are medium-sized soul beast clans, the disparity between them is so vast that they cannot be compared. This was one of the reasons why Ji Shui initially submitted to Su Qingyu. Having the protection of a more powerful soul beast greatly increases the chances of survival for the clan. Returning to the main topic, the invaders consist of two medium-sized soul beast clans near our maritime domain, the Deep-Sea Silver Shark clan and the Deep-Sea Swordfish clan. The Deep-Sea Silver Shark? The Deep-Sea Swordfish? What is their strength? Su Qingyu inquired of Ji Shui, as they merely appeared to be the most ordinary of soul beasts. Ji Shui continued, stating that within the Deep-Sea Silver Shark clan, the Deep-Sea Silver Shark King has reached an age of 50,000 years, and there are 3 other members of the clan with an age of 20,000 years, showcasing immense power and a vast territorial expanse that far surpasses our abyssal emperor crocodile clan. Furthermore, the Deep-Sea Swordfish King boasts an even more formidable age of 70,000 years. The number of 10,000-year soul beasts within their clan exceeds 20, making them the most powerful presence among the major forces in our surrounding area. Both clans are located outside the rocky region to the south of us, showing no interest in the rocky area itself, but rather preferring to hunt the soul beast clans residing there, leading to many areas becoming desolate. In their eyes, our territory is merely a barren expanse in the north, fortuitously situated between the two. Initially, the two, with a mere age of 10,000 years, did not dare to resist and allowed them to raid at will. Ji Shui began to elaborate, analyzing the surrounding powerful clans in detail. These two formidable medium-sized clans, the Deep-Sea Silver Shark and the Deep-Sea Swordfish, regard other weaker medium-sized clans, and even as Ji Shui experienced an overwhelming sense of joy. He promptly set out to disperse the abyssal emperor crocodile, ensuring that all soul beasts vacated the bay to allow Su Qingyu to practice his flying. 10 days. This should significantly enhance my flying abilities. Observing the bay once again bustling with activity, Su Qingyu remained contemplative. For the Deep-Sea Silver Shark, he indeed intended to use it as a deterrent, for it was essential to intimidate the surrounding clans to stabilize the entire territorial waters. Before long, the bay was left desolate, save for a small point emanating a greenish glow, akin to a leaf caught in the wind, rising and falling gracefully. Gliding. Ascend. Su Qingyu flapped his dragon wings, repeatedly seeking that sensation of lift. Though he occasionally plummeted, having learned from his initial experiences, he was now adept at avoiding gliding beyond the confines of the bay. Yes, just like that. Once more, through numerous attempts, Su Qingyu began to master the art of flight with increasing proficiency. On that very day, he successfully soared to the small island across the bay, and as time progressed, his flying abilities surged remarkably. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In an expansive, cloudless sea, a colossal shadow raced swiftly, beneath which 2 figures trailed closely. Upon closer inspection, one could see a dragon demon emperor fish and an abyssal emperor crocodile, both ensnared tightly by 2 black tendrils. being pulled aloft by the swiftly flying azure dragon-like creature. It was none other than Su Qingyu, along with Tu and Ji Shui. At that moment, Su Qingyu, having achieved a height of 45 meters, found the combined weight of Tu and Ji Shui far from his limits. As Abito and Shui harnessed their spiritual energy in the air, they exerted themselves to alleviate their own weight, thereby lessening the burden on Su Qingyu, making his journey considerably more effortless. This marked the first occasion for both Abito and Shui to gaze down upon the ocean from midair, marveling at the sea and sky that shimmered with the brilliance of glazed tiles. The two beasts continually expressed their awe as they traversed this beautiful landscape. "My lord, we have arrived. This is the place," Shui proclaimed as he noted a subtle change in the surface of the sea below. Beneath the water, the dark rocks began to vanish at this point, while the expanse ahead appeared ever more profound, concealing boundless mysteries beneath its tranquil surface. This was also Su Qingyu's inaugural venture beyond the rocky terrain, with the abyssal domain of the Emperor Crocodile lying on the opposite side. He realized that this rocky area was not as vast as he had once, as if sensing Su Qingyu's presence. Even before he reached the lair of the deep-sea silver sharks, countless powerful creatures had already swarmed toward him. The weakest among them boasted 3,000 years of cultivation, their collective spiritual energy churning the ocean depths into a frothing maelstrom. The deep-sea silver shark king? A surge of 50,000-year cultivation erupted from the midst of the silver sharks. Su Qingyu's eyes narrowed as a streak of silver shot through the inky blackness, charging straight toward him and his two companions. Seeking death, Su Qingyu hadn't expected the deep-sea silver sharks to be so aggressive. Battle erupted the moment they met. His own terrifying aura, honed over 45,000 years, pressed down upon the entire swarm, freezing the surrounding waters as if bound by invisible chains. His cold gaze locked onto the 6-meter-long shark king. Spiritual energy spiral sphere. In the blink of an eye, for spheres of condensed 6,000-year spiritual energy formed beneath Su Qingyu's hooves, hurtling toward the leading sharks. Meanwhile, a fifth sphere, brimming with 10,000-year power, coalesced within its jaws. Go! The 4 6,000-year spheres struck first, their rapid rotation dragging torrents of seawater behind them. They slammed into the Shark King and 3 other 20,000-year sharks with unavoidable precision. Boom! The ocean convulsed as devastating energy erupted upon impact. Though the spheres contained only 6,000 years of power, the resulting shockwave far surpassed that level. Whoosh! The Shark King, cunning and agile, twisted its body at the last moment, evading the worst of the blast. But the other 3 were not so quick. Light flared as the spheres made contact, boiling the surrounding water instantly. The energy seared their flesh, and in an instant, the 3 20,000-year sharks were reduced to 3 gleaming black spirit rings, pulsing with residual power. The sight sent tremors through the remaining sharks. Even the Shark King's eyes widened in disbelief, 3 of their strongest, annihilated in a single exchange. As the 3 dark rings hovered in the water, Abito and Shui stood frozen. They had known Su Qingyu was strong, but this was beyond comprehension. Chapter 39, Becoming the Spirit Ring originally. Ji Shui anticipated that Su Qingyu would employ the Super Thousand Birds technique to swiftly conclude the battle. However, it has become apparent that the master possesses an astounding level of power. There is even a sense of relief that had he not chosen to submit to the master, or had he eliminated Abito, he too might have become one of the rising Black Soul Rings. Yet, the deep-sea Silver Shark King remains unaware that this is not a true soul skill, but rather a method of utilizing soul power devised by Su Qingyu. It merely harnesses the energy released when high-density soul power disrupts its internal stability. With a successful strike, Su Qingyu did not relent. The spiral ball of 10,000-year soul power surged forth with incredible speed. The deep-sea Silver Shark King observed the rapidly rotating projectile, sensing that the fluctuations of the spiral ball's soul power did not seem particularly formidable, as it was still merely 10,000 year in essence. Yet, his earlier thoughts had already transformed into soul rings. No longer daring to underestimate the situation, the incoming spiral ball of soul power provided him no opportunity for contemplation. As it unleashed its energy, it manifested like a tempest, instantly conjuring a colossal waterspout in the deep sea, rampaging in all directions. Such power! Gazing at the 10,000-year soul power spiral ball, Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled with realization. It seems he must strive even harder to master the soul power spiral ball. Nevertheless, his immediate target was the deep-sea Silver Shark King. He swiftly darted through the waterspout, seeking the location of the Shark King. There, as the waterspout began to dissipate, Su Qingyu halted, finally catching sight of the deep-sea silver shark king's mere 6-meter form. The overwhelming presence of the 45-meter giant before him was unparalleled, especially now that the soul power spiral ball had weakened the water spout, allowing the Shark King to momentarily escape its restraints, only to face such a colossal entity. Before the deep-sea silver Shark King could react, a shadow darted within a 100-meter range, vanishing in an instant. This was the same Shark King who had just evaded the 10,000-year soul power spiral ball, still reeling from the appearance of Su Qingyu's immense form. In that moment, he had no time to ponder before a shadow materialized right before him. With a thud, an immense force struck, causing the deep-sea silver Shark King to tremble and retreat abruptly. At that very moment, the consciousness of the deep-sea silver Shark King began to blur, as faint tendrils of black light emanated from its body, coalescing above into a circle of dark soul rings. A powerful surge of soul energy erupted, causing countless deep-sea silver sharks in the vicinity to scatter in a frenzy. The shadow before him was none other than the dark demon killing vine, possessing a mere 11,000 years of cultivation. With its 11,000 years, it effortlessly dispatched a soul beast of 50,000 years. Su Qingyu was utterly captivated by the dark demon killing vine, and in a moment of surprise, he executed a sudden thrust that pierced through the deep-sea silver shark with astonishing precision. The already resilient vine unleashed an incredible speed, and the piercing ability of the dark demon killing vine reached a level that instilled fear even in Su Qingyu. He believed that mere slapping or whipping was far too feeble. Employing the dark demon killing vine as a spear would maximize its unexpected efficacy. If circumstances permitted, Su Qingyu even contemplated adorning the tip of the dark demon killing vine with the most resilient and sharpest weapon in existence. However, on the other hand, the defense of the deep-sea silver shark was indeed alarmingly low. Su Qingyu mused that, after all, the deep-sea silver shark relied on speed and agility to gain the upper hand, making it difficult to contend with the explosive power and penetrating strength of the dark demon killing vine. Moreover, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye, the distance so minimal that one could hardly react. Gazing upon the once again desolate depths of the ocean and the 4 swirling black soul rings that ascended around him, Su Qingyu opted to allow Abido and Shizue to consume the flesh and blood of the 4 10,000-year deep-sea silver fish soul beasts. Abido and Shizue did not refuse. After all, such an opportunity was exceedingly rare for them, and they had never experienced the taste of a 50,000-year soul beast flesh in their lifetime. A abyssal emperor crocodile king and a dragon demon emperor mackerel feasted with broad smiles, utterly delighted, even engaging in a discussion about the exquisite flavor of the meat. Beside him, Su Qingyu let out a faint sigh. As for the remaining deep-sea silver sharks, he had not pursued them to extinction. Now that the entire species had dwindled into a small population, they could hardly pose a threat to other creatures anymore. This outcome was sufficient. All beings in this world have their rightful place, let alone such formidable spirit beast clans. At this moment, this expansive sea has fallen under the dominion of Su Qingyu. Along with the abyssal imperial crocodile domain, the rocky regions, and the deep-sea silver shark area, Su Qingyu's influence has grown immensely, encompassing vast stretches of surrounding waters and nearly 100 soul beast clans. However, this is still far from sufficient. Su Qingyu's ambition is to unify all the medium-sized clans in the nearby waters. The next destination is the realm of the deep-sea swordfish. Once tranquility is restored, Su Qingyu, Abido, and Shizue set forth once more. The territories of the deep-sea silver shark and the deep-sea swordfish are not distant from one another, both adjacent to rocky regions. The trio navigates along the periphery of the rocky terrain and soon arrives at the domain of the deep-sea swordfish. Chapter 40. A single strike to annihilate the deep-sea swordfish clan. Before Su Qingyu, Abido, and Shizue could even enter the gathering grounds of the deep-sea swordfish, it seemed the presence of Su Qingyu had been sensed, prompting the swordfish to approach them, evidently intent on making this uninvited guest pay a price. Countless deep-sea swordfish, with their jaws resembling sharp blades and streamlined bodies, displayed formidable aggression as they swam at high speeds. Particularly daunting was the group of 20 eternal soul beasts that formed the deep-sea swordfish school, which left Abido and Shizue visibly apprehensive. How powerful? Typically, a school of deep-sea swordfish is led by a singular eternal soul beast, accompanied by numerous thousand-year deep-sea swordfish forming vast groups that venture into other waters, ruthlessly hunting and engaging in a frenzied feast on other soul beast clans. At this moment, a formidable school of swordfish, composed of 20 ancient deep-sea swordfish and a 7,000-year-old deep-sea swordfish king, surrounded Su Qingyu and his 3-beast team, who had inadvertently trespassed into their territory. Both Daitsu and Shizue trembled in fear. Even Shizue, who had witnessed the frenzied bloodlust of the swordfish school, felt a chill in his heart. The imposing presence of the 7-meter-long deep-sea swordfish king exerted a tremendous pressure on Daitsu and Shizue due to the vast disparity in soul power. Humph. Does sheer numbers truly matter? Su Qingyu scoffed, surveying the circling deep-sea swordfish around him. Soul power spiral ball. This time, in the face of the 7,000-year-old deep-sea swordfish. Su Qingyu conjured a millennium-grade soul power spiral ball in his mouth, using it as a foundation before unleashing a super thousand birds technique. The radiant claws of his right hoof erupted with brilliance, converging countless bolts of lightning into a terrifying sphere of thunder, from the edges of which flickered hints of purple energy. This thunder sphere surged forth towards the deep-sea swordfish king. This super thousand birds, imbued with 1/5 of the dark blue silver's lethal electric power, far surpassed the lightning force he had wielded against the millennium-grade 9th-tier ginseng king, its might erupting instantaneously. With a roar, the surrounding seawater transformed into a realm of thunder, as terrifying waves of energy ravaged vast expanses of the deep sea. Exceeding what a millennium soul beast could endure, the waters churned violently, and the very seawater was ionized. Under the onslaught of the super thousand birds, both the 7,000-year-old deep-sea swordfish king and over a dozen millennium-grade deep-sea swordfish were instantly transformed into ascending, radiant black soul rings. The ancient deep-sea swordfish were merely grazed by the super thousand birds, while it was the deep-sea swordfish king that truly experienced the full force of the super thousand birds. The king was enveloped by the overwhelming power of lightning, subjected to a genuine thunderous baptism. However, the price of this electrifying experience was akin to being seared by scorching coals, causing its streamlined 7-meter body to diminish in size, transforming it into a slender black rod. One can only imagine the terrifying potency of the assault contained within this super thousand birds, reaching a level of dreadfulness that is truly astonishing. Zhishui stood in stunned silence, gazing at the self-satisfied Obito beside him, unable to suppress a swallow of his own. Is this the Chidori? The result of your daily contributions of lightning power? Impressive, isn't it? Observing Zhishui's expression, Obito felt an immense sense of satisfaction, even pride. All his diligent efforts were dedicated to this extraordinary Chidori. Impressive? It is nothing short of cataclysmic, Zhishui exclaimed, marveling at the swirling black soul rings around them and the deep-sea swordfish that appeared to be charred black. The power of lightning truly deserves its reputation as the most destructive force. I cannot fathom how those formidable beasts of 200,000 and 300,000 years managed to endure the tribulation. Even at that level, the heavenly tribulation remains a terrifying existence for them. Hence, even among ferocious beasts, as the end approaches or in an attempt to evade the tribulation, many 10,000-year soul beasts still transform into human form. Obito interjected. The master is almost certain to become a 10,000-year soul beast or even a 20,000-year ferocious beast. Yet, I wonder how he will choose when faced with the terrifying heavenly tribulation in the future. The two of them observed Su Qingyu fighting ahead, engaged in a leisurely discussion. As Su Qingyu dealt with the ancient deep-sea swordfish, he cast a glance at the two beasts before turning his head and saying, "You may keep all of these." The same goes for the deep-sea swordfish king. Grateful, they responded, "Thank you, master." Although the deep-sea swordfish were charred beyond recognition, particularly the swordfish king, whose flesh was entirely ruined, both Daitu and Zhishui did not express any disdain. This was indeed a nourishing feast, as they indulged in the charred delicacies, allowing the burnt flavor to permeate their mouths. The advantages of consuming the flesh of a soul beast that had existed for 70,000 years were unmistakable. Su Qingyu opted not to incorporate them into the distorted space. Now that he possessed the life soul crystal, the conversion rate of soul power had reached 100%. Further transformation of these soul beasts might hinder his soul power enhancement. Unless, of course, he were to come across another rare 9,000-year ginseng king. However, since Daitu and Zhishui could not absorb the soul rings as energy entities, adhering to the principle of waste not, Su Qingyu decided to store all the black soul rings of the deep-sea swordfish in the distorted space, thereby conserving some life soul crystals. As for the other deceased deep-sea swordfish, their cultivation levels varied, mostly ranging from 20,000 to 30,000 years. Su Qingyu also selected 4 swordfish whose cultivation had reached 40,000 years, incorporating them into the realm of dark blue silver's fatal grasp. The 4 ancient deep-sea swordfish swiftly claimed a significant portion of the space within the dark blue and silver waters of the deadly abyss. This expedition served dual purposes. Firstly, it unified the territories of these two major mid-sized factions, preventing further incursions into his dominion for the purpose of hunting soul beasts. Secondly, it fostered the accelerated growth of both Dado and Shimizu, for as 10,000-year-old soul beasts, they remained rather feeble, thus providing them with a distinct advantage. With a thunderous display of might, Su Qingyu annihilated both the deep-sea silver shark king and the deep-sea swordfish king. Consequently, along with the abyssal emperor crocodile's domain and the rocky regions, these 4 maritime territories were wholly integrated into Su Qingyu's sphere of influence. Among these groups, countless exist. Yet they primarily consist of minor factions. Currently, within the entire extent of his dominion, only the abyssal emperor crocodile and the deep-sea swordfish qualify as mid-sized factions. As a medium-sized group, the current deep-sea swordfish population has dwindled to merely 4, whose intelligence remains low, yet they all submit to Su Qingyu. He entrusted the management of affairs to Dado and Shimizu, while he returned to the Imperial Island, resuming his monotonous life of consolidating life soul crystals. The steady enhancement of his soul power, along with the progressive mastery of the soul spiral sphere, has brought him considerable joy amidst the tranquil days. Chapter 41. Little spirit communication. Although Dado and Shimizu handle most matters, Su Qingyu is not entirely uninvolved. With his dragon-winged wings, his speed surpasses that of his swimming abilities, allowing him to frequently traverse nearby waters, subduing various medium-sized groups. Notably, to the north of Imperial Island, Su Qingyu discovered an island slightly larger than his own, inhabited by tens of thousands of demon soul albatrosses, with their leader boasting an astonishing 6,000 years of cultivation and considerable intelligence. An aerial battle commenced, and within merely dozens of exchanges, Su Qingyu, utilizing his overwhelming physical prowess, completely subdued the demon soul albatrosses. It was not only these albatrosses that yielded. Numerous small and medium-sized groups in the vicinity also joined Su Qingyu's domain. Even some leaders of soul beasts aged 80 or 90,000 years were no match for him and chose to submit. For these conquered 10,000-year soul beasts, Su Qingyu established unilateral soul contracts, significantly bolstering the strength of his forces. His influence expanded to encompass a maritime area of 3,000 li, subtly hinting at the capacity to affect the entire abyssal sea region. However, the emergence of 100,000-year soul beasts shattered this tranquility. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed since Su Qingyu arrived in the world of Douluo continent, or rather, as a young dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. He had reached the age of 3. The Imperial Island, renowned in the abyssal sea region, today buzzed with unprecedented activity as terrifying presences descended upon it, causing countless creatures in the vicinity to tremble. At a glance, the southern bay of Imperial Island was bustling with numerous colossal figures on the sea surface, sandy shores, and rocky beaches. It was rumored that the entire Demon Soul Albatross clan had mobilized. Within just 2 days, they summoned all the leaders of medium-sized groups, indicating that something significant was about to unfold. On the sandy beach, 2 soul beasts engaged in mental communication. One was a heavenly azure fish dragon beast with a cultivation of 60,000 years, while the other was an abyssal shadow dragon beast, boasting 70,000 years of cultivation. Both possessed traces of dragon lineage and were evidently familiar with one another, resting together apart from other soul beasts. 2 days? This sea area must stretch for several thousand li. Truly impressive for the demon soul albatrosses to traverse such distance so swiftly. I only received their notification yesterday and arrived at Imperial Island today, feeling rather anxious amidst so many unfamiliar soul beasts, remarked the abyssal shadow dragon beast. I'm nervous too. Ever since I pledged allegiance to the master a year ago, this is my first time meeting him at Imperial Island. Although my soul power was comparable to his at 60,000 years back then, his strength far exceeded mine, and I surrendered after just a few exchanges. The heavenly azure fish dragon beast replied with a wry smile. You really lack backbone. I fought the master for dozens of rounds back then, stirring up the seabed. Before finally consenting to follow him, the abyss her arrival instantly captivated the attention of the entire gathering. Beside the amethyst dragon beast stood another creature, the three-eyed shrimp king, whose cultivation had reached an impressive 80,000 years. At this moment, the three-eyed shrimp king continuously attempted to curry favor with the amethyst dragon beast, which responded with a subtle nod before reclining upon the rocky shore. From a distance, the amethyst demon dragon beast could be seen on the rocky shore, where the abyssal shadow dragon beast and the celestial azure fish dragon beast engaged in an animated conversation. Particularly, the abyssal shadow dragon beast appeared to be quite the chatterbox. Celestial azure, you have no idea. The last time I was in the deep chaos domain, I spotted her from afar. It seemed that the amethyst demon dragon beast was enraged because some celestial treasures were stolen. In a fit of fury, she unleashed the amethyst fire demon crystal prison, incinerating 3 soul beasts that had reached an astonishing age of 70,000 years, right within the crystal prison. Such terror? Those were 3 soul beasts of 70,000 years. Celestial azure fish dragon beast was taken aback, considering his own cultivation was merely at 60,000 years. I never imagined she would also submit to her master. It appears he has bestowed upon her quite a few benefits. A glimmer of joy flickered in the abyssal shadow dragon beast's expression as if a thought had crossed its mind. And you? What treasures has our master granted you? Inquired the celestial azure fish dragon beast with curiosity. Ah, our master gifted me a dark demon fruit and a millennium life soul crystal, replied the abyssal shadow dragon beast with a smile. After consuming the dark demon fruit, my cultivation surged by nearly 1,000 years. And that life soul crystal is a miraculous healing treasure. Dark demon fruit. Life soul crystal. The abyssal shadow dragon beast felt a pang of envy. I've heard that our master possesses a dark demon vine with a cultivation nearing 40,000 years, its strength comparable to an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast, bearing 4 dark demon fruits every 3 years, each regarded as a divine fruit. I can't believe you managed to acquire one. And that life soul crystal can heal injuries in the blink of an eye, more effective than some healing soul beasts. Celestial Azure, you truly hit the jackpot this time. The abyssal shadow dragon beast teased. Your bloodline enhancement is more valuable than all of this, and with your cultivation reaching 75,000 years, your dragon bloodline is quite formidable. Among our master's numerous followers, your strength must rank within the top 4, the celestial azure fish dragon beast acknowledged, recognizing the supremacy of power over material gifts. You should also be among the top 4, right? Queried the abyssal shadow dragon beast. At this, the celestial azure fish dragon beast shook his head and replied, how could that be? Look at the jade-horned serpent emperor, whose cultivation has reached 98,000 years, and the amethyst demon dragon beast with 95,000 years. Not to mention the 3-eyed fear shrimp king beside them, who has also achieved 88,000 years. And you, with 75,000 years of cultivation. All 4 of you exceed 70,000 years, belonging to the very top echelon. Meanwhile, those of us at 60,000 years, including myself, the soul-devouring albatross, the soul-devouring sea sponge, and the blue-ringed jellyfish king are significantly outnumbered by the soul beast leaders below 50,000 years. The jade-horned serpent emperor. Almost all the other soul beast leaders are here. Yet where is the jade-horned serpent emperor? Upon hearing this from the celestial azure fish dragon beast, the abyssal shadow dragon beast scanned the surroundings but found no sign of the jade-horned serpent emperor, nor could it sense her presence. She must not have arrived yet. Considering her clan resides at the far north, almost near the ice sea, speculated the celestial azure fish dragon Bias at the pinnacle of the Emperor Island. Su Qingyu found himself in a state of deep vexation regarding the 9 nether snake emperor. In hindsight, he lamented that he should have spared no effort to slay the 9 nether snake emperor in the jade horn snake sea, thus preventing the current predicament. To his astonishment, the 9 nether snake emperor had now forged an alliance with the deep sea demon octopus king, conspiring to engulf them. A month prior, Su Qingyu had, in an attempt to conserve his lightning power, inadequately unleashed the formidable Thousand Birds ability, merely inflicting severe injury upon the 9 nether snake emperor. Despite his intentions to deliver a finishing blow, he could not catch up to the 9 nether snake emperor, who had cultivated for 120,000 years and possessed the ability to become invisible, allowing the creature to escape. Now, with the union of the 9 nether snake emperor and the deep sea demon octopus king, who had cultivated for 160,000 years, they not only sought to seize the entire jade horn snake sea, but also aimed to annex Su Qingyu's entire sphere of influence, igniting his fury. Just a day ago, a multitude of high-age soul beasts surged into the jade horn snake sea, commanded personally by the 9 nether snake emperor and the deep sea demon octopus king, initiating a new wave of territorial conflict. It was indeed true that if one does not eradicate the roots of a problem, it will inevitably re-emerge. The current situation incensed Su Qingyu greatly. 9 nether snake emperor, deep sea demon octopus king, you have forced my hand. Su Qingyu resolved that he would harness the full lightning power of the first annihilation heart from the dark blue silver death, ensuring that the 9 nether snake emperor and the deep sea demon octopus king would pay dearly, possibly even facing obliteration. While there were no other high-age soul beasts possessing lightning power akin to Datu among the multitude, the lightning energy accumulated over the past 2 to 3 years would prove formidable. This was an entirely different magnitude from the previous encounter. Chapter 43, The Jade Horn Snake Emperor. For the first time, Su Qingyu felt that his mercy, or rather his oversight, had led to the underestimation of the 9 Nether Snake Emperor's strength, resulting in the current predicament. If they sought to annex his territory, he would demonstrate who would ultimately prevail. The audacity of the 9 Nether Snake Emperor was astounding. To mobilize 200,000 years soul beast against a mere young dragon of 70,000 years cultivation was nothing short of a grave miscalculation. His gaze hardened, particularly towards the Jade Horn Snake clan, as a sense of guilt washed over him. Although there had been historical conflicts between the Jade Horn Snake and the 9 Nether Skyene Snake clans, a semblance of peace had persisted for centuries. However, since the Jade Horn Snake clan joined his faction, the 9 Nether Snake Emperor had instigated large-scale tribal warfare twice in the past month. My lord, all the 10,000-year soul beasts in the region have gathered in the southern bay, announced a 10-meter-tall soul demon albatross as it descended before Su Qingyu. Transmission. Well done. Su Qingyu nodded in approval. When he had first tamed the leader of this soul demon albatross, he had bestowed upon it the name Transmission. The entire soul albatross clan has become a vital messenger, serving as a bridge for communication among various tribes, thus elevating the status of the soul albatross within the multitude of spirit beast clans. Yujiao, has your clan evacuated from the Yujiao Snake Sea? Su Qingyu inquired, his gaze solemn as he regarded the Yujiao Snake Emperor, whose cultivation had reached an astonishing 98,000 years, adorned in pristine white scales. The emperor bore a single ivory horn at his brow and stretched an imposing 90 meters in length. In response to the sovereign, I have successfully relocated the entire clan to the islands on the periphery of the Yujiao Snake Sea. For the time being, the Geo Heavenly Een snakes and the deep-sea demon octopuses have yet to arrive. However, the 1,000-year spirit beasts sent to scout for information have been relentlessly hunted by the 2 major clans. The Yujiao Snake Emperor's eyes were frosty, brimming with an inexhaustible fury towards the Geo Heavenly Een snake clan. For centuries, the 2 factions have been embroiled in ceaseless disputes, culminating in several severe confrontations. Although the Yujiao Snake Emperor managed to defuse these conflicts, they exacted a considerable toll. Due to the allegiance to the sovereign, the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor became exceedingly agitated, and any attempts to interfere proved futile. A month ago, they brazenly initiated war, directly opting to invade the domain of the Jade Horn Serpent Sea. Although Su Qingyu intervened, she believed that merely sacrificing some interest would suffice to resolve the dispute. However, she could never have anticipated that a mere exchange of words would lead to an outright confrontation. What astonished her even more was that the sovereign had severely wounded the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor. This revelation left the Jade Horn in utter shock. For after thousands of years of standoff, she possessed an intimate understanding of the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor's formidable power, acutely aware of its terrifying might. After sustaining severe injuries, the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor managed to escape using her sole technique of invisibility, leaving Su Qingyu with no means to counter her. Now, she has incited a united assault from both the 9 Nether Serpent clan and the Abyssal Demon Octopus clan, resulting in the continuous division of the Jade Horn Serpent Sea, particularly in the regions adjacent to the 9 Nether Sky Shadow Serpents and the Abyssal Demon Octopuses. Countless Jade Horn Serpents and other affiliated clans that failed to evacuate in time have been ruthlessly slaughtered, while the Jade Horn Serpent Emperor finds herself powerless to intervene. The only course of action left for her is to hastily withdraw the remaining Jade Horn Serpent Spirit Beasts and other affiliated Spirit Beast clans from their territory. Even without the severely injured 9 Nether Serpent Emperor, the Abyssal Demon Octopus King possesses a terrifying cultivation level of 160,000 years, far beyond what the Jade Horn Serpent Emperor could contend with. At this moment, despite Su Qingyu's cultivation standing at merely 72,000 years, the Jade Horn Serpent Emperor dares not underestimate him. Over the past few months, she has come to witness his formidable abilities. From the Spiral Soul Force to the Super Thousand Birds and the Dark Demon Killing Vines, each of these techniques holds the potential to obliterate her existence. In particular, the Super Thousand Birds, which had gravely injured the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor, would likely reduce her to a mere soul ring, returning her to nature. Were she to face it herself, let us proceed to the southern bay of the Imperial Island, Su Qingyu declared coldly. Given that the war was instigated by the 9 Nether Sky Shadow Serpents in the Abyssal Demon Octopus clan, who disregarded the Jade Horn Serpent clan's stern warnings to seize vast areas of their sea territory, Su Qingyu felt compelled to take a stand. Inaction would only embolden the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor and the Abyssal Demon Octopus clan, leading them to believe he was fearful, thus granting them further audacity. At times, forbearance merely accelerates one's demise. With a thought, countless black vines surge forth, the dark demon killing vines, which had reached a cultivation level of 38,000 years, rapidly transformed into a hand strap that encircled Su Qingyu's left claw, having borne fruit once. These vines had been given away as tokens of goodwill to the leaders of the respective clans. With a tremendous leap, propelled by the force of his dragon wings, Su Qingyu soared into the air, causing the mountaintop to tremble, while the demon soul albatross ascended alongside him, both heading towards the southern bay. Meanwhile, the jade-horned serpent emperor unleashed a terrifying speed, racing along the mountain range. Upon reaching the southern bay of the imperial island, the bustling throng of 10,000-year spirit beasts filled the area with vibrancy. The appearance of a cerulean figure in the sky sent the spirit beasts below into a frenzy. "It is our master! Master!" The roar infused with soul power echoed throughout the bay, causing the waters to tremble as if 1,000 beasts were stampeding. When the jade-horned serpent emperor finally arrived, Su Qingyu surveyed the bay and let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. "Today, I summon all the leaders of your respective clans, all 10,000-year spirit beasts, to convene for an important meeting. Just 2 days ago, the 9 nether sky shadow serpents and the abyssal demon octopus clan launched an audacious war against our sea territory, disregarding our stern warnings. The northern jade-horned serpent sea has already been significantly encroached upon by these 2 clans." As these words echoed, the gazes of all the 10,000-year spirit beasts turned towards the imposing figure of the jade-horned serpent emperor, while many clan leaders began to communicate silently, clearly taken aback by this sudden revelation. Feeling the gaze of numerous soul beasts upon her, the jade-horned serpent sovereign refrained from speaking. Her attention solely fixed on Su Qingyu suspended in midair, keenly observing how he planned to navigate this impending conflict, her concern solely for the fate of her kin. The intensity of her gaze remained fierce, an aura of formidable presence radiating from her, instilling dread among countless ancient soul beasts surrounding her. Heavens! Her cultivation has astonishingly reached 98,000 years. Initially, one would have thought that the 95,000-year-old amethyst dragon beast cultivation was remarkably high. Yet the jade-horned serpent sovereign has surpassed it by 3,000 years, attaining a level akin to that of a nearly 100,000-year-old soul beast. Chapter 44. Establishing the Shadow Division. Evidently, not all 10,000-year soul beasts were familiar with the jade-horned serpent sovereign. After all, the vast extent of Su Qingyu's current influence has brought together numerous clans from oceanic regions that had previously never crossed paths. Now, the presence of the jade-horned serpent emperor, with its nearly 100,000 years of cultivation, has astonished numerous 10,000-year soul beasts. Yet, the amethyst crystal dragon beast remains indifferent, for she is but a solitary creature, devoid of kinship or emotional attachments. Even the concept of life and death seems to bear little significance for her. Observing the jade-horned serpent emperor's 9,800 years of cultivation, which surpasses her own by a mere 3,000 years, the amethyst crystal dragon beast remains unfazed. After all, possessing the bloodline of the dragon race, especially following the enhancement through Su Qingyu's lineage, she is fully capable of compensating for this slight disparity in soul power. Some soul beasts, well acquainted with the jade-horned serpent sovereign, appeared unsurprised, their expressions betraying no excessive astonishment. Among them were the 3-eyed terror shrimp king, the demon soul albatross, and the abyssal shadow dragon beast, among others. Overlooking the multitude of soul beasts below, Su Qingyu continued, "Today, under the full assembly of the demon soul albatross clan, all 10,000-year soul beasts have gathered here. I shall establish the Dark Division, led by the captain of the Dark Division, who will command its members to form the strongest fighting force to venture into the domain of the jade-horned serpent, driving away the 9 nether sky serpent clan and the deep sea demon octopus clan. The 4 dark divisions shall be organized as follows. The first team, led by the jade-horned serpent king with the blue-ringed jellyfish king as the vice-captain. The second team, under the command of the amethyst crystal dragon beast, with the demon soul albatross as the vice-captain. The third team, led by the 3-eyed fierce shrimp king, with the deep sea sponge as the vice-captain. And the fourth team, commanded by the abyssal shadow dragon beast, with the sky blue fish dragon beast as the vice-captain. All other 10,000-year soul beasts with cultivation below 60,000 years shall be members of the Dark Division, distributed among these 4 teams. The purpose of establishing the Dark Division is to consolidate the most formidable soul beast power in our oceanic realm as we prepare for this war. And what you must do now is crush the invaders. It was through the bustling ranks of the 10,000-year soul beasts that Daitu and Shizuki traversed, notifying each of their assigned members in the Dark Division. Although their cultivation was modest, No soul beast dared to underestimate them. Rather, they fawned over them. For their reputations even surpassed that of the Jade-horned Serpent King and the Amethyst Crystal Dragon Beast. Indeed, despite their initial lack of power, through Su Qingyu's efforts, Tu and Shizuki had elevated their cultivation to 20,000 years at a terrifying pace. You are in the first team of the Dark Division. Off you go. The Jade-horned Serpent King is over by the reef. You belong to the third team, led by the three-eyed Fierce Shrimp King. You have been assigned to the fourth team, with the Abyssal Shadow Dragon Beast as your captain. The leaders and vice-captains of the four Dark Divisions stood at the forefront of their respective teams, with numerous 10,000-year soul beast members arriving promptly upon receiving messages from Daitu or Shizuki. Although our fourth team was considered the weakest, it astonishingly boasted 92 members. Tiansong Fish Dragon Beast gazed in surprise at the Abyssal Shadow Dragon Beast. Upon receiving the information in his mind, the Abyssal Shadow Dragon Beast was equally astonished. For 92 10,000-year soul beasts were formidable. Each could dominate a radius of 100 miles in the ocean. 4 5,000-year soul beasts. 8 3,000-year soul beasts. 28 2,000-year soul beasts. 52 1,000-year soul beasts. In that case, you four shall serve as team leaders, each leading 2 Dark Division members at 30,000 years of cultivation, along with 7 at 20,000 years and 13 at 10,000 years, forming 4 assault squads. The Abyssal Shadow Dragon Beast began to make arrangements, glancing at the 4 soul beasts beside him that had reached 50,000 years of cultivation. Since our master has chosen us as the captain and vice-captain of the 4th Dark Division, we must not disappoint him. This was what Tiansong Fish Dragon Beast conveyed to the Abyssal Shadow Dragon Beast. Not only were they making arrangements, but the other 3 Dark Divisions were also systematically organizing themselves, as this marked the formal establishment of the Dark Division and their inaugural mission. Once all preparations were complete, under the leadership of the 4 Dark Division captains, a formidable assembly of 10,000-year soul beasts began their grand march northward, setting forth towards the domain of the Jade-horned Serpent. In the forefront, Su Qingyu stood alongside the soul-devouring albatross, for among the entire soul beast horde, only these 2 possessed the ability to soar through the skies. Have the communications and defenses been adequately deployed across the entire maritime expanse? Su Qingyu inquired. According to the master's directives. This time the soul-devouring albatross and the remaining soul beasts, including those over 10,000 years old, did not participate in the covert combat unit. They had established a communication hub with Daitu and Jishui to thwart potential invasions from other sea clans. Additionally, a tactical unit composed of 10 5,000-year-old soul beasts had been assembled to patrol the various marine territories alongside the entire soul-devouring albatross clan. Even if the 3 major clans from the abyssal depths attempted an incursion, we would receive news promptly, allowing the 4 covert units to regroup. At the periphery of the Jade-horned Serpent's domain, the sea lay shrouded in a heavy gloom, with dark clouds hanging low above the tumultuous waters, as if a storm were imminent. In the southern archipelago, countless soul beasts gathered upon the myriad islands, while hundreds of 10,000-year-old soul beasts arrived, prompting many curious Jade-horned serpents to raise their delicate heads and observe with wide eyes. Jade-horned, you have finally returned. In the island bay, a blood python approached the Jade-horned Serpent Emperor. The sight of hundreds of 10,000-year-old soul beasts congregating nearby sent a chill down his spine. Yet he could not suppress his elation. Reinforcements had arrived. What is the current state of the battle? The Jade-horned Serpent Emperor inquired. The entire Jade-horned Serpent clan and its affiliated groups had retreated to the southern archipelago, while the clans in the western archipelago and its waters were still in the process of withdrawing. However, the 9 Nether Sky Serpent and the Abyssal Demon chapter had merely breached the Central Islands. I was also stationed at the Central Islands with a blocking unit of soul beasts, and upon receiving news from the soul-devouring albatross clan, I rushed here. The blood python hastily explained, revealing himself to be a 6,000-year-old blood python king, one of the affiliated clans of the Jade-horned Serpent. Good. Inform all clans in the Western Islands to swiftly evacuate to the Southern Archipelago. We must immediately head to the Central Islands, commanded the Jade-horned Serpent Emperor. By the way, what are the casualty figures among our clans? Among the 4 major archipelagos, only the Eastern Archipelago suffered severe losses, with the majority of its soul beasts slaughtered. The casualties in the Central, Western, and Southern regions were comparatively minor, though all 10,000-year-old soul beasts dispatched to intercept, including the Golden Python King, had not returned. The blood python could only respond truthfully, his heart heavy with sorrow, recalling the countless years he had battled alongside the golden python king, only to part ways in such a manner. Understood. The jade-horned serpent emperor's gaze turned icy, a chilling undercurrent of murderous intent simmering beneath his stoic demeanor. Chapter 45. Action. After the blood python conferred with the jade-horned serpent emperor, he quickly proceeded to report to Su Qingyu. Upon receiving the news, Su Qingyu summoned the leaders and vice-leaders of the 4 covert units to begin making arrangements. Aside from leaving a contingent of 1,000-year-old members to safeguard the southern archipelago, all other members were to join the combat units. The 1st and 4th teams, led by the Jade-Horned Serpent Emperor and the Abyssal Shadow Dragon Beast, were dispatched to the eastern islands to intercept the follow-up Soul Beast groups of the 9 Nether Sky Serpent and Abyssal Demon Chapter. The 2nd and 3rd teams, under the command of the Amethyst Dragon Beast and the 3-eyed Horror Shrimp King, would accompany me to the Central Islands to eliminate the marauding advanced Soul Beasts. This marked the inaugural mission since the rapid establishment of the covert units, and I implore you all to exert 100% effort. May this mission culminate in success, driving away those 2 clans. Action. Under the Jade-Horned Serpent Emperor's guidance, Su Qingyu learned that the Jade-Horned Serpent Sea was divided into 5 main regions: Central, Western, Southern, Northern, and Eastern. The Central, Western, and Eastern archipelagos served as the primary habitats for the Jade-Horned Serpent clan, while the Northern region, due to its proximity to the icy seas, was scarcely inhabited, home only to a few ice spirit lobsters, which were affiliated with the Jade-Horned Serpent clan, dwelling in that vast maritime expanse. In the southern region, due to the multitude of islands and a slightly higher temperature compared to the north, it serves as a habitat for auxiliary species such as the golden python and the blood python. Upon arriving in the waters near the Central Islands, Su Qingyu discovered a significant number of geotianine snakes, while the deep-sea magic octopus also encountered many. The 2nd and 3rd teams had long since dispersed across the Central Islands, and Su Qingyu commenced his own operations. However, Su Qingyu primarily infiltrated the 2 major faction spirit beast groups alone, executing decisive strikes, particularly when it came to 10,000-year spirit beasts and those of high thousand-year age. He never allowed an opportunity to slip by. After all, these creatures formed the backbone of the Jiuyo Heavenly Shadow Serpent and the Deep-Sea Demon Chapter, posing a considerable threat to the shadows. The Dark Demon Killing Vine, with a cultivation level reaching 38,000 years, could achieve astonishing speeds even during oceanic ambushes. Presently, all 4 tendrils of the Dark Demon Killing Vine had extended to 800 meters, enabling Su Qingyu to annihilate any 10,000-year spirit beast within a reasonable distance. Suddenly, he sensed a slight dimming of light. Overhead, dozens of Jiuyo Heavenly Shadow Serpent spirit beasts swept past, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently and a multitude of bubbles to rise. The Jiuyo Heavenly Shadow Serpent. With a chilling gaze, Su Qingyu's massive form seemed to meld into the darkness, desperately concealing his presence as he navigated the coral reefs below. Drawing closer to the flock of Jiuyo Heavenly Shadow Serpent spirit beasts. At this moment, the 9 Nether Celestial Serpent Soul Beast group was engaged in the pursuit of a school of tuna soul beasts. The tuna soul beasts, being relatively common among soul beast populations, are found throughout the profound depths of the ocean. Although they lack formidable strength and possess limited intelligence, they pose little threat to other species. However, the 9 Nether Celestial Serpents, inherently bloodthirsty, were now driven to a frenzy, showing no intention of sparing the tuna soul beasts as they relentlessly chased them down. A 30,000-year soul beast, 3 10,000-year soul beasts. Su Qingyu showed no inclination to intervene. Instead, he focused his thoughts, summoning the Dark Demon Killing Vines. For elongated black tendrils, each stretching several thousand meters, surged forth from his claws, creating a cascade of bubbles in the underwater realm. These 4 black vines darted through the vast expanse of the ocean like lethal darts, their target being the 9 Nether Celestial Serpent Soul Beast group. With a series of puncturing sounds, reminiscent of needles piercing bubbles, the Dark Demon Killing Vines swiftly pierced through 4 10,000-year soul beasts within the 9 Nether Celestial Serpent group, leaving them with barely a moment to react, despite their formidable age. In the meantime, Su Qingyu also eradicated several high-aged 1,000-year soul beasts from the 9 Nether Dark Serpent Soul Beast group, while a greater number of these 1,000-year soul beasts scattered in retreat, leaving Su Qingyu stretched thin, with no means to pursue. After all, even thousand-year soul beasts, when unleashing their full power, could distance themselves several thousand meters in mere breaths, surpassing the lethal reach of the dark demon-killing vines. Nonetheless, Su Qingyu had achieved his objective. At the very least, this particular contingent of 9 nether dark serpent soul beasts had been rendered ineffective, completely stripped of their combat prowess. He then turned his attention to seeking out the next target. Similarly, the second and third dark teams began their encounters with the 9 nether dark serpent soul beast groups and the abyssal demon octopus. Engaging in fierce combat under the leadership of the amethyst crystal dragon beast and the three-eyed terror shrimp king, the king of three-eyed shrimp and the amethyst dragon beast stand unmatched in their prowess, with no enemy spirit beast capable of contending with them. Save for the rare 10,000-year soul beasts, even the 9,000-year deep-sea demon octopus succumbed to the amethyst dragon beast of the Dark Division's second team. The demise of the deep-sea demon octopus, along with the destruction of the soul contracts of other high-age spirit beasts, signifies their transformation into soul rings. This incident has caught the attention of the 9 nether snake emperor and the deep-sea demon octopus, particularly the latter, who, enraged by the loss of a formidable general, declares, "I shall uncover the identity of the one who has slain my numerous subordinates." In the central island bay of the Jade Horn Snake Sea, a temporary encampment has been established for the 2 formidable 10,000-year soul beasts. At this moment, the 9 nether snake emperor and the deep-sea demon octopus are in discussion, preparing to take matters into their own hands. If it is indeed the golden-eyed azure dragon king, then it shall fall upon you to act. The 9 nether snake emperor, having recently recovered from severe injuries, still bears diminished strength. The golden-eyed azure dragon king refers to Su Qingyu, a name bestowed upon him by the 9 nether snake emperor, who remains unaware of Su Qingyu's true species. Indeed, the deep-sea demon octopus king nods in agreement, exhibiting great caution. After all, to have inflicted such grievous wounds upon the 9 nether snake emperor suggests that the golden-eyed azure dragon king's strength is formidable. He inquires further, "Are you certain that his thunder pool can only injure 10,000-year soul beasts? For indeed, there exists a significant distinction between wounding and annihilating. Typically, annihilation is achievable only when there is a vast disparity in strength. Even a 200,000-year ordinary ferocious beast would find it challenging to eliminate a typical 10,000-year soul beast, unless it possesses attributes that exert suppression, bloodline dominance, soul skills, domain control, or the might of divine artifacts. Moreover, the strategy involved continuously inflicting injuries upon the 10,000-year soul beasts, thereby diminishing their strength and simultaneously exacerbating their wounds, ultimately achieving a sweeping annihilation. Indeed, it was merely injury. Apart from that, he possessed no other means. In my moment of carelessness, I found myself ensnared by that lightning pool, unable to escape. After expending a considerable amount of time and enduring numerous electric shocks, I sustained injuries," the 9 nether serpent king remarked. However, later I discovered that the lightning pool was merely the result of the electric power coursing over the ocean's surface. As long as one took precautions against its ominous signs and refrained from entering the epicenter of the lightning eruption, it could be easily endured. Even if one did venture into the heart of the lightning eruption, although the electric power exuded a strong sense of confinement, constant use of soul power to isolate the impact and swiftly diving into the seabed could easily dissipate the threat. For the depth of the lightning pool was merely 500 meters. The 9 nether serpent king had evidently garnered a wealth of experience, as it had been proven that through a single battle, one could thoroughly comprehend the effects of an opponent's soul skills and devise countermeasures. As soon as he ascended into the air, we would plunge into the depths of the sea, engaging him in combat through your 8 tentacles, depleting his soul power and compelling him into the marine territory. Once he entered the sea, I would ensure he experienced the venom of the 9 nether heavenly poison. After the previous lesson, the 9 nether heavenly serpent no longer dared to underestimate Su Qingyu in the slightest, even compelling the deep-sea demon octopus king to take heed. "Do not let that 9 nether heavenly poison touch me," exclaimed the deep-sea demon octopus king in alarm, clearly wary of the 9 nether heavenly poison. In a maritime region not far from the central island, the second team of the Dark Division, comprising the amethyst dragon beasts, was engaged in fierce combat with a group of deep-sea demon octopus soul beasts. Although the number of these deep-sea demon octopus was limited to 20, their cultivation levels predominantly exceeded 10,000 years. Even the 1,000-year cultivation deep-sea demon octopus was perilously close to 10,000 years, particularly with 5 of them being 6,000-year-old, due to the need for the demon soul albatross to serve as a pivotal connection across the battlefield. The second team of the Dark Division effectively had only the Amethyst Dragon Beast surpassing 60,000 years of cultivation. At this moment, it faced 5 opponents without falling behind at all. "The captain is truly formidable," commented one of the team members. As even the 5,000–6,000-year-old deep-sea demon octopuses found it challenging to inflict any damage on the captain. "Let us not linger too long. Let us swiftly conclude this battle," commanded a squad leader, whose cultivation was at 50,000 years, directing the members of the second team of the Dark Division to intercept the group of deep-sea demon octopuses. With their continuous cooperation, in a brief moment, all the deep-sea demon octopuses were transformed into soul rings, the black and purple hues spreading across the ocean, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Yet, beneath the splendor lay a grim reality. The 5 deep-sea demon octopuses, each with 60,000 years of cultivation, were utterly terrified by the sight before them. The amethyst dragon beast before them surpassed them in both strength and speed, its formidable physique leaving them with no will to resist. Escape? They knew they stood no chance against this amethyst dragon beast. The 5 octopuses dared not linger any longer, their hearts already set on retreat. Witnessing this, the usually conservative amethyst dragon beast narrowed its cold, merciless eyes. Amethyst Flame Prison, with an indifferent command, as if this were the most natural course of action. The profound and mysterious amethyst crystal embedded in its forehead gleamed. In an instant, a towering 100-meter prison of violet flames materialized, ensnaring the 5 deep-sea demon octopuses. Simultaneously, endless amethyst fires surged forth, filling the entire prison. "Roar! Flee! Ah! I submit to you, Great One. Spare me!" Pitiful screams echoed from within the amethyst flame prison as the octopuses begged for mercy. Yet the amethyst dragon beast remained unmoved, allowing the violet flames to ravage every corner of the crystalline cage. In its eyes, nothing else was permitted to exist within that prison. Just as the amethyst dragon beast trapped the 5 octopuses with its sole skill, a ripple suddenly spread from the distance. Something massive was tearing through the waters at terrifying speed, its overwhelming energy distorting vast stretches of the sea. "Amethyst flame! How dare you?" Boom. In the blink of an eye, a colossal figure descended. Thick, monstrous tentacles lashed out, coiling around the amethyst flame prison in an attempt to crush it with sheer brute force. The arrival of this entity sent waves of dread rippling outward. The sheer intensity of its soul power surpassed anything the amethyst dragon beast had ever encountered. The 160,000-year-old deep-sea demon octopus king. The 120,000-year-old nether serpent emperor. Even the members of the Shadow Division's second team sensed these 2 overwhelming presences. The deep-sea demon octopus king's violent soul fluctuations churned the surrounding waters, striking fear into every soul beast present. "They ve both come." A trace of solemnity flickered in the amethyst dragon beast's eyes as it turned to its comrades. "This battle is perilous. Retreat now, ascend to the surface and inform the vice captain." "Captain, what about you?" The Shadow Division squad leader hesitated, though terrified of the Octopus King. Deserting the battlefield would incur their master's wrath. "I can hold them off for a time. Your mission is more critical. Once our master arrives, all will be resolved." "Understood, Captain." The other squad leaders clenched their teeth. They knew this was far beyond their capabilities. "Remember, if you encounter enemy forces during your retreat, avoid unnecessary conflict." After delivering the message, rendezvous with the third team and seize the central island. Facing 200,000-year soul beasts, the amethyst dragon beast remained eerily composed, even exhilarated. Within moments, it had finalized its strategy, then turned its gaze toward the Octopus King and the Nether Serpent Emperor, a wicked smirk curling its lips. Under the crushing force of the Octopus King's tentacles, cracks spiderwebbed across the amethyst flame prison. The 5 trapped octopuses glimpsed hope. Yet the violet flames still clung to their bodies, searing every inch of their flesh. "Detonate." The amethyst crystal on the dragon beast's forehead flared brilliantly. The endless flames within the prison suddenly surged inward, condensing into a single, unstable orb of violet fire. The entire prison shrank rapidly under the Octopus King's pressure. Realizing the impending disaster, the Octopus King bellowed in fury, "Amethyst Flame. You wouldn't dare." The name Amethyst Flame carried immense weight in the abyssal chaos domain. Even the 120,000-year-old Nether Serpent Emperor feared it, though the dragon beast's cultivation barely reached the threshold of 100,000 years. Its unpredictable methods and overwhelming combat prowess had earned it a fearsome reputation. Ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts avoided it entirely. Knowing full well that this was a mad beast, one that might slaughter them for a mere glance, a misplaced gesture, or simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Chapter 47. Don't let her live. You underestimate me. There is nothing in this world I dare not do. Amethyst Flame Prison. Annihilation. With a roar, the amethyst dragon beast triggered the unstable violet fireball at the prison's core. The surrounding energy grew frenzied as the prison compressed further, squeezing the 5 octopuses into a grotesque, tangled mass. Boom. Mimicking an explosive gesture with its claw, the dragon beast detonated the shrinking prison. The unstable violet fireball erupted violently, unleashing a cataclysmic storm of amethyst flames. The inferno raged even underwater, vaporizing vast quantities of seawater in an instant. The octopus king's surroundings were reduced to a hollow void, and several of its tentacles were scorched black by the blast. The most harrowing scene unfolded as 5 deep-sea magic chapters, each possessing an impressive cultivation of 60,000 years, found themselves in close proximity to the violet flames. In the instant the purple fire erupted, they were utterly vaporized, leaving behind only the dark soul rings of energy, which emitted a faint luminescence, a testament to their former existence in this world. Violet fire. This madman, the deep-sea magic chapter king, seethed with fury. This purple crystal magic dragon beast had relentlessly slaughtered dozens of his high-aged soul beasts. Such losses, even spanning over thousands of years, would render an entire clan nearly impossible to restore, especially now, before his eyes and those of the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor. The entire realm of the purple fire magic crystal prison had detonated, resulting in the gruesome demise of the 5 deep-sea magic chapters. As he gazed upon the drifting black soul rings, the deep-sea magic chapter king's wrath reached its zenith. He had not endured such humiliation in nearly 10 millennia. 9 Nether Serpent Emperor. Why do you hesitate? Do not allow her to survive. Countless tentacles of the deep-sea magic chapter king resembled colossal mallets, crashing down with ferocity, causing the sea to churn violently. The deep-sea magic chapter king, standing at a staggering 160 meters tall, could extend his tentacles to an astounding 500 meters. Boom. With the thrashing of 8 tentacles, a terrifying surge transformed the surrounding sea, spanning thousands of meters, into a realm of rampant energy, particularly manifesting as a massive whirlpool tornado that emerged on the surface, instilling dread in all who beheld it. In the sky, the dark clouds appeared as if they were about to spill ink, the immense cloud cover creating an oppressive atmosphere that felt apocalyptic. Beneath the sea, at the heart of this tempest of energy, enormous tentacles lashed out, accompanied by a flurry of bubbles emerging from beside the purple crystal magic dragon beast. Yet, in the face of this chaos, the purple crystal magic dragon beast remained undaunted. Her objective was to buy time, awaiting the arrival of Su Qingyu. Suddenly, the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor materialized 200 meters away from the purple crystal magic dragon beast, utilizing his stealth soul skill. Shielded by the deep-sea magic chapter king, he launched a surprise attack. The distance was negligible for his 100-meter frame, allowing him to reach her in the blink of an eye. Violet fire chains. The amethyst dragon beast appeared to have anticipated the event, for at the very moment the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor materialized, 9 chains ablaze with violet flames surged forth from the void, ensnaring the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor and binding it firmly in the heart of the ocean. The violet flame crystal prison. Binding. As the violet chains entwined, a vast violet flame crystal prison ensconced the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor, whose formidable form exceeded 100 meters, within its confines. While restraining the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor, the amethyst dragon turned its gaze toward the yawning abyss-like maw that had appeared before it, none other than the deep-sea demon octopus king's soul skill, devour heaven and earth. At this moment, with the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor's sudden ambush diverting the amethyst dragon's attention, the deep-sea demon octopus king seized the opportunity to attempt swallowing the dragon whole. A terrifying suction force emanated from that abyssal maw, pulling at the amethyst dragon, whose eyes chilled with icy fury. So you enjoy devouring, do you? Under the horrified gaze of the deep-sea demon octopus king, the amethyst dragon wrenched out one of its own ribs, clearly forged through some arcane refinement, transforming it into a formidable weapon in its grasp. With a violent throw, the dragon hurled the rib straight into the gaping abyss. Watching as the rib, now a blazing violet sword of flame, shot unerringly toward its maw, the deep-sea demon octopus king swiftly aborted its soul skill, devour heaven and earth. Shock surged through its mind. This mad amethyst dragon, It actually refined its own rib into a weapon. Upon the arrival of the Dark Division's second team at the ocean's surface, they swiftly located the ethereal soul albatross soaring above. Upon receiving the signal, it immediately emitted a distinct call that resonated around the entire central island. A sound imbued with soul power, possessing remarkable penetrative strength that could traverse thousands of meters of ocean water to reach the seabed. In a nearby maritime area, as Su Qingyu raced forward, he was suddenly struck by an intense call that pierced through the water, his eyes illuminating with realization. The Nine Nether Serpent Emperor. This time, there is no escape. Observing the surrounding horde of 9 nether celestial serpent-soul beasts, Su Qingyu's gaze was filled with indifference. Death. With a swift motion, the dark demon-killing vines surged forth, for black tendrils darting like specters, producing a series of punctuating sounds. In the blink of an eye, the sea was adorned with erratic purple and black soul rings, vanquishing the horde of 9 nether celestial serpent soul beasts, after which Su Qingyu departed with purpose. Above the ocean, as Su Qingyu soared into the air, the soul albatross, upon spotting him, expressed joy and exclaimed, "My lord, we have finally found you." Purple fire is currently entangled with the deep-sea demon king and the 9 nether serpent emperor. The situation is dire. Quickly, lead me there. With a whoosh, the two figures streaked across the sky, their speed astonishing. Moments later, they reached the bay outside the central island, where oppressive black clouds loomed above and monstrous waves churned below. Su Qingyu could already sense the presence of the 9 nether serpent emperor, alongside another formidable aura emanating from the deep-sea demon king, whose cultivation had reached a staggering 160,000 years. Communicate. This battle is entrusted to me and Purple Fire. Follow Purple Fire's instructions and lead teams 2 and 3 alongside the three-eyed Fierce Shrimp King to seize the central island. Understood. My lord, take great care. After relaying the message, he swiftly made his way toward the central island to rendezvous with the three-eyed Fierce Shrimp King. On the ocean's surface, Su Qingyu exuded a terrifying aura that radiated outward. With a powerful flap of his dragon-like wings, he reached the very center of the whirlpool, within mere breaths condensing a 5-meter diameter soul power spiral ball. For Su Qingyu, whose form spanned an impressive 72 meters, this seemed inconsequential. Yet, at this moment, the 5-meter diameter soul power spiral ball whirled at high velocity, the densely compressed soul power emanating an energy fluctuation that could instill dread in any onlooker. Chapter 48. The 9 Nether Celestial Toxin. The 40,000-year soul power spiral ball. This was the culmination of Su Qingyu's endeavors over 3 years, evolving from an initial 100-year soul power spiral ball to the current 40,000 years. Each day, without fail, he diligently practiced, patiently enhancing the density of the soul power spiral ball. The hardships endured throughout this journey are known only to Su Qingyu himself. The soul power spiral sphere of 30,000 years could effortlessly annihilate soul beasts of 100,000 years, and now, with the soul power spiral sphere of 40,000 years, its might has transcended the capability to eliminate even those formidable creatures. Violet fire. Retreat. As the thought resonated, Su Qingyu swiftly discerned a purple figure beneath the surface of the sea, rapidly fleeing from the vortex's tumultuous grasp. Go. Once the violet fire reached a secure distance, Su Qingyu forcefully expelled the 40,000-year soul power spiral sphere, directing it towards the eye of the vortex at an astonishing speed, which consumed half of his soul power. Boom. The moment the soul power spiral sphere penetrated the vortex's core, it expanded dramatically, and the energy released from its rapid rotation generated a tempest driven by soul power. The storm had a diameter of 500 meters, drawing in the boundless surrounding seawater to create an even larger waterspout, swirling the dark clouds above into a tumultuous dance. At the very heart of the swirling maelstrom resided the deep-sea demon king, whose cultivation reached an astonishing 16,000. The moment the soul power spiral erupted, an unsettling sensation coursed through him. Could this be the lightning power spoken of by the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor? No, this was different. Retreat. Upon sensing the terrifying energy surge emanating from the surface of the sea, the deep-sea demon king reacted with remarkable agility, swiftly plunging toward the ocean floor. A profound astonishment filled his heart. The cataclysmic force of the 40,000-year soul power spiral instilled within him a feeling akin to confronting a ferocious beast. At that moment, he dared not underestimate the gravity of the situation. The potency of this strike could very well annihilate the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor. It was truly terrifying. Engaging him on the surface was utterly unwise. How could a mere 70,000-year cultivation yield such formidable destructive power? The golden-eyed Azure Dragon King, truly worthy of having subdued that lunatic, Zihua, the deep-sea demon king, exercised utmost caution. The ability to tame the unpredictable Zihua indicated that the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King was even more formidable, despite possessing only 70,000 years of cultivation. The fleeting moment of their encounter had already conveyed a palpable sense of danger. Deep-sea demon king, assist me, came the resonant thought waves from the Nine Nether Serpent Emperor, trapped within the clutches of the Zihua chains in the Zihua demon crystal prison. Observing the distant Nine Nether Serpent Emperor still ensnared by the chains and prison, a surge of indignation welled within the deep-sea demon king, who silently cursed. To think he dares to call himself the ultimate assassin. This is truly abominable. With a sudden burst of strength, several tentacles surged through the water, dragging the Zihua demon crystal prison down into the depths, where they forcefully enveloped it, shattering it to pieces. This Zihua was indeed audacious, having ventured alone into the chaotic core of the abyss, managing to ensnare him with its 90,000-year cultivation. The Nine Nether Serpent Emperor could no longer afford to underestimate this crystal demon dragon beast. Humph. What was once an impeccable assassination strategy has now turned into a snare for oneself, the deep-sea demon king remarked coldly, now harboring regrets about involving himself in the Nine Nether Serpent Emperor's conflict, especially considering that there were beings even more powerful than the crystal demon dragon beast lurking above the surface. I did not foresee her mental prowess to be so formidable, capable of detecting my hidden presence. Is there any soul beast that lacks exceptional mental power to navigate the heart of the chaotic abyss with such ease? The deep-sea demon king seethed with frustration, directing his ire toward the Nine Nether Serpent Emperor. Why did you not employ the Nine Nether Heavenly Poison at the earliest opportunity? Indeed, the Nine Nether Serpent Emperor had allowed himself to be somewhat complacent, and his failure to utilize the Nine Nether Heavenly Poison rendered him culpable. Rarely did he venture into the chaotic abyss, and he was particularly unfamiliar with Zihua, not anticipating an encounter here that caught him off guard. Go to the surface and lure the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King down. Together, we shall vanquish him beneath the waves. After attempting a single soul power spiral, the deep-sea demon king regarded the 70,000-year-old Su Qingyu with greater trepidation than he did the crystal demon dragon beast. Moreover, fully aware of Su Qingyu's formidable lightning powers, he was reluctant to take any risks at this moment. He explained to the Nine Nether Serpent Emperor, "Your agility surpasses that of others, and you possess hidden soul techniques. As long as you engage him, I shall seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack and drag him into the depths of the sea." Despite harboring disdain for the cunning and survival-driven deep-sea demon octopus king, who had lived for over 100,000 years, the Nine Nether Serpent Emperor dared not defy the command. After all, he was the master, while the deep-sea demon octopus king was merely a guest. And there was merit in his reasoning. In comparison to the deep-sea demon octopus king, his own survival capabilities were indeed stronger. Furthermore, there was the matter of the violet flames to consider. The deep-sea demon octopus king had never underestimated the violet flames, and now, seeing no trace of them, he felt compelled to remind the Nine Nether Serpent Emperor. Indeed, the Nine Nether Serpent Emperor nodded, propelling himself upward. As he approached the ocean's surface, his gaze pierced through the water, faintly discerning the massive silhouette of Su Qingyu in midair. The moment the Nine Nether Serpent Emperor spotted Su Qingyu, his black scales emitted an enigmatic glow, and his body seemed to meld with the water, ultimately vanishing from sight. As Su Qingyu, having failed to unleash the soul power spiral, sensed the ominous presence of the Nine Nether Serpent King drawing ever closer, a heavy apprehension clouded his gaze. Without hesitation, he expanded his mental force, enveloping an area of 1,000 meters in radius. Suddenly, at the moment the aura of the Nine Nether Serpent King vanished, a streak of black light surged from the sea towards his eyes with astonishing speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. With a swift flap of his dragon-like wings, Su Qingyu ascended sharply, distancing himself from the ocean's surface, while simultaneously condensing a millennia-old soul power spiral in his mouth, propelling it towards the oncoming black light. The collision of the two forces generated a massive storm in midair, sending torrents of black liquid splattering from the tempest born of the soul power spiral. The swirling energy storm was cloaked in darkness, a sight that caused Su Qingyu's eyes to narrow slightly. He recognized the black light, unmistakably the Nine Nether Heavens poison, identified from the earlier description provided by the Jade Horned Serpent King. He understood that even the slightest contact could erode flesh and blood, and it posed a formidable threat to one's mental fortitude. Once the venom of the nine nether heavens infiltrates the eyes, the damage inflicted is nearly irreparable. Even a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years would inevitably succumb to blindness. A month prior, Su Qingyu had encountered the nine nether serpent emperor and immediately unleashed a devastating Chidori without hesitation, avoiding any prolonged engagement. This was his first time witnessing the infamous nine netherine poison, watching as the inky liquid splashed across the sea, instantly transforming vast stretches of the surrounding waters into a pool of darkness. Su Qingyu's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Chapter 49. Battle against 100,000 years. Truly worthy of the golden-eyed azure dragon king. A colossal black serpent, over 100 meters in length, reared its towering body dozens of meters above the sea. Its terrifying spiritual energy erupted, shaking the very clouds. This was the nine nether serpent emperor, its previous strike having failed to land. He stood precisely beneath the spiraling vortex of soul power, now locked in a tense aerial confrontation with Su Qingyu. In the bay of the central island, the colossal obsidian serpent rising from the ocean's surface drew countless gazes. The phantom albatross and the three-eyed mantis shrimp king, leading the second and third squads of the covert division, had just arrived when they witnessed towering waterspouts and violent energy storms erupting from the bay. The sheer force of the tremors palpable even from a distance. 100,000-year soul beast, the nether serpent emperor. Many covert operatives stared in awe at the serpent's gargantuan form, particularly those under the three-eyed mantis shrimp king's command, as the second squad had already experienced the overwhelming presence of the amethyst dragon up close. For most, this was likely their first encounter with a soul beast of such magnitude, their eyes wide with disbelief. By the heavens, did you see that? The nether serpent emperor dwarfs even our sovereign. With cultivation surpassing 120 millennia, it's utterly terrifying. Just its mere presence exudes suffocating pressure. Our sovereign must be cautious. Whispers spread among the operatives, the weight of the impending battle pressing upon them. Should Su Qingyu and Purple Flame fall, they would be next. Enough. Now that our forces have assembled, we proceed with the mission. The phantom albatross's telepathic voice carried unwavering confidence in Su Qingyu and Purple Flame's strength. Certain the nether serpent emperor stood no chance. The only concern lay with the 16 millennia abyssal kraken king. Yet, regardless of their worries, duty came first. Surveying the vast central island, the phantom albatross and the three-eyed mantis shrimp king coordinated their forces, meticulously deploying for the assault. With Purple Flame still at Su Qingyu's side and the deep-sea sponge utterly unsuited for terrestrial combat, command of the second and third squads fell to the phantom albatross and the three-eyed mantis shrimp king respectively, tasked with spearheading the offensive on the central island. The vice-captain of Team 3, the deep-sea sponge, was tasked with leading a contingent of shadow members to eliminate any soul beasts attempting to flee from the central islands to the sea. Meanwhile, Zihua continued to support Su Qingyu in their endeavor to slay both the nine nether serpent king and the deep-sea demon octopus within these waters. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. On the surface of the sea, the encounter between adversaries was particularly intense. The nine nether serpent king and Su Qingyu had transformed the ocean into their battlefield, engaging in a fierce struggle. Let's commence the battle between dragon and serpent. Is the golden-eyed azure dragon king merely this? The serpent taunted. What is the matter? Have you lost your lightning power? The nine nether serpent king continued to provoke, mocking. Can your life attribute soul power even summon lightning? You must be a second-rate dragon. Aha, second-rate dragon? Even so, it is far superior to your stubborn, slippery serpent. Su Qingyu retorted coldly, fixing his gaze upon the nine nether serpent king. The dark demon-binding vines incessantly coiled around the serpent's slick body, though it occasionally broke free. They significantly hampered its agility. Moreover, the vines periodically struck with their sharp tips, leaving the serpent's body scattered with shattered black scales. At this moment, every part of Su Qingyu, his hooves, head, teeth, and even his entire being, became a weapon. Numerous azure and black scales shattered and mingled with the seawater. Propelled by the tumultuous struggle between Su Qingyu and the nine nether serpent king, creating colossal waves that sent the scales rolling across the surface of the sea. Boom. Suddenly, an immense force erupted beneath Su Qingyu's body, forcing a muffled grunt from his lips. In an instant, his towering 72-meter frame was hurled hundreds of meters through the air. Yet he seized this violent momentum to propel himself away from the ocean's surface. The crushing impact sent tremors through his very core, rattling his internal organs until a surge of blood gushed from his mouth. As Su Qingyu steadied his gaze, a monstrous sight unfolded before him, a colossal tentacle. Thick as a celestial pillar, erupted from the churning waters. Then came a second, a third, a fourth. 8 writhing appendages rose from the depths like titanic columns descending from the heavens, poised to overturn sea and sky. The ocean convulsed in their wake, monstrous waves heaving in chaotic fury. The 8 tentacles, each extending 100 meters in length, stirred the sea within a kilometer radius, rapidly forming a colossal waterspout. The tentacles advanced relentlessly towards Su Qingyu in the air, eliciting a cold smirk from him. Ah, the deep-sea demon king, with his 16,000 years of cultivation. Nearly slipped my mind. Just as the tentacles struck Su Qingyu, chaos erupted across the sea surface due to the deep-sea demon king's influence. At that moment, a streak of violet light surged across the water, aimed directly at the 9 Nether Serpent Sovereign, accompanied by a voice that rang out, 9 Nether Serpent Sovereign. It appears this is your only trick. When faced with defeat, you resort to calling for help, truly a pitiful creature. It was the opportunistic purple fire that made its move. In a swift and unexpected manner, a specially refined rib shot forth and pierced the 9 Nether Serpent Sovereign, who had been reveling in the aftermath of the deep-sea demon king's assault, emitting a sharp screech. The rib was exceedingly sharp, and at such high speed. It created a gaping wound in the serpent's abdomen, causing blood to flow profusely and stain the surrounding waters crimson. Purple fire. Just as the pain from the wound in the serpent's abdomen registered, the entire surface of the sea suddenly ignited with an endless violet flame. The 9 Nether Serpent Sovereign beheld the rapidly approaching amethyst crystal dragon beast, its expression shifting in alarm. Already injured, the serpent felt further weakened by the wound inflicted by the rib of purple fire, prompting an overwhelming sense of retreat. Ming concealment. The 9 Nether Serpent Sovereign once again attempted to shroud itself in invisibility, but this tactic proved futile against purple fire. Purple fire chains. Bind. 9 chains ablaze with violet flames emerged from the void, ensnaring a specific area of the sea, effectively sealing it off. The 9 Nether Serpent Sovereign's form became starkly visible. A flicker of fear flashing in its eyes. This is bad. In midair, Su Qingyu was weaving through countless tentacles. The moment he caught sight of the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor ensnared by the purple fire chains, a glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes. An opportune moment. The purple fire. While alerting the purple fire, a formidable super thousand birds, infused with a third of the lightning power from the dark blue silver severing, suddenly descended. Upon sensing this, the purple fire instinctively retreated, while the super thousand birds surged directly towards the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor, bound by the purple fire chains. At this moment, the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor felt a chill run down his spine, utterly terrified as the super thousand birds approached with relentless fury. Chapter 50. The Despair of the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor. The Deep-Sea Demon Chapter King. The 9 Nether Serpent Emperor, entangled in the purple fire chains, found himself utterly unable to extricate himself. With multiple injuries compounded by an old ailment from a month prior, he was rendered powerless, left with no choice but to once again seek the aid of the Deep-Sea Demon Chapter King. At the moment of the Super Thunderbird's eruption, a sudden rush ensued. The dark demonic vine swiftly ensnared the purple fire, while the dragon wings flapped vigorously, as Su Qingyu pulled the purple fire away from the ocean's surface with great haste. The lightning energy contained within this Super Thunderbird was now double that which Su Qingyu had used a month prior against the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor. The previous Super Thunderbird had easily inflicted severe injuries upon the Serpent Emperor. Thus, this current Super Thunderbird possessed the capability to annihilate him here and now. However, the sudden emergence of 4 massive tentacles yanked the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor forcefully from the grip of the purple fire chains. Under the immense strength, the 9 purple fire chains shattered one by one, causing the purple fire in midair to narrow its eyes in response. Purple Fire Demon Crystal Prison. The purple fire summoned the Demon Crystal Prison once more, determined to restrain the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor firmly. Yet, in an instant, 4 additional tentacles swept in, enveloping the purple fire demon crystal prison. Under the overwhelming pressure, it disintegrated into a scatter of purple flames. Nevertheless, at that moment, the Super Thunderbird had already arrived. Crackle. The entire sea transformed into a dazzling world, resembling a lake of thunder, with countless bolts of lightning coursing through it. Although the majority of the electrical energy was conducted and absorbed by the seawater, it still elicited a piercing scream of agony from the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor. Meanwhile, the Deep-Sea Magic Chapter King, through the tentacle's conduction, acutely sensed the might of the thunder's power, his eyes filled with astonishment. What formidable lightning power! Enveloped by the tentacles, The nine Nether Serpent Emperor traversed through the thick layer of lightning above the ocean surface. Upon reaching the seabed, his body was charred black. Most of the newly grown scales that had sprouted over the past month were now fused together under the energy of the lightning explosion, rendering the nine Nether Serpent Emperor an ominous figure, appearing as a terrifying hole shrouded in dark skin. Fortunately, the 8 tentacles of the Abyssal Demon Octopus King absorbed a substantial amount of damage on his behalf. Otherwise, the nine Nether Serpent Emperor might have been transformed into a soul ring upon the surface of the sea. The golden-eyed Azure Dragon King. The eyes of the nine Nether Serpent Emperor brimmed with venomous hatred as every part of his body throbbed with intense pain, rendering him somewhat numb, his gaze radiating an overwhelming intent to kill. Little did he expect that this surge of lightning power would be even more terrifying than a month prior. His deep-seated apprehension towards the Super Thousand Birds rendered him reluctant to venture even a fraction away from the ocean depths. Cursed the Abyssal Demon Octopus King. Witnessing this scene, Su Qingyu felt a surge of indignation. Continuously thwarted by the Abyssal Demon Octopus King, Su Qingyu was thoroughly vexed. Yet, the creature remained concealed beneath the waves, dissuading him from recklessly shifting the battlefield to the ocean floor. However, with the assistance of the purple fire, and sensing the nine Nether Serpent Emperor's significant injuries under the explosive might of the Super Thousand Birds, it seemed feasible to confront him in a 2-on-1 scenario. Let us proceed. Once the majority of the lightning power across the sea dissipated, Su Qingyu and the purple fire plunged into the ocean, hastening towards the Abyssal Demon Octopus King's underwater domain. They were coming. This time, they must achieve a decisive victory. Sensing the presence of Su Qingyu and the purple flame, the deep-sea demon Octopus King alerted the nine Serpent Emperor with a chilling glint in its enormous eyes. Its 8 massive tentacles surged upward once more through the abyssal waters. Whoosh! A cascade of bursting bubbles erupted as thick, monstrous tentacles shot forth from the inky darkness, crashing towards Su Qingyu and the purple flame with overwhelming force. Then came the second, and the third. Most of the tentacles brushed past Su Qingyu and Zihua, causing a flicker of unease within him. What was happening? Suddenly, a total of 8 robust tentacles surged forth from all directions, isolating the surrounding seawater and encircling Su Qingyu and Zihua in an instant. Mastering the elements, it was as if they were ensnared within a colossal cage. The 8 tentacles intertwined, their massive suckers adhering tightly together, enveloping Su Qingyu and Zihua completely. This is bad. Just as Su Qingyu and Zihua were ensnared by the tentacles of the deep-sea demon Octopus King, a surge of black water erupted from all sides, startling Su Qingyu. 9 Underworld Heavenly Venom. At this moment, the 9 Underworld Snake King lay concealed in a gap between the tentacles, swiftly unleashing a soul technique, launching a surprise attack on Su Qingyu and Zihua. Soul Power Shield. Dark Demon Killing Vines. While the Soul Power Shield was established, Su Qingyu's Dark Demon Killing Vines rapidly grew, forming a massive vine shield that isolated Su Qingyu and Zihua from the contaminated black water tainted by the 9 Underworld Heavenly Venom. The 9 Underworld Snake King is nearby. With powerful mental prowess, Zihua alerted, pointing in a direction that made Su Qingyu's eyes brighten. The Dark Demon Killing Vines extended once more, the tips intertwining around the sucker of one of the deep-sea demon Octopus King's tentacles. Leveraging this vine, he forcefully yanked back the mass of vines. As the black vine mass was abruptly pulled, a torrent of black water surged around them. At that moment, a flash of purple light darted through the disturbed black water, subtly weaving its way toward a dark corner. With a splatter, a clear sound resonated, causing Zihua's eyes to glimmer with joy. Master, I have struck him. Excellent. Su Qingyu's expression also brightened. A deafening roar erupted, discomforting all who heard it. From the black water, torrents of bright red surged forth, staining the surrounding waters a deep crimson. So abundant was the blood that it even tinged the nearby black water with a faint purple hue. It seemed that the deep-sea demon king had also sensed it, as countless tentacles suddenly recoiled, attempting to envelop the entire black vine sphere. Witnessing this scene, Su Qingyu's gaze remained unchanged. One decisive strike to eliminate the 9 Nether Serpent King. At that moment, the 9 Nether Serpent King's abdomen had been completely pierced by the sharp ribs of the purple flames, firmly impaled on one of the deep-sea demon king's tentacles, its body weakly contorting in a desperate struggle. Super Thousand Birds. Such an opportunity could not be squandered. With a mere thought, Su Qingyu instantly connected with the dark blue-silver death, summoning another Super Thousand Birds to appear on his right claw, hurtling violently towards the 9 Nether Serpent King. Golden-eyed Azure Dragon King. Amethyst Magic Dragon Beast. The 9 Nether Serpent King let out a desperate howl. even as it felt the stirring of the deep-sea demon king's tentacles, longing to escape the explosive area of the Super Thousand Birds. It was in vain. The range of the Super Thousand Birds was too vast, erupting almost instantaneously into a colossal sphere of thunder, engulfing it completely. Along with the deep-sea demon king's tentacle. You wish to slay me? Very well. I shall make you taste the agony of a fate worse than death. Chapter 51. The Encounter 9 Nether Heavenly Shadow Curse. The immense form of the Nine Nether Serpent King was pinned to the tentacle. Surrounded by an unending surge of lightning power, while chains of purple flames reached out from the void, binding it tightly. In its despair, it unleashed an unwilling roar filled with boundless resentment. This is bad. That madman. Both the deep-sea demon king and the purple flames shifted their gazes. Yet at that moment, the Nine Nether Serpent King let out a sinister laugh. Accept my grand gift. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the 100-meter-long body of the Nine Nether Serpent King transformed into a pool of black water as the power of thunder danced upon the surface. Yet it did not hinder the gathering of that black water in the slightest. At this moment, a circle of crimson soul rings suddenly ascended, and the terrifying fluctuations of soul power stirred the heavens and the earth, transforming the entire ocean into a sea of red, unmistakably a 100,000-year soul ring. Before the astonished gaze of Su Qingyu, the red soul ring representing 100,000 years astonishingly rose and swiftly diminished, ultimately merging completely into the black waters. Countless black waters, after absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring, appeared utterly unremarkable, a stark contrast to the earth-shattering scene that had unfolded when the soul ring first emerged. In the mere span of a breath, the seemingly inconspicuous black waters erupted violently, and simultaneously, a colossal phantom of the Nine Nether Sky Serpent descended upon this maritime region. Towering at a height of 1,000 meters, exuding an air of majesty and solemnity. Gazing upon the imposing and dignified figure of the Nine Nether Sky Serpent, Su Qingyu felt as though he had been reduced to the status of an insignificant insect, unable to meet the gaze of that phantom. As if those eyes possessed the capacity to devour the very heavens and earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the profound black water erupted, it transformed into 9 streams of obsidian light, traversing the waters at an astonishing speed that far exceeded Su Qingyu's imagination. In the blink of an eye, several torrents of black water surged toward him, leaving no one unscathed, not even Zihua or the deep-sea demon chapter king. The moment the black water made contact with Su Qingyu, it melted away as if it were snow dissolving in the warmth of spring, directly merging into his body and vanishing without a trace, as though it had never existed. Even upon meticulous examination, Su Qingyu found no evidence of its presence, nor did he experience any alterations to his physical state. He felt no discomfort, only a look of bewilderment directed at the side of Zihua. We are in trouble. At this moment, Zihua's expression grew grave, though he quickly shook his head and turned to face the deep-sea demon chapter king. Let us first deal with the deep-sea demon chapter king. Madmen, lunatics, all of them. The deep-sea demon chapter king's thick tentacles thrashed violently, overwhelmed with frustration. It was one thing for Zihua to be a madman, given her long-standing entanglement in the chaotic depths. However, the insanity of the Nine Nether Serpent King, even in its dying moments, was a burden he could scarcely bear, igniting his fury. After saving you time and again, this is the outcome I receive. The deep-sea demon chapter king found this outcome intolerable, consumed by regret. I should never have involved myself in your murky affairs. Yet, he could not fathom that Su Qingyu, with merely 70,000 years of cultivation, was able to contend with 100,000 years, and had even subdued Zihua. Together, under Zihua's aid, they rendered him utterly defenseless. As Su Qingyu and Zihua shifted their gaze towards him, the deep-sea demon king sighed inwardly. Under the dual onslaughts of the Super Thousand Birds, his tentacles had already turned to char, having endured a tremendous amount of lightning energy, resulting in a significant decrease in his power. Golden-eyed Azure Dragon King, I concede. I am willing to submit to you. Though the deep-sea demon king felt a sense of reluctance, he recognized that life took precedence over pride. In the end, he could only blame himself for his excessive greed. Not only had he failed to gain any advantage, but he had also put himself at a disadvantage. Upon contemplating the Nine Nether Serpent Emperor, the deep-sea demon chapter king was engulfed in boundless fury. Ultimately, this battle concluded with the demise of the Nine Nether Serpent Emperor and the capitulation of the deep-sea demon chapter king. Henceforth, the 3 maritime territories coalesced into a singular entity, entirely subsumed under the dominion of Su Qingyu. thereby establishing the most formidable power in the entire Abyssal Sea region. Even the other three major clans, upon learning of the Deep Sea Demon Chapter King's subjugation and the 9 Nether Serpent Emperor's demise, began to harbor profound trepidation. In a certain part of the Abyssal Sea, it is presumed you have heard that the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King has decisively vanquished both the 9 Nether Celestialine Serpents in the Deep Sea Demon Chapter. What are your thoughts on this? Pray, share your reflections. Proclaimed a bloodthirsty Crab King, towering at 100 meters, its carapace of vivid crimson. Opposite him lay a black demon squid king shrouded in dark waters, alongside a colossal deep-sea giant leech king. Together, these three represented the most formidable entities from 3 distinct large factions of the abyssal depths. Bloodthirsty, you wouldn't be frightened, would you? Inquired the black demon squid king. Enveloped in the inky depths. My cultivation merely reaches 110,000 years, far inferior to that of the 9 Nether. Yet even a 9 Nether with a cultivation of 120,000 years could not survive, and the 16,000-year-old demon chapter has already submitted. If you were truly unafraid, you would not have come, scoffed the bloodthirsty Crab King. So, tell us, what are your intentions? I believe it would be wise to avoid further conflict with the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King. With the demon chapter and purple fire now under his command, his strength far exceeds ours, remarked the deep-sea giant leech king. Even if the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King possesses merely a cultivation of 160,000 years, coupled with the demon chapter's strength, the three of us would be no match, he rationally noted, acknowledging their disadvantage. The golden-eyed Azure Dragon King, having triumphed over the combined forces of the 9 Nether and the demon chapter, evidently possessed strength surpassing 160,000 years, likely reaching the level of a ferocious beast. A ferocious beast? The black demon squid king coldly laughed. If the heavenly tribulation were so easily overcome, we would not find ourselves devoid of a single ferocious beast in the abyssal depths. Moreover, I have heard that the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King's cultivation is only 70,000 years. What does cultivation signify? The 90,000-year-old purple fire thrives in the abyssal chaos domain, rivaling those 10,000-year soul beasts, countered the deep-sea giant leech king. The abyssal chaos domain. The black demon squid king seemed to recall something, sneering. Perhaps we could enlist the aid of those old-timers from the abyssal chaos domain. They thrive on chaos, after all. That would ensure that the depths never see a unified force. However, since purple fire has allied with the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King, it indicates that the latter possesses some strength. For now, let us observe the unfolding events, the black demon squid king stated nonchalantly. After all, his faction soul beasts were few in number, and lacking subordinate factions made retreating easier compared to the crawling arthropods like the deep-sea giant leech and bloodthirsty crab. Let us observe for now, as the initiative is not in our hands, the bloodthirsty Crab King conceded. The deep-sea giant leech king nodded in agreement. If the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King truly declares war upon us, we must submit for the sake of our faction. Do as you wish. The black demon squid king displayed impatience, vanishing into the swirling dark waters, while the deep-sea giant leech king and bloodthirsty Crab King exchanged glances before departing in their own ways. Chapter 52. The curse. What did you say? The 9 Nether Heavenly Shadow Curse. On an island in the central part of the Jade Horned Serpent Sea, Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback by the explanations of Purple Fire and the Deep-Sea Demon Chapter King. Indeed, this is an exceedingly malevolent curse from the 9 Nether Heavenly Shadow Serpent clan, but only soul beasts of 100,000 years can bear it. It has not manifested for several 100,000 years. Once afflicted, one is subjected to endless torment, sighed the Deep-Sea Demon Chapter King. Purple Fire added, My lord, the 9 Nether Heavenly Shadow Curse is the most during this period. The most troublesome challenge was the mental shock, a curse that erupted every 9 days. With the intensity of the mental impact steadily accumulating, it was highly probable that due to insufficient mental strength, one's intellect could be obliterated, leading to a state of mindless existence or madness. While temporarily stationed on this central island, Su Qingyu and the 3 beasts awaited the arrival of the first 9-day cycle. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye, and soon it was 9 days later. In the southern vicinity of the central island, near the bay, Su Qingyu suddenly lifted his head, a shiver coursing through his body as an inexplicable sensation manifested throughout him. At that moment, it felt as though countless ants were crawling within his veins, causing Su Qingyu to furrow his brow in discomfort. While the physical sensations were bearable, the torment of the mind was profoundly jarring. As the physical discomfort arose, a powerful mental shock followed suit. heralded by the formidable shadow of the nine nether sky serpent appearing within Su Qingyu's sea of consciousness. With a hum, the mere sweep of that colossal shadow's gaze set Su Qingyu's entire mental sea into a frenzy, the impact from the mental assault eliciting a muffled groan from him. The intensity of that gaze left Su Qingyu in a state of shock, his body trembling uncontrollably. The eruption of the curse was swift in its onset and equally quick to dissipate, yet in that fleeting moment, he was drenched in sweat, cold beads forming on his brow. With only 70,000 years of cultivation and having long neglected effective mental training, Su Qingyu's weaknesses were starkly exposed in this moment. This was merely the first mental shock. Thereafter, such shocks would recur every 9 days, each one intensifying Su Qingyu's deep-seated anxiety. It would not be difficult to elevate his cultivation to 120,000 years in a short span, perhaps even surpassing the 9 nether serpent sovereign. But it was clear that the primary concern must be to enhance his mental fortitude, Su Qingyu reflected quietly. Observing the calm demeanor of Zihua and the deep-sea demon king, it was evident that the initial eruption of the curse had not troubled them in the slightest. This only stirred a sense of envy within Su Qingyu. Why is it that I, with my 70,000 years of cultivation, must bear the brunt of the 5 nether and the 9 nether serpent sovereign? Shouldn't you share this burden with me? As Zihua observed Su Qingyu's seemingly exhausted state, he hurriedly inquired, "My lord, how do you fare? Can you endure this?" The initial encounter posed no significant issue, but subsequent challenges were uncertain. Su Qingyu shook his head. Chapter 53. The Abyssal Chaos Realm. The primary concern remains his inadequate mental fortitude. It is imperative to elevate his cultivation and train his mental prowess swiftly, Su Qingyu remarked. Then turned to the 2 beasts and asked, "Are there any effective methods to enhance mental resilience?" While he possessed the life soul crystal and felt assured about his cultivation, the mental onslaught instilled a sense of worry within him. The intensity of this initial curse's eruption was formidable, and he feared that future encounters would only escalate in severity. Su Qingyu believed that addressing the enhancement of mental resilience was of utmost urgency. Training mental fortitude? Enhancing mental resilience? Zihua's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he replied, "My lord, I know of an excellent location that can effectively train mental prowess and bolster mental resilience. The Abyssal Chaos Realm. With my 90,000 years of cultivation, I now possess mental strength comparable to that of a 180,000-year-old. This is largely due to my experiences in the Abyssal Chaos Realm." The deep-sea demon king, standing nearby, appeared to have perceived something, his gaze toward Zihua tinged with curiosity. Zihua, a frequent visitor to the Abyssal Chaos Realm, was evidently well acquainted with it. Yet the leader of the deep-sea demon clan seldom ventured there himself. Nonetheless, numerous 10,000-year soul beasts from the 5 major clans of the Abyssal Sea, along with many affiliated groups, had entered the Abyssal Chaos Realm, as its efficacy in honing mental resilience was apparent. However, the risks were exceedingly grave. Many soul beasts ventured forth but never returned, and even 10,000-year soul beasts dared not lower their guard. The Abyssal Chaos Realm is indeed a remarkable place. Nevertheless, the deep-sea demon king affirmed that for Su Qingyu, who urgently needed to enhance his mental resilience, it was indeed an excellent choice. Zihua continued, "My lord, the Abyssal Chaos Realm is the largest area within the Abyssal Sea, encompassing nearly half of its expanse. Its unique geographical location, bordering the Ice Sea and the 9-Star Sea, has made it a perilous domain for powerful sea soul beasts over countless ages. Furthermore, being at the confluence of 3 great seas, it serves as a vast ancient battleground, remaining chaotic even as time progresses. However, what makes the Abyssal Chaos Realm particularly extraordinary is the bloodthirsty energy contained within its waters. This special energy can permeate the bodies of all soul beasts, assailing the mind and spirit, thereby enhancing mental resilience. For those soul beasts who have long inhabited that realm, their mental fortitude is significantly strengthened through enduring such trials over time. A splendid location. Su Qingyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such a place was akin to his sanctuary for cultivating mental resilience. He promptly resolved to venture into the Abyssal Chaos Realm. So, we shall proceed to the Abyssal Chaos Realm. However, before embarking on this journey, Su Qingyu needed to make arrangements across the vast unified sea. This time, as the strongest trio, he would journey alongside Zihua and the deep-sea demon king, while the 4 major dark factions would oversee the defense of the entire sea. The Jiuyotianin snake clan had nearly lost all its 10,000-year soul beasts, posing no threat to the now formidable 4 dark factions. With the esteemed Jade Horned Serpent Emperor, who boasts an impressive cultivation of nearly 100,000 years, providing support, Su Qingyu felt remarkably at ease. However, the news of their expedition into the abyssal chaos domain had not spread widely. Only a handful of high-ranking soul beasts were privy to this information, and even many members of the Dark faction remained uninformed. 3 days later, on an island in the central region of the Jade-Horned Serpent Sea, 3 colossal figures skimmed across the surface of the ocean, heading towards the abyssal chaos domain. My lord, aside from the unique blood evil power, the abyssal chaos domain harbors various exceptional opportunities that have lured many formidable sea soul beasts, including my violet fire chains. Along the journey, Violet Fire began to elaborate on the intricacies of this chaotic realm. As she spoke, Violet Fire summoned the 9 chains that coiled around her form, which left Su Qingyu astounded. Are you suggesting that these Violet Fire chains were acquired from within the abyssal chaos domain? They are not merely a soul skill? Indeed, Violet Fire affirmed. Typically, a soul beast of 100,000 years would possess 2 soul skills. As for me, my cultivation is merely 90,000 years. And I have only 1 soul skill, the Violet Fire Crystal Prison, which is designed for binding and execution. However, the Violet Fire chains are different. I fortuitously obtained them from the core of the abyssal chaos domain. Over several thousand years, I have continuously refined this chain using my soul power and Violet Fire. And now it has become one with me, rivaling a 10th grade treasure. A 10th grade treasure. The deep sea demon octopus king, who stood nearby, was equally astonished. Such secrets were generally unknown to other soul beasts, and he had only learned of the origins of the Violet Fire chains through Violet Fire's explanation. Realizing their equivalence to a 10th grade treasure, it is important to understand that even a 9th grade precious treasure is exceedingly difficult to acquire, even for titled Douluos or soul beasts of 100,000 years, let alone a 10th grade treasure. Beyond that lies the realm of the 11th grade semi-artifacts and the 12th grade artifacts. You are indeed fortunate. The deep-sea demon octopus king couldn't help but express envy. While aware of the myriad opportunities within the abyssal chaos domain, he recognized that only a select few could truly seize them. Violet Fire, do you understand how the abyssal chaos domain came to be? Su Qingyu inquired, his curiosity piqued by the thought of a place that could house a 10th grade treasure. For countless millennia, this sea region has been rife with conflict, especially before the emergence of the sea god, when the turmoil was based on my current experience. The minimum standard for the mixed circle is 100,000 years of spiritual power, while the core circle demands the same. Su Qingyu nodded, recognizing that honing one's spiritual will is a protracted journey. He understands the importance of not being overly ambitious and would not foolishly rush into the core circle, risking his life. After all, becoming a blood fiend soul beast is far from a favorable outcome. The purple fire has now attained a level of 18,000 years in spiritual will, a remarkable achievement cultivated over tens of thousands of years within the depths of the chaotic domain. Enduring the relentless assaults on one's spiritual essence and the relentless pursuit of bloodthirsty soul beasts for such a duration is no trivial feat nevertheless. Su Qingyu remains exceedingly confident, although less than 2 centuries have elapsed, with the assistance of both the life soul crystal and the bloodthirsty power. Surpassing 12,000 years in cultivation within this time frame appears to be a manageable endeavor. With the aid of soul power tides and various rare treasures such as the 9-rank purple mushroom, dragon grass leaves, and huli berries, especially the invaluable assistance of the 10,000-year 9-rank ginseng king, Su Qingyu has accomplished a remarkable feat, achieving a cultivation level of 72,000 years in merely 3 years. Although the enhancement of soul power has become exceedingly gradual, lagging significantly behind the 38,000 years of the dark demon killing vine, this pace still allows for an impressive advancement of over 3,000 years per annum. Such a rate, when surveyed across the entirety of the 3 great seas, is truly unparalleled. At least prior to his ascension as a formidable figure akin to Jackie Chan, the enhancement of his soul power would not be unduly sluggish. In fact, Su Qingyu harbored a premonition that within a span of 15 to no more than 20 years, he could elevate his cultivation to an impressive 100,000 years. After all, despite having expended numerous life soul crystals, the current reserve of life soul crystals within the dark blue-silver severing realm still amounted to a staggering 150,000, sufficiently supporting both him and the dark demon killing vine in reaching 100,000 years of cultivation. Undoubtedly, the most challenging aspect of becoming a 100,000-year soul beast lies in the condensation of the first soul core. However, Su Qingyu felt no trepidation regarding this matter. The Qinglong clan matures into a 100,000-year soul beast, and the initial soul core naturally coalesces within the body, presenting no difficulties whatsoever. Upon achieving the status of a 100,000-year soul beast, he would acquire a second soul skill, and Su Qingyu secretly anticipated what that skill might be. Nonetheless, his immediate objective was to sharpen his mental fortitude and enhance his soul power, as he was determined not to succumb first under the relentless intensification of the Nine Nether Curse. The only source of concern for Su Qingyu was the absence of Dado, rendering the Super Thousand Birds yet again a mere expendable asset. The formidable lightning power residing within the heart of the obliterated dark blue-silver domain could only afford Su Qingyu a modicum of protection in the face of a ferocious beast. The significance of a mobile power bank was thus underscored. This predicament left Su Qingyu in a state of resignation, for Dado was his inaugural follower. And this marked Su Qingyu's first journey away from home in the 3 years since Dado had pledged allegiance to him. Meanwhile, far away at the Imperial Island Bay, Dado, with his squinting eyes, reclined on the beach, leisurely observing the sunset. Suddenly, an itch in his nose caused him to exclaim. Chapter 55. The Underwater Forest in the Depths of the Chaotic Realm. As Su Qingyu delved deeper, the increasingly potent aura of blood and slaughter astonished him. Such an enigmatic energy. He could even perceive tendrils of this malevolent force seeping from the seawater, penetrating through his scales, merging with his flesh, and ultimately vanishing into the recesses of his being. Simultaneously, waves of mental assault surged towards him, sending ripples across the ocean of his consciousness. However, the intensity of these psychic onslaughts posed no threat to Su Qingyu. Yet, as he ventured further, he noticed that the weight of the water above him grew increasingly oppressive, particularly as an immense gravitational pull seemed to beckon him towards the ocean's depths. As one swims through the ocean, the pace is astonishingly slow, almost to the point of being laborious. My lord, the seawater here is infused with a malevolent energy, rendering this marine expanse extraordinarily unique. In the outer and mixed zones, only soul beasts with an age of over 100,000 years can overcome the gravitational pull to navigate through the water. In contrast, lesser soul beasts, whether 1,000 or 10,000 years old, are relegated to traversing the seafloor, inching their way to other realms. Within the core zone, even soul beasts of 100,000 years or those of a ferocious breed cannot simply ascend from the depths of the sea. At least, to my current knowledge, none have done so. After hearing Zihua's explanation, Su Qingyu nodded. How peculiar. Let us venture to the seabed. The three beasts entered from the periphery, traversing through the edge and directly advancing into the outer zone, where the malevolent energy intensified and the presence of other soul beasts began to increase. Indeed, the gravitational force here is several times stronger than that of the peripheral area. Upon reaching the outer zone, Su Qingyu was astonished to discover that his agility was significantly compromised compared to that at the edge. According to Zihua, only those with a cultivation of 100,000 years can surmount this gravitational pull. It was time to put that to the test. With a powerful flap of his dragon wings, Su Qingyu stirred up a multitude of splashes, his 72-meter frame gradually ascending. With each vigorous beat of his wings, he found himself soaring to a height of several dozen meters above the seabed, gazing down at the vast mountainous terrain beneath. He felt an intense pulling sensation emanating from the depths, which grew stronger as he approached the surface. Yet, to reach a distance of several dozen meters from the seabed with my 70,000-year cultivation, at least indicated that my physical prowess was comparable to that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Su Qingyu mused silently. What is that? A forest? Suspended in the water. Su Qingyu looked down at the surrounding mountains, momentarily taken aback. Although his vision was greatly hindered in this marine realm, he could still discern trees and expansive, dark forest extending from the mountains. This was something he had not encountered in the peripheral zone, where the seabed was predominantly composed of dark rocky terrain. Now, having arrived in this outer zone, he was astounded to behold countless mountains and their verdant forests. It was unfathomable that such a vast expanse of forest could exist within these waters, burdened by such gravitational force and infused with malevolent energy. With a heavy landing in the valley, Su Qingyu turned to Zihua, curiosity piqued. Zihua, are the plants on either side of this valley mountains comprised of plant-type soul beasts? He gestured towards the distant, shadowy mountains, which were not clearly visible, yet he had observed them clearly from above moments ago. My lord, those too are bloodthirsty soul beasts, merely manifesting in the form of vegetation. Most of these plant-type bloodthirsty soul beasts are immobile. However, they can ensnare other soul beasts through their vines and roots, attacking anything within their vicinity. Generally speaking, these plant-type bloodthirsty soul beasts do not pose a significant threat, Zihua explained. Plant-type bloodthirsty soul beasts? How intriguing. Su Qingyu nodded. Though witnessing a forest growing from the seabed was a first for him. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated throughout the mountains, and Su Qingyu turned sharply to see a massive crimson figure charging towards them, its bloodthirsty aura almost instantaneously enveloping a kilometer radius. A bloodthirsty soul beast. Su Qingyu was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized, I must have entered the line of sight of this bloodthirsty soul beast while above the water. Yet it could still track me down to the seabed? Although he had previously encountered bloodthirsty soul beasts in the peripheral zone, most were merely 1,000 years old. Possessing limited vision, he had only caught a distant glimpse before departing. However, the creature before him now boasted an age of 40,000 years and charged directly at him the moment he spotted it. With a sudden flourish, the dark demon vines extended, enveloping a vast area with their thousands of meters of black tendrils, swiftly ensnaring the 40,000-year-old bloodthirsty soul beast. Observing the creature, which measured merely 4 meters in length, Su Qingyu was intrigued. Its entire form radiated a faint red hue, with the malevolent the violet flames murmured by his side. My lord, this blood-fiend soul beast has lost its intellect, along with its soul techniques and combat skills. Now it fights purely by brute physical strength. Ah, I see. Su Qingyu nodded in understanding. The dark demon-killing vine lashed out once more, piercing through the blood-fiend soul beast from 100 meters away. A circle of black soul rings swiftly ascended, but in an instant, it appeared to be influenced by the power of blood malice. The entire soul ring suddenly emitted a burst of crimson light, only to dissipate, taking with it the corporeal form of the blood malice soul beast, which transformed once again into blood malice, merging into the ocean. Could this blood malice truly return to the sea? However, it seemed plausible. If the blood malice were to be continuously consumed, it was likely that in a matter of millennia, this entire realm of profound chaos would cease to exist. Chapter 56. Arrival at the mixed circle at the depths of the ocean in the realm of profound chaos, an endless expanse of undulating mountains, tinged with a faint hue of blood, filled this underwater world with an eerie atmosphere. Even the black forests upon these mountains exuded an aura of desolation. The plant-based blood malice soul beasts, towering black trees, and low shrubs in shades of pale red or gray-formed patches of dark forests that blanketed the rolling mountains, appearing exceedingly out of place in the aquatic surroundings. Moreover, within these underwater forests, only a scant number of bloodthirsty soul beasts roam, occasionally falling prey to the assaults of plant-based soul beasts, which elicit intermittent roars echoing through the mountains. At this moment, 3 colossal soul beasts are racing swiftly between the towering peaks. Although their pace has significantly diminished compared to the fringes and outer territories, it remains sufficient to leave some plant-based bloodthirsty soul beasts oblivious as the trio exits their attack range, much like a computer abruptly shutting down after booting up. Wherever these 3 beasts tread, the branches and leaves of the plant-based bloodthirsty soul beasts tremble, losing their target and returning to tranquility, awaiting the next activation. Naturally, the cultivation of these plant-based bloodthirsty soul beasts seldom exceeds 10,000 years. Even the ordinary bloodthirsty soul beasts harbor no interest in them, resulting in their ancient existence here, absorbing the bloodthirsty energy from the seawater at an excruciatingly slow pace, or perhaps, over the course of time, being gradually eroded by this very energy. Currently, the mountainous region where Su Qingyu finds himself is situated within the mixed circle of the deep chaos domain. Here, the seawater is imbued with a terrifying bloodthirsty energy, which incessantly surges into Su Qingyu's body. Upon reaching the mixed circle, the mental onslaught he faces has exceeded 50,000 years and continues unabated. Although Su Qingyu's mental sea is tumultuous, he is still able to endure, at least for the time being. Continuing along the mountain's descent, he encounters 2 other soul beasts, each possessing a formidable 60,000-year essence. However, upon sensing their presence, they swiftly retreat, particularly in response to the aura of the deep-sea demon king, whose essence, amounting to an astonishing 160,000 years, exudes an unparalleled oppressive force. It is likely that these are soul beasts from the other 2 ocean domains, drawn here in search of treasure. Zihua observes the 2 figures retreating through the underwater forest and remarks that although this mountainous area is immense, encompassing the outer circle, mixed circle, and core circle, It is also home to bloodthirsty soul beasts. Yet, within these mountains, numerous opportunities await. Currently, they are merely within the bloodthirsty great forest of the mixed circle, where ninth-grade treasures are exceedingly scarce. In contrast, the core circle brims with opportunities, truly a treasure-laden land. One might even stumble upon ninth-grade treasures while traversing the bloodthirsty great forest of the core circle. Of course, such occurrences are not guaranteed. Perhaps, during a desperate flight, a powerful being strayed from the central battlefield and fell victim to a devastating attack from a super-strong adversary, leaving behind 10th-grade treasures or even half-artifacts of 11th grade in the outer circle or bordering areas. While the likelihood is slim, it remains a possibility. Zihua possesses a profound interest in treasure hunting, akin to a gambler-esque thrill. Nearly 99% of the time spent in the deep chaos domain sees Zihua traversing the vast mountains in search of fortune. Why has no one cleared the battlefield after such a colossal war? It is indeed strange. Su Qingyu muses, perplexed. After all, a conflict of such magnitude would leave behind immense wealth, and the victorious side would surely clear the battlefield to gather the remains of powerful sea soul beasts and their weapons. Yet, it does not appear to be the case. Could it be mutual destruction? Zihua shakes her head. This war occurred a long time ago, and many details remain elusive. However, it is indeed true that countless soul beast corpses and weapons have lingered on this battlefield, a legacy left for us, the successors. Consequently, this vast region has transformed into a forbidden zone for life over an extended period, engendering a formidable bloodthirsty energy and becoming a sanctum for the honing of mental will. Based on my years of observation and experience in the deep chaos domain, I suspect this war has ties to the Dragon Clan, perhaps even to the Dragon God. Zihua suddenly interjects. The Dragon God? Su Qingyu comprehends, particularly as a member of the Azure Dragon lineage, rich in historical records regarding the Dragon God. The Dragon God, a deity of the ancient Dragon Clan, fostered the 9 Dragon Kings and the Dragon Prince, leading to the emergence of 8 dragon lineages. He was the first sovereign of the soul beasts and the strongest of the primordial era, holding a grand ceremony to elevate the divine realm into a 6-dimensional divine star. During this period, the Time Dragon King and Space Dragon King disrupted the ceremony under the influence of cosmic laws, resulting in the death of the Dragon Prince while attempting to save the Dragon God, which inadvertently sparked a divine war. Su Qingyu, as a transcender, is aware that the Dragon God later reached an accord with the Shura God to separate benevolence from malevolence, willingly being slain to become the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. From the current temporal perspective, the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, resides in the life lake of the Star Do Forest. Su Qingyu reflects silently. Importantly, the Dragon God himself decreed that unless the Dragon Clan revives and the Dragon God reappears, soul beasts shall not ascend to divinity. Observing Su Qingyu deep in thought, Zihua continues, it stands to reason that as the one possessing the purest dragon bloodline, you are more privy to the secrets of the Dragon Clan. It was the Dragon God himself who established the rule prohibiting soul beasts from achieving divinity. In the past, the divine realm was indeed the domain of the Dragon Clan. But to suppress other beast gods, the Dragon Clan resorted to a bloody method, inciting the semi-divine soul beast factions to battle for godhood. The ultimate consequence was the devastating casualties suffered by non-dragon bloodline soul beasts, particularly among the most formidable ranks. I surmise that the deep chaos domain was born from such a backdrop. Though uncertain of Zihua's conjectures, Su Qingyu is nonetheless astonished at the depth of her knowledge. Despite Zihua's cultivation being merely 90,000 years, her battle experience, skills, and mental acuity are profoundly seasoned, indicating that she has encountered significant opportunities over the millennia. Of course, Su Qingyu understands that with Zihua accompanying him, her growing strength will increasingly benefit him. After all, these opportunities are the most intimate secrets of every individual. And Su Qingyu refrains from prying. As he himself is a transcender, such matters cannot be shared lightly. Much like the chains of Zihua, which, after a lengthy refinement spanning 10,000 years, have formed a weapon most attuned to her, rivaling the 9th grade treasures, Su Qingyu, as her master, would never deprive her of her preferences. As for the war in the deep chaos domain and its potential connection to the Dragon Clan, Su Qingyu is presently indifferent. What he seeks now is a suitable location within the mixed circle to hone his mental fortitude, enabling him to withstand the intensifying 9 nether curse that escalates every 9 days. The violet flame had evidently already selected a region for Su Qingyu, my lord. Within the vast expanse of the three great seas, numerous sea soul beasts choose to venture into this abyssal and chaotic domain to temper their spiritual will. There exists a peculiar, elongated stretch where the mixed zone converges with the core zone, a place known as the path of blood and malevolence. The threshold of this path demands a spiritual power of 50,000 years, while the terminus lies deep within the core zone. Yet, the exact spiritual strength required to reach its end remains shrouded in mystery. The only certainty is that it surpasses 1,000,000 years by far. A gleam flickered in the violet flame's eyes. Exceeding 1,000,000 years. Su Qingyu was startled, his regard for the path of blood and malevolence deepening. For it was here that the deep-sea demon whale king once honed his spiritual will. Within the blood and malevolence forest of the core zone, he had stumbled upon extraordinary opportunities, propelling his cultivation to near 1,000,000 years in a mere 3 decades. Yet, at this point, the violet flame sighed softly. Alas, even the deep-sea demon whale king, with his cultivation nearing 1,000,000 years, could not traverse the path of blood and malevolence to its end. Thus, it stands that not even 1,000,000 years of power suffices to conquer its final depths. At this moment, the deep-sea demon king spoke, my lord. The blood slaughter road is renowned even among the soul sea beasts. It can be said to be the foremost region for cultivating spiritual will across the 3 great ocean realms. In those large and even super-large clans, whenever a soul beast reaches an age of over 50,000 years, they come here to temper themselves. When I attained 50,000 years of cultivation, I also spent several decades honing my skills on the blood slaughter road. Although my time there was not as extensive as that of Zihua, I gained considerable insights during those years. Zihua evidently reaped the greatest rewards from the blood slaughter road, possessing 18,000 years of spiritual power despite only having reached 90,000 years in age. Furthermore, Zihua's individual strength is formidable, making her a renowned force within this profound and chaotic domain. Su Qingyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that in terms of individual prowess, considering combat skills, experience, timing, and the synergy of various techniques, Zihua surpassed him significantly. Only through the aid of Super Thousand Birds, Dark Demon Killing Vines, and the Soul Power Spiral could Su Qingyu contend against soul beasts exceeding 100,000 years in age. Of course, both Su Qingyu and Zihua, as apex soul beasts endowed with intelligence, had their own merits, yet Su Qingyu's dragon lineage was pure, granting him an edge over Zihua. Moreover, in terms of physical attributes, Su Qingyu, at 70,000 years, was not inferior to Zihua's 90,000 years. In fact, Zihua's reputation even eclipsed that of some soul beasts aged over 100,000 years, including myself. The deep-sea demon king continued. Merely a name without substance. Zihua shook her head and then stated, let us proceed to the blood slaughter road. Zihua understood that her renown as Su Qingyu drew ever closer to the blood fiend path. He observed numerous colossal figures manifesting along its course, each possessing a cultivation spanning over 50,000 years. They stood still, lay sprawled, or coiled in various postures, soul beasts of diverse clans scattered sporadically throughout the blood fiend path. Upon finally arriving at the ominous bloodshed path, Su Qingyu gazed upon the immense crimson stone before him, which appeared as though it had been cleaved in two, stirring a sense of astonishment within him once more. It seemed to be a colossal rock, horizontally severed. The entire surface of the stone was remarkably smooth. As Su Qingyu placed his foot upon the red-hued rock, an immediate wave of chill washed over him. The dense and potent aura of bloodlust surged through his hooves, ascending relentlessly until it crashed violently into Su Qingyu's mental sea, stirring monstrous waves with its overwhelming force. The intensity of this willpower assault has reached 60,000 years, remarked Purple Flame nonchalantly from the side, her demeanor unshaken. Clearly, such an onslaught was but child's play to her. The arrival of the colossal trio of beasts drew countless curious gazes from the surrounding spirit creatures, with nearly all attention converging upon Zihua. Is that not Zihua? How did she come to be here? I recall her spiritual power reached an astonishing 18,000 years, easily granting her access to the inner sanctum. Ah, look at the spirit beast beside her. It appears to be the deep-sea demon octopus king. The deep-sea demon octopus king of the extreme depths, boasting a cultivation level of 16,000 years. How did he come to walk alongside Lady Zihua? The spirit beast in between seems unfamiliar. Perhaps it is a newcomer? Many high-ranking 10,000-year spirit beasts raised their heads in curiosity, observing the trio of Su Qingyu, Zihua, and the deep-sea demon octopus king. Indeed, some spirit beasts had already begun to engage in mental exchanges and discussions. Life along the blood slaughter path is notoriously monotonous. Some do not shift their positions for years, making the presence of a 10,000-year spirit beast a rare spectacle. Thus, upon witnessing Zihua and her companions, conversations naturally ensued. Furthermore, the information flow along the blood slaughter path is exceedingly insular, leaving most unaware of the shifts in power within the extreme depths of the ocean. As for the unfamiliar visage of Su Qingyu, they merely noted his cultivation level at 7,000 years. My lord, along the blood slaughter path, the crimson stones beneath our feet transmit an immense force of blood slaughter, generating a profound mental impact that leads directly to the core circle. The closer one approaches the core, the more intense the mental shock becomes. Moreover, this path forbids any blood slaughter spirit beast from entering. Any that do will vanish without a trace. Vanish? What does that mean? Su Qingyu was taken aback. It must be akin to a form of teleportation, returning any blood slaughter spirit beasts that enter the blood slaughter path to the surrounding mountains. Clearly, Zihua possessed little knowledge regarding the disappearance of blood slaughter spirit beasts along this path. By the way, my lord, fighting is strictly prohibited within the blood slaughter path. Any combatants would be relentlessly pursued by all sea spirit beasts. Thus, many who seek to obtain treasures or even supreme artifacts often flee here to evade pursuit, awaiting the arrival of their clan's powerful members. This consensus was established among the three major ocean domains. Consequently, the blood slaughter path has become the ideal locale for honing one's mental fortitude. No fighting. Su Qingyu was quite pleased. Undisturbed by other spirit beasts and safe from the assaults of blood slaughter spirit beasts, the blood slaughter path indeed stood as a sanctum for the cultivation of mental resolve. Under the watchful eyes of numerous 10,000-year spirit beasts in this region, the trio of Su Qingyu dashed forth, leaving the 5,000 and 6,000-year spirit beasts far behind. At this moment, Su Qingyu arrived at a realm where the force of will had endured for 70 millennia. Even with his cultivation reaching 70,000 years and 2,000 more, his visage began to contort with a menacing expression, the azure scales upon his forehead twisting grotesquely. Within the vast ocean of his spirit, the immense shadow of the Nine-Yu Serpent King, a remnant of the Nine-Yu Curse, lingered still. However, at this moment, the Serpent King's eyes were tightly shut, as if ensnared in a deep slumber. Su Qingyu had launched numerous assaults upon this Nine-Yu Curse within his spiritual sea, striving to obliterate it. Yet such efforts proved futile against the ancient presence of the Serpent King, which seemed to exist beyond time and left Su Qingyu powerless. As torrents of bloodthirsty energy surged forth, the entire ocean of his spirit erupted into tumultuous waves, rapidly coalescing into the form of a colossal blood-red sword, exuding an insatiable aura of savagery and madness. A gasp escaped Su Qingyu's lips. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a massive head reared up from the depths of his spiritual sea, revealing a pair of dark golden eyes that seemed to become the very epicenter of existence, causing the brilliance of the blood-red sword to dim. This is my realm. Beneath that enormous head lay a vast body cloaked in azure scales, embodying the spectral form of Su Qingyu as the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King. His emergence instantly ignited fervor throughout the ocean of his spirit. The clash between the blood-red sword and the Azure Dragon shadow resonated through the spiritual expanse, sending shockwaves rippling through. What a magnificent place! Though Su Qingyu appeared exceedingly disheveled in demeanor, his heart surged with uncontainable ecstasy. Truly, this was a sanctum for the tempering of the spirit and will. In stark contrast to Su Qingyu, the expressions of Purple Flame and the deep-sea demon Octopus King remained utterly unperturbed, forming a striking juxtaposition with Su Qingyu, who was currently enduring the relentless assault of willpower and struggling to persevere. It appears this is the limit for our master. Proceeding further might overburden his spiritual sea, posing significant danger. Yet, reducing the intensity would fail to achieve the optimal tempering effect for his mental fortitude, Purple Flame observed, nodding slightly as she studied Su Qingyu's strained countenance. For now, our master can cultivate safely along the Bloodfiend path without interference from Bloodfiend soul beasts or other creatures. There is no need for us to remain here constantly. Her gaze drifted toward the seemingly endless Bloodfiend path, stretching deep into the core circle. Oh, are you off treasure hunting again? The deep-sea demon Octopus King turned to regard her with mild amusement. I intend to venture deeper into the inner reaches of the core circle. Previously, I only explored the periphery, but now I should be able to delve further. Who knows what fortunes might await? Care to join me? Purple Flame cast a sidelong glance at him, her tone laced with the unmistakable thrill of a seasoned seeker. After all, she had tasted the fruits of fortune before. Even within the outer regions of the core circle, she had uncovered numerous treasures, not just the legendary purple flame chains, but also hidden knowledge, secrets, and even artifacts that enhanced spiritual power. Had she relied solely on conventional cultivation, even with the aid of the blood fiend path, it would have been impossible for her to elevate her spiritual strength to the equivalent of 180,000 years in mere millennia. It must be noted that, under ordinary circumstances, the progression of a soul beast beyond 100,000 years becomes excruciatingly slow in all aspects, precisely why beings of such formidable power remain exceedingly rare. Many soul beasts, existing for countless millennia, risk immense dangers to transform into human form in pursuit of accelerated cultivation within the human realm. However, upon hearing the invitation from Zihua, the deep-sea demon whale king remarked, "Never mind, I shall first hone my mental fortitude, much like my master." Very well, Zihua nodded in agreement. Though both are engaged in the refinement of their mental prowess, the deep-sea demon whale king naturally chooses to cultivate in the blood fiend path of the core zone, as it is best suited to his formidable strength. As the purple fire in the deep-sea demon king departed, Su Qingyu embarked upon an arduous journey of cultivation. Although he was constantly subjected to intense mental turmoil, this very turmoil gradually fortified his mental will. The enhancement was not immediately apparent. Yet Su Qingyu could distinctly perceive the transformation within his vast sea of consciousness, particularly regarding the evolution of his mental projection. He observed that under the relentless assault of the blood-red sword's phantom, his own mental projection was steadily solidifying, signifying a continual increase in the potency of his mental energy. This process, however, proved to be exceedingly monotonous. Nonetheless, Su Qingyu remained steadfast in his endurance. With each incremental improvement and solidification of his mental energy, he found himself invigorated, all the while ensuring that his soul energy continued to ascend without faltering. Every 9 days, the spiritual impact of the 9 nether curse intensifies. Yet Su Qingyu discerns with ease that the curse's force still falls short of reaching the 70,000-year threshold. With his current mental fortitude, he remains capable of withstanding the simultaneous assault of these 2 formidable spiritual onslaughts. Time flows like a river, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed since Su Qingyu first set foot on the blood fiend path. Over these years, he has transformed from one who initially struggled to adapt into someone who now thrives effortlessly, even achieving the rare state of dual mental focus. Upon the crimson rocks of the blood fiend path, Su Qingyu endures the relentless spiritual assaults while ceaselessly refining his soul power spiral sphere. After 3 years of relentless cultivation, the technique has finally ascended to the 60,000-year level, a mere 30,000-year advancement, yet one that fills him with profound satisfaction. Now, when unleashed, the 60,000-year soul power spiral sphere unleashes devastation, far surpassing the attacks of 100,000-year soul beasts, rivaling even the might of legendary dire beasts. But 60,000 years is still far from enough. Chapter 59, the core circle. The sheer might and oppressive aura of the 60,000-year soul power spiral sphere are unparalleled. Fortunately, the vast expanse surrounding Su Qingyu remains desolate. Had any witnessed the terrifying spectacle of his spiraling sphere, their souls would surely have fled in terror. In the present day, Su Qingyu's cultivation has finally reached 80,000 years after 3 years of diligent effort. Over this span, he has ascended from 72,000 years to his current level, a progression significantly slower than that of the dark demon killing vine. Presently, the dark demon killing vine has attained 70,000 years, while he has merely achieved 80,000. Su Qingyu shook his head. As one advances further, the time required for the enhancement of soul power elongates, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. Nevertheless, his growth still surpasses that of ordinary soul beasts in terms of soul power enhancement. The growth of the dark demon killing vine has indeed remained unaffected. Supported by the life soul crystal, its cultivation has risen from 38,000 years to 74,000 years within these 3 years, surpassing Su Qingyu's level from 3 years prior. However, Su Qingyu has observed that along this blue, and now, merely 3 years later, Su Qingyu's spiritual willpower has reached 100,000 years. How could he not be satisfied? With his mental strength finally breaking through the 100,000-year threshold, the willpower shocks here could no longer serve as a tempering challenge. At this moment, Su Qingyu was about to step into the core region, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Following the blood fiend path, he soon caught sight of the undulating mountain ranges surrounding it, bathed in a sinister crimson hue, punctuated by the occasional roars of soul beasts. The core region, Waves of energy emanated from the mountains on either side, and with his mental strength now at the 100,000-year level, Su Qingyu could faintly discern the direction of these fluctuations. Upon arriving in the core region, Su Qingyu realized that compared to the mixed zone, the blood-fiend soul beasts and the soul beasts of the three great seas here had all attained cultivation levels of 100,000 years, some even far surpassing it. However, due to their later start in spiritual cultivation, their mental strength had only just reached the 100,000-year mark. Here, the mental shock is such that even other ancient soul beasts would succumb instantly. Su Qingyu, standing upon the crimson rocks, finds himself enveloped in a sea of blood. The overwhelming aura of bloodlust visibly seeping into the gaps between his scales, surging forth like a gushing spring directly towards the sea of consciousness. The arrival of Su Qingyu instantly drew a multitude of gazes to this core circle area. After all, those who could reach this place were predominantly spirit beasts of 100,000 years, yet they discovered that Su Qingyu possessed merely 80,000 years of cultivation. Some of the 100,000-year spirit beasts, upon casting a glance at Su Qingyu, chose to close their eyes once more to meditate, while others raised their heads, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. A spirit beast with only 8 years of cultivation, yet possessing mental strength that reached 100,000 years was indeed a rarity. However, the existence of Zihua, with its 90,000 years of cultivation and an astonishing mental strength of 180,000 years, was even more extraordinary. Consequently, with the example of Zihua, the atmosphere returned to its previous state of mutual indifference shortly after Su Qingyu's arrival, while the roars of the surrounding mountains calmed moreover. At this very moment, the spiritual energy swirling around Su Qingyu's claws had reached the terrifying magnitude of a 200,000 years savage beast, an inconceivable notion to them. Even the quasi-savage beasts of 180,000 and 190,000 years in the distance ahead couldn't help but sense this overwhelming surge of power, turning their gazes toward the rear. Gumming, do you feel it too? Yes, an extraordinarily potent energy fluctuation, yet it seems to emanate from the blood-fiend path behind us. I sense it as well. Could it be that the 100,000 your spirit beasts at the rear have engaged in battle? Such formidable beings should have long ventured into the heart of the core region by now. Unlikely. This is merely an intensely penetrating energy wave, devoid of any widespread explosive force. Moreover, the Sea Princess has not intervened, so it cannot be that. They all understood that though the depths of the blood-fiend path appeared as an abyss, there still lurked a fearsome presence, the Sea Princess. Hailed as the mightiest spiritual force among oceanic spirit beasts, with a cultivation spanning 700,000 years. 700,000 years, an insurmountable chasm for them. Chapter 60. A monumental upheaval. The Sea Princess has long upheld the sanctity of the blood-fiend path, a revered site for the spiritual cultivation of the sea soul beasts. It is not only her duty, but also a shared consensus among all the ferocious sea soul beasts. At this moment, although the Sea Princess has not intervened, both parties understand that no conflict has ensued. Nevertheless, they remain intrigued by the source of this peculiar energy fluctuation. Similarly, the deep-sea demon octopus king within the inner circle also sensed that peculiar fluctuation, a familiar aura of spiritual power. It froze momentarily. Has our master encountered danger? Whoosh! The 8 tentacles that had been lazily draped over the crimson rocks suddenly lifted. The deep-sea demon octopus king erupted with full speed. Though uncertain of Su Qingyu's current condition, that surge of spiritual energy undeniably originated from him. The gazes of the surrounding 100,000-year soul beasts, previously fixed upon Su Qingyu, shifted abruptly. Suddenly, a ripple emerged from the direction of the blood-killing path, heralding the arrival of an overwhelming aura of soul power. One that had been amassed over 16 millennia. In but a moment, it reached the periphery of this core circle, prompting the surrounding soul beasts to turn their heads in curiosity. It appeared to be the deep-sea demon whale king, having achieved a cultivation level of 16,000 years. The magnitude of its soul power was awe-inspiring. How curious it was for it to appear here. The surrounding soul beasts, all of whom were merely 100,000 years old and had only just coalesced their first soul nucleus, were understandably taken aback by the presence of the deep-sea demon whale king. Master, within mere breaths, the deep-sea demon whale king arrived beside Su Qingyu, gazing at the soul power spiral ball in Su Qingyu's hand with evident bewilderment. I was merely experimenting with my soul power spiral ball. I did not anticipate at this moment the surrounding soul beasts, each with an existence of 100,000 years. Observed the deep-sea demon king in a state of urgency, and his display of deference before Su Qingyu left them utterly astonished. This sparked an animated discussion among them, as countless waves of thought rapidly traversed the waters. My goodness! This is the deep-sea demon king, a being of 16,000 years of age. Possessing extensive battle experience and formidable mental prowess, not to mention astonishing defensive capabilities. Why does he seem to regard that soul beast with such reverence? That soul beast, with merely 80,000 years of cultivation, appears to possess dragon blood. Perhaps it is a top-tier soul beast, one inherently endowed with intelligence, akin to the esteemed purple fire. I surmise that you may have heard about the recent upheaval in the abyssal deep-sea region. Some soul beasts express their curiosity. Is it related to the deep-sea demon king? What has transpired? Do enlighten us. Rumor has it that the Nine-Nether Serpent Emperor has been slain. What? Indeed, not only that. But the deep-sea demon king has also submitted to a mysterious soul beast, said to be called the golden-eyed azure dragon king. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is that the purple fire has chosen to follow this golden-eyed azure dragon king. Purple fire is immense. My heavens. Gu Ming must be going mad. I dare say, not only Gu Ming will lose his wits, but also the blood eel. There will certainly be a spectacle to behold. Wait a moment. Does this not imply that the abyssal deep-sea region is on the brink of transformation? With the deep-sea demon king, purple fire, and the golden-eyed azure dragon king, sweeping through the abyssal deep sea would be a mere trifle. Black demon, it is evident that you have long been aware of this. Hiding here all along. As such, numerous soul beasts suddenly turned their gaze towards the nearby black demon octopus king, one of the 5 major factions in the abyssal deep sea region. Humph. The black demon octopus king surveyed the assembly of 100,000-year soul beasts, amongst whom some had reached cultivation levels of 13 and 14,000 years. Yet, the black demon octopus king remained the sole entity to achieve the pinnacle of 15,000 years, excluding the newly arrived deep-sea demon king. His mental strength has always been a weakness, and upon learning that the purple fire was following Su Qingyu, he took the risk of being hunted by enemies to delve into the blood slaughter path to enhance his mental prowess. However, he never anticipated that the golden-eyed azure dragon king would also arrive, creating such a tumult upon entering the core circle, prompting much discussion among the soul beasts, causing his heart to sink. His anger towards the golden-eyed azure dragon king's mental prowess, which had also attained 100,000 years, filled him with humiliation. And the expressions of the 100,000-year soul beast with ferocious backgrounds made him uncomfortable, as if he had become a stray dog. Golden-eyed azure dragon king. Only I am the true sovereign of the abyssal deep sea. A murderous intent gleamed in the black demon octopus king's eyes. For many years, he had secretly plotted his dominion over the abyssal deep sea. Although the deep-sea demon king had reached 16,000 years, in his perspective, he was merely a long-lived waste, and the other 3 major factions were utterly incomparable to him. Over the years, he had silently regarded himself as the ruler of the abyssal deep sea, even displaying overwhelming dominance during the major faction meetings, showing no regard for the other groups. However, the emergence of the golden-eyed azure dragon king shattered this status quo, igniting a deep-seated resentment within him. Nevertheless, with the purple fire as a connection, he could potentially rally numerous allies, the black demon octopus king silently calculating his next move. Chapter 61. 600,000 years. In a certain area of the core circle of the abyssal chaotic domain, amidst the mountains, a figure cloaked in azure dashed past, weaving through countless plant-based blood slaughter soul beasts, precisely Su Qingyu who had entered the mountains from the blood slaughter path. The purple fire cautioned that prolonged exposure to the will of the blood slaughter path could lead to mental fatigue, rendering efforts counterproductive. Then let us seek treasures. Gazing at the dark red forest surrounding him, Su Qingyu expanded his mental perception, scanning a 1,000-meter radius, probing the depths for relics left by formidable beings. Along his journey, Su Qingyu witnessed 200,000-year blood slaughter soul beasts engaged in combat, ultimately resulting in one being devoured. And he also observed 2 plant-based blood slaughter soul beasts locked in a tug-of-war, wielding branches as weapons, endeavoring to snap the opposing trunk. This was a novel experience for Su Qingyu, and he encountered several 100,000-year blood slaughter soul beasts, evading their frenzied pursuit by hiding in their blind spots. Remarkably, these blood slaughter soul beasts could not be drawn into the distorted space. In his attempts to ensnare these blood slaughter soul beasts within the distorted space, he found not a single success. It seems that the power of blood slaughter differs fundamentally from soul power. Su Qingyu surmised that for him, These blood-slaughter soul beasts held no value whatsoever. As time passed, the increasingly fruitless Su Qingyu began to feel a sense of helplessness. How had others persevered in the pursuit of the purple fire treasure, with no rewards to speak of? Su Qingyu shook his head, yet his footsteps remained relentless, continuing to explore the seabed inch by inch. However, the initial sense of novelty had dwindled to almost nothing. At that moment, Su Qingyu traversed through dense foliage, reaching the summit of a mountain. In his imagination, he anticipated a continuous range of peaks. Yet, to his astonishment, he beheld a massive, barren mound standing prominently among the surrounding mountains, catching him off guard. What could this be? Filled with curiosity, Su Qingyu hastened towards the colossal mound. As he approached, he unleashed a powerful mental force, enveloping the mound, but found no discernible clues. It appeared rather ordinary. Pondering silently, he approached the base of the mound. Observing a peculiar reddish rock, and with a sudden forceful strike of his claws, he attempted to break it. Given Su Qingyu's current prowess, even the hardest seabed rock would crumble under such immense strength. To his astonishment, the slightly reddish material remained utterly unscathed, not yielding an inch. How curious that it could withstand such force. Perhaps I should investigate the summit. The mound appeared colossal to Su Qingyu, who seemed akin to an ant scaling a giant stone. Even his mental probing could only survey a small portion of the area surrounding him. Ascending from the base of the mound, he noticed with intrigue that not a single plant-type, bloodthirsty soul beast was present. And the crimson earth beneath his feet exuded a solid, iron-like sensation. Could this be a significant treasure? Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled, and his heart raced with excitement. Where there is peculiarity, there surely lies the extraordinary. Without pausing, Su Qingyu reached the summit in just a few breaths. However, to his dismay, the entire peak remained barren, prompting a furrowed brow. Nothing. After searching the vicinity again, he found himself still empty-handed, feeling a wave of frustration. What is happening? This shouldn't be. Su Qingyu did not yearn for some immensely powerful weapon or a grand treasure, but having discovered what seemed to be a rather unique location after months spent here, he simply hoped for a modest reward. Yet, despite his efforts, he remained empty-handed, fueling his discontent. Nevertheless, he refused to give up. Descending from the peak to continue his search, after an hour of exhaustive searching, he sat dejectedly at the foot of the mountain. Still nothing. Could it be hidden within? A thought flickered through Su Qingyu's mind, igniting a spark in his eyes. He swiftly gathered a soul power spiral ball, over 60,000 years in the making, and, retreating a kilometer, he hurled it forcefully towards the mound. Break for me. The soul power spiral ball, akin to a full-force strike from a creature of 200,000 years, met the barren mound in an instant. To Su Qingyu's disbelief, the spiral ball disintegrated upon contact, akin to an egg striking a stone. Impossible. His eyes brimmed with incredulity. Buzzing. To Su Qingyu's astonishment, after the eruption of the soul power spiral bomb, the entire earth trembled violently, and the small hill was no exception. A terrifying aura surged forth from the mound in an instant, causing the very ground to quake uncontrollably. What sent chills down Su Qingyu's spine was the overwhelming surge of energy radiating from the hill. The mound continued to rise, and to Su Qingyu's utter disbelief, limbs began to emerge from its form. As the hill fully elevated, a colossal horned beast stood before him, making him gasp in sheer horror. What in the world? A blood-fiend soul beast? The four-legged monstrosity bore a crimson horn that seemed capable of piercing through the fabric of existence itself. Its eyes, blazing with fury, snapped open, freezing Su Qingyu's soul in terror. A 600,000-year-old blood-fiend soul beast. The hill had merely been the slumbering form of this abomination, coiled and hidden. Despite Su Qingyu's formidable spiritual perception, he had failed to detect its presence, until now, when the beast's overwhelming energy erupted without warning. Escape. Only one thought dominated Su Qingyu's mind. Flee. The moment he recognized the horned beast, he spun on his heel and sprinted desperately toward the blood-fiend path. Inwardly, he cursed bitterly. He had believed he'd stumbled upon a grand treasure, a stroke of fortune, but indeed, it was a grand surprise, just not one he could stomach at this moment. What plunged Su Qingyu into despair was the instantaneous appearance of his figure in the eyes of the blood-fiend beast, which left no room for hesitation as its colossal paw descended. To Su Qingyu, that enormous, dark red claw loomed like a mountain, its speed, range, and terrifying might overwhelming. There was no flourish, no embellishment. It was merely a strike that, along with the countless waves of the sea beneath the beast's paw, unleashed a cataclysmic tremor. Almost the moment Su Qingyu attempted to rise, that dark red claw reached him. The speed was akin to a super-swift bird, leaving Su Qingyu with only a singular thought. A wave of dizziness enveloped him, He had undergone an infusion today, yet still felt lightheaded, with aching limbs and overwhelming fatigue. Chapter 62. Qingyu's realm yet. Even so, Su Qingyu could merely connect with the dark blue-silver severing point, as the speed of the dark red claw was such that his super swift bird could not be summoned in time. Boom! The dark red claw struck down, and under its terrifying force, the immense mountain beneath Su Qingyu was flattened. Su Qingyu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Realizing the peril he was in, his stars danced before his eyes. 6 of his ribs shattered instantly, and his dragon wings broke apart, for claws splintering in mere moments, prompting a roar of agony from him. With his cultivation level only at 80,000 years, enduring the full force of the blood fiend beast's strike left him grievously injured. Yet somehow he managed to withstand it, feeling a sense of gratitude amidst the pain. Just as Su Qingyu prepared to flee once more, he noticed that at the very instant the gigantic claw struck him, the blood fiend beast suddenly vanished, leaving him momentarily stunned. What was happening? At this moment, a verdant glow suddenly burst forth, expanding rapidly within Su Qingyu's vision. He instinctively focused his gaze. What? The dark blue-silver death point? The emerald radiance continued to emanate from the dark blue-silver death point, and before Su Qingyu's very eyes, a second green sprout began to surge upward with astonishing speed. In mere moments, it had already shot up several meters. Under his astonished gaze, the severed dark blue-silver death abruptly fractured, hovering suspended before him. A tree? Su Qingyu endured the searing pain, staring dumbfounded at the transformation of the dark blue-silver death. Before his very eyes, countless roots now emerged from it, spreading and intertwining in all directions. And in the abyssal indigo expanse where life was severed, the first verdant sprout stood as the trunk while the second served as roots, which began proliferating with frenetic vigor. At the heart of the blood fiend path's inner sanctum, suddenly, an immense surge of energy emanated from the mountain range to one side, jolting nearly all soul beasts to attention as they sensed the disturbance. What is this? Such an overwhelming pulse of energy. The sheer magnitude of this fluctuation sent every 100,000-year soul beast into a frenzy. Ordinarily, only artifacts of quasi-divine grade, 11th tier, or even 12th tier divine relics, could rival such a formidable resonance. Could it be? A divine artifact has manifested? Move. Almost instantaneously, every 100,000-year soul beast in the region stirred, and even from the deepest recesses of the core, obscure ripples of power could be detected. Unaware of the upheaval along the bloodfiend path, Su Qingyu remained immersed in the restorative embrace of the life soul crystal. His wounds mended swiftly under its influence, further accelerated by his own pinnacle-tier life-attributed soul power. Before him lay the ever-shifting realm of dark azure and silver, a place of fateful severance. As tranquility enveloped the scene, under Su Qingyu's numbed gaze, the blackened branches formed by this dark azure and silver territory slowly approached him. The moment they made contact, the entire plant of this ominous realm melted away like snow under the sun, seamlessly merging with Su Qingyu's essence. A humming sound enveloped him, as if his consciousness traversed into another world, a vast sanguine expanse where tumultuous thunderclouds roiled above, echoing with resounding claps of thunder. The ground was composed of crimson stones, suffused with an overwhelming aura of blood and slaughter. What instantly captured Su Qingyu's attention was a colossal unicorn, sprawled within this blood-tinted space, resembling a towering mountain that momentarily left him in awe. How could it possibly be here? Was there something amiss? As Su Qingyu pondered, the unicorn, which had lain motionless with its eyes shut, suddenly opened its gaze. Its massive hooves struck the sanguine rocks with a thunderous crack, causing the ground to tremble beneath. Rising to its full stature, its entire form radiated a blood-red hue, with its crimson horn emanating a pulsating glow, seemingly intent on piercing the very heavens above. Was it akin to the dark demonic vines? Had the will of destruction been absorbed? Could this blood-soaked beast truly possess such a will? Su Qingyu wrestled with disbelief, yet at that moment, he felt a profound connection with the unicorn, reminiscent of his previous control over the dark vines. How could this be? The enormity of the revelation overwhelmed him. As he realized he was now commanding a beast of 600,000 years, imbuing this blood-soaked soul creature with intent, it was as if the unicorn had awakened to battle, embodying Su Qingyu's own will. This represented a tangible mastery over a creature of immense power, now firmly within his grasp. The magnitude of this revelation took a considerable time to sink in, yet as he steadied himself, he began to survey the entirety of this sanguine domain. The sensation of dominion washed over him. This expanse was eerily silent, seemingly interconnected with his very being, instilling within him a wondrous sense of control. With a mere thought, a massive crimson stone ascended abruptly, igniting Su Qingyu's eyes with wonder as his will permeated the entire sanguine realm. Then, with a sudden force, a bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, striking the crimson stone and leaving behind a charred mark. Each experiment reaffirmed his belief. This was his world, and he was its sovereign. Yet willpower permeated every corner of the crimson void, where amidst the blood-hued boulders, a solitary emerald hue captured Su Qingyu's gaze. Could this be the dark blue silver's severed fate? Upon the sanguine rocks stood an obsidian trunk emerging from the crevices, from whose sides sprouted a tender green shoot, arresting Su Qingyu's attention momentarily. As an integral part of this scarlet realm, Su Qingyu shared a profound spiritual connection with this ebony branch. He now perceived how its roots sprawled labyrinthine through every fissure of the crimson stone, omnipresent and unyielding, rendering both the branch indomitable and the entire rock formation immovable. Su Qingyu meticulously absorbed the cascade of transformations wrought by the dark blue silver's severed fate. Ultimately, he discerned how this phenomenon had forged its own dominion, or rather, an inner cosmos, with the first heart of destruction as its firmament and the second as its foundation. Whether it be the dark demon-slaying vine or the unicorn blood-fiend beast, they had all now become a part of Su Qingyu. He couldn't help but wonder, would the super thousand birds be affected? Though the sense of control remained, untested as it was, Su Qingyu felt a flicker of unease. Suddenly, waves of soul power rippled toward him, stirring his curiosity. In an instant, his consciousness withdrew from the dominion space. Su Qingyu named this crimson space the Qingyu realm. Perceiving waves of spiritual energy emanating from the blood-fiend path, Su Qingyu couldn't help but feel puzzled and chose to return his consciousness to his physical form. Could it be that the earlier disturbance caused by the unicorn blood-fiend beast had drawn the attention of those creatures lurking along the blood-fiend path? Regardless, it would be wise to distance himself from this perilous place. After a brief contemplation, Su Qingyu decided to retreat from this precarious situation, with injuries still lingering. Prioritizing safety was paramount, no matter how others might regard him. Though the extraordinary vitality bestowed by his extreme life attribute had accelerated his recovery during the fleeting transformation of the dark blue-silver severance, his wounds were not yet fully healed, and his strength remained significantly diminished. After all, barely 10 minutes had passed since his injury. Even with the aid of the Life Soul Crystal, instantaneous recovery was beyond reach. Nevertheless, the pace of his recuperation was astonishingly swift. Multiple fractures had already realigned. Though still fragile, Su Qingyu found this progress more than satisfactory. At the very least, his mobility was hardly hindered. Whoosh! Streaking away from the blood-fiend path like a cerulean comet, Su Qingyu's silhouette soon merged into the pale crimson mountain ranges, gradually delving deeper into the heart of the core region. The power of blood malice there was even more intense. Although it did not manifest as a blood-colored sort of mental impact like that on the blood malice path, its potency far surpassed that of 100,000 years, posing a considerable challenge for Su Qingyu. Shortly after Su Qingyu departed, colossal figures emerged in the very spot he had just vacated. The scene before them revealed a vast expanse of flattened terrain, approximately a kilometer in diameter, littered with shattered black branches, trunks, and a chaotic amalgamation of seabed soil and rocks, all compressed into a single plain. The soul beasts that arrived at this site gazed in astonishment at the devastating tableau, their eyes widening in disbelief. Who was the unfortunate soul to encounter the bloodthirsty beast? The entire mountain range had been razed to the ground, and even the plant-based bloodthirsty soul beasts had been reduced to mere powder. The force of that strike surpassed that of a beast aged over 400,000 years. 400,000 years. Hiss. The most powerful among the gathered soul beasts barely reached around 200,000 years, their abilities far from the 400,000 mark. The sheer might of that blow could have annihilated all present, leaving them in utter shock. It was indeed peculiar that such a formidable bloodthirsty beast resided on the periphery of the core circle. The erratic appearances of bloodthirsty soul beasts could be somewhat understood. Yet it seemed that another soul beast had also displayed considerable strength, managing to escape the clutches of the 400,000-year-old bloodthirsty beast, even after sustaining that strike. Observing the immense indentation at the center and a pool of fresh blood, many soul beasts felt a potent aura emanating from the vicinity, penetrating deep into the core circle, prompting a collective murmur of astonishment. Suddenly, a figure stepped forth from the throng of soul beasts, approaching the central depression and scrutinizing the bloodstain, drawing the attention of several others. However, upon recognizing the figure, they refrained from further discussion. What is it, Gu Ming? At that moment, Gu Ming, his hooves stained with the blood left by Su Qingyu, felt a jolt of realization. Although his demeanor remained unchanged, a tempest raged within him. How is this possible? This is the bloodline aura of a true dragon. Another true dragon has appeared? As a member of the ancient demon Gu Ming dragon lineage, his dragon blood was far more potent than that of the purple flame. The oppressive sensation from the bloodstain caused his body to tremble involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, Gu Ming gradually calmed his tumultuous emotions and turned to his companion, stating, I am fine. His companion chuckled, I thought you had uncovered something extraordinary. Perhaps a divine artifact or something of the sort. Haha. They then suggested, let us move on. It seems this is merely the unfortunate fate of a hapless soul. Encountering a beast of several 100,000 years at the periphery of the core circle is indeed quite unfortunate. Gu Ming nodded, though his thoughts wandered elsewhere. After all, as a top-tier soul beast of the true dragon lineage, he believed that a mere bloodthirsty soul beast of several 100,000 years could not easily claim his life. At least, that was his perspective. However, when the disparity in soul power was vast, complete domination was a possibility. Yet, Gu Ming surmised that this true dragon had managed to survive. Yet, why did this aura feel somewhat familiar? Shaking his head, he returned to the path of bloodthirst. Having attained a cultivation level of 190,000 years, he stood merely a step away from becoming a fearsome beast, with the greatest obstacle being the heavenly tribulation, undoubtedly the most formidable challenge. Typically, those who reached 190,000 years possessed a clear understanding of their chances of overcoming the tribulation, while those soul beasts who felt their hopes were slim often chose to transform into human form. In stark contrast, those who dared to confront the challenge were seldom weak. Moreover, Gu Ming possessed considerable confidence in his own strength, yet he dared not slacken for a moment. Countless formidable spirit beasts had been reduced to nothingness amidst the heavenly tribulations. Thus he devoted every waking hour to cultivation along the blood-fiend path, relentlessly honing his power. On the other side of the mountain range, though many spirit beasts had dispersed and returned to the blood-fiend path, a select few chose instead to seek hidden treasures. Within a vast mountain range, four figures, swift as the wind, pursued the direction taken by Su Qingyu. Black Demon, this time I have summoned the strongest from our clan. I trust you will not deceive me, declared a crimson figure ahead, his tone frigid. Brother Blood Eel, you must have faith in me. Besides, the aura of the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King has always been present. One of the shadows was none other than the Black Demon, the Octopus King, who, at this moment, spoke with utmost conviction, displaying great reverence towards the Blood Eel. After all, the Blood Eel before him was not an entity to be trifled with. As the sole heir of the deep crimson Blood Eel, one of the three colossal clans of the oceanic realms, his words carried immense weight. One utterance could obliterate the Black Demon and his clan from existence within the three great seas. The Blood Eel possesses formidable strength, reaching an impressive age of 190,000 years. The two formidable leaders of the deep crimson Blood Eel clan behind him boast strengths of 300,000 and 350,000 years, which elicits profound envy from the Black Magic Octopus King. With merely a single utterance, he can summon these two ferocious beasts. In the words of the Black Magic Octopus King, born with a golden key, one's life is truly unimpeded. However, mere envy proves futile, for such matters are determined from the moment of birth. Chapter 64. It is you who seek death. At this moment, the Blood Eel gazes at the surrounding mountains, exuding great excitement. Having attained a cultivation level of 190,000 years, he recognizes the considerable efforts his father, the clan leader, has invested to prepare for the tribulation, even exchanging with the Sea Princess for a spirit concentration pearl, which has significantly enhanced his mental acuity. For 10,000 years, I have meticulously followed the cultivation plan laid out by my father, methodically preparing for the arrival of the beastly tribulation. However, for a creature as inherently playful and restless as the Blood Eel, maintaining such discipline has been no easy feat. Moreover, the crimson blood-sucking eels are a notoriously bloodthirsty and combative species, one that thrives by devouring other clans to fuel their rapid growth. Their advancement is not merely individual but collective. The entire species evolves together. The crimson blood-sucking eels boast a staggering number of beasts, with over 30 ferocious creatures among them. Among these, 3 possess cultivation levels exceeding 500,000 years, while their leader, the father of the Blood Eel, commands a formidable 700,000 years of cultivation, rivaling even the Sea Princess in power. This dominance has elevated the crimson blood-sucking eels to the status of the most formidable clan across the three great seas. At this moment, while the blood eel was tracking Su Qingyu, it couldn't help but feel a sense of perplexity. This aura, although belonging to the Black Demon, seemed oddly familiar. The Black Demon Octopus King, standing nearby, promptly elucidated. This golden-eyed Azure Dragon King has undergone cultivation on the Blood Fiend Road and caused quite a stir due to the use of soul techniques. Humph. So it is that brash youth who nearly affected me back then. The blood eel's eyes narrowed coldly, and its animosity towards Su Qingyu intensified. Regarding the Black Demon Octopus King before it, the blood eel understood that the latter was leveraging its relationship with the purple fire to manipulate it, yet it remained indifferent. For the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King had indeed become a thorn in its side, surpassing even Gu Ming in this regard. Although Gu Ming was a formidable rival and the blood eel was acutely aware that it could not contend with him. After all, Gu Ming, possessing the bloodline of dragons, unleashed a power comparable to that of ferocious beasts. Despite this, the blood eel still felt no sense of imminent threat from Gu Ming. The emergence of the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King has led Zihua to become his follower, a situation that is described by the Black Magic Octopus King as astonishing. Considering that the cultivation of the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King is less than a mere 100,000 years, this realization fills him with profound humiliation and rage. Seizing the opportunity, he vows to flay the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King alive. Oh, Zihua, why could you not remain in the depths of the chaotic domain? Instead, you ventured into the abyssal seas, only to be captured by the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King, lamenting your fate alongside the blood eel. At this moment, Su Qingyu in the mountains sensed the four formidable auras trailing closely behind him, causing his brow to furrow in concern. It seemed that they were targeting him. After meandering through the forest once more, Su Qingyu noticed that the four auras were drawing ever nearer, directly converging upon him. A resolute thought crossed his mind. I shall confront you and discern your true identity. The Black Demon Octopus King and the Crimson Blood Eel seemed to have caught sight of a distant azure figure. The Black Demon Octopus King's gaze turned icy as he remarked, Blood Eel, it is him. You mean to tell me that you truly possess only 8,000 years of cultivation? Upon seeing Su Qingyu, the Blood Eel was momentarily taken aback, then continued. I never imagined you could escape the clutches of a blood fiend beast's attack. My uncle mentioned that beast had a cultivation of at least 400,000 years. Nonetheless, it is still futile. Oh, at this moment, Su Qingyu's gaze suddenly turned icy. I see, it is you who seek death. With a thunderous roar, a formidable aura erupted from a nearby hillock, which, until now, had seemed unremarkable. It transformed into a colossal beast with 4 hoofs and a single horn, exuding an overwhelming force of bloodthirst. This malevolent energy caused the 2 deep crimson blood-sucking eel beasts approaching Su Qingyu to momentarily falter in their advance. In an instant, the dark magic Octopus King and the blood eel began to froth at the mouth, their eyes glazed over, as the blood fiend's power surged forth. Under Su Qingyu's command, the once Na'vi blood fiend soul beast had transformed into a formidable creature of 600,000 years. Its mastery over the blood fiend's power had evolved beyond its previous clumsiness. At this moment, the overwhelming force of the blood fiend was directed solely towards the dark magic Octopus King, resulting in a terrifying mental onslaught. This dreadful psychic shock shattered the mental seas of both the dark magic Octopus King and the blood eel in an instant, rendering them utterly incapacitated. Thunderous echoes resounded. As the mental shock reverberated, the blood-colored horn of the blood fiend beast suddenly radiated an overwhelming brilliance. A colossal blood-red beam surged forth from its horn, targeting the 2 deep crimson blood-sucking eels ahead. In an instant, akin to a fire igniting at the eyebrows, the 2 blood-sucking eels were swiftly obliterated, disintegrating into nothingness without even a cry of anguish. Su Qingyu was equally astonished by this spectacle. How formidable! His heart continuously marveled, and the sensation of wielding such power left him entranced. And you two perished together. The blood fiend beast lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike. Suddenly, an intense burst of blood-red light erupted from beneath its claw, which lingered in the air, causing a flicker of surprise in Su Qingyu's heart. What is happening? Chapter 65. The desecration of soul bones within the mountains. The immense blood fiend beast stood out remarkably. As Su Qingyu's will descended, the blood fiend beast seemed to have become an integral part of his being, akin to an extension of his own limbs. With the prior experience of confronting the dark demon killing vine, Su Qingyu now appeared remarkably adept. Moreover, as a bloodthirsty beast that has existed for 600,000 years, the vision of the one-horned bloodthirsty beast was truly formidable. Its colossal body, nearly 10,000 meters in height, rendered Su Qingyu's perspective extraordinarily expansive, surrounded by towering mountain ranges. Su Qingyu, originally only 80 meters tall, seemed minuscule in comparison. Yet at this moment, with his consciousness descending upon the bloodthirsty beast, the mountains unfolded before his eyes in their entirety. The undulating hills, in Su Qingyu's eyes, transformed into mere mounds, some of which could be flattened with a single step. However, at this moment, he was astonished by the crimson light beneath him. Su Qingyu's claws descended but remained suspended in midair, supported by an unseen force, while the blood-red glow intensified, emanating a wave that sent a shiver down his spine. A resonant hum filled the air as an endless convergence of crimson light coalesced into a beam directed towards the horizon, causing the blood eel's form to vanish instantaneously, completely disappearing from Su Qingyu's sight. With the disappearance of the blood eel, the blood-red luminescence dissipated as well. This scene weighed heavily on Su Qingyu's heart, yet, following the eerie crimson glow's vanishing, his claws encountered no further resistance. With a thunderous crash, his dark red claws finally descended, resonating through the ocean floor, leveling the entire mound beneath him, while the black magic octopus king was reduced to mere fragments under the strike. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Almost immediately upon the emergence of the unicorn blood fiend beast, Su Qingyu unleashed a blood fiend mental shock, rendering the four opponents momentarily stunned. A subsequent strike of the unicorn's blood-red beam obliterated the two ancient blood-sucking eels, aged 30,000 years, before he turned his focus to the black magic octopus king and the blood eel. However, due to the blood eel's interference, a brief pause ensued, yet by that time, the black magic octopus king and the blood eel had already succumbed to the mental shock, their spirits shattered. This achievement filled Su Qingyu with exhilaration. With the presence of the unicorn blood fiend beast, he felt no trepidation even when confronting beasts aged 500,000 or 600,000 years. After all, although a part of his will resided within the unicorn blood fiend beast, its unique nature allowed him to remain impervious to pain. Thus, even if the unicorn blood fiend beast were to sustain injuries, his combat prowess would remain unaffected. In such battles, the unleashed power would surpass that of any similarly ranked beast. Even if he were to exchange injuries, it would be of no detriment to Su Qingyu. He could always return the unicorn blood fiend beast to the Qingyu space, allowing it to recuperate gradually with the blood fiend energy therein. Suddenly, the ocean stirred with ripples as the colossal unicorn blood fiend beast, the architect of this spectacle, was drawn into Su Qingyu's Qingyu space. Before him, countless red lights ascended, gradually coalescing above the black magic octopus king, where a magnificent crimson soul ring, aged 100,000 years, rose, accompanied by a conspicuous black magic soul bone. Behind him loomed two even more colossal crimson soul rings, each adorned with three golden patterns that exuded an air of extraordinary majesty. At the very center of these golden-rimmed rings lay deep scarlet soul bones, pulsating with immense power. The sheer force of spiritual energy rippled violently across the land, and the celestial disturbances caused by the fall of these savage beasts were nothing short of breathtaking. The simultaneous demise of two 300,000-year-old beasts and 190,000-year-old quasi-savage beast painted the entire mountain range in a deep crimson hue, staining the cliffs on either side a haunting shade of red. Soul bones, and those savage beast soul rings. Su Qingyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was his first encounter with soul bones from such formidable creatures, and he couldn't resist holding them up for closer inspection. It was said that 100,000-year soul beasts always yielded soul bones, yet the last encounter with the nine-nether serpent emperor had not only failed to produce one but had also left him in agony. But now, obtaining 3 soul bones at once was an overwhelming bounty. Those soul beasts couldn't absorb soul bones like humans. Extracting the spiritual energy within them was effortless, especially for someone like Su Qingyu, who wielded the power to distort space. Devour. He kept only the 300,000-year-old scarlet blood-sucking eel's torso bone, storing it within the abyssal depths of his dark blue-silver severance. The bone hovered at the center of his Qingyu space, mingling with the other treasures already gathered there. The vastness of Qingyu space now allowed him to store countless items without restraint. Even the unicorn blood fiend, a savage beast of immense power, had been relocated into this realm, merely requiring a designated area saturated with bloodlust to house it. As for the other 2 soul bones, Su Qingyu chose to cast them directly into the distorted void, converting them into pure spiritual energy. To him, soul bones were of little consequence. If he ever returned to the human world, Without becoming prey to murderous plunderers, they might fetch a handsome price. Of course, he himself was practically a walking soul bone, a prime target for those seeking to slay and loot. Thus, squandering these treasures mattered little to him. After thoroughly studying the soul bones, Su Qingyu began to carefully examine the 2 red soul rings adorned with golden patterns. He also discovered that the soul power fluctuations of these 2 great beast soul rings far exceeded those of ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts, accompanied by intense spiritual energy undulations. However, gazing at these 3 crimson soul rings, Su Qingyu showed no intention of wasting them. Without hesitation, he drew them into the omnipotent distorted space. Devour. The distorted space abruptly descended, swiftly absorbing the 3 scarlet soul rings. Yet suddenly, an anomaly arose. As the red soul rings were pulled into the distorted space, 2 colossal phantoms emerged within Qingyu's domain, none other than the spectral forms of the 2 deep crimson blood-sucking eel beasts. As they materialized in the azure space, they appeared to be drawn by an immense gravitational force, transforming into 2 streaks of crimson light, soaring towards the heart of that realm, landing upon the black seedling born from the dark blue silver of severed fate. This was their essence. Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, subsequently overwhelmed by a surge of profound soul energy flooding into his being. The richness of this energy almost instantaneously healed his injuries, while his cultivation surged at a visibly rapid pace. How could this be? Chapter 66, 2 Domains Typically. The transformation of soul energy through the distortion of space is an exceedingly prolonged process, which has contributed to Su Qingyu's slow progress in cultivation thus far. However, it seemed that the incorporation of the 2 great soul bones had instigated an extraordinary change. Not only did the azure space witness the absorption of the ferocious beast's soul power by the central seedling, but the overwhelming soul energy also caused Su Qingyu's body to swell. Countless azure scales on his body unfurled, releasing torrents of soul energy. As his cultivation soared exponentially in that moment, 80,000 years, 81,000 years, 82,000 years, 83,000 years, 90,000 years, 93,000 years, 95,000 years, 98,000 years, 100,000 years. What was once deemed an unattainable milestone for Su Qingyu now felt as effortless as quenching thirst, and astonishingly, this rapid ascent occurred within merely a few years since his emergence. At this moment, having attained a cultivation level of 100,000 years, the azure diamond crystal embedded in his brow radiated with blinding brilliance as torrents of soul energy flowed into it, solidifying into a reservoir of power. This was the soul core. To Su Qingyu's astonishment, this azure diamond crystal was indeed his first soul core. It was born from the shell of his genesis, and now, it had transformed into his inaugural soul core. No wonder the Azure Dragon clan reaches maturity at 100,000 years, naturally condensing their soul core. Evidently, the groundwork had been laid from the moment of their birth. Su Qingyu could not help but marvel at the might of the Azure Dragon lineage. Yet, why was this not recorded in the ancestral chronicles of the Azure Dragon clan? This question lingered in Su Qingyu's mind, but he could not ponder it further. At the instant the soul core activated and took form, the solidification of soul energy commenced. As time flowed, through the solidification of soul energy, the concentration of soul power within Su Qingyu reached a staggering level. Even so, over half of the soul energy within him remained unsolidified, gradually undergoing this transformation through the soul core situated in his brow. All of this required an immense amount of time and spiritual energy to sustain. However, with the soul power provided by the soul bones and the reserves of life soul crystals at his disposal, Su Qingyu wasn't particularly concerned. At this moment, Su Qingyu decided it was best to distance himself from this place. He had already ventured deep into the core region, and the distance from the Blood Fiend path was not insignificant. Now, with the presence of the Unicorn Blood Fiend beast and his own cultivation having reached the 100,000-year level, though his spiritual energy had not yet fully solidified due to its extraordinary density and sheer volume, a process that would take considerable time, his strength had nevertheless increased dramatically. Thus, Su Qingyu harbored no fear of other soul beasts approaching, not even ferocious beasts. The fate of those 300,000-year-old crimson blood-sucking eels served as a stark warning. Yet, the one thing that unsettled him was the crimson beam of light. Was it some form of teleportation? Su Qingyu pondered briefly before relaxing slightly. After all, his spiritual sea had already collapsed. Even if he were teleported away, recovery would be nearly impossible, reducing him to nothing more than an ordinary soul beast devoid of intelligence. As long as his spiritual sea remained shattered and his memories unrecovered, Even if he possessed some formidable background, it would be difficult to trace anything back to him. Still, he couldn't be certain whether the crimson beam had retained traces of his aura. Perhaps it was best to seek out purple flame and inquire. This predicament has caused considerable distress for Su Qingyu, as locating Zihua within the vast core circle is no trivial task. Nevertheless, solidifying his cultivation and stabilizing his soul power has become Su Qingyu's foremost priority. Amidst a colossal mountain range, his figure flits about ceaselessly, his eyes brimming with frustration. Having achieved a cultivation level of 100,000 years, he finally acquired his second soul skill. However, this newfound ability left him somewhat speechless. The devastating, world-shattering skill he had anticipated did not materialize. Instead, he was bestowed with a rather comical support skill, Life Domain. Within the Life Domain, Su Qingyu can freely manipulate the life energy of the world to heal injuries, which is of little use to him. Healing wounds? Being of the utmost life attribute himself. He could infuse his soul power directly into his injured companions, rendering the Life Domain's capabilities rather inferior. At this moment, Su Qingyu couldn't help but lament. As a formidable dragon, possessing a soul power rooted in the life attribute, he finds himself with such a lackluster skill. It seems that while each Azure Dragon's second soul skill varies due to their individual experiences and encounters, his is decidedly feeble. Could it be that my absorption of the life soul crystal has made me more attuned to the forces of life? However, there is a silver lining that brings him solace. His initial skill, Devour Sky, has evolved into the Devour Domain. Within this domain, even if the enemy is not ensnared in a distorted space, Su Qingyu can still absorb their soul power. Furthermore, the Devour Domain imposes no restrictions based on cultivations. In fact, the stronger his cultivation, the greater the soul power he can acquire. In one of the three great oceans, the ice sea, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquil atmosphere. What? Both the third brother and fifth brother are dead. The tumultuous waters of the deep red blood eel clan surged with unrest. Indeed, great uncle, the soul marks of third uncle and fifth uncle have vanished. Below, the 10,000-year soul beasts trembled, for although the figure before them was their great uncle, he was also the formidable Blood Emperor, a beast of an astonishing 700,000 years. What about Brother Blood Eel? Brother Blood Eel's soul mark remains. I shall investigate. The deep red blood eel clan is notoriously bloodthirsty and combative, often leaving their soul marks when venturing out to allow their kin to discern their survival status. In this moment, the entire Crimson Blood Eel has unexpectedly lost two formidable beasts that had existed for over 300,000 years, a significant event for the entire clan. Nearly that afternoon, three colossal figures cut through the ocean waters, heading straight for the tumultuous depths. Second brother, fourth brother, with the protective light of the teleportation. They should manage to hold on until we arrive. Moreover, the soul imprint has not dissipated, indicating they are still alive. Leading the charge was none other than the Blood Emperor, the leader of the Crimson Blood Eels, whose cultivation had reached an impressive 700,000 years. Another Crimson Blood Eel, known as the Devourer Emperor, boasted a remarkable cultivation of 600,000 years. Among the trio, the weakest, known as the Calamity Emperor, still possessed a formidable cultivation of 500,000 years. This time, regardless of who it may be, we must avenge third brother and fifth brother, declared the Devourer Emperor, the second in rank, whose cultivation stood at 600,000 years. At this moment, the Robber Emperor speculated, brother, could it be that the Sea Princess, having just recovered from a serious illness, might strike decisively against the Blood Eel and their kind? Is she attempting to instigate conflict in the Ice Sea? After all, among the vast Ice Sea, we are the only two colossal factions. In contrast to the other two massive factions of the Nine-Star Sea, the competition is exceedingly fierce, inevitably leading me to contemplate their involvement. Moreover, the entire blood path is fraught with her ferocious beasts, as they predominantly specialize in spiritual attributes. That realm has almost become a semi-territory of theirs, and now, should we venture there, they aim to ensnare our Crimson Blood Eel clan in one fell swoop. The Robber Emperor could not help but speculate, while both the Blood Emperor and the Devourer Emperor exchanged glances of icy disdain. The Blood Emperor furiously retorted, do not underestimate the Sea Princess. She lacks the audacity for such a venture. Even if she were to ally with other colossal factions of the Nine-Star Sea, the Blood Emperor, harbor no fear whatsoever. This is not a millennium ago. The Nine-Star Sea has now entered its twilight. I am eager to discern what leverage they possess. With a powerful sweep of his massive crimson form, the Blood Emperor surged towards the depths of the chaotic domain. determined to uncover the truth. Within the core circle of the chaotic domain, amidst a vast mountain range, a colossal azure figure ambled leisurely through the various gorges, perpetually probing the underwater world with its mental prowess in search of lost treasures. Yet, despite its demeanor, it remained empty-handed. The azure figure before us is none other than Su Qingyu, who has recently surpassed the milestone of 100,000 years. He has now fully matured into a formidable dragon, his physique exceeding 100 meters in length. At this moment, the azure diamond-shaped crystal soul core on his forehead radiates a brilliant glow, with an immense surge of soul power continuously being solidified from within. Currently, 1/3 of Su Qingyu's total soul power has been entirely solidified. Yet this fraction alone possesses a potency that easily eclipses the soul power contained in those who have just reached the threshold of 100,000 years without solidification. Furthermore, Su Qingyu harbors an intuitive sense that, should his soul power become fully solidified, its magnitude could ascend to a terrifying level equivalent to 300,000 years. At this moment, what troubled Su Qingyu the most was the soul force spiral sphere. With the solidification of the soul force, its density had significantly increased, at least several times greater than before. This raised concerns in his mind about whether the soul force spiral sphere could maintain its previous stability. He decided to attempt the soul force spiral sphere. A thread of solidified soul force was summoned, methodically coalescing into the soul force spiral sphere as before. As the sphere continued to grow, Su Qingyu felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. After conducting a series of experiments, Su Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief, filled with even greater astonishment. Fortunately, the soul power spiral sphere is a unique method of condensing soul power, significantly influenced by the density of the soul power itself. The greater the density, the more challenging the condensation becomes. However, the current soul power spiral sphere has indeed reduced in size considerably. Yet its overall soul power content has seen a substantial increase compared to the previous 60,000 years. Indeed, due to the heightened density of the solidified soul power, the present soul power spiral sphere, though not as large as its predecessor, boasts a formidable potency that far exceeds it. According to Su Qingyu's estimation, it could even effortlessly reach the level of a 30,000-year fierce beast full force strike. Moreover, it is a soul power spiral ball, entirely composed of solidified soul energy, spinning at an extraordinary velocity. The extreme concentration of soul power has transformed the spiral ball into a cerulean orb, devoid of any energy leakage, and without the slightest emanation of soul energy. The soul power spiral sphere, however, only depleted 1/5 of Su Qingyu's soul energy. It is worth noting that previously, each use of the soul power spiral sphere by Su Qingyu required a tremendous amount of soul energy. Su Qingyu primarily relied on the life soul crystal and the soul energy derived from the distorted space for rapid recovery, enabling him to avoid complete depletion of his soul energy, which would adversely affect his combat capabilities. Now, with the life domain and the devouring heaven domain, coupled with his immense solidified soul power reserves, how could Su Qingyu not be satisfied? Humming a cheerful tune, after briefly experimenting with the soul power spiral sphere, Su Qingyu once again embarked on his treasure-hunting journey, having long since cast aside thoughts of the blood eel. In the vast canyons of this immense mountain range, at this moment, Su Qingyu approached the edge of a precipice. Gazing down at the sheer cliffs, towering 1,000 meters beneath him, he couldn't help but exclaim softly. Below, amidst the forest, the fierce battle between two colossal blood fiend beasts captured his attention. These formidable creatures were astonishingly large. It seemed that once a blood fiend soul beast reached the age of 100,000 years, its size became extraordinary. For instance, the one-horned blood fiend soul beast, with a cultivation of 600,000 years, reached a staggering length of 9,000 meters. The two beasts currently engaged in combat before Su Qingyu had also attained a remarkable cultivation of 200,000 years, each measuring an impressive 1,000 meters. With a thunderous roar, the two blood fiend beasts, each 1,000 meters long and boasting a cultivation of 200,000 years, fought with all their might, relying solely on their brute strength. Despite this, the sheer force of their clash swept through vast expanses of trees, leaving the area below in utter disarray. From Su Qingyu's vantage point, it appeared as though the very seabed had been upheaved, revealing the dark, rocky foundation beneath. Countless remnants of plant-based blood fiend soul beasts lay scattered across the ground, and some fortunate survivors, oblivious to the peril, charged towards the battling titans, only to be uprooted by the overwhelming force of their conflict. As Su Qingyu beheld the scene before him, his eyes sparkled with enlightenment. Indeed, the blood fiend soul beasts possessed the ability to grow stronger through mutual consumption, And so too can I. What a profoundly simple truth. With a mere thought, Su Qingyu did not hesitate. With a flicker of his mind, the colossal form of the unicorn blood fiend beast materialized upon the precipice. Its immense presence instantly commanding attention within the vast underwater realm, spanning dozens of miles. Seated upon the back of the unicorn blood fiend beast, Su Qingyu watched as it leapt from the cliff, soaring towards the two blood fiend beasts, the chasm beneath seeming no more than a mere step to its towering figure. Swallowing heaven domain. Almost simultaneously with the descent of the unicorn blood fiend beast, Su Qingyu unleashed the swallowing heaven domain. Though the distortion of space did not manifest, the surrounding waters within a 1,000-meter radius trembled violently, as to Su Qingyu's delight. The two bloodthirsty beasts had indeed produced soul bones, both radiating a vivid crimson hue. As he held the two substantial soul bones, infused with a potent aura of bloodlust, Su Qingyu felt a twinge of uncertainty. Although soul bones currently offered significant enhancement to his cultivation, he pondered the potential effects of these bloodthirsty soul bones. Why not give it a try? With the soul bones steeped in the essence of bloodthirst, Su Qingyu resolved to experiment. Suddenly, unlike the previously isolated twisted space, this time it manifested alongside the devouring heaven domain. As Su Qingyu cast the two soul bones into the twisted space, his body trembled involuntarily. Under the influence of the twisted space, an exquisite essence of bloodthirst materialized within Su Qingyu's dantian. This sensation was entirely distinct from the usual experience of soul power growth. He felt an unusual swelling within his dantian, akin to an expansion of his own space. It seemed that the bloodthirsty essence generated in his dantian had triggered the black saplings of his Qingyu space, which instantaneously drew in the bloodthirsty essence, its pull intensifying and extending throughout his entire being. How peculiar! The bloodthirsty essence, which would normally flow towards the sea of consciousness, abruptly altered its course, now surging towards Su Qingyu's dantian. In this moment, he sensed an overwhelming influx of bloodthirsty essence flooding into the entire expanse of the devouring heaven domain. Within the Qingyu space, Su Qingyu's consciousness, previously engaged in consuming the bloodthirsty beasts, halted in awe as he observed boundless bloodthirsty energy emanating from the roots of the dark blue sapling. A mist began to materialize, a thin veil of crimson fog, through which the two bloodthirsty beasts lay sprawled upon the ground. Buzzing resonated as the roots of the black sapling in the heart of the Qingyu space began to grow exponentially. The entire space expanded relentlessly, and wherever the roots extended, the ground materialized in tandem with the influx of bloodthirsty energy. Only when the bloodthirsty essence within the devouring heaven domain was fully consumed did the phenomenon cease, leaving Su Qingyu astounded. It dawned on him that this essence could indeed be absorbed through the devouring heaven domain, causing the Qingyu space to expand continuously. Moreover, it could augment the concentration of bloodthirsty energy within the Qingyu space. If this were true, could he not cultivate a legion of bloodthirsty soul beasts within the Qingyu space? In the future, if he encountered those he disliked, he could unleash them. Yet, he pondered the implications. A horde of bloodthirsty soul beasts would likely be uncontrollable and pose a risk to allies. He dismissed the thought. Nonetheless, he concluded that absorbing bloodthirsty energy would ultimately benefit the growth of the Qingyu space, especially aiding the development of a unicorn bloodthirsty beast. Thus, wherever Su Qingyu traversed, the bloodthirsty essence diminished significantly, while the concentration within the Qingyu space intensified. News of the bloodthirsty road spread far and wide. Have you heard? It seems the blood eel has been slain. What? Who could possibly dare to kill the blood eel, a formidable name known across the 3 seas? I don't know. I heard that the Blood Emperor, the Glutton Emperor, and the Robbery Emperor have all mobilized, negotiating with the Sea Princess at the heart of the bloodthirsty road. Could this truly be the doing of the Sea Princess's clan? It seems unlikely. At least, I don't believe so. The Sea Princess does not share the bloodthirsty and combative nature of the deep crimson blood eel, and it is improbable she would instigate conflict. The only possibility is that the blood eel encountered an accident during its cultivation on the bloodthirsty road. Regardless, it appeared that the fate of the bloodthirsty road was destined to shift. In the core area of the bloodthirsty road, 6 figures stood in opposing pairs. Their respective domains transformed into deep crimson and brilliant azure. Despite the stark contrast in their physical sizes, the aura of their soul power was remarkably comparable. And a fierce dispute ensued. Robbery Emperor, your words lack substance. Why don't you present your evidence? Before the Robbery Emperor stood a stunning mermaid. In stark contrast to the colossal form of the Calamity Emperor, this mermaid measures approximately 3 meters in length. Her upper body resembles that of a human female, adorned solely by 2 pristine shells that gracefully shield her chest, constituting the entirety of her upper attire. In addition, a cascade of aquamarine hair flowed gracefully behind her, not swaying with the rhythm of the water, but instead forming a disc-like shape. Her lower half was adorned with a magnificent fishtail, embellished with deep blue scales, currently basking in an ethereal azure glow. This was none other than the formidable she-di of the merfolk, whose cultivation had reached an astonishing 500,000 years. Ranking second among the Sea Princess clan, with the first being the Sea Princess herself, whose mastery had attained 700,000 years. As Shi Shui had asserted, mere words bear no weight. If you lack evidence, do not place the blame for the deaths of your kin upon us. Moreover, the second most powerful being of the Ice Sea, a loyal aide to the Sea Princess, the Bai-Er Shi, a beast adept in both ice and mental attributes, spoke with a voice as frigid as her demeanor. As a member of the myriad clans of the Ice Sea, she naturally stood by the Sea Princess, also renowned as the ferocious beast by D among the Soul Masters. It is not that the Jie D clings to your accusations. My third and fifth brothers possess cultivations exceeding 300,000 years, with my third brother's prowess reaching 3,500,000 years. Even when facing a bloodthirsty beast of 400,000 years, they could vanquish it. Together, they could confront a bloodthirsty beast of 500,000 years and retreat unscathed. In the outer regions surrounding the bloodthirsty path, it is inconceivable to encounter a beast surpassing 500,000 years. At this moment, Shi Di spoke coldly, yet remained remarkably composed. The only conceivable possibility would be encountering other soul beasts in the outer circle of the core area, within the depths of the chaotic domain. The only formidable beasts present are the three of you, along with the Magic Soul Sea Lion King and the Magic Soul Sea Seal King. However, those two had returned to the Nine-Star Sea a year ago due to the matters concerning it, thus the culprits can only be the three of you. Sea Princess. Shi Di has conveyed this quite explicitly, although I indeed owe you for the matter concerning the spirit condensed pearl. I find myself with no alternatives but to seek your counsel. The Blood Emperor gazed at the Sea Princess, expressing his unease, as his only son, Shuiman, remained missing, leaving him in a state of anxiety. After all, to annihilate beings of the caliber of his third and fifth brothers, even if they could teleport away, could easily be pursued if they searched separately. At this moment, their gazes were all fixated upon the Sea Princess. Chapter 69, The Sea Princess. She was a mermaid, akin to the Evening Emperor, yet the Emperor appeared distinctly more youthful, while this enchanting mermaid resembled a mature and graceful matron. Upon her forehead rested a golden crown, adorned with a blue gemstone at its center, signifying her extraordinary status. At this moment, she hovered gracefully about 20 to 30 centimeters above the blood slaughter path, emanating an invisible aura that marked her as the universally acknowledged Sea Princess, the mightiest spirit beast of the ocean. As she gazed at the imposing figure of the Blood Emperor and his frigid gaze, her fair brow furrowed, clearly perturbed by the sudden turn of events. Blood Emperor, you are well aware of the peculiar nature of the blood slaughter path, which is vastly different from the Ice Sea. Were we in the Ice Sea, my mental prowess would enable me to command the entire expanse, allowing me to be instantly aware of any occurrences. The Sea Princess's formidable mental strength indeed reached such terrifying heights. Through her naturally radiating psychic energy, without any deliberate manipulation, she could envelop the entire Ice Sea, gaining insight into all that transpired therein. This was an undeniable manifestation of her immense mental power, granting her unparalleled control. This was precisely the ability that the Blood Emperor feared. Despite the multitude of ferocious beasts belonging to the Crimson Blood Eel tribe, the Sea Princess garnered the loyalty of many, providing sanctuary to countless sea spirit beast clans that had suffered at the hands of the Crimson Blood Eels, with her vassal tribes far exceeding theirs by several multiples. Moreover, the Sea Princess herself commanded a vast following, resulting in the number of 100,000-year soul beasts and savage beasts under her dominion surpassing even that of the Crimson Bloodsucking Eel. Thus, she ascended as the paramount ruler of the frozen sea, leaving the Crimson Bloodsucking Eel powerless to challenge her authority. At this moment, the Sea Princess continued. In stark contrast to the frozen sea, the Bloodfiend path presents two formidable challenges. Firstly, this realm naturally obstructs spiritual perception, no matter how potent one's mental prowess may be. It cannot extend across the vast expanse of these distant waters. Secondly, my place of cultivation lies perilously close to the Blood God statue, where I must constantly endure the crushing weight of divine will, akin to the wrath of the heavens. Thus, I can only spare a fraction of my strength to barely maintain order along the Bloodfiend path. As for the boundless territories beyond, I am powerless to intervene. Your spiritual power has broken through yet again. The Blood Emperor's gaze sharpened with astonishment. The Blood God statue stood as the first landmark of the Blood Fiend path. And to reach it, one's spiritual strength must attain the level of a 750,000-year cultivation. Under the relentless pressure of the will forged by the blood-colored sword, she endures each passing moment, signifying that the mental fortitude of the Sea Princess has firmly established itself at that level. Although the Sea Princess has also attained an impressive cultivation of 700,000 years, her formidable mental strength, coupled with her golden bloodline, empowers her to invoke the curse of the heart of the ocean, a feat that even the Blood Emperor would think twice before provoking. It is merely a minor breakthrough. While I initially condensed the spirit condensation pearl using a fragment of primal energy, the blood lotus seed you provided is indeed a rare spiritual herb, and it is within my expectations that my mental power would see some enhancement. Let us return to the matter at hand, Blood Emperor. I find this situation exceedingly perplexing and devoid of any forewarning. The blood eel has absorbed my spirit condensation pearl, making me somewhat of a mentor to it. Following the disappearance of the blood eel, I mobilized the strength of my clan to investigate the surrounding mountain ranges of the core circle. It appears that on the day of the blood eel's disappearance, a tremendous surge of energy occurred near the blood slaughter road, startling the soul beasts within the core area, who likely assumed the emergence of a divine artifact. A multitude of soul beasts ventured forth to investigate, and the blood eel was among the first to arrive. Are you suggesting that the Blood Emperor narrowed his eyes, gazing at the diminutive Sea Princess? They must have encountered a concealed powerhouse of the ocean, the Sea Princess pondered. You imply that the Blood Emperor's gaze suddenly flashed with crimson light, followed by a cold laugh. Sea Princess, you need not attempt to intimidate me. The Demon Emperor has long since departed from the ocean. Had he remained, the ocean would at that moment. The Blood Emperor unleashed his soul power accumulated over 70 millennia. And an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the maritime expanse. The surrounding waters began to churn violently, and the entire blood slaughter road trembled as numerous crimson rocks shattered with a cacophony. Even the vast black mountains encircling the core region began to quake. Blood Emperor, do you dare to threaten me? Gazed the Sea Princess at the surging crimson sea and the colossal entity rolling within it. Despite her seemingly fragile form, she exhibited no signs of retreat. In an instant, her eyes ignited with brilliance, transforming into a crystalline azure that surpassed the depths of the ocean. Waves of blue ripples emanated from her gaze, swiftly cascading toward the Blood Emperor. As the blood-red waters met the azure waves, a terrifying surge of energy erupted in all directions. This was merely a manipulation of soul power, yet it altered the very fabric of reality around them. The formidable cultivation amassed over 70 millennia endowed her every gesture with the potential for cataclysmic destruction. Within that blood sea, the Devouring Emperor and the Calamity Emperor observed the Sea Princess, whose demeanor remained poised and ethereal, yet her expression bore the weight of seriousness. Under the protection of the azure ripples, both the White Emperor and the Evening Emperor gazed upon the tumultuous sea of blood, fully aware of its gravity. Throughout the Blood Fiend path, countless soul beasts, aged over 100,000 years, and ferocious creatures alike raised their heads. Even in the surrounding mixed zone, numerous ancient soul beasts sensed the terrifying fluctuations and were immediately drawn to the spectacle. An overwhelming sense of oppression struck the hearts of these myriad soul beasts as they beheld the churning waters above the Blood Fiend path. The penetrating azure waves and crimson radiance resonated throughout both the core zone and the mixed zone. The two powerful auras allowed them to deduce something. Such tremendous energy fluctuations, it must be the Sea Princess and the Blood Emperor. Has the moment finally arrived? I knew that once the blood eel perished, an inevitable battle would erupt between the Blood Emperor and the Sea Princess. Chapter 70. The Blood Spiral Sphere? Alas, who knows if the blood path will continue to exist after this? What a magnificent sanctuary for tempering one's spiritual power. If the Sea Princess prevails, the blood path may yet endure. Let us pray. Countless soul beasts trembled in apprehension, among them many from the two great clans of the frozen sea. They sought out their strongest kin, awaiting further orders, for it seemed a great conflict could no longer be avoided. Especially among the Sea Princess's followers, numerous soul beasts populated the blood path, as her lineage primarily cultivated spiritual power. Many of their subordinate clans also specialized in mental refinement. Naturally, they all came to the blood path to temper themselves. Moreover, the Sea Princess had established a reward system every 3 years. Those who demonstrated exceptional spiritual prowess or rapid advancement would receive prizes. Those whose progress stagnated were either sent to the surrounding mountains for trials to earn another chance at the blood path or returned to the frozen sea to compete for future cultivation slots. Thus, only those who had passed rigorous selection could stand upon the blood path under the Sea Princess' banner. At the heart of the blood path, within the core region, the Sea Princess sighed softly. Blood Emperor, your vision is clouded by vengeance. You no longer distinguish urgency from folly. Our priority now is to locate the blood eel, not to waste effort here, nor to incite war across the frozen sea and the abyssal chaos domain. The frozen sea remains the last sanctuary among the three great oceans. War is not the sole solution. Indeed, it may worsen matters. Have the tragedies of the abyssal depths and the nine-star sea over these millennia taught you nothing? And the blood eel is not dead. If you trust me, I will mobilize my entire clan to aid in the search. Sea Princess, cease your deceit. The Blood Emperor's voice boomed from the crimson tides, resonating across the land. If the blood eel yet lived, would he not know of my presence here? Would he not seek me out, though he loathed to admit it? The likelihood of the blood eel surviving an enemy capable of slaying his third and fifth brothers was vanishingly small. The blood eel still lives. The Sea Princess affirmed with a nod. Because he once absorbed my spirit condensation pearl, I can sense a trace of my pure spiritual essence lingering within his mind. I am certain he survives. As for why he has not returned to the blood path, I cannot say. Perhaps he is pursued by foes, trapped somewhere in the core region, recuperating from grave injuries, or lying unconscious in the depths of the abyssal chaos domain. All these are possible, but I swear to you he lives. Our priority must be to find him. Once we do, all mystery shall unravel. The Blood Emperor fell silent, contemplating the Sea Princess's words before nodding slowly. Before departing the frozen sea, he had confirmed that the blood eel's soul imprint still existed. Yet his arrival at the blood path was no secret, and the blood eel's absence had chilled his heart, leading him to believe his kin had already perished. Now, hearing that a fragment of the Sea Princess's essence remained within the blood eel's consciousness, hope surged within him. Sea Princess, I acted rashly, the Blood Emperor conceded. Once I find the blood eel and uncover the truth, we shall slay the true culprit together, and you shall have my gratitude. You have long desired my blood lotus root. Upon our victory, I shall grant you a segment of it. The Sea Princess's eyes gleamed. The blood lotus seeds were invaluable for enhancing her clan's spiritual power. Yet the blood lotus remained firmly in the grasp of the crimson blood-sucking eels. She had only ever obtained them through exchanges of spirit condensation pearls and other rare treasures. Now, the Blood Emperor has unexpectedly chosen to bestow the blood lotus root, which holds profound significance and unparalleled utility for the Sea Princess's clan in the long run. It appears that the Blood Emperor is genuinely enraged, having produced the blood lotus root capable of annihilating two formidable beasts, each with a legacy spanning 30 millennia. Few in the entire ocean possess such capability. Who could the perpetrator be? Could it be the Snow Emperor from the far north, seeking to instigate conflict between our two clans? Or might the formidable human Sea Princess be speculating in the shadows? At this moment, both clans have mobilized their entire blood slaughter path, ice, sea soul beasts, initiating a widespread search throughout the depths of the chaotic domain for the whereabouts of the blood eel. Even the 6 most powerful emperors of the ice sea, including the Sea Princess herself, have taken to the field. After all, the blood lotus root is of utmost importance to the Sea Princess. Once within 100 miles of the blood eel, she can sense a trace of its primordial power. The Sea Princess's search progresses with remarkable swiftness, and her own speed is truly terrifying, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye, reaching thousands of meters away in an instant. However, the core area of the chaotic domain remains exceedingly expansive, and thus, time flowed by in such days, one after another. A dense crimson mist pervaded the air, with skeletal remains scattered across the land. Even these bleached bones exuded a suffocating aura of oppression. Amidst the sea of bones, a colossal horned beast lay in repose, its blood-red eyes coldly surveying the scarlet expanse below. This was the consciousness of Su Qingyu, residing within the horned blood fiend beast within the Qingyu space. Over the course of a month, he had devoured 3 blood fiend beasts with 200,000 years of cultivation, one with 400,000 years, 10 blood fiend soul beasts of 100,000 years, and countless others with 10,000 years of cultivation. Now, the horned blood fiend beast had finally reached the 700,000-year mark. Yet, blood fiend beasts were not easily found. Throughout this month, Su Qingyu had traversed vast stretches of the outer core region, only managing to locate one 200,000-year blood fiend beast and one 400,000-year specimen. The rest were mostly blood fiend soul beasts with cultivation levels ranging from 10,000 to 100,000 years. Still, Su Qingyu would not pass them by. Even the smallest morsel was still nourishment, and the accumulation of their blood fiend energy was not insignificant. However, this made Su Qingyu gradually realize that gathering blood fiend energy for the horned blood fiend soul beast was a rare and unpredictable endeavor. It was frustrating, for blood fiend beasts were not abundant, and after his relentless slaughter, even 10,000-year blood fiend soul beasts had become exceedingly scarce within the hundreds of mountain ranges surrounding him. Wherever Su Qingyu traverses, the surrounding seawater is also purified, the malevolent blood energy dissipating, gradually transforming into the crimson mist of Qingyu space through the devouring heaven domain, which is slowly absorbed by the central black sapling. Gazing upon the blood mist of Qingyu space, an idea suddenly flickered in Su Qingyu's mind. Although the malevolent blood energy differs from soul energy, it too has undergone solidification through the soul core. If it could be condensed into a blood spiral sphere, it should pose no difficulty, right? Chapter 71, Potent Mental Energy. In Qingyu space, Su Qingyu observed the tumultuous power of thunder rolling in the heavens. If this were indeed feasible, then the spiral sphere formed from malevolent blood energy might possess greater might than that of the soul energy spiral sphere, perhaps even endowed with the effect of mental shock. With a sudden rush, the bloodthirsty beast of malevolent blood energy rose from the crimson earth, transforming directly into the form of Su Qingyu's azure dragon. Attempting it in his own shape felt more familiar. The malevolent blood energy within the soul core of the ferocious beast was summoned, and employing Su Qingyu's familiar method, the blood spiral sphere began to slowly condense. Under his formidable mental control, a small crimson orb, formed from the malevolent blood energy, spun gracefully. A flicker of joy crossed Su Qingyu's face. It was a success, since he could successfully condense the blood spiral sphere. Enhancing its potency would merely be a matter of time. In the heart of the core circle mountain range, Su Qingyu lay nestled in a spacious canyon. Suddenly, he felt his body stiffen, an uncomfortable sensation coursing through him. However, this feeling did not inflict any tangible harm. Presently, Su Qingyu's physical resilience was such that even enduring the ferocious beast's soul technique posed no challenge. Within the depths of his spiritual sea, a stirring arose as the ethereal visage of the ancient Nine Nether Serpent Sovereign once more opened its eyes, casting a profound gaze that swept across the entirety of the spiritual expanse, provoking a sudden tempest within its depths. Why has the Nine Nether Curse commenced 2 hours earlier this time? With a surge of concentrated mental energy, a colossal azure dragon claw ascended from the spiritual sea. Su Qingyu's solidified azure claw tore through the void, clashing instantaneously with 5 golden claw shadows and 2 substantial gazes. Boom! As tranquility returned to the spiritual sea, the dragon claw disintegrated, merging with the tangible 9 nether gazes, both dissolving into pure mental energy that scattered across the spiritual sea. At that time, when Su Qingyu's cultivation had only reached 80,000 years, his mental power had already attained 100,000 years, achieving this remarkable growth within a mere 3 years, transitioning directly from 70,000 to 100,000 years. This leap was not solely due to his inaugural trials on the Blood Fiend path. It also owed much to the influence of the 9 Nether Serpent Sovereign. After all, every 9 days, when the 9 Nether Curse erupted, the ethereal figure of the 9 Nether Serpent Sovereign would disperse a significant amount of mental energy, which was assimilated by Su Qingyu's spiritual sea. This synergy during his 3 years of mental cultivation on the Blood Fiend path facilitated a substantial breakthrough in his mental prowess. The inaugural experience of cultivating mental energy proved to be unprecedentedly effective, establishing a solid foundation for Su Qingyu's future endeavors. Now, Su Qingyu's cultivation has reached an astonishing 16,000 years, with his mental prowess soaring to a terrifying 18,000 years, nearly rivaling that of the Purple Flame. Consequently, Su Qingyu, in the face of the 9 Nether Curse, need not exert his full strength, merely by casually manifesting a dragon's claw with his mental energy. He can effortlessly withstand its force, causing the spiritual impact to dissipate in an instant. After all, the current intensity of the 9 Nether Curse is even less formidable than the Blood Fiend impact Su Qingyu experienced within the core circle. Nevertheless, the eruption of the 9 Nether Curse serves as a reminder for Su Qingyu. It is time to refine his mental strength along the Blood Fiend path. Having been treasure hunting for over a month, Su Qingyu has essentially come up empty-handed. However, The transformations occurring at the dark blue-silver severing point can be regarded as the opening of a vast treasure. The tasks assigned to the deep-sea magic chapter should also be nearing completion, shouldn't they? After the Black Demon Octopus King was vanquished by Su Qingyu, he summoned the deep-sea magic chapter king, allowing him to return to the profound depths of the ocean and unify the entire region. Now, a month has passed, and Su Qingyu is prepared to delve into the Blood Fiend path to ascertain whether the deep-sea magic chapter king has returned. As for continuing the search for the Blood Fiend Soul Beast for the Unicorn Blood Fiend Fierce Beast, Su Qingyu has devised a method to subdue a large group of 100,000-year soul beasts and instruct them to hunt for Blood Fiend Soul Beast within the mountains. Should he encounter the bloodthirsty beast, he would not hesitate to take matters into his own hands. After all, the current Su Qingyu possesses a consciousness divided into three parts. One embodies the Azure Dragon, the second is the Dark Demon Killing Vine, and the third represents the bloodthirsty beast. In Su Qingyu's understanding, this equates to having three distinct bodies. Of course, aside from the Dark Demon Killing Vine, both the Azure Dragon and the bloodthirsty beast have cultivation levels exceeding 100,000 years. Particularly, with the aid of the Black Demon Octopus King and the deep red blood-sucking eel's soul bones, Su Qingyu's own cultivation has now reached 160,000 years. With all his soul power solidified through the soul core, ordinary soul bones significantly enhance my soul power, while the bloodthirsty soul bones offer even greater assistance to the Qingyu space. Utilizing the distorted space to absorb the bloodthirsty soul bones is simply a waste of my precious time. Employing the distorted space for this purpose provides no benefit to Su Qingyu's cultivation. It would be far more effective to directly discard them into the Qingyu space. Consequently, the substantial collection of bloodthirsty soul bones he acquired was unceremoniously cast into the heart of the Qingyu space, allowing the black seedling roots of the dark blue-silver to gradually absorb that bloodthirsty energy, thus preventing any delay in his cultivation. In such a vast family, Su Qingyu often feels an overwhelming sense of fatigue. His cultivation as a Qinglong requires the soul bones of ordinary soul beasts, specifically those over 100,000 years old, alongside the honing of his mental strength. Additionally, the life soul crystals are indispensable. On another note, the Dark Demon Killing Vine, which fortunately is relatively easy to nurture, requires only life soul crystals for sustenance. Yet, it remains a source of exasperation for Su Qingyu, as the growth of the Dark Demon Killing Vine is the slowest among his endeavors. Nonetheless, Su Qingyu has noticed a decrease in his own demand for life soul crystals, and a substantial quantity is sufficient for its growth to reach 200,000 years, although he surmises that this will take several decades to achieve. After all, the current growth of the Dark Demon Killing Vine is exceedingly slow. Being a top-tier plant-type soul beast, its advancement beyond 100,000 years encounters the world's constraints, unless it experiences extraordinary fortuity. For instance, possessing life energy far surpassing that of life soul crystals or a profound affinity with dark energy of the same attribute could potentially expedite its growth. Next is the Qingyu space, which currently requires Blood Fiend soul bones and Blood Fiend power. For Su Qingyu, the function of the Qingyu space serves merely as a vast storage area, offering little assistance in enhancing his strength. However, with each increment in its expansion and every absorption of immense Blood Fiend power within the mountains, Su Qingyu feels a subtle increase in his own weight. Lastly, the growth of the Unicorn Blood Fiend beast is of a serendipitous nature. Although Blood Fiend beasts are scattered across various locales, they are not particularly difficult to find since Blood Fiend soul beasts are quite common. Chapter 72. The Future. Originally, the Blood Fiend path strictly forbade the presence of Blood Fiend soul beasts or Blood Fiend savage beasts. Yet now, this little unicorn, imbued with Su Qingyu's consciousness, traversed the path unimpeded, encountering no resistance. Even in human guise, the Jade Horn detected a faint, ethereal surge of soul energy emanating from Su Qingyu, stirring quiet astonishment within her. Though his visage was utterly unfamiliar, the aura was unmistakable, especially the profound affinity resonating from the depths of their souls. As they gazed upon Su Qingyu, not only was the Jade Horn Serpent Emperor taken aback, but even the Deep-Sea Demon Octopus King and the Three-Eyed Terror Shrimp King were equally astonished, transforming into a human. My lord, your cultivation. Generally, it is said that a soul beast of 10,000 years possesses intelligence, while a soul beast of 100,000 years can articulate speech. However, to metamorphose into a human requires a ferocious beast of at least 200,000 years. And now, the sovereign has astonishingly transformed into a human figure before them. Although my cultivation spans merely 160,000 years, achieving such a metamorphosis into a human is not particularly challenging. Su Qingyu has dedicated years to the cultivation of his soul force, mastering the spiral technique, and his mental prowess has reached an impressive 180,000 years, making the transformation of soul energy into human form an effortless task for him. As for the two of you, despite our separation of merely a few years, your advancements in cultivation are remarkable. Even the three-eyed one has attained a 1,000-year cultivation level. Su Qingyu could not help but express his admiration while gently stroking the pure white unicorn in his hands. This unicorn is, in fact, a transformation of the fearsome bloodthirsty beast, appearing gentle and delicate, entirely unreflective of the terror associated with its 70,000-year-old counterpart. Upon hearing the praise from Su Qingyu, the three-eyed fierce shrimp king felt a slight thrill of joy within. Promptly responding, "I must extend my gratitude to your majesty for bestowing upon us the various treasures of Rock Island, which have significantly enhanced our cultivation." Originally, the three-eyed fierce shrimp king had reached a cultivation level of 88,000 years, a full 10,000 years behind the jade-horned serpent emperor. However, over the past 3 years, both have ascended to become 100,000-year soul beasts. Su Qingyu nodded in agreement, recalling the treasures he had acquired during the triannual opening of Rock Island, including a plethora of rare fruits, among which was the 10,000-year 9-tiered ginseng king. Such rare fruits, like the huli berry, are immensely beneficial for the enhancement of soul power. In the inaugural year of Su Qingyu's arrival at Bloodslaughter Road, the Rock Islands reopened, much to the benefit of the ancient soul beasts residing in the depths of the ocean. Under Su Qingyu's direction, a system of rewards and punishments was established, primarily overseen by the chief supervisor, Yu Jiao. "How did this mission fare, Emo Zhang?" was Su Qingyu's pressing inquiry. In response, I recounted my visit to the deep-sea domain following the demise of the Black Demon Octopus King, where I personally persuaded the deep-sea giant leech king and the bloodthirsty crab king to pledge their allegiance. Over the millennia, I had come to understand their temperaments exceedingly well. It required little effort for them to express their willingness to submit. The territories previously governed by the Black Demon Octopus King have since been taken over by members of the Dark Faction. Although some dissenters from the Black Demon Octopus clan remained in the past month, they were swiftly dealt with by the first team of Yu Jiao's Dark Faction, resulting in the unification of the entire deep-sea domain. It is believed that the news will soon spread across the 3 major oceanic realms. The deep-sea Emojang King appeared somewhat elated, as the deep-sea domain had officially achieved unification for the first time in millennia. Su Qingyu nodded in agreement, yet acknowledged that the freshly unified deep-sea domain faced numerous challenges ahead, necessitating time for adaptation. Emo Zhang, you have performed admirably. However, I am also inclined to establish a shadow department composed of soul beasts aged over 100,000 years, which will operate above the Dark Faction to undertake even more perilous missions. Currently, Yu Jiao, San Yin, and Zihua should all possess cultivation levels around 100,000 years, while the bloodthirsty crab king and the deep-sea giant leech king have cultivations of 110,000 and 130,000 years, respectively. These 5 will constitute the inaugural members of the Shadow Department, and Emo Zhang, you shall oversee its management. The existence of the Shadow Department will, on one hand, impose constraints upon the Dark Faction, which is rather extensive and numerous, inevitably leading to issues that may arise, thus necessitating your intervention. Yu Jiao, Zihua, and San Yin, previously captains of the first 3 teams of the Dark Faction, will now transition to members of the Shadow Department, while their respective captain positions will be assumed by the vice-captains, with no vice-captains appointed for the 3 teams henceforth. The 4th team of the Dark Faction will be independent, spearheaded by Ying Long and Tian Song, to establish a Soul Beast Academy. At this revelation, Yu Jiao, the Serpent King, San Yin, the Terror Shrimp King, and even the Deep-Sea Emojang King were taken aback. The concept of a Soul Beast Academy was unprecedented, as the realm of Soul Beasts is fundamentally distinct from that of Soul Masters. The inception of intelligence among Soul Beasts occurs at a notably elevated starting point, with most possessing a cultivation level of at least 10,000 years. Su Qingyu envisioned the Soul Beast Academy as a source of vitality for both the Dark Faction and the Shadow Department, starting from the 10,000-year mark. Indeed, the establishment of the Soul Beast Academy is a commendable initiative, Su Qingyu exclaimed, his eyes glinting with fervor as he addressed the imposing figures before him. The strength of Soul Masters lies in their perpetual quest for knowledge and advancement, particularly under the guidance of formidable leaders capable of nurturing a cohort of powerful individuals. For instance, the most dominant force in the Douluo continent, the Shrek Academy, exemplifies this. The title Douluo and ultimate Douluo of Shrek are likely to have been mentored by the same elite figures. Survival through adversity and demise in comfort is a timeless adage. At all times, fortifying oneself is the foundation against annihilation by external foes. In accordance with my plans, Zhang, you must prepare diligently. I have a foreboding sense that a great conflict is imminent. Su Qingyu continued to meticulously outline arrangements for Zhang. Aware that he alone held dominion over the entire deep-sea domain and had determined its future trajectory. However, for now, Su Qingyu had only sketched a broad framework, with the intricate details still requiring thorough elucidation by the deep-sea Zhang king. At that moment, a thunderous roar resounded. Chapter 73, The Slaying of the Emperor. 9 chains ablaze with violet flames surged forth, entwining violently at the heart of the blood slaughter path's core circle. The explosive sound reverberated throughout the entire core circle, even echoing across a significant portion of the blood slaughter mixed realm. Countless soul beasts within the blood slaughter path were instantly stirred, gazing in astonishment at the violet flame chains. And they swiftly recognized their master. Violet flame chains? Violet flames? What is happening? The violet flames are actually fighting within the blood slaughter path. It seems so. Yet my spiritual power is far too feeble to reach the blood slaughter path. Even probing into the situation is beyond my capabilities. What on earth has transpired? The tranquility of the blood slaughter path has been shattered, and throngs of soul beasts have begun to engage in fervent discussions. Holding the little unicorn in his arms, Su Qingyu, along with the deep-sea devil octopus king, the jade-horned serpent emperor, and the three-eyed terror shrimp king, simultaneously witnessed the ceaselessly dancing chains of violet flames in the seawater above the blood fiend path. Jadehorn, Three Eyes, you two stay here and continue your cultivation. The devil octopus and I will investigate the source of these violet flames. With a swift motion, Su Qingyu and the deep-sea devil octopus king surged toward the heart of the blood fiend path's core. Years have passed, yet the violet flame remains as tempestuous as ever, stirring such a commotion upon arrival. At the center of the blood fiend path's core, the entire sea had turned a deep crimson, saturated with dense blood fiend energy that corroded everything in its grasp. The mental pressure here had already reached a terrifying intensity of 180,000 years. Moreover, merely advancing another kilometer toward the heart of the blood fiend path increased the mental pressure by a millennium. At this moment, within the 10-mile radius of the Blood Shura Road, there are dozens of soul beasts, most of which possess a cultivation level exceeding 150,000 years. Originally honing their mental fortitude, they are now all struck with astonishment as they gaze upon the intersection of the Blood Shura Road and the adjacent mountain range. 2 colossal figures command their attention. Purple fire. The conditions I have offered are exceedingly generous. Do not overreach. Beyond the mountains lies a deep crimson blood-sucking eel, its cultivation reaching 200,000 years, now swiftly pursuing the amethyst crystal dragon beast. Cough, cough. As the purple fire finally arrived at the blood slaughter path, her body was marred with wounds, and at that moment, a fresh wave of blood surged forth from her lips. Gazing at the deep red blood eel, her eyes glinted with icy disdain. Humph, you dare to speak of generous conditions? Is it not widely known the insatiable greed of your deep red blood eel clan across the 3 great seas? A cold smile graced her lips as a pristine white jade orb radiated ethereal light from her claws, emanating an aura of sanctity that dispelled the surrounding malevolent energy for dozens of meters. Unbeknownst to her, the purple fire had managed to break free from my deep red blood domain and escape to the blood slaughter path. The deep red blood eel raced down the mountainside and swiftly entered the blood slaughter path as well. Upon seeing the white jade orb in the claws of purple fire, the deep red blood eel seethed with rage, internally roaring, "That belongs to me. It should be mine. You shall perish, purple fire. What of the blood slaughter path? With the sea princess absent, let's see who can protect you today." With a sudden eruption of boundless soul power, the deep red blood eel surged forward toward purple fire. "You madman, Emperor Slayer," she exclaimed, astonished that he would dare to strike within the blood slaughter path. Her furious outcry drew the attention of countless soul beasts in the vicinity, many of whom stood frozen in shock. It had been millennia since a battle had erupted in the blood slaughter path. Unbeknownst to you, I am the sole ferocious beast that now roams the entire blood slaughter path. Ha ha ha. No one can save you today. Once the Emperor Slayer made his determination to act, he hesitated no longer. In fact, he contemplated annihilating all the observing soul beasts to leave no witnesses. with the Lion King and Leopard King absent. And the Sea Princess's clan members having retreated into the mountains, fate seemed to favor him. With the absence of the Demon Soul Seal King and the Demon Soul Sea Lion King, as well as the formidable members of the Sea Princess's clan, the deep red blood Eel Emperor Slayer displayed unrestrained audacity. Let us end this swiftly. The terrifying, solidified soul power surged forth, transforming the blood slaughter path into a vast sea of blood, enveloping an expanse of thousands of meters. At this moment, the violet flames found themselves enveloped by the sea of blood. Immersed within this sanguine abyss, the violet flames felt as though they were being devoured by countless leeches, an insatiable force emanating from all directions. The blood itself appeared to be influenced by this pull, with torrents of crimson fluid seemingly siphoned away at an observable pace. What a vile soul technique! To consume blood in order to restrain one's adversary, augment one's own soul power, and even serve as a means of hastening personal growth, all while subjecting the enemy to endless torment. The sensation of blood gradually draining from his body ignited a furious wrath within the violet flames. Killer of Emperors, have you not long desired this? I grant you this opportunity. Snowy Pearl. The violet flames raised the pristine white pearl in hand, and in an instant, it erupted with radiant brilliance, forcing the endless sea of blood to recede. Even the surrounding waters for hundreds of meters regained their clarity, and the malevolent force of blood retreated as well. Light. The violet flames bellowed in fury as the snowy pearl trembled violently, sending ripples radiating outward, piercing through the sea of blood, while a colossal beam of white light surged forth from the pearl, racing toward a specific location within the sanguine depths. Boom. The killer of emperors, who had previously been thrashing about in the sea of blood, felt a sudden disturbance, causing his massive body to jolt violently. Simultaneously, a gigantic beam of white light struck him at an inescapable velocity. Crash! The overwhelming force sent the killer of emperors hurtling through the air, crashing heavily onto the blood-red rocks of the Blood Fiend Road, shattering the crimson stones upon impact. As the light beam struck, large patches of his crimson scales shattered and peeled away, with many disintegrating or even melting under the intensity of the radiant assault. As the violet flames surged relentlessly, he channeled his soul energy, roaring inwardly, Violet Flame Demon Crystal Prison. Violet Flame Chains. Bind. With a whoosh, the 9 violet flame chains, previously suspended in the water above, once again coiled toward the Emperor Slayer, restricting his movements, while the violet flame demon crystal prison enveloped his colossal form. The scene was tumultuous. Boundless violet flames erupted from the prison, igniting the surrounding seawater within a kilometer radius, encircling the Emperor Slayer in a fiery embrace. He could even feel the temperature of his scales rising dramatically. The 9 chains of purple fire danced around the Emperor of Death, intertwining and connecting in a manner that seemed intent on binding him tightly. Purple fire. You seek your own demise. Chapter 74. In the name of the Azure Emperor. Break from me. Fury ignited within the Emperor of Death's eyes as the surrounding sea of blood surged violently, forming a massive crimson wave that surged towards the prison of purple fire crystals. Just as the blood wave was about to make contact, the crystal prison shattered instantaneously. With the destruction of the purple fire crystal prison, the Emperor of Death's body expanded dramatically, attempting to forcibly break the chains of purple fire that bound him. However, the resilience of the chains exceeded his expectations. They possessed the strength of a top-tier treasure. He had long heard tales of the purple fire chains, but never did he imagine they rivaled the prowess of a supreme artifact. This shall also belong to me. Suddenly, as the Emperor of Death marveled at the tenacity of the purple fire chains, a stream of chilling purple light appeared before him, piercing deeply into the wound recently inflicted by the snow jade pearl. The crimson scales at the site of the injury, already melted by the white beam of light from the snow jade pearl, had significantly weakened, and suddenly, he felt a rush of blood pouring forth, mingling with the sea of blood. Within his body, an alien sensation arose. It was the sharp rib of the purple fire, which had found its mark while the Emperor of Death was ensnared by the chains. Excellent. It has been decades since I have endured such an injury. Splendid. The Emperor of Death's gaze was filled with murderous intent, and in that moment, all his soul power surged forth. Blood claws. The sea of blood erupted, transforming as if into a colossal hand that tore at the purple fire chains, forming a gigantic blood claw that reached for the enveloped purple fire. Snow Jade Pearl. Cold. The light of the Snow Jade Pearl illuminated the surroundings, causing ripples to spread across the sea once more. The waters within a radius of thousands of meters around the purple fire, along with the massive blood hand, solidified, and even vast portions of the blood sea became immobile. Sword. The purple fire once again uttered a single word. At this moment, the vast expanse of frozen seawater transformed into countless delicate ice blades, coalescing into a formidable legion of icy weapons, all relentlessly thrusting towards the blood sea's tyrant. The purple flames repeatedly neutralized their own attacks, even placing themselves in a passive position, a development that caught the tyrant off guard. Yet, he attributed all of this to the snow jade pearl, a true paragon among the highest grade treasures, rivaling even the quasi-artifacts of the 11th rank. The spectacle of countless ice blades surging forth left him profoundly astonished. Within the tyrant's eyes, shock mingled with an ever-growing greed and determination. However, relying solely on the purple flames to repel me proved to be a challenge, as they were nearly depleted of spiritual energy. Only I could unleash their fullest potential. A swift resolution was imperative. The bloodied hand surged once more from the blood sea, while simultaneously, the tyrant ceased to conserve his spiritual energy, his gaping, blood-red maw opening wide to unleash a colossal crimson beam, hurtling towards the multitude of ice blades, aimed directly at the purple flames. With a sizzling sound, as the blood-red radiance illuminated the surroundings, countless ice blades disintegrated into seawater. Witnessing the fierce advance of the crimson beam, despair washed over the purple flames. After several vigorous strikes, their entire reservoir of spiritual energy had been drained by the snow jade pearl, leaving scant remnants. The three techniques of the snow jade pearl's glacial sword had all been employed, yet none could inflict any substantial harm upon the tyrant. The sea princess had yet to make an appearance. Was today truly the day I would meet my demise? A complex expression crossed the purple flame's visage as memories of a life steeped in slaughter and bloodshed flooded back. From the very beginning, they had emerged from a world of violence, becoming the most bloodthirsty and combative of entities. Over the course of millennia, countless fortunes had graced their path, and they had attained realms beyond what their parents had ever achieved, evolving into the most formidable existence, a 100,000-year soul beast. The news of my ascension as a 100,000-year soul beast had yet to reach the master, nor did I know how the master's mental fortitude had fared. Suddenly, the massive crimson beam reached its destination, the blinding intensity rendering the purple flames incapable of opening their eyes. In this dire moment, they could only muster the last vestiges of spiritual energy within their soul core to forge a shield, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope for survival. And indeed, a miracle seemed to have transpired. After a prolonged silence enveloped her as Ziwa slowly opened her eyes, she found herself surrounded by an ambience that was both familiar and alien. The scenery remained unchanged, yet the figure before her was an enigmatic silhouette of cerulean hue. A being cradling a small unicorn appeared before her. It was a human who, at that moment, turned their head with a smile directed at Ziwa. A human? Yet this aura. My lord. Ziwa could scarcely fathom encountering Su Qingyu in this place, let alone in such a peculiar circumstance. At this moment, Su Qingyu merely stood there, devoid of any fluctuations in soul power. Instead, a far more terrifying aura emanated from the little unicorn cradled in his arms. At this moment, the crimson radiance was entirely consumed by the petite unicorn, effortlessly neutralizing the ferocious attacks of the 25-year-old beast without engaging in direct combat. For a bloodthirsty beast boasting an age of 700,000 years, this was a trivial feat. 700,000 years. The bloodthirsty beast. The Emperor of Assassination gazed in astonishment at the small unicorn cradled in Su Qingyu's arms, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could a bloodthirsty beast possibly appear on the bloodthirsty path? 700,000 years. Ziwa stood frozen. For such a beast was scarcely found even across the vast expanse of the three great seas, yet at this moment, it lay nestled in Su Qingyu's embrace. Moreover, it was a bloodthirsty beast, even more terrifying than the ferocious creatures of 700 millennia, whose sheer intimidation compelled the Emperor Slayer to retract the Blood Sea domain almost instantaneously. At this moment, even the Emperor Slayer dared not act too recklessly. For those few who could keep a 700,000-year beast as a pet were exceedingly rare throughout the entire Douluo continent. The sheer lack of intelligence and reason inherent in the bloodthirsty beast heightened the dread within him to its zenith. Su Qingyu possesses the remarkable ability to transform into a human, and naturally, he is of the caliber of a ferocious beast. However, this particular aura eludes his identification, leaving him puzzled as to which beast it might belong. Moreover, within the expanse of the three great seas, There exists no entity that has kept a ferocious beast of 70,000 years as a mere pet. Could it possibly be a terrestrial soul beast? The Emperor of Slaughter speculated quietly. I am known as the Azure Emperor, Su Qingyu declared, his gaze as frigid as ice. He had witnessed the scene where the Emperor of Slaughter had struck against Zihua, had he not arrived in time with the strength to defend. Zihua would have most likely transformed into a soul ring, waiting for an hour until the soul ring dissipated, after which everything would return to the depths of the ocean. At this moment, the scene of Su Qingyu cradling the formidable beast of 70,000 years became deeply etched in the hearts of countless soul beasts. The name of the Azure Emperor has, for the first time, resonated in the ears of countless soul beasts from the blood slaughter path over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, instantly stirring up a tremendous uproar. The Azure Emperor? The Azure Emperor? It seems unlikely to be a terrestrial ferocious beast. If it were a land soul beast, it would certainly not dare to venture deep into the ocean. Even formidable ferocious beasts entering the depths of the sea would find their strength significantly suppressed. It would be akin to seeking death. The soul beasts, clearly seasoned in experience, have come to this conclusion. However, throughout the three great oceanic regions and indeed among all sea soul beasts, this is the first time I have heard of the Azure Emperor's name. Moreover, it is the first time I have laid eyes upon him. I wonder what type of soul beast he truly embodies. Many soul beasts spanning 100,000 years are equally intrigued, although it is also my first encounter with the Azure Emperor. The fact that he has tamed a ferocious beast of 700,000 years is astonishing. It is worth noting that within our three great oceanic regions, there are only a handful of beings who have attained such a level of cultivation. Indeed, with such combat prowess, establishing a fifth colossal clan would be more than feasible. The name of the Azure Emperor will undoubtedly echo throughout the three great oceanic regions from this day forth. The thoughts of countless soul beasts around resonate with excitement. After all, every ferocious beast is renowned across the seas. At this moment, many 100,000-year soul beasts, who have come here to cultivate, are exhilarated as they witness such a ferocious entity for the first time in centuries. After all, this is a being capable of subjugating a ferocious beast of 700,000 years. At this moment, the purple fire in the rear also took notice, astonished that Su Qingyu could transform into a human. 3 years prior, Su Qingyu had merely possessed a cultivation of 70,000 years, while at that time, the purple fire was already a soul beast of 90,000 years. Now, Su Qingyu had astonishingly evolved into a ferocious beast, amplifying the shock in the purple fire's eyes. Has my master truly transcended to become a ferocious beast? Suddenly, the colossal form of the deep-sea demon king emerged beside the purple fire, for his speed was considerably slower than that of Su Qingyu. Although he had witnessed the scene where the emperor was struck down by Su Qingyu, even with his utmost effort to accelerate, he could not surpass the speed at which Su Qingyu had unleashed his power. As the deep-sea demon king arrived belatedly, he observed the astonishment in Zihua's eyes, mingled with a hint of complexity, and he couldn't help but sigh internally. He too was taken aback and envious of Su Qingyu's rapid cultivation progress. After all, the surrounding soul beasts had endured thousands or even tens of thousands of years of struggle and strife. To witness someone like Su Qingyu evolve into a formidable beast in less than a decade would evoke envy and a myriad of complex feelings in anyone. Some soul beasts might even harbor resentment. However, as a follower of Su Qingyu, bound by a soul contract, he felt no such aversion. Yet he couldn't shake off his feelings of admiration and complexity. It is essential to understand that merely relying on cultivation to break through the 10,000-year mark is exceedingly challenging. The thresholds following the beast level are not easily surpassed, and the earlier one attains such a level, the more time they have to prepare for what lies ahead. For Su Qingyu, this meant he had ample time to strive towards that level, significantly increasing his chances of evolving into a higher-tier beast. Although the master had not yet reached the beast level, his current cultivation was equivalent to mine, both at 160,000 years. Yet the master had already mastered the ability to transform into a human. At that moment, the deep-sea demon king turned to Zihua and explained, "Oh, Zihua, your cultivation has also reached 150,000 years in just 3 years." He was equally astonished, then added, "Master, you possess foresight beyond measure." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu turned to Zihua, his heart swelling with joy. Indeed, it is 150,000 years. When he established the Shadow Department, Su Qingyu had speculated that Zihua would undoubtedly break through the 10,000-year threshold, especially since Yujiao and San In had already done so. And Zihua had benefited from an enhancement of his own bloodline, making such a breakthrough all the more assured. At this moment, Su Qingyu discovered that Zihua's cultivation had astonishingly reached 150,000 years, which greatly exceeded Su Qingyu's expectations. This significant enhancement in power was entirely attributed to the snow jade pearl. My lord, during this expedition within the core circle, I truly uncovered an extraordinary treasure, this snow jade pearl. With that, Zihua produced the snow jade pearl. Upon gazing at the entirely snow-white orb, Su Qingyu noticed it emanating an enigmatic, ethereal light that sparked his curiosity. Ice and snow attributes? Zihua nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it possesses ice and snow attributes. However, its remarkable quality lies in the fact that any soul power channeled through the snow jade pearl transforms into the supreme light-cold sword. The light-cold sword? Su Qingyu inquired, somewhat perplexed. The light-cold sword comprises 3 soul techniques of the snow jade pearl, Zihua explained. Light refers to the pearl absorbing a small amount of soul power to emit a white beam. Cold can freeze vast areas around, and sword means that, upon freezing, it shatters into countless ice swords, piercing through foes like a rain of arrows. After aligning myself with my lord and enhancing my spiritual power through his bloodline, I reached an astonishing 18,000 years. Thus, I ventured into the core circle in search of relics left by powerful beings. True to its reputation, the core circle is replete with treasures. Over the years, I have discovered numerous artifacts. Among them, the snow jade pearl stands as the most precious. This snow jade pearl is a genuine top-tier treasure, arguably comparable to an 11-tier semi-divine artifact. Zihua's eyes gleamed with excitement as he spoke. The moment I recognized the snow jade pearl as my own, I fervently infused it with immense soul power, resulting in a rapid enhancement of my cultivating. Both the purple fire and the deep-sea demon king were also taken aback, gazing in astonishment at the colossal horned blood fiend beast, whose claws were even larger than themselves. They could hardly believe their eyes. How could such a terrifyingly massive blood fiend beast exist? Where did their master find such an enormous creature? And how did he manage to subdue it? At this moment, Su Qingyu stood atop the head of the unicorn blood fiend beast, silent and contemplative. Gazing down at the blood fiend path from the perspective of the beast, he experienced an exhilarating sensation akin to that of a sovereign surveying his realm. The crimson earth and the obsidian mountains lay submissively beneath him, all under his dominion. The ecstasy of such power was overwhelming. He felt as though with a mere gesture, he could obliterate everything, and with a glance, he could render judgment upon all. In his eyes, the once mighty Emperor Slayer now appeared as a myriad, one that he could effortlessly erase with a flick of his hand, while he himself was the divine arbiter poised to determine its fate. At this moment, dozens of ancient soul beasts, each over 100,000 years old, were filled with dread as they gazed upon the fearsome bloodhorn beast. Curiosity mingled with fear as they surrounded Su Qingyu. The palpable aura emanating from the creature made my legs tremble, and I felt an overwhelming urge to distance myself. The force of the blood malice was potent enough to disrupt our very minds. Standing atop the bloodhorn beast, Su Qingyu adopted a serene posture, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the onlookers with an icy glare. "If you do not leave now, you may find yourselves unable to depart later," he warned. The surrounding ancient soul beasts, even those of 18 or 19,000 years in cultivation, were momentarily taken aback before quickly reacting. Almost instantaneously, they withdrew from the area, sensing the lethal intent in Su Qingyu's words. Should they become collateral damage, their innocence would matter little. Indeed, at this moment, Su Qingyu was resolute in his murderous intent. Should conflict arise, their misfortune would merely be a consequence of their own proximity. "Qing Emperor, this is the blood malice path. You dare to attempt to kill me here?" The bloodhorn soul beast, now gripped by terror, felt a fear unlike any other, akin only to the presence of its clan leader, positioned as an adversary. The sensation was utterly disconcerting. Even his body trembled involuntarily. In his eyes, Su Qingyu had transformed into the most terrifying existence imaginable. Yet, Su Qingyu paid no heed to the fear surrounding him. The terrifying power of blood malice continued to coalesce, and in a mere moment, a crimson beam shot forth from the bloodhorn creature, accompanied by a formidable wave of will. This strike, even a true beast of 700,000 years, would never dare to underestimate. The crimson pillar of light rapidly approached the Emperor of Slaughter. No. His eyes widened in horror, as an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis compelled every scale on his body to fully unfurl. His soul power surged at an unprecedented velocity, propelling him upward in a desperate attempt to evade the impending strike of the light. In this moment, despair consumed him. The bloodthirsty beast before him was far from the foolish, unskilled creature he had anticipated. Under Su Qingyu's manipulation, this ferocious entity demonstrated an uncanny ability to wield the power of bloodshed with precision. Faced with the oncoming assault of the Crimson Beam, the Emperor of Slaughter found himself utterly powerless. He could already envision his transformation into a soul ring, though the ring could only exist for an hour. It would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. And as for his soul bones, any who dared to absorb them would find their mental realm shattered. Hatred and madness filled his gaze. But suddenly, Su Qingyu perceived a change in the surrounding sea. The once blood-red waters of the bloodshed road surged violently, followed by a wave of crimson light that spread swiftly from the distant mountains at the horizon. The very fabric of reality seemed to shift, as the pillar of light composed of bloodshed power abruptly dissipated, transforming into countless wisps of energy that faded into nothingness without a trace of explosive force. Meanwhile, an endless sea of blood swiftly enveloped a radius of several thousand meters, reaching before the formidable blood fiend beast with a single surge from the mountains. At that moment, it appeared as though only the blood fiend beast and the turbulent sea of blood commanded the attention of the entire world. Sensing the protection offered by the boundless blood sea, the Slayer Emperor let out a deep sigh of relief, his body slumping as if he had traversed the realms of life and death. The previously oppressive atmosphere around him dissipated in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Salutations to the Blood Emperor. The Slayer Emperor spoke. Slayer Emperor? Why are you embroiled in conflict on this blood fiend path? Have you forgotten the rules that have governed it for hundreds of thousands of years? A deep crimson blood-sucking eel, measuring 100 meters in length, emerged from the Blood Sea. It was the most powerful of the Blood Eel clan, the Blood Emperor, who had cultivated for 700,000 years. He gazed at the meek Slayer Emperor before him and inquired, his voice resonating like thunder, stirring countless waves in the Blood Sea. In response to the Blood Emperor, it is the Azure Emperor who has sought conflict with me. I have earnestly warned him and reminded him of the established rules of the Blood Fiend path that have endured for eons. Yet he remains resolute in his intent to battle me, leaving me with no recourse. I have adhered to the laws of the Blood Fiend path and harbored no intentions of retaliation. The Slayer Emperor trembled, acutely aware of the infamous temper of the Blood Emperor, which he greatly feared. The Blood Emperor furrowed his brow. He had witnessed the Slayer Emperor's growth since childhood. He was his own nephew. With a mere glance, he discerned the situation, fully understanding the Slayer Emperor's character. What a remarkable Blood Emperor! Observing the churning blood sea before him, an inexplicable sense of oppression washed over Su Qingyu, causing a shift in his gaze. In that brief moment of conversation, the Blood Emperor effortlessly neutralized the Blood Fiend beast's most powerful strike, which was imbued with a vast amount of Blood Fiend power solidified by soul cores, and carried a terrifying mental impact. Yet now, it seemed as if the Blood Emperor had caused the collapse of the concentrated power from within, dissipating it back into the sea. Such a display of prowess left him profoundly astonished, for it appeared that the Blood Emperor was the true master of this realm, wielding control over the sea and environment to an extent far beyond his reach. Chapter 77. To slay the Blood Emperor? The Blood Emperor. As they beheld the apocalyptic scene, with the vast blood sea continuing to roll and churn, many 10,000-year-old soul beasts were momentarily stunned, sensing an overwhelming pressure emanating from the blood sea. The Blood Emperor has returned. However, judging by his expression, it seemed he still had not found the Blood Eel. I have heard that not only the Blood Eel but also the Annihilation Emperor and the Shadow Emperor, as 300,000-year-old ferocious beasts, have similarly gone missing. I heard from the soul beast of the deep crimson blood-sucking eel clan that the Annihilation Emperor and Shadow Emperor have met their demise. What? They are 300,000-year-old ferocious beasts. They must have endured 3 tribulations and survived increasingly terrifying heavenly calamities to achieve such terrifying existence, and yet they have fallen? It appears to be true. Currently, the entire Ice Sea, not only the Blood Emperor but also the Princess of the Sea Clan, is on the hunt for the perpetrator. Almost all the ferocious beasts of the Ice Sea have converged upon the deep chaos domain. What a commotion! Could it be that some hidden ferocious beast has appeared in the deep chaos domain? Perhaps it even dispatched the Annihilation Emperor and Shadow Emperor as a test of skill? Who knows? Even the core circle is vast, significantly obstructing mental perception. It seems it will take some time to search, and even if such a powerful being is found, there will be no evidence unless the Blood Eel is located. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. But if even the Annihilation Emperor and Shadow Emperor could not escape their doom, how could the Blood Eel possibly survive? Who can say? The Blood Emperor and the Sea Princess are not fools. Since they have commenced their search, they must possess some degree of confidence. The surrounding soul beasts, witnessing the descent of the Blood Emperor, were struck with astonishment and began to murmur among themselves, for at this moment, it was not them who faced the Blood Emperor, but rather the Azure Emperor. The aura of the Blood Emperor seemed even more terrifying than that of the Azure Emperor. Nonsense. I believe the aura of the Azure Emperor's blood fiend is far more terrifying. Not to mention the Blood Fiend beast. Just look at the Azure Emperor himself. He exudes a refreshing vitality, a pure life attribute soul force that is simply exquisite. Indeed, it is true that he possesses life attribute soul force, a rarity indeed. The most renowned among such attributes must be the leader of the Emerald Swan clan, by G, who has surpassed 500,000 years in cultivation. Indeed, I have heard from other soul beasts that those among the sea soul beasts with injuries they cannot heal often seek by G's assistance. Which is why I find the Azure Emperor more amiable than the Blood Emperor, yet the Blood Emperor's oppressive presence is undeniably more terrifying. Amidst the blood-soaked abyss, the whispers of the slaughtering Emperor reverberated, rendering the myriad beast speechless. The audacity of the slaughtering Emperor was truly unparalleled. It was not the first day they had known him. His shameless exploits were numerous. Countless 10,000-year soul beasts had been condemned to the blood prison because of him. Those unfortunate beings, having lingered within the confines of that prison for too long, were unable to withstand the heavenly tribulation meant for their kind and ultimately perished within those blood-stained walls. The blood prison. It was said that the malevolent blood energy there was exceedingly violent, rendering the use of soul power and soul techniques impossible, subjecting one to the relentless torment of blood energy assaulting their very being. For ordinary soul beasts, it was a veritable forbidden zone. For 10,000-year soul beasts, it would significantly impede their cultivation, leaving them unable to transcend their tribulations, or, due to stagnation in their power, ultimately reaching the end of their lifespan. Upon hearing the mention of the blood prison, many soul beasts wore grave expressions. With the arrival of the Blood Emperor, it seemed the slaughtering Emperor would once again evade the clutches of imprisonment. The unfortunate Azure Emperor faced the ire of the soul beasts, evidently lacking in favorable relations with the slaughtering Emperor. I surmised the Azure Emperor would not yield easily. I eagerly await the spectacle that may unfold. Should the Azure Emperor succeed in vanquishing the Blood Emperor, the three great oceanic realms would surely face a transformation. To slay the Blood Emperor? A new round of debate commenced, for the mere thought of such an act was beyond their wildest imaginations. Sea soul beasts are innately drawn to the ocean, and distance from it would drastically diminish their strength, even posing a life-threatening risk if separated for an extended period. Within the vast expanse of the sea, their powers would be amplified immensely. Generally speaking, as formidable entities among sea soul beasts, they could harness the ocean's might, deterring terrestrial soul beasts from encroaching upon their domain. Yet, it appeared that the Blood Emperor's mastery over the sea far surpassed that of other ferocious beasts. Even my own control over the waters paled in comparison to his affinity. The manner in which the Blood Emperor dispelled the blood energy pillar had indeed broadened Su Qingyu's horizons, while he too possessed the ability to command the waters. It was evident that he fell short when juxtaposed with the Blood Emperor's seemingly effortless and terrifying prowess. His harmonious relationship with the ocean was indicative of his age and experience, far surpassing that of Su Qingyu. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that his identity as a blue dragon contributed to this disparity. Historically, the Blue Dragon clan did not appear to be categorized as sea soul beasts. Rather, most blue dragons seemed to be terrestrial soul beasts. At this moment, Su Qingyu found himself pondering this intriguing notion. At this moment, the Blood Emperor, amidst the sea of blood, cast his gaze upon Su Qingyu. Merely a fleeting glance through the endless crimson expanse sent a shiver down Su Qingyu's spine, causing his hair to stand on end and his mind to buzz. Those were eyes brimming with bloodlust and madness, surpassing even the most ferocious of beasts, as if the very essence of bloodthirsty creatures had coalesced within them, stirring a tumult within Su Qingyu's consciousness and unsettling his spirit. Truly, the Blood Emperor was a formidable beast of the ocean, possessing overwhelming mental power. The Blood Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared that the three great sea domains had welcomed a new beast, if his assumptions were correct. You must be the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King from the abyssal depths, am I right? The Blood Emperor's gaze seemed to pierce through the very depths of Su Qingyu's soul, quickening his heartbeat, especially since he had recently slain 3 deep crimson blood eels, 2 of which had cultivated for 300,000 years. If the Blood Emperor were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Overwhelmed by his thoughts, Su Qingyu found himself momentarily intimidated by the Blood Emperor's stare. Hesitating to meet his gaze, "Presumably, you are the Blood Emperor?" Su Qingyu steadied his mind and spoke. As a 1,600,000-year-old Azure Dragon with myriad abilities, he felt a sense of confidence in facing the Blood Emperor. Even the 700,000-year-old uniquely horned blood beast beneath him bolstered his courage. The actions of the Slaughter Emperor had been witnessed by all, and he had merely intervened to thwart the attack on the Purple Flame. Chapter 78. The punishment of the Demon Monarch. As for my actions against him, they were entirely motivated by self-defense. After all, you saw that my cultivation was still far inferior to that of the Slaughter Emperor. And even the amethyst crystal demon dragon and the abyssal demon octopus were merely 1600,000-year beasts, posing no threat to him. Moreover, it was the Slaughter Emperor who first attacked the purple flame, disregarding the rules of the blood path. Blood Emperor, how do you propose we resolve this? Su Qingyu's gaze remained unwavering, his heart brimming with disdain. To think that a mere glance could subdue me. How naive. You speak falsely, Azure Emperor. Were it not for the Blood Emperor shielding me from that strike, I would have surely been shattered to pieces. It is you who disregards the rules of the blood path. The Slaughter Emperor, in a fit of rage, disregarded the Blood Emperor's warning and retorted directly, prompting a frown from the Blood Emperor. Is that so? Su Qingyu's expression hardened. This Slaughter Emperor, a beast of 200,000 years, had lived for countless eons, skillfully twisting the truth and playing the rogue. Well, Slaughter Emperor, I was once part of the debating team. Do you think I would allow you to spin your verbal webs before me? Everything must adhere to reason. If you claim I struck first, do you have any evidence? With arms crossed, Su Qingyu faced the Slaughter Emperor, his voice resonating powerfully, sending ripples through the surrounding waters infused with blood energy. Or do you have anyone who can testify on your behalf? Who could possibly vouch for you? How can you prove that you did not strike first? Naturally, the Slaughter Emperor could not produce evidence and instead sought proof from Su Qingyu. Watch closely. With a flourish, the surrounding blood energy surged, as if an unseen hand were manipulating it. A terrifying power erupted, causing the very waters to tremble. In mere moments, a vast scene materialized above the blood path, stretching thousands of meters wide, clearly visible even from miles away. Within this tableau, the moment the Slaughter Emperor attacked the purple flame was vividly reenacted. What a remarkable display! The surrounding soul beasts gasped in astonishment. I have never seen anyone wield blood energy with such mastery. Now, it was the Slaughter Emperor's turn to face the consequences. How cunning he was! This time, he could not evade the Blood Prison's wrath. Yet, should the Blood Emperor choose not to act, there would be little to be done. For the Slaughter Emperor was one of the deep crimson blood eels, and the Blood Emperor was notoriously protective of his own. Upon witnessing the reenactment of the blood energy scene, the Blood Emperor's expression turned icy, while the Slaughter Emperor roared in fury. This is merely an illusion conjured by your manipulation of blood energy. It's all fabricated. Azure Emperor, your methods are indeed impressive. You conjured a mere illusion to deceive us? The Slaughter Emperor retorted coldly. Fabricated? This is a scene projected from memory using blood energy. How could it be altered at will? Tell me, do you dare to project that memory from earlier? Su Qingyu pointed accusingly at the Slaughter Emperor. Even the Blood Emperor fell into silence. For although he was protective of his own, his role as one of the overseers of the blood path demanded impartiality, particularly in the presence of witnesses, as it concerned the reputation of the deep crimson blood eel clan across the three great sea domains. As the Blood Emperor was poised to speak, the entire realm suddenly resonated with a profound hum, sending ripples through the very fabric of existence. In this vast ocean, countless forces of bloodthirst began to retreat, as an overwhelming mental power swept across the bloodthirsty path like a harbinger of an impending formidable presence. The source of this disturbance emanated from the heart of the bloodthirsty path. In that moment, the once bright bloodthirsty path dimmed, plunging into a deeper darkness than ever before. A thunderous roar reverberated through the waters, striking the hearts of all soul beasts like a heavy blow, echoing in the recesses of their minds, even stirring the depths of their spiritual seas with its sheer magnitude. In that instant, it felt as though all was enveloped in an inescapable darkness, as a colossal pressure descended from above, rendering breath itself a challenge. The deep-sea demon whale king had only fallen a few millennia ago. How could such chaos arise now? The bloodthirsty path was bound by the ancient decree that forbade conflict for hundreds of thousands of years. As ferocious beasts, how could they so brazenly defy this? A chilling voice resonated within the hearts of every soul beast. Even those from the mixed circles of the bloodthirsty path gazed upward in bewilderment towards the profound depths of the path. This voice seemed to echo from a primordial age, imbued with immense pressure that made all soul beasts tremble, cold sweat beading upon their brows. Even the Blood Emperor, as the boundless sea of blood receded, felt a tremor coursing through his body, while Su Qingyu too wore an expression of fear. 1,000,000 years. Such an aura could only belong to a soul beast of that age. The Demon Emperor had re-emerged. The Blood Emperor's heart raced as thoughts of countless beasts surged within him. Since the fall of the deep-sea demon whale king, the Demon Emperor had returned once more, filling him with dread, for it had been millennia since the Demon Emperor last manifested, a being he had long regarded as the ultimate force in the three great seas. At this moment, the Demon Emperor had yet to make an appearance. However, The terrifying mental force swept across Blood Slaughter Path, and the immense pressure descended, causing the Blood Emperor's body to tremble uncontrollably. After all, the deep-sea demon whale king possessed a racial dominance over the Crimson Blood Eel. Confronted with a million-year-old demon emperor, the Blood Emperor harbored no hope of victory. At this juncture, he felt fortunate that he had refrained from attacking Su Qingyu immediately. Indeed, it was the identity of the Blood Slaughter Path's overseer that had saved him. As an overseer, should he openly defy the regulations of Blood Slaughter Path, the Blood Emperor could scarcely fathom the consequences he would face. Furthermore, should he fall, the status of his kin in the ice sea would similarly be obliterated. And the enemies of your would undoubtedly not relent, sparing no mercy for the Crimson Blood Eels. Contemplating this, the Blood Emperor was already drenched in cold sweat, inwardly cursing the Emperor Slayer profusely. As the formidable pressure of the Demon Emperor descended, it instilled a profound terror in countless soul beasts, compelling them to prostrate themselves upon the crimson rocks of the Blood Slaughter Road. As a powerful being, one must adhere to the rules and preserve a pristine sanctuary for the oceanic Holy Land. You have engaged in a reciprocal battle, had it not been for my arrival. Blood Emperor, what would you have done? The Blood Emperor, trembling in fear, hastily responded, aware of his responsibility as the overseer of the Blood Slaughter Road to act with impartiality and fairness. Humph, this is for the best. The chilling voice resonated once more, affording no opportunity for the other soul beasts to interject. As for the three of you, as the parties involved, you shall face severe penalties. Shitty, 5,000 years in the blood prison. Zihua, for 1,000 years in the blood prison. Qingdi, 1,000 years in the blood prison. Chapter 79. The curtain falls. Do you have any objections? The icy voice of the Demon Emperor thundered in the minds of Su Qingyu, Zihua, and Shitty. No objections. They all shook their heads in unison. Even if there were, they had to swallow their words at this moment, especially Shitty. 5,000 years in the blood prison was akin to a death sentence for him. The mere thought of enduring such an ordeal in that infernal place for 5,000 years left Shitty in a state of shock. While the Blood Emperor sighed softly, 5,000 years in the blood prison, may this serve as a lesson for Shitty, prompting a change in his ways. The will of the Demon Emperor is not to be defied. Even the Blood Emperor must submit to the decree. It is needless to mention Shitty, whose cultivation merely spans 25,000 years. A million years of cultivation looms before him like an insurmountable mountain, even if Shitty were to expend his entire life. Reaching that realm would remain an elusive dream. Having endured a single heavenly tribulation, Shitty was already haunted by trepidation, feeling utterly unprepared for a second. The prospect of overcoming 9 heavenly tribulations to become a million-year soul beast was an ordeal he could scarcely fathom. At this moment, Zihua's expression was grave, conveying to Su Qingyu, "My lord, this overwhelming pressure emanates from the sea demon whale king's spouse, the Demon Empress, who, much like her counterpart, possesses a cultivation of 1,000,000 years. The Demon Empress has not graced the world for millennia, and I had presumed her to be fallen. Yet it appears that is not the case. Although the Sea Demon Whale King clan was extinguished thousands of years ago, it seems that the sea god did not vanquish the Demon Empress. The rules of the Blood Slaughter Path were originally established by the Sea Demon Whale King and have been under the management of the Demon Empress for hundreds of thousands of years. With the Blood Prison under her jurisdiction, I had not anticipated that due to our conflict with the Slaughtering Emperor, she would descend directly upon us." Zihua's eyes were filled with trepidation. Su Qingyu's gaze also sparkled with brilliance. He had always suspected the Demon Empress's existence, but was taken aback to learn that she was the overseer of the Blood Slaughter Path's very core. He dared not underestimate her, for she was a soul beast of 1,000,000 years, a rarity in the entire Douluo continent. If the Demon Empress wished to extinguish him, it would merely be a thought away. Moreover, 1,000,000 years of existence had brought her to the threshold of divinity. It was inconceivable that he would have to endure 4,000 years in the blood prison. Perhaps his days were numbered. Zihua's eyes dimmed with despair. "What do you mean by that? What is so peculiar about the blood prison?" Su Qingyu inquired, perplexed. Though Zihua faced a 4,000-year sentence in the blood prison, Su Qingyu did not perceive it as overly severe, considering the lengthy lifespans of soul beasts. "My lord, you are aware that for a 100,000-year soul beast, every minuscule advancement in cultivation becomes exceedingly arduous. Without further growth, a 100,000-year soul beast has but 1,000 years before reaching the limit of its lifespan. Only through relentless cultivation can one shatter this constraint and surpass the millennial threshold. This is merely the first step. Even as a 100,000-year soul beast continues to cultivate, it must face celestial tribulations before its lifespan reaches its end." Generally, only a quasi-200,000-year fierce beast can overcome these tribulations. Many 100,000-year soul beasts, unable to reach that threshold, either perish or choose to transform into human form. However, the blood prison is a bizarre realm that entirely severs the connection to soul power. There, one cannot hope to enhance their soul power and must constantly endure the violent influx of blood slaughter energy, leading to severe physical torment. Even a 100,000-year soul beast, after spending decades in such an environment without soul power protection, risks regression and cultivation. There is even a significant chance of soul power depletion and erosion by the blood slaughter energy, resulting in transformation into a blood slaughter soul beast. Now, with my 4,000-year sentence in the blood prison, the stagnation of my cultivation may precipitate the arrival of my celestial tribulation. To face such tribulation in the blood prison, devoid of soul power support, is tantamount to a near-certain death. Su Qingyu's expression tightened. He had not realized the blood prison's environment was so dire, even severing soul power. Yet, at this moment, a flicker of thought crossed Su Qingyu's mind. I wonder if the life soul crystal can function within the blood prison? It should pose no issue for me, but I am uncertain if it can restore Zihua's soul power. After all, as the epitome of life attributes soul power, absorbing the life soul crystal was effortlessly within his capabilities. Yet, it appeared that for other soul beasts, the crystal could only mend injuries, with its efficacy in restoring soul power seeming rather limited. Unable to absorb spiritual power or replenish it, this constitutes the most perilous aspect of the blood prison. It signifies that once incarcerated within, both the frequency of employing spiritual techniques and the reservoir of spiritual energy becomes severely limited. Violet Flame, fret not for the moment. I possess life spirit crystals capable of restoring spiritual power. Upon entering the blood prison, I shall bestow upon you all the spirit power berries in my possession. They should sustain us for a considerable duration. Thus did Su Qingyu's thoughts ripple forth in silent communication. As the words of the demon emperor resonated, the blood slaughter road, both in the core circle and the mixed realm, was engulfed in a profound sense of dread among countless soul beasts. The mention of the slaying emperor, the purple flame, the azure emperor, and the blood punishment prison sent tremors of fear through them. It seemed that their conflicts along the blood slaughter road had resulted in their imprisonment within the blood prison. Moreover, the slaying emperor had been sentenced to 5,000 years in the blood prison. What a harsh punishment. The slaying emperor, confined for 5 millennia? This scoundrel has finally met his retribution. It is a breath of relief. And then there was the purple flame and the azure emperor. What? The purple flame imprisoned for 4,000 years? And who exactly is this azure emperor? The name Azure Emperor should have already resonated across the 3 great oceanic domains. I heard from the teacher's thought just now that the Azure Emperor is none other than the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King, who unified the abyssal deep sea. The jade-horned serpent sovereign and the 3-eyed terrifying shrimp king also perceived the demon emperor's cold and commanding voice, exchanging worried glances. It seemed that the purple flame and the sovereign were now imprisoned. This is dire. What shall we do? The abyssal deep sea has just been unified, and many matters remain to be addressed. The other factions are watching this region closely, and with the sovereign and the purple flame incarcerated, it will be challenging to maintain order among them. We must await the demon chapter before devising a strategy. At the center of the core circle of the blood slaughter road, the moment the demon emperor's voice fell, an invisible wave spread in all directions, causing the red rocks of the blood slaughter road to tremble slightly and the sea to ripple incessantly. At that moment, 3 colossal black whirlpools emerged beneath Su Qingyu, the purple flame, and the slaying emperor, swiftly engulfing them. Even the massive unicorn blood slaughter beast vanished. As the whirlpools dissipated, the overwhelming oppressive force receded, and the world became bright once more, returning to a state of tranquility. As the deep-sea demon king beheld this scene, a flicker of brilliance danced in his eyes. He swiftly turned and made his way towards the blood fiend's mixed domain, for it was not prudent to linger in this place. Confronted by the formidable blood emperor, he preferred to avoid excessive entanglement. Ultimately, this conflict, this entire affair, concluded with Su Qingyu, the purple fire, and the blood prison of the slaughtering emperor, leaving countless soul beasts in a state of lamentation. Chapter 80. Blood prison. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the black vortex engulfed Su Qingyu. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and he felt the world spinning around him. In an instant, a violent sensation of weightlessness surged through his body. Whoosh! Su Qingyu sensed his body plummeting rapidly, feeling the resistance of the ocean water around him, while countless waves surged past his eyes, rendering his surroundings a hazy crimson. At the moment when Su Qingyu was consumed by the black vortex, the soul power shield had already activated, rendering him largely unaffected. A thunderous roar erupted as a streak of azure light streaked across the surface of the sea, resembling a meteor descending from the heavens, followed by a resounding crash emanating from the mountains. Despite Su Qingyu's valiant efforts to maintain his balance, the abrupt descent, compounded by the terrifying gravitational pull, caused him to crash violently onto the obsidian soil. Although Su Qingyu retained his humanoid form composed of soul power, the fierce impact stirred up a cloud of sediment from the seabed, causing the waters to undulate incessantly. Fortunately, the protective shield of soul power spared him from harm. It appeared that this was indeed the blood prison. Upon landing, Su Qingyu found himself standing on the soft, dark earth, and as he gazed around, he was met with desolation and silence, while the sea continued to glisten with a crimson hue. This was a realm of blackened land, where the undulating obsidian underwater mountains intertwined with the sanguine waters, bearing a striking resemblance to the fathomless depths of the ocean. In contrast, above the seawater here lies a hazy crimson sky. Standing in the valley, Su Qingyu finds that his mental prowess can finally be unleashed. Compared to the blood fiend path, the onslaught of will here is remarkably feeble. Even a soul beast of 100,000 years can withstand it with ease, let alone Su Qingyu's 18,000 years of mental strength, which naturally poses no challenge. Due to the significant reduction of constraints on mental strength imposed by the blood prison, Su Qingyu's mental prowess is now capable of radiating across a radius of 10,000 meters. This realization brings a subtle sigh of relief to Su Qingyu. The situation is not as dire as it could be. What left Su Qingyu slightly astonished was the terrifyingly rapid depletion of soul power. At that moment, the soul power shield was activated, continuously eroded by the malevolent forces within the surrounding seawater, leading to a swift diminishment of his soul energy. Such a rapid consumption of soul power? Moreover, the seawater here appeared devoid of any trace of soul energy. As Zihua had mentioned, within this blood prison, there existed no soul power, indicating that the restoration of soul energy posed a significant challenge. It is no wonder Zihua remarked that both soul power and soul techniques were limited on the blood slaughter path. It was indeed peculiar that the seawater harbored no soul energy in the presence of this malevolent force. Whoosh! With a mere thought, Su Qingyu withdrew the azure soul power shield. At the instant the shield was retracted, his humanoid form unexpectedly dissipated, revealing a colossal figure towering over 100 meters amidst the black mountains. The sheer force of the malevolent energy compelled the dissolution of my humanoid manifestation, prompting the emergence of my true form. Su Qingyu was taken aback. At this very moment, something even more terrifying occurred. An excruciating pain that made Su Qingyu dizzy surged from every inch of his body. Within the seawater, the violent and savage blood fiend energy was frantically pouring into his flesh. Yet, unlike the blood fiend path, this ferocious energy did not rush toward his spiritual sea as before. Instead, it lingered within his physical form, relentlessly scouring and corroding every fiber of his being. Hiss! The agony radiating from every cell caused Su Qingyu's lips to twitch slightly, his gaze turning grave. Without the protection of soul power, his body was now subjected to the ceaseless onslaught of this brutal energy. It was truly peculiar, though both were manifestations of blood fiend energy. The power from the blood fiend path primarily formed crimson blades that assailed the spiritual sea. Here in the blood prison, however, the energy seemed far more intent on ravaging the flesh. Su Qingyu couldn't comprehend the reason, attributing it to the unique nature of these two domains. After all, due to the unicorn blood fiend beast, he was intimately familiar with blood fiend energy, whether it was the blood fiend spiral sphere or the blood fiend pillar. He understood them thoroughly. While unleashing devastating force, they also inflicted mental assaults. Let me test whether life soul crystals can restore my soul power within this blood prison. A sliver of unease still lingered in his heart. With a flick of his claw, he retrieved a faintly green life soul crystal from the Qingyu's space. As traces of life attribute soul power seeped into his body, gradually solidified by his soul core, and his energy began to replenish, Su Qingyu finally exhaled in relief. The tumultuous power of blood fury within his body was drawn into the Qingyu space by the formidable suction of Su Qingyu's dantian, alleviating his physical torment to some extent. A millennium of blood imprisonment? As Su Qingyu felt a slight sense of relief, he began to contemplate the days that lay ahead in this 1,000-year blood prison. Firstly, it is essential to familiarize oneself with the vast confines of the blood prison, for Su Qingyu is utterly oblivious to its intricacies. Subsequently, he must locate Zihua. As Su Qingyu's follower, he cannot permit Zihua to fall into peril. Fortunately, The constraints on mental power within the blood prison are not as oppressive as those on the blood slaughter path. At this moment, Su Qingyu extends his mental capacity, allowing him to perceive every subtle movement within a radius of nearly 100 miles. As his mental energy blankets the expansive Black Mountain range, Su Qingyu detects something amiss. These trees appear to be lifeless. Observing the blackened trees amidst the mountains, devoid of any foliage, they have transformed into grotesque, clawing forms of desiccated wood, leaving Su Qingyu somewhat astonished. It seems that even the plant-based blood slaughter soul beasts cannot endure the harsh environment of the blood prison over the passage of time. His mental energy extends further, reaching above the surface of the sea. It appears that the waters are overshadowed by a canopy resembling blood-colored rocks. Gazing up at the hazy crimson sky, Su Qingyu is momentarily taken aback. Could it be that we are beneath the blood-colored rocks of the blood slaughter path? Through meticulous scrutiny of his mental energy, he discovers that the indistinct crimson in the sky emits a faint glow, and its texture bears a striking resemblance to the blood-colored rocks found along the blood slaughter path. And this radiance, permeating through the seawater, casts the blood prison in an environment not entirely shrouded in darkness. At least to Su Qingyu's perception, it remained rather bearable. A bloodthirsty soul beast? Within a 100-mile radius, Su Qingyu discovered no fewer than 3 soul beasts that had existed for 100,000 years, which caused a glimmer of excitement to flicker in his eyes. It seems that the Qingyu space is about to welcome a new batch of guests. Moreover, even though the blood shackle soul beast poses a threat, Su Qingyu is still able to consume it, despite the encroachment of the blood shackle's power. The flesh of the blood shackle soul beast remains edible. Chapter 81. Reunion in the blink of an eye. 3 months have passed since Su Qingyu arrived at the blood prison. As time spent in the blood prison lengthened, Su Qingyu began to perceive unusual changes within his body. Endlessly besieged by the corrosive force of the blood shackle, his dantian continuously absorbed vast amounts of this power, channeling it into the Qingyu space, which caused the concentration of blood shackle energy within that realm to reach an alarming level. However, Su Qingyu's physique increasingly resonated with the formidable power of blood slaughter. Even without any deliberate effort, he exuded an aura of lethal intent, and his strength surged significantly under the infusion of this sinister energy. He believed that even against a ferocious beast with a cultivation of 200,000 years, he could utterly dominate with sheer might. Moreover, his body was capable of a comprehensive eruption. Both speed and agility were subtly enhanced by the relentless baptism of blood slaughter energy. This blood prison, rather than being a place of confinement for other soul beasts, emerged as a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. For Su Qingyu, who possessed the life soul crystal, the continuous integration of blood slaughter power into his body fortified his constitution, rendering this blood prison an enduring haven for his training. In the span of 3 months, the concentration of bloodthirsty power within the Qingyu space had significantly escalated. Su Qingyu had captured no fewer than 10 bloodthirsty soul beasts, each over 100,000 years old, resulting in an unprecedented vibrancy within the realm. However, due to Su Qingyu's careful containment of these creatures, they had not engaged in conflict with one another. At this moment, as Su Qingyu arrived at an expansive wilderness, a formidable mental force radiated outward, revealing several figures within his sphere of influence. Among them, in addition to 2 bloodthirsty soul beasts and a 100,000-year soul beast, 3 formidable beasts captured Su Qingyu's attention: Shidi, Zihua, and 2 beasts aged over 200,000 years. The resonant sounds reverberated across the endless wilderness of the blood prison, startling several 100,000-year soul beasts nearby. Zihua, relinquish the snow jade pearl, and my brethren, and I shall spare your life. Do not be ungrateful, Shidi declared with a voice filled with fury. Shidi, if you want the snow jade pearl, you can have it, but my life is non-negotiable. Today, if you dare, kill me. Zihua, visibly wounded with numerous bite marks and bloodied flesh, remained unyielding, as blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding waters crimson. You think you can kill me? Let us see if you can slaughter soul beasts within the blood prison, and whether the demon emperor will descend again. Zihua's gaze was icy, seemingly indifferent to the pain inflicted upon his body. Zihua, do you truly believe I hesitate to end your life? Shidi's wrath reached its zenith. Harboring profound murderous intent toward Zihua, regretting not having slain him on the bloodthirsty path. Do not act impulsively, senior brother. Do not act impulsively, Shidi, urged the other 2 200,000-year beasts, cautioning Shidi. After all, the soul beasts that entered the blood prison were largely those who had violated the rules, and to kill again within its confines would be a grave offense. The moment the demon emperor's mental force descended upon the blood prison, it would lead to annihilation, a fate that Shidi greatly feared. Senior brother, it appears that the snow jade pearl is indeed not with Zihua. It must have been taken by the Qing emperor. said a deep crimson blood-sucking eel, fearing that Shidi might kill Zihua. Even if we were to slay him, we would gain nothing and lose our own lives. It would be a futile endeavor. Indeed, Shidi, it is not worth quarreling over a soul beast that has yet to transcend the tribulation, especially considering the 4,000 years of delay within this blood prison, rendering Zihua's chances of surviving the tribulation exceedingly slim, remarked another deep-sea magical golden merman. Truly, the Golden Emperor, who has resided in the blood prison for millennia, possesses a commendable suggestion. Shidi's eyes glimmered with newfound resolve. Let us follow the Golden Emperor's counsel and confine him eternally here. The Golden Emperor referred to the deep-sea magical golden merman, while the other 200,000-year beast was the Abyss Emperor. However, at this moment, facing the Qing Emperor, they found themselves devoid of any chance of victory, and it seemed they could only seek the protection of the Underworld Emperor. A flicker of light crossed Shidi's eyes. The Underworld Emperor? You mean the Abyssal Demon Beast? The Abyss Emperor inquired, taken aback. The Golden Emperor's expression grew grave as he spoke. The temperament of the Underworld Emperor is notoriously eccentric within the blood prison, and his cultivation is on par with that of the Blood Emperor, having surpassed 700,000 years. Initially, the Underworld Emperor was penalized with 30,000 years in the blood prison for his involvement in the chaotic pursuit of treasures along the blood slaughter path, serving as a principal overseer of the deeply chaotic domain. Now, after spending 2 decades in the blood prison, his temperament has become exceedingly peculiar, and the hope of invoking his protection is rather slim. Furthermore, being confined within the blood prison, I harbor little faith that the Azure Emperor can truly pose a threat to us. At worst, we would simply perish together. The Golden Emperor displayed remarkable audacity, seemingly embracing the notion of a mutual demise with Su Qingyu. His words resonated profoundly with the heartless emperor, instilling a sense of comfort within him. What significance does the blood slaughter beast of 700,000 years hold? My own strength remains feeble, and as one attuned to the essence of life, I have no fear of facing you in single combat. Moreover, within this blood prison, we are perpetually monitored by the Demon Emperor. I refuse to believe you would dare to take my life. Originally seeking the protection of the Underworld Emperor, the would-be usurper found himself straightening his posture at this moment. His gaze towards the purple fire became increasingly ferocious. The purple fire chain was indeed remarkable, rivaling even the treasures of the highest caliber. This madman had even forged his own ribs into a formidable weapon. Observing the purple fire chain suspended in the seawater, alongside the purple fire ribs embedded in the black soil, the usurper nodded in satisfaction. Though lacking the coveted snow jade pearl, he had at least secured some commendable spoils. Purple fire, I grant you another chance. Remove the soul imprint, and I shall consider allowing you to depart. While appraising the purple fire chain, the usurper boldly demanded that the purple fire retract its soul imprint from the chains. However, Zihua regarded this with disdain, letting out a cold snort. Dream on. Humph. Although I cannot kill you, I can sever your hooves and imprison you here forever. Surely, the Demon Emperor will no longer grace us with his presence. Once you perish, everything shall revert to me. With a chilling gaze, the Berserker Emperor opened his bloodthirsty maw, revealing his gleaming white fangs, and lunged at Zihua, aiming to bite off her hoofs. Chapter 82. The arrival of the beast. Suddenly, a voice, akin to thunder, resonated within the minds of the Berserker Emperor, the Abyssal Emperor, and the Golden Emperor. Touch her, if you dare. The Berserker Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. Qingdi. At this moment, both the Golden Emperor and the Abyssal Emperor felt their bodies tremble. The name of Qingdi had become widely known throughout the chaotic domain and the 3 great seas, even reverberating in the blood prison, where it held significant weight. Few could stand against the Blood Emperor, and Qingdi was among that rare few. In a flash, Su Qingyu, with a colossal physique spanning 100 meters, appeared before Zihua like a specter, his speed far surpassing that of the rapidly approaching Berserker Emperor. Is this Qingdi? Such a profound fluctuation of soul power. Such a magnificent vitality. The Golden Emperor was momentarily taken aback. Qingdi? The Abyssal Emperor's gaze sharpened, but soon he discerned something and exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the one who faced the Blood Emperor on the blood-killing path? But how is it possible that his cultivation is merely 160,000 years, having yet to endure his first tribulation? What? Only 160,000 years? The Golden Emperor, upon closer inspection, also realized that Su Qingyu's cultivation was indeed only 160,000 years. Even the surrounding soul beasts of 100,000 years were equally astonished. To confront the Blood Emperor with such a cultivation base was inconceivable. My heavens! Could he truly be Qingdi? Observing the Berserker Emperor's expression, it seemed undeniable. Yet his cultivation was undeniably only 160,000 years. Unbelievable. To oppose a 700,000-year-old blood emperor with just 160,000 years of cultivation? Upon reaching Zihua's side, Su Qingyu's eyes turned icy as he beheld the Berserker Emperor's gaping maw approaching. Great Soul Power Spiral Ball. The azure diamond crystal atop his head shone brightly as solidified soul power surged forth from his soul core. At this moment, Su Qingyu paid no mind to the consumption of soul power. A colossal solidified soul power spiral ball, measuring 10 meters in diameter, rapidly formed and appeared in his mouth. This massive great soul power spiral ball instantly drained a quarter of Su Qingyu's soul power, its terrifying solidified energy spinning at high velocity, resembling a gigantic azure gemstone. Now hurtling toward the Berserker Emperor. You dare to confront me without summoning that 700,000-year blood-killing beast? You wish to battle me directly? The Berserker Emperor scoffed, feeling insulted. After all, Su Qingyu's cultivation was merely 160,000 years, while he himself was a formidable beast of 250 years. With a difference of 90,000 years in cultivation, and Su Qingyu had yet to face his first tribulation. Facing Su Qingyu himself, the Berserker Emperor felt no fear. His apprehension stemmed solely from the 700,000-year-old unicorn blood-killing beast. Swish, swish. The great soul power spiral ball sliced through the ocean, causing the surrounding waters to tremble, as if unable to withstand the immense pressure of the spiral ball. As it rapidly approached, the previously dismissive Berserker Emperor's expression shifted, sensing an unsettling heartbeat emanating from the great soul power spiral ball. Not good. Run. The Berserker Emperor bellowed furiously. While the Golden Emperor and the Abyssal Emperor finally grasped the situation, realizing the strange nature of this soul power spiral ball. However, the rapidly spinning great soul power spiral ball was already within a 1,000-meter radius of them. At that moment, an explosive detonation occurred. Boom. The interior of the soul power spiral ball suddenly became chaotic, sending a wave of disquieting ripples radiating outward. Simultaneously, the entire great soul power spiral ball swelled dramatically, instantaneously enveloping the surrounding area within several thousand meters, ensnaring the Berserker Emperor, the Golden Emperor, and the Abyssal Emperor. The terrifying energy surge immediately rendered the Golden Emperor and the Abyssal Emperor bloodied and battered. Even the Berserker Emperor found himself in a dire predicament, forced to erect a soul power shield for protection. However, the Golden Emperor and the Abyssal Emperor, having spent extensive time in the blood prison, had but a meager reserve of soul power left, and thus endured the impact of the great soul power spiral ball with their physical bodies. Gasp! Blood gushed forth instantaneously, and cracks appeared on the Golden Emperor's golden skin. The Abyssal Emperor was similarly afflicted. Their bodies were marred with wounds, and flesh was violently torn away, leaving the Golden Emperor and the Abyssal Emperor in a state of shock. What kind of soul technique is this? Its power is utterly terrifying. The Golden Emperor was astounded. The Blood Sea. The Berserker Emperor's expression darkened. At this moment, he ceased to conserve soul power, summoning forth a massive blood sea that engulfed the area within several thousand meters. The blood sea churned violently, advancing towards Su Qingyu, emanating a bloodthirsty and frenzied aura that made Su Qingyu's blood tremble within him. Heaven-swallowing domain. Su Qingyu stood his ground, unleashing a ripple that swept across a vast area of several thousand meters, causing the very fabric of space to distort. Within the heaven-swallowing domain, even the blood sea came to a halt, causing the Berserker Emperor, the Golden Emperor, and the Abyssal Emperor to shudder. The eyes of the Golden Emperor and the Abyssal Emperor were filled with dread as they felt their dwindling soul power being absorbed by the warped space within the heaven-swallowing domain, rendering their soul cores nearly desiccated. The Emperor of Slaughter felt a profound impact as the swallowing domain momentarily acted upon him. His soul power was uncontrollably consumed by the distorted space, leaving him astounded. Within the blood prison, soul power was of utmost value. Yet at this moment, his soul energy was gradually devoured by Su Qingyu, causing the Emperor's eyes to widen in disbelief. With a furious roar, he disregarded the depletion of his soul power, and a colossal crimson hand surged forth from the blood sea, lunging fiercely towards Su Qingyu. The blood hand. In response, Su Qingyu unleashed a massive soul power spiral, propelling it towards the blood hand. The clash between the two forces reverberated throughout the entire sea area, drawing the attention of numerous soul beasts nearby. What was happening? When did the blood prison become so lively? Oh, is that the Emperor of Slaughter? Why is he also being punished in the blood prison? And that azure dragon-shaped soul beast, it can actually contend with the three great ferocious beasts. Furthermore, powerful mental energies descended upon this sea area. Is that the Azure Emperor? He immediately engaged in combat with the Emperor of Slaughter. It must be the Azure Emperor, without a doubt. The Underworld Emperor, you have arrived as well. Wasn't it with the Blood Emperor's assistance that you overcame the Sixth Tribulation and attained a cultivation of 700,000 years? What? Are you unable to bear the sight of the Emperor of Slaughter and the Abyss Emperor being oppressed? A voice laced with mockery echoed. How could I not watch? This splendid performance is not to be missed, Azure Emperor. 76,000 years, you say? A raspy voice soon followed. It appears that the 10 great ferocious beasts of the Blood Prison will need to be re-evaluated. I wonder what position the Blood Demon King will assign to the Azure Emperor. The Blood Demon King was once of equal stature to the Blood Emperor and the Sea Princess, and he was the ruler of this profoundly chaotic realm. However, hush. The Blood Demon King has arrived. Chapter 83. The Blood Demon King. It seems that after a millennium, the Blood Prison has once again become lively. A ghostly voice resonated, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that silenced the other ferocious beasts possessing mental powers. Many of them, sensing the presence of the Blood Demon King, dared not act recklessly. After all, the Blood Demon King was the true sovereign of the profoundly chaotic realm. Long before this domain was even discovered, the Blood Demon King had already existed within this sea, and he was recognized as the foremost ferocious beast of the Blood Prison, possessing extraordinary physical strength. Had it not been for the joint assault of the 3 great sea domains on the profoundly chaotic realm, the Blood Demon King, through his cultivation in this realm, would undoubtedly have become a million-year ferocious beast. Even though he was imprisoned in the Blood Prison, he had still weathered 2 tribulations and now reached a cultivation level of 790,000 years. Having spent nearly 200,000 years within the Blood Prison, an unimaginable feat for other soul beasts. At this moment, the Blood Demon King was also observing the fierce conflict. Within the Dark Mountains, as the soul power spiral ball detonated repeatedly, Blood Hand continuously intervened, leading to the gradual depletion of both Su Qingyu's and the Emperor Slayer's soul power. To the astonishment of the Emperor Slayer, Su Qingyu's reservoir of soul power was astonishingly on par with his own. Moreover, as his own soul power was being relentlessly devoured by the Devouring Heaven domain, a sense of dread enveloped him. Initially, he had intended to exhaust Su Qingyu's soul power through sheer reserves, but despair now began to creep into his heart. As he watched Su Qingyu flip his claw and produce a pale green crystal, the Emperor Slayer realized with horror that Su Qingyu's soul power was regenerating at an alarming rate, striking him with an overwhelming shock. How could this be possible? What was that? The Emperor Slayer fell into despair, while the Golden Emperor and Abyss Emperor, both drenched in blood, instinctively recoiled from Su Qingyu. This battle had escalated beyond their capacity to intervene. Emperor Slayer, meet your demise. Just as Su Qingyu prepared to condense another soul power spiral ball to annihilate the Emperor Slayer, a wave of purple fire energy reached him. Master, stop. If you eliminate the Emperor Slayer within the Blood Prison, the Demon Monarch will undoubtedly seek retribution. This was a lesson learned from bloodshed. There have been instances where soul beasts clashed within the Blood Prison, and after one side was utterly annihilated, the other was subsequently wiped out by the Demon Monarch from afar. The mention of the Demon Monarch sent a chill through Su Qingyu's gaze. Nevertheless, he hurled the small soul power spiral ball once more. Observing the diminutive spiral ball, the Emperor Slayer let out a slight sigh of relief. However, the explosion of the soul power spiral ball left him with no means of resistance, forcing him to endure the impact with his physical form. With a splatter of blood, even the small soul power spiral ball caused the Emperor Slayer to spit out a mouthful of blood. Fear filled his eyes as he gazed at Su Qingyu. How could he possess such a treasure that restores soul power? I cannot linger here any longer. The Emperor Slayer resolved to retreat, his figure rapidly withdrawing. The Golden Emperor and Abyss Emperor exchanged glances, following suit and fleeing the scene. Whether it was the Emperor Slayer, the Golden Emperor, the Abyss Emperor, or the myriad of 10,000-year soul beasts surrounding them, even the ferocious beasts summoned by mental power began to tremble violently. A treasure that restores soul power. It was indeed a treasure that restores soul power. This Azure Emperor, it seems, will become a coveted figure within the Blood Prison. At this moment, Su Qingyu could only watch as the Emperor Slayer retreated into the distance. However, during Su Qingyu's millennium in this Blood Prison, the Emperor Slayer would dare not trouble Zihua again. Thank you, my lord. Su Qingyu felt a deep gratitude towards Zihua for his repeated assistance. Words are unnecessary. Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall ensure you are not oppressed. This Emperor Slayer is merely a buffoon. I trust he will not dare to provoke us in the next 1,000 years. At this moment, Su Qingyu sensed waves of spiritual energy probing around him, and among them were several remarkably powerful presences that startled him slightly. It appeared that this battle had attracted the attention of numerous ferocious beasts within the Blood Prison, including some of its top-tier experts. The Blood Prison, it seemed, was not as simple as it first appeared. Within a vast canyon amidst the mountains, a flat expanse of blood-red rock emerged, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon this crimson stone, a colossal blood-red, four-legged creature slowly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of dark golden orbs. At this moment, a flicker of surprise crossed its gaze. A life attribute soul crystal? Subsequently, the creature shook its head. Yet, it is of no use to me. However, this Chingdi feels rather peculiar. Perhaps my opportunity lies with him. A glint of astonishment sparkled in the creature's eyes as it gazed up at the hazy blood-red sky above the sea. It seemed that due to its scrutiny, a tremendous flow of spiritual energy subtly circulated within the nebulous crimson heavens, causing the creature's expression to harden. For 290,000 years, Demon Emperor. How much longer can you confine me? The deep-sea demon whale king has fallen. I believe you shall be next. The blood-red creature sneered, and at that moment, the thunderous roar of the sea above echoed ominously, provoking its disdain. Do not attempt to frighten me. If you possess the ability, kill me. Otherwise, cease these petty tricks. Fool. Disregarding the ominous thunder above, the blood-red creature turned its head and tore a blood-red scale from its body, casting it down onto the crimson rock below. The instant the scale made contact with the blood-red stone, it vanished without a trace. He promptly reclined upon the blood-red rock, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Stone Emperor. Proceed to the Blood Prison Plain and update the list of the 10 fierce beasts of the Blood Prison from the Blood Prison Pillar. Yes, Blood Demon King. A muffled grunt emanated from beneath the blood-colored beast on the crimson rock, which began to undulate as if a pangolin were burrowing beneath the surface. The protrusions became distinctly visible, swiftly traversing and leaving behind a dark indentation as it rapidly crossed the Black Mountains, disappearing into the horizon. The Blood Prison Plain. A vast expanse located near the heart of the Blood Prison, featured a colossal blood-red stone pillar prominently positioned in its center. This pillar, entirely white, soared to a height of 200 meters and boasted a diameter of 10 meters, with a cluster of blood-red scales suspended above it. Several thousand meters away from the pillar, a 100,000-year-old soul beast was in pursuit of a 10,000-year-old blood fiend soul beast. Under the influence of its mental prowess, it suddenly sensed an anomaly. With a swift thrust, its sharp claws pierced the 10,000-year-old blood fiend soul beast, vanquishing it in a single strike. Simultaneously, the 100,000-year-old soul beast scrutinized the Blood Prison Pillar in the center of the plain, astonished. Oh, the Blood Prison Pillar has actually been updated? The list of the 10 fierce beasts of the Blood Prison is as follows. 1. Blood Demon King 2. Underworld Emperor 3. Distant Emperor 4. Ancient Emperor 5. Stone Emperor 6. Sword Emperor 7. Azure Emperor 8. Slaughter Emperor 9. Abyss Emperor 10. Golden Emperor. The emergence of the Azure Emperor and Slaughter Emperor at once. Both formidable beasts has relegated the Abyss Emperor and Golden Emperor to the 9th and 10th positions. Moreover, the original 9th and 10th beasts have been entirely ousted from the list of the 10 fierce beasts of the Blood Prison. This is momentous news. The Blood Prison Pillar has not been updated for centuries. Who could have foreseen such a significant change this time? One wonders how many years the Slaughter Emperor and Azure Emperor have been punished within the Blood Prison. With the update of the Blood Prison Pillar, an uproar swept through the entire Blood Prison. After all, the 10 fierce beasts listed on the Blood Prison Pillar genuinely represented the strongest soul beast within the prison. Ranked strictly by their power, the Blood Demon King's authority was indisputably the foremost in the Blood Prison. Moreover, those in the know, including the 100,000-year soul beasts who had witnessed Su Qingyu's battles, were aware that the Azure Emperor possessed treasures capable of restoring soul power. Consequently, the search for the Azure Emperor became the most fervent pursuit within the Blood Prison. Many 100,000-year soul beasts were nearing the end of their lifespans, and the prospect of restoring their soul power to face the heavenly tribulations became their last hope. The sheer desperation for survival unleashed terrifying forces. Faced with the frenzy of countless 100,000-year soul beasts, even Su Qingyu could no longer endure their relentless pursuit and chose to vanish without a trace. My lord, you've truly become a legend in the Blood Prison this time. Even the Nether Emperor has openly demanded an audience with you. As for the ranking on the Blood Prison Pillar S list of 10 fierce beasts, the Blood Demon King has placed you in the 7th position, just below the Sword Emperor and even above the Slaughter Emperor. Amidst a vast black mountain range, 2 figures streaked across the sky, none other than Purple Flame and Su Qingyu. Purple Flame couldn't help but chuckle as he spoke. Oh, the Nether Emperor? The Blood Demon King? Su Qingyu frowned in confusion. Though he was now aware of the Blood Prison's 10 fierce beasts list, aside from the Slaughter Emperor, The Abyss Emperor and the Golden Emperor, the other beasts, were unfamiliar to him. My lord. The 10 fierce beasts of the Blood Prison are personally ranked by the Blood Demon King. He is, for all intents and purposes, the true ruler of this prison. Nothing escapes his notice, so this list is comprehensive, even if some beasts have yet to reveal their full strength. The Blood Demon King can assess their power based on their battles with Blood Fiend soul beasts or even their aura alone. For countless millennia, the Blood Demon King has held the top position among the 10 fierce beasts, at least for the tens of thousands of years I've been aware of it. His true form remains shrouded in mystery. Only his most loyal subordinates, the Stone Emperor and the Demon Empress, might have glimpsed it. He is one of the most ancient beings in the abyssal chaos domain, having lived for over 600,000 years. Long before the birth of the million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king in the Nine Stars Sea, the Blood Demon King was already a formidable presence here. Su Qingyu nodded. Though the deep-sea demon whale king had reached 1,000,000 years in cultivation, he had only lived for 300,000 years. In comparison, the Blood Demon King was indeed an ancient entity. After the deep-sea demon whale king arrived from the Nine Stars Sea and seized control of the abyssal chaos domain, he imprisoned the Blood Demon King within the Blood Prison. For hundreds of millennia, the Blood Demon King remained confined under the watch of the Demon Empress, the Whale King's wife. Strangely, despite the passage of time, the Demon Empress never executed him. Over the ages, the Blood Demon King's temperament grew increasingly eccentric. He devised the 10 fierce beast ranking and would occasionally summon several beasts, forcing them to battle until a victor emerged or until he was satisfied. What an odd habit. Su Qingyu muttered, both baffled and amused. But at least it ensures accuracy. Yet, despite his imprisonment, the Blood Demon King's cultivation never waned. Rumor has it he has even endured 2 heavenly tribulations within the Blood Prison. Now, his power has reached 790,000 years. Across the 3 great seas, only the Demon Empress surpasses him. Purple Flame's expression darkened. Strength dictated everything, and with a cultivation surpassing even the Blood Emperor by 90,000 years. The Blood Demon King's dominance was absolute. Surviving 2 heavenly tribulations in the Blood Prison without soul power? Su Qingyu's eyes widened in shock. What kind of monster is he? Has he become a Blood Fiend soul beast? Without soul power, Blood Fiend energy is the only source of strength. Perhaps the Blood Demon King's body has been completely corroded by it, even his soul core altered. The truth, however, remained known only to the Blood Demon King himself. Indeed, now he is likely preparing for his 7th heavenly tribulation. Should he overcome it, he will ascend to the same realm as the beast god Tion. Yet, his existence, and even that of the abyssal chaos domain, remains largely unknown to the land-dwelling soul beasts. After all, terrestrial soul beasts weaken significantly upon entering the depths of the sea. But none of this diminished the Blood Demon King's absolute rule within the Blood Prison. Most terrifying of all, he showed no fear of the Demon Empress, nor any concern for her retribution. Even when he once slaughtered countless beasts within the prison, her intervention was limited to mere restraint. Thus, in the Blood Prison, the Blood Demon King alone held the power of life and death. This revelation left Su Qingyu silent. He sensed that the Blood Demon King was no ordinary entity, else the Demon Empress would not have gone to such lengths. Yet, the truth remained elusive, leaving him with nothing but questions. Purple Fire continued to elaborate on the 10 fearsome beasts of the Blood Prison. As for the Underworld Emperor, he hails from the enigmatic Nine Star Sea, possessing cultivation that is nearly equal to that of the Blood Emperor, having also reached an impressive 70,000 years. His true form is that of the abyssal demon beast, and he bears a trace of dragon lineage, making his strength formidable. In the midst of the numerous soul beasts, the Underworld Emperor has evidently invested the most effort in seeking you. I surmise that besides inquiring about the Lord's life soul crystal, he may also wish for the Lord's assistance in enhancing his bloodline. Purple Fire narrowed her eyes. She was well aware of the benefits that come with bloodline elevation. For one at the level of the Underworld Emperor, the challenge of increasing strength is immense, and he would not let such an opportunity slip by. It is said that when the Underworld Emperor's cultivation was still at 5 regarding the Underworld Emperor, through the introduction provided by Zihua, Su Qingyu has gained considerable insight. Naturally, Su Qingyu would not easily acquiesce to the notion of bloodline enhancement unless the Underworld Emperor were to enter into a soul pact with him. Otherwise, in Su Qingyu's perspective, it is virtually impossible. As for the 3rd-ranked ferocious beast, the Abyssal Emperor, it hails from the Nine Star Sea, much like the 4th-ranked Ancient Emperor. Both being primordial sea butterflies, they are a couple who have been entwined in love within the Blood Prison for 100,000 years, engaging in no less than 1,000,000 skirmishes. Through Zihua's detailed account, Su Qingyu has gradually come to comprehend the 10 most ferocious beasts of the Blood Prison. At the pinnacle of this list is the Blood Demon King, whose cultivation has reached an astonishing 79,000 years. The Underworld Emperor follows in second with a cultivation of 70,000 years. The Abyssal Emperor stands third with a cultivation of 59,000 years, while the Ancient Emperor occupies the fourth position with 55,000 years of cultivation. The fifth, the Stone Emperor, boasts a cultivation of 40,000 years, and the sixth, the Sword Emperor, has also attained 30,000 years of cultivation. The seventh contender is none other than oneself, followed closely by the familiar figures of the Emperor of Slaughter, the Abyss Emperor, the Golden Emperor, and Su Qingyu. Amidst the mountains, two silhouettes, one clad in purple and the other in green, now conceal their auras, gradually vanishing into the horizon. In the heart of the abyssal chaos domain, several figures stand atop a peak, exuding an aura of terror that reverberates in all directions. Scattered nearby are the remains of 10,000-year soul beasts, their corpses sprawled haphazardly, each adorned with a floating red soul ring above. As terrifying waves of soul power cause the surrounding waters to churn, compelling other 10,000-year soul beasts to retreat in fear, watching from a distance. At this moment, the six mightiest emperors of the Ice Sea have gathered once more. However, the Blood Emperor's eyes are ablaze with an overwhelming murderous intent, a wrath that seems to ignite his very pupils, rendering them crimson. Blood Eel, gazing at the Blood Eel before him, now resembling a soulless husk. The Blood Emperor's voice trembles as he observes the chaotic sea of blood around him. The Blood Eel's vacant gaze pierces his heart like a dagger. Several unfortunate 10,000-year soul beasts, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, dare to appear within his line of sight, only to be struck down by his bloodied hand, transforming into soul rings. The sea of blood surrounding the Blood Emperor swells with fury, churning violently, while the Sea Princess furrows her brow in concern. Is there any hope for the Blood Eel's spiritual sea to recover? The Blood Emperor suppresses his rage, casting a hopeful glance at the Sea Princess. But her furrowed brow tightens his heart further. Blood Emperor, the Blood Eel's spiritual sea has sustained irreparable damage, and my own source of power has been disrupted. His spiritual energy has dissipated entirely, overtaken by the overwhelming force of blood evil. The Sea Princess replies, shaking her head. The Blood Eel has irrevocably transformed into a being of blood evil. Impossible! The Blood Emperor roars in anguish. I understand your disbelief, but I speak the truth. The Blood Eel's spiritual sea is nearly beyond recovery, unless a second spiritual sea is created for him. Only then, by reassembling the fragments of his memories and reinserting them into this new spiritual sea, can his soul be reactivated, offering a chance to awaken him once more. Otherwise, the Blood Eel will remain in this state of blood evil. Indeed, he is now devoid of any combat instinct, merely prey for other soul beasts, the Sea Princess concludes. Enough. The Blood Emperor, his eyes equally crimson, bellows in fury. I have stated the facts, and I comprehend your emotions. However, creating a second spiritual sea is akin to reaching the heavens. It requires fortuitous circumstances and opportunities. Even now, across the three vast seas, the northernmost territories, and Douluo continent, I have not heard of anyone successfully establishing a second spiritual sea. Though hope may be slim, I shall not yield. Blood Emperor, I will strive to find a solution. The Blood Eel must be removed from the abyssal chaos domain at once, and the blood evil within his spiritual sea must be eradicated post-haste, or all hope will be lost. Ideally, he should be brought back to the Ice Sea today and placed in your blood lotus pool, continuously cleansing the blood evil within him with spiritual energy. The rest, I shall handle. And what of the perpetrator? Can we uncover their identity? The Slaughter Emperor inquires, his voice grave. To him, the fact that the Blood Eel still lives is of little comfort. The situation remains dire, and the prospects for recovery appear bleak. Even the Sea Princess, the strongest of spiritualists, faces an uphill battle, diminishing any hope for the Blood Eel's restoration to near zero. At this moment, the Blood Emperor was fervently determined to uncover the identity of the perpetrator to assuage his wrath. Observe for yourselves. Princess Hai sighed gently, her formidable spiritual power radiating outward, unleashing a brilliant blue light that caused the sea to convulse violently, dispelling even the sinister energy of bloodlust in an instant. Chapter 86. The nine-petaled blood lotus. The azure brilliance erupted in all directions, compelling the malevolent force to recede. Encircled by the blue glow, a vast sea materialized above the multitude of beasts. Upon witnessing this grand spectacle, the Blood Emperor trembled. This was a memory of the Blood Eel. As the foremost wielder of spiritual power among the three great seas, Princess Hai's abilities were unmatched. Even though the spiritual realm of the Blood Eel had been penetrated, she could still capture and project memories using the myriad fragments at her disposal. Indeed, after thousands of years, the The fragments of the blood eel's memories were countless. Yet Princess Hai chose to project merely a fleeting few seconds from this vast tapestry of recollections. And these were the most crucial few dozen seconds that the sea princess managed to uncover. At this moment, blue light enveloped the surroundings, presenting the scene from the blood eel's perspective. As the vision unfolded, the familiar black mountain ranges and crimson seas remained, clearly still located within the abyssal chaotic domain. Yet now, a figure clad in azure had appeared within this tableau. At this very moment, within the unfolding scene, an inconspicuous mound amidst the distant mountain range abruptly surged upward with terrifying force. Countless waves violently convulsed, churning up vast clouds of seabed sediment. The humble hillock had transformed into a colossal beast with a single horn and 4 hooves. Its sheer immensity, from the blood eel's perspective, seemed to blot out the heavens and darken the surrounding landscape. An oppressive aura radiated even through the projected imagery, causing the Blood Emperor, Calamity Emperor, Twilight Emperor, and White Emperor to shudder in unison. A 700,000-year-old blood fiend beast. The Twilight Emperor and White Emperor exchanged glances. Such a monstrous entity would force even them to retreat, let alone the feeble blood eel. As the horned, 4-hoofed behemoth emerged, an endless tide of bloodlust erupted. Ahead, 2 crimson blood-sucking eel beasts had been advancing toward the azure figure, but under the overwhelming pressure of the blood fiend beast's aura, their movements faltered. Clearly, the sudden appearance of this monstrosity had caught them off guard. Watching the horned titan in the projection, the Blood Emperor's pupils constricted. He recognized was intimately familiar with this gargantuan entity. It was none other than the Azure Emperor, who had recently clashed with the Slayer Emperor on the path of Blood Fiend. Though he had never witnessed the true form of the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King in the flesh, only encountering Su Qingyu's human-shaped soul projection, there was no mistaking that aura. Moreover, the Blood Emperor was already aware that Su Qingyu's true form was that of a golden-eyed Azure Dragon King. That azure silhouette undoubtedly represented the golden-eyed Azure Dragon King, the Azure Emperor. Moreover, it took merely 700,000 years of the Blood Fiend, a fearsome beast, for the Blood Emperor to comprehend everything. The Azure Emperor. At this moment, the Blood Emperor was engulfed in a tempest of wrath. The surrounding sea of blood roared with fury, and crimson lightning surged across the expanse, echoing with the distant rumblings of thunder, causing the Evening Emperor and the White Emperor in the front to involuntarily change their expressions. The scene continued to shift incessantly. The palpable force of bloodlust surged forth, while the ominous, towering bloodthirsty beast, with its crimson horn, suddenly glimmered with an intense brilliance. A ripple emanated from that sanguine horn as the bloodlust surged. In an instant, a crimson beam of light shot forth towards the 2 deep red blood-sucking eels ahead. Upon contact with the blood-red beam, their massive forms disintegrated violently. The beast fell, and the essence of its soul materialized as red radiance gradually coalesced, heralding an extraordinary phenomenon in the heavens and earth. The Emperor of Destruction, the Emperor of Darkness. Witnessing the instantaneous disappearance of both, the Blood Emperor gritted his teeth, his murderous intent towards Su Qingyu reaching an unparalleled zenith. At this moment, the fearsome beast known as the Blood Fiend Unicorn appeared, unleashing its initial wave of malevolent blood energy, causing the surroundings to blur instantaneously. As the blue light enveloped once more, the entire scene abruptly faded away, signaling a definitive conclusion. Yet, the 6 emperors of the ICC comprehended the gravity of the moment. Under the explosive force of the uniquely horned blood fiend beast amassed over 70 millennia, the spiritual realm of the blood eel had already been breached, marking this vision as his final recollection. Azure Emperor, the Blood Emperor roared, his heart laden with oppression from the blood eel's memories, while beside him, the Devouring Emperor and the Calamity Emperor brimmed with murderous intent. Even if you were confined in the blood prison, I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. The Blood Emperor gritted his teeth, contemplating that if Su Qingyu were to appear before him at that moment, he might very well devour him whole. Blood Emperor. With the Azure Emperor imprisoned in the blood prison, you are well aware of the Demon Emperor's temperament. With the death of the deep-sea Demon Whale King, the Demon Emperor is exceedingly vengeful, especially after the recent incidents involving the Slaughter Emperor and the Purple Fire. Should you venture to the blood prison to eliminate the Azure Emperor now, the repercussions could be dire, potentially costing you your life, the Sea Princess interjected calmly. However, the demise of the Wailing Emperor and the Obliteration Emperor was, in her eyes, a fortuitous event. After all, the Crimson Blood Eel, despite its limited dominion in the ICC due to its scant subservient clans, boasted unmatched strength among them. With the obliteration of 2 formidable beasts by Su Qingyu, the power of the Crimson Blood Eel had significantly diminished, which was exceedingly advantageous for the Sea Princess's lineage. I have my methods, the Blood Emperor replied coldly. preparing to escort the blood eel away. Although his desire to slay Su Qingyu burned fiercely, his immediate priority was to return the blood eel to the blood lotus pool of the ICC to purge the malevolent energy and grasp at a glimmer of hope. I shall accompany you back to the ICC to familiarize myself with the environment of the blood lotus pool, which will aid in establishing a second spiritual realm. And I shall also retrieve some blood lotus roots, the Sea Princess stated as she saw the Blood Emperor hastening back. Very well. With the Azure Emperor confined in the blood prison, you need not concern yourself with his demise. I shall honor my promise of the blood lotus roots. The Blood Emperor replied, his gaze turning icy. However, this means the quality of the blood lotus roots will be diminished. I can only provide you with 1 meter of the 9th grade blood lotus, he added after a moment of contemplation. 1 meter of 9th grade blood lotus. The Evening Emperor's eyes flared with indignation, and even the White Emperor furrowed his brow in discontent. Isn't it supposed to be of the 10th grade? Do you take us for fools? The Evening Emperor retorted. Evening Emperor, there is no need for further words. The Sea Princess's eyes gleamed with golden light as she smiled at the Blood Emperor. I thank you for your generosity. Seeing her smile, the Blood Emperor continued. There is no need for gratitude. Rather, I have a request of you, Sea Princess. Should the blood eel manage to establish a second spiritual realm and regain consciousness, I would be able to provide 10th grade blood lotus roots, and even offer you 3 10th grade blood lotus seeds as compensation. I shall do my utmost. The Sea Princess nodded, her demeanor remarkably serene compared to the Evening Emperor. Chapter 87. 10th grade blood lotus seeds. The Sea Princess's expression remained relatively unchanged at the Blood Emperor's declaration. After all, for tens of thousands of years, she was acutely aware of his selfishness, avarice, and miserly nature. Nevertheless, the 9th grade blood lotus roots were exceedingly precious for her and her entire clan, unlike the blood lotus seeds and blood lotus flowers. The roots were fundamental to the blood pool. Securing a meter of 9th grade blood lotus roots from the notoriously stingy Blood Emperor left her immensely satisfied. Humph. Observing the Sea Princess's composed demeanor, the Blood Emperor internally scoffed. The 10th grade blood lotus roots were the essence of the blood lotus pool, and he would never part with them easily. Moreover, giving them to his adversary from the ICC, the Sea Princess, was out of the question. Had it not been for her considerable assistance this time, he would have been reluctant even to part with the 9th grade blood lotus roots. However, if the Sea Princess could indeed facilitate the blood eel's restoration of consciousness, the Blood Emperor contemplated the possibility of offering a small segment of the 10th grade blood lotus roots as a reward to her. After the Blood Emperor arranged all matters, a group of 6 emperors hastened back to the ICC, while the remaining soul beast returned to cultivate along the blood demon path, restoring the chaotic realm to its former appearance. Within a mountain range of the blood prison, a voice echoed, "What? You say the Dark Emperor and the Extinction Emperor fell at the hands of the Azure Emperor, and that the blood eel, despite having teleportation light protection, was penetrated in the sea of consciousness, rendering it an imbecile?" The Slaughter Emperor, gazing at the 10,000-year-old deep red blood-sucking eel before him, could not help but roar in fury. Indeed, before the Blood Emperor returned to the IC, he immediately instructed the Devourer Emperor to send me to the blood prison to convey this news to you. Furthermore, the Blood Emperor commands you to seek out the Blood Demon King upon receiving this message and request the Blood Demon King to eliminate the Azure Emperor within the blood prison, replied the deep red blood-sucking eel. Request the Blood Demon King to intervene? The Slaughter Emperor understood that the Blood Demon King was the only being capable of slaying other soul beasts within the blood prison without facing execution by the Demon Monarch. However, while the Slaughter Emperor harbored a strong desire to annihilate Su Qingyu, he also realized the difficulty of persuading the Blood Demon King, which was akin to calling upon the Demon Monarch himself. The Blood Demon King had an eccentric temperament. How could he possibly acquiesce to my request to eliminate the Azure Emperor? The Slaughter Emperor pondered, and the 10,000-year-old deep red blood-sucking eel, perceiving the confusion in his eyes, produced 5 blood-colored lotus seeds from beneath its scales, enveloped in soul power. 10 grade blood lotus seeds. The Slaughter Emperor's eyes lit up upon seeing the 5 blood lotus seeds. Moreover, these were 5 10 grade blood lotus seeds. Instantly, he comprehended the significance. The Blood Emperor had indeed presented 5 10 grade blood lotus seeds. And the Blood Demon King was not far from the 7th heavenly tribulation to overcome this tribulation. The efficacy of these 10 grade blood lotus seeds would undoubtedly allure the Blood Demon King. Ha ha ha. Azure Emperor, how will you escape this time? To perish at the hands of the Blood Demon King would indeed be a point of pride for you. The Slaughter Emperor's gaze was filled with coldness, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. His hatred for Su Qingyu was second only to that of the Blood Emperor, having caused me to be imprisoned in the Blood Prison for 5,000 years. It would be a fitting fate for you to die at the hands of the Blood Demon King. Otherwise, I would be curious to know the taste of dragon blood. The Slaughter Emperor licked his lips, reveling in the thought as if Su Qingyu had already been mercilessly tortured by the Blood Demon King. However, he lamented the loss of the Snow Jade Pearl and the Purple Fire Chains, uncertain if the Blood Demon King would regard them favorably. If not, perhaps he would have a chance to acquire one or two. With this thought, the Slaughter Emperor's eyes brightened, enveloping the 5 10-grade Blood Lotus seeds once more in soul power. He stowed them beneath his scales and addressed the ancient deep red blood-sucking eel that had delivered the message. I shall seek out the Blood Demon King. You should go find the Abyss Emperor, as he oversees our clan within the Blood Prison. Yes, replied the 10,000-year-old deep red blood-sucking eel. The messenger had also been penalized to the Blood Prison, and once inside, he would be unable to leave for the next century, as the entry and exit from the Blood Prison were measured in centuries. Of course, Su Qingyu, the Purple Fire, and the Slaughter Emperor were exceptions. Soul beasts personally sent into the Blood Prison by the Demon Monarch were exceedingly rare throughout the millennia across the 3 great seas. With a sudden flash, the Slaughter Emperor vanished from his spot, and moments later, a streak of crimson light darted across the distant mountains. The Slaughter Emperor was now heading toward the center of the Blood Prison, the domain of the Blood Demon King. For other soul beasts, the whereabouts of the Blood Demon King were no secret. After all, he was the sovereign of the Blood Prison. Although his true form was enigmatic, the other soul beasts were not entirely ignorant. At the very least, most were aware of his general dwelling place. After 10 arduous days, the Emperor of Slaughter finally arrived at the heart of the Blood Prison. However, the Blood Prison plain was not his intended destination at that moment. He was hastening towards a distant mountain range beyond the plain. The malevolent energy of the Blood Prison at its center was notably more potent than that of the periphery, and the number of blood fiend soul beasts had also increased significantly. The Emperor of Slaughter found himself somewhat breathless. Some of the blood fiend beasts had even reached an astonishing cultivation of 300,000 years, and with a single strike, they broke several of his ribs. How infuriating. The Emperor cursed under his breath. If it weren't for my exhausted soul power, I would never have allowed these fools to inflict harm upon me. Feeling a wave of frustration, he lamented that he did not wish to linger even a moment longer in this wretched place where soul power could not be replenished, and he couldn't utilize his soul techniques. In his heart, he unleashed a tirade against Su Qingyu. It would be best if he stayed away from the heart of the Blood Prison altogether. It was far too perilous. I have an unsettling feeling that even blood fiend beasts of 500,000 years could be lurking here. In my current state, unable to employ soul power or techniques, relying solely on my physical strength against these formidable foes would only lead to me being repeatedly vanquished. What a vexing predicament. As the Emperor of Slaughter ventured deeper into the mountain range, a sense of gravity began to settle in his gaze. Within the vast canyon, he faintly perceived a suffocating aura, an overwhelming oppression that caused his heart to beat as though in slow motion. Indeed, he could even hear the rhythmic thumping of his own heart. Thump, thump. The sound intensified, reverberating in his ears, echoing through the canyon itself. How distressing. The Emperor of Slaughter felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision dimming as his expression grew increasingly dazed. It was as if he had traversed an eternity. Awaken, Emperor. Suddenly, a low voice boomed in his ears, akin to distant thunder, as a colossal rock giant materialized before him. At that moment, cold sweat broke out on the Emperor's brow, his heartbeat quickening. In that fleeting instant, he felt as though he had become a mere leaf in the tempest, swirling amidst a tremendous storm. Chapter 88. Poor memory. As consciousness returned, the sight of the blood-red rock giant towering 50 meters before him left the Emperor momentarily astonished. This sanguine behemoth resembled a human form, yet it was more akin to a creature fashioned from an accumulation of stones. Its entire body was enveloped in a peculiar crimson rock, shimmering with dark red and black hues. Upon its round head, 2 black orbs served as eyes, moving with a distinctly awkward motion. The entire blood-red giant appeared exceedingly cumbersome and ponderous. Among them, the most striking features are undoubtedly the 2 colossal fists, resembling a pair of iron hammers, which occupy a third of the entire mass of the rock giant. Furthermore, patches of crimson rock protrude from the giant's body, akin to bulging muscles, exuding an unparalleled sense of strength. Upon gazing at the blood-colored rock giant, the slayer of emperors was taken aback. This rock giant was unmistakably the Stone Emperor. Realizing this, the slayer of emperors hastily expressed his reverence, saying, "I pay my respects to the Stone Emperor." As a formidable beast of the Crimson Blood Eel lineage, the Slayer of Emperors was guided by the powerful Blood Emperor within his clan. Throughout the three great seas, in the depths of the chaotic domain, the far north, and the starry forest, he was well acquainted with various mighty beasts, including the Stone Emperor of the Blood Prison. The Stone Emperor ranks 5th among the 10 ferocious beasts of the Blood Prison, possessing an astonishing cultivation that exceeds 400,000 years. Renowned for his pure defensive capabilities and immense strength, making him a formidable adversary indeed. Moreover, the Stone Emperor belongs to an extraordinarily peculiar category of soul beasts, akin to the Blood Demon King, as both originate from the depths of the chaotic realm. More precisely, they are birthed within the confines of this blood prison. What is particularly remarkable is that the Stone Emperor is a creature of the rocky kind, making it utterly unique across the three vast seas. Even in other congregations of soul beasts, the Slaughter Emperor has not encountered any soul beast formed from rock. Interestingly, like the Blood Fiend soul beasts, the Stone Emperor cultivates by absorbing the power of Blood Fiend, albeit with a distinction. It draws upon the Blood Fiend energy found within the rocks themselves. Although the Stone Emperor lacks the Sea of Spirit, he possesses innate intelligence. After cultivating for 100,000 years, he successfully condensed a Blood Fiend soul core. He has followed the Blood Demon King for several 100,000 years, and at the milestone of 50,000 years in his cultivation, he fought alongside the Blood Demon King in the depths of the chaotic domain, despite his relatively short cultivation period. The Stone Emperor demonstrated the ability to contend against soul beasts of 100,000 years. Even after the Blood Demon King was imprisoned in the Blood Prison, the Stone Emperor steadfastly chose to remain in this forsaken place for several 100,000 years. According to the views of the Slaughter Emperor, the Stone Emperor is rather inflexible, akin to a blockhead. At this moment, the Slaughter Emperor recognized the Stone Emperor at a glance, not daring to exhibit any negligence, especially since it was the Stone Emperor who awakened him. Otherwise, he might have lost consciousness and remained in a dormant state indefinitely. The Slaughter Emperor had come for the purpose of the Azure Emperor, and at this juncture, the colossal blood rock giant, the Stone Emperor, spoke with a booming voice that echoed through the canyon. Indeed, the Slaughter Emperor promptly replied, "This is the Valley of Illusions. Do not wander aimlessly. If I were not present today, you would have fallen into an illusion, unable to rescue yourself, potentially driving you to madness." The Valley of Illusions? Is this truly the Valley of Illusions? The Slaughter Emperor gasped in astonishment. If one were to inquire about the most renowned location within the Blood Prison, it would not be the Blood Prison plains at its center, nor the Blood Prison pillars on that plain, but rather this Valley of Illusions. Moreover, the Phantom Demon Valley is vast, and its illusions are immensely powerful. Virtually no soul beast can traverse the entire valley. Yet, all the 100,000-year soul beasts and even the savage beasts of the Blood Prison are drawn to explore its depths, for the valley is rich in opportunities and treasures. The most crucial reason, however, is that within the Phantom Demon Valley, one can receive soul power rewards through its illusions, the only source of soul power within the Blood Prison. This rule was established by the deep-sea demon Whale King to encourage the beasts of the Blood Prison to venture into the valley, even after the Whale King's demise. This tradition persists. The Phantom Demon Valley. The Nether Emperor must be cultivating there now. I wonder how intense the illusions have become to render me unconscious. Mused the Slaughter Emperor with a slight frown. My master is already aware of your purpose here. Simply leave the blood lotuses behind, stated the Stone Emperor impassively with a nod. However, this does not guarantee my master's assistance. If the cost is too great or the task impossible, we must abandon it. After all, nothing in this world is absolute. If successful, all is well. But even in failure, my master is reasonable and may return a portion of your payment. The Stone Emperor continued. The Slaughter Emperor's eyes flickered with displeasure. How domineering of the Blood Demon King, taking payment up front without ensuring completion. Return a portion? The Slaughter Emperor seethed internally. If portion depends on his mood, then repayment is entirely at his whim. Naturally, you may leave if unwilling, the Stone Emperor remarked coldly. Observing the Slaughter Emperor's hesitation. Of course, I am willing. The Slaughter Emperor conceded reluctantly, aware that the Blood Demon King monopolized the Blood Prison's bounty system. Yet, a sly thought crossed his mind, sparking secret delight. Stone Emperor, here is the payment. 3 10-grade blood lotuses. 3 crimson lotuses, each 5 centimeters in diameter, floated toward the Stone Emperor. 3. The Stone Emperor's dark pupils sharpened, locking onto the Slaughter Emperor with an intensity that sent a chill down his spine. Ah, Stone Emperor. These 10-grade blood lotuses are unique to the sacred blood pool of my Crimson Bloodsucking Eel clan. These 3 are offered to aid the Blood Demon King in overcoming his heavenly tribulation The Slaughter Emperor hastily explained. It seems news travels swiftly to the Blood Emperor. These 10-grade blood lotuses are indeed rare treasures. However, my master demanded 5, the Stone Emperor declared, his words striking like thunder. Do not forget, my master knows all that transpires within the blood prison. The Slaughter Emperor's expression shifted, and he forced a laugh. Ah, Stone Emperor. My memory falters, perhaps due to my impending lifespan limit. Yes, 5 it is. This soul-power-deprived prison has me confusing numbers. With that, 2 more crimson specks flew toward the Stone Emperor. With payment secured, my master will strive to assist. Frankly, your request is hardly troublesome, a mere green emperor. The Stone Emperor remarked dismissively before turning to enter the Phantom Demon Valley, the 5 lotuses in hand. Devoid of a spiritual sea. The Stone Emperor was impervious to the valley's illusions, rendering him immune to all mental assaults. Watching the Stone Emperor vanish into the valley, the Slaughter Emperor departed swiftly, eager to leave the heart of the blood prison behind. Chapter 89. The Icy Soul Beast tied in the southern reaches of the Ice Sea, bordering the abyssal depths. An enormous mass of dark clouds churned violently, as if heralding the emergence of a monstrous beast. The sea roared with tempestuous winds, waves crashing tumultuously. At this moment, an intensely thick and bloody scent emanated from beneath the ocean's surface, the unmistakable aura of a soul beast. Moreover, waves of terrifying energy radiated without restraint, coalescing into a force so potent that it stirred anomalies in the heavens and the earth. Beneath the waves, the dark waters churned violently as enormous crimson blood-sucking eels writhed and twisted, their scarlet scales flashing ominously. The sea itself trembled, and within the abyssal darkness, pairs of ravenous, bloodthirsty eyes occasionally gleamed. This was a massive swarm of deep red blood-sucking eel soul beasts, their overwhelming numbers dominating vast stretches of the ocean, transforming the waters into a sprawling sea of blood. The surface mirrored this crimson horror, as if tainted by an endless deluge of gore. Even from dozens of miles away, the disturbances caused by this sanguine sea remained vividly perceptible. The bloodied waters surged relentlessly, dragging along the storm-laden clouds above, which raced swiftly toward the southernmost depths of the ocean. Their destination loomed near, the borderlands where the northern territories of the Jade-Horned Serpent clan lay in wait. In the depths of the blood-red sea, a formidable congregation of blood-sucking eels thrives, among which are not only several 10,000-year-old specimens, but also for that have reached the remarkable age of 100,000 years, and 2 that have attained an astounding 200,000 years. At the helm stands the fearsome Calamity Emperor, a beast of 500,000 years of cultivation. This assembly of soul beasts, boasting a 500,000-year-old creature, 2 200,000-year-olds, 4 100,000-year-olds, and thousands of 10,000-year-olds, is indeed a rare sight even across the vast expanse of the Douluo continent. At this moment, several colossal figures emerged from the throng of blood-sucking eels. Positioned at the forefront of the blood sea, exuding an aura so terrifying that the eels behind maintained a respectful distance, hesitant to advance. These figures were engaged in fervent discourse, their communication unhindered by the surrounding waters. The Mad Emperor and the Angry Emperor, upon entering the profound depths of the sea, commanded the entire soul beast assembly to unleash their blood-sucking soul techniques, forming a vanguard of all soul beasts exceeding 70,000 years to carry out a massacre, leaving no creature alive in their wake. The Calamity Emperor, observing the nearby blood-sucking eels, orchestrated the strategy. It had been several centuries since such a large-scale war had been initiated. This time, there would be no restraint. Let them revel in the slaughter. A chilling, bloodthirsty gleam filled his eyes. For the remaining 10,000-year-old soul beasts of the clan, this presented a prime opportunity for soul power enhancement, allowing them to broaden their horizons. Although the profound depths of the sea may be weak and much of it lies within the chaotic abyss, it remains one of the 3 great sea domains, home to numerous powerful soul beasts. Perhaps there are even unparalleled ferocious beasts lurking in the deep waters or beneath the earth, which warrant caution. However, given the scarcity of resources in the profound depths, most of these formidable beings have ventured to the chaotic abyss, alleviating concerns. The Calamity Emperor sensed a rise in the water temperature, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. Prior to their arrival, he had received intelligence from the Clan's information center indicating that within the entire profound sea domain, at least 6 soul beasts had surpassed the age of 100,000 years, including the formidable deep-sea demon king and the amethyst magic dragon beast, as well as the deep-sea giant louse king, bloodthirsty crab king, and the jade-horned serpent emperor, alongside the three-eyed terror shrimp king, both of whom had only recently attained their 10,000-year status, posing little threat. As for the amethyst magic dragon beast, despite its impressive cultivation, it had been imprisoned in the blood prison along with the Azure Emperor. The voice of the Mad Emperor resonated powerfully, echoing through his very being. As a fearsome creature of the blood-sucking eel clan, the Mad Emperor was well known across the three great sea domains. Sharing a temperament akin to that of the bloodthirsty emperor, both were notoriously bloodthirsty and frenzied, renowned for their ferocity, particularly in the Ice Sea. Even the Sea Princess clan and other subordinate factions would rather face the 250,000-year-old slaughtering emperor than confront the 200,000-year-old Mad Emperor. The entire deep crimson blood eel, within the realm of ferocious beasts for 200,000 years, includes the likes of the Emperor Slayer, Abyss Emperor, and the Furious Emperor by his side, among whom the most renowned is the Mad Emperor. I shall take charge of the Deep Sea Demon King, while you six shall handle the remaining 10,000-year soul beasts. Remember, although you will employ the Blood Sea Soul technique, do not forget to condense 10 blood pills to submit to the clan. Upon hearing this, the Calamity Emperor nodded, internally cursing. These incompetent clans are quite well informed. Understood, replied the Mad Emperor and the Furious Emperor in unison, aware that each time they vanquish a 10,000-year soul beast, they may devour its flesh and utilize the Blood Sea Soul technique to consume its blood. Yet they must ultimately reserve a portion of its essence to form blood pills for the clan. For the deep crimson blood eel lineage, blood pills represent a vital resource, essential for both cultivation and the sacred blood pool, necessitating a substantial number to sustain operations. Naturally, this regulation, decreed by the Blood Emperor, mandates that 1 blood pill be submitted for each 1,000-year soul beast slain, and 10 for each 10,000-year beast, with an additional blood pill required for every increment of 10,000 years. There are no further stipulations. However, they are well aware that the Calamity Emperor's reminder is merely a formality, since these soul beasts have already been identified by the Intelligence Center. The targets of this operation have been duly recorded by the clan. Evading submission is only feasible through a failed disguise mission, which would entail punitive measures. Punishments within the deep crimson blood eel lineage are far more severe than those in the abyssal chaos domain, a significant reason for the scarcity of its subordinate clans. Yet, the Calamity Emperor did not concern himself with a few blood pills. This time, the Blood Emperor returned to the Ice Sea, placing the blood eel in the blood pool, where it was further deprived of a segment of the 9th-grade blood lotus by the Sea Princess. His mood soured considerably, leading to daily outbursts of fury that even instilled a sense of fear within me. The Calamity Emperor, feeling helpless, pondered deeply. The Devouring Emperor had also taken the Blood Lotus seeds back to the Abyssal Chaos Domain's blood slaughter path, and by now should have reached the depths of that chaotic realm. I wonder how things fare on his end. Surely the one in the blood prison would not refuse the benefits of 5 10th-grade Blood Lotuses. Azure Emperor, this time you shall serve as a stepping stone, allowing the 3 great ocean domains to witness who truly reigns as the foremost clan of the sea. To dare bully the deep crimson blood eel is to provoke the Blood Emperor. Not only you and the purple fire, but the entire abyssal sea will face repercussions. Had the Blood Emperor not been driven to the brink of fury, you would not have mobilized the soul beast horde, nor would I have been tasked with the slaughter of the entire abyssal sea. The Calamity Emperor did not take the impending massacre of the abyssal sea's soul beasts to heart, considering that the most formidable of them was merely 16,000 years old. He perceived it as merely the Blood Emperor's wrath spilling over onto them. Chapter 90, Arrival. Tremor. In the domain of the Jade-Horned Serpent clan, on a central island. At this moment, the immense form of the Jade-Horned Serpent King reared up partially, its pure white horned head gazing northward, towards the Ice Sea. This day has ultimately arrived. As foretold by the sovereign, the deep crimson blood eel clan would not rest easy, and it is astonishing how swiftly they have commenced their actions. The gaze of the Jade-Horned Serpent King was laden with gravity, tinged with a hint of concern, and her once lively aura had dimmed somewhat due to her melancholic eyes. Originally, the Jade-Horned Serpent King and the Three-Eyed Fearsome Shrimp King had planned to engage in willpower training along the blood slaughter path in the Abyssal Chaos Domain. However, due to Su Qingyu and the Purple Fire's conflict with the Emperor Slayer along the blood slaughter path, they were penalized into the blood prison, forcing them to return to the Abyssal Sea alongside the Deep Sea Demon King, in order to prevent the spread of news that could incite greater chaos. Moreover, it is not solely her. Ever since Su Qingyu and Zihua were sentenced to the blood prison, nearly all the high-age soul beasts from the depths of the ocean have essentially returned. Suddenly, boom, a colossal spectral albatross descended upon the island, causing the very earth to tremble slightly and stirring up a tempestuous gale that sent countless leaves dancing wildly through the air, scattering birds and beasts in terrified disarray. How shall we communicate? The jade-horned serpent emperor's eyes gleamed with intrigue at the sight of the spectral albatross. Word has reached us. The crimson blood-sucking eel spirit beast tide has already arrived within approximately 300 miles of the northern sea. If left unchecked, they will likely reach these central waters by tomorrow morning. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily in her voice. The strain of the Crimson Eel clan's relentless advance evident in the bloodshot exhaustion of her eyes. After all, what they now faced was the de facto most formidable faction of the frigid seas. Though the Sea Princess reigned as sovereign over these icy waters, her dominion relied upon the support of numerous subordinate clans. The Sea Princess's own lineage, in truth, was no mightier than the crimson blood-sucking eels. At this moment, the transmission continued. Leading the tide of soul beasts is none other than the Calamity Emperor, who has attained an astonishing cultivation of 500,000 years. Alongside him are the Frenzied Emperor and the Wrathful Emperor, each boasting a cultivation of 200,000 years. Furthermore, there are numerous 10,000-year soul beasts, some reaching 4 heads. With a staggering count of 5,000 for the myriad-year soul beasts, the Calamity Emperor, along with the Frenzied and Wrathful Emperors, has arrived, accompanied by 5,000 10,000-year soul beasts. It appears that this time, the Blood Emperor is truly intent on sweeping through my abyssal deep sea. The jade-horned serpent monarch spoke coldly. Currently, the entire Dark Department consists of merely 500 members. While the Ice Sea Soul Beast Tide possesses over 50 million years of soul beasts, most of which have notably high ages, this represents a tenfold disparity in combat strength. Is there truly any assurance? The transmission expressed some concern. Moreover, the Demon Chapter has ventured alone to the Northern Sea, seemingly intending to confront the Ice Sea Soul Beast Tide single-handedly. With our master absent, what shall we do? The transmission was acutely aware of Su Qingyu being sentenced to the blood prison and understood that, at present, the Abyssal Deep Sea Demon Chapter King is the mightiest entity in the entire Abyssal Deep Sea. Yet, even so, facing the formidable deep crimson blood-eating eel soul beast tide with a cultivation of 160,000 years is utterly insurmountable. At this moment, the Abyssal Deep Sea Demon Chapter King is heading alone to the boundaries of the Abyssal Deep Sea, which makes the transmission increasingly anxious. The Demon Chapter has its own plans. We need not intervene excessively. However, our immediate task is to swiftly sue in the mere span of a breath. The atmosphere over the entire sea transformed from a clear azure sky to a scene reminiscent of an impending tempest. On the northern islands of the Jade-Horned Serpent, countless spirit beasts abruptly raised their heads, sensing the monumental shift in the world around them. Their gazes sharpened as they turned toward the north. It was the deep crimson blood eel clan. Such a formidable aura. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Is this the deep crimson blood eel? Is this the soul skill known as blood sea? It is said that the deep crimson blood eel clan cultivates primarily by consuming the blood of spirit beasts. And from the moment of birth, they are immersed in a blood pool, baptized by the potent essence of millennia-old spirit beast blood, granting them extraordinary power from a young age, each one exceedingly bloodthirsty. What? To be baptized in the blood of millennia-old spirit beasts from birth. No wonder the stench of blood is so overwhelming, far more pungent than that of ordinary spirit beasts, rivaling even that of the most chaotic realms. The members of the Dark Faction gazed in astonishment at the tide of spirit beasts sweeping in from the icy sea, their eyes wide with disbelief. The overwhelming bloodthirst and the bizarre changes in the world around them ignited a deep-seated fear, even before battle had commenced. Most alarming was that among the tide of spirit beasts, several auras were even more dreadful than that of the deep-sea demon octopus before them. The presence was undoubtedly that of ferocious beasts, and indeed, powerful ones. Many spirit beasts communicated through their thoughts. On our way to the northern islands, I overheard our captain casually mention that even the Calamity Emperor of the Deep Crimson Blood Eel clan has been mobilized. What? The Calamity Emperor? That is an entity with a cultivation of 500,000 years, among the most elite in the 3 great seas. Indeed, the Calamity Emperor ranks just below the Blood Emperor and the Carnage Emperor within the Deep Crimson Blood Eel clan. Although the tide of deep crimson blood eels has yet to enter the abyssal depths, it has already stirred countless spirit beasts in the deep sea. Chapter 91. The sky has changed. A tide of spirit beasts? A tide of spirit beasts has actually appeared. What is happening? What has happened to the spirit beasts of the icy sea? Why are they all frantically rushing toward the abyss? Moreover, most of them belong to the Deep Crimson Blood Eel clan, and the leading spirit beast seems to be the Calamity Emperor. Even some spirit beasts that were preparing to enter the deep chaotic realm were taken aback upon witnessing the vast blood sea at the edge of the icy waters and the tide of spirit beasts within it. Most of them possessed cultivation exceeding 10,000 years, and their imminent entry into the deep chaotic realm indicated their formidable strength. Look, over there in the abyss. How can there be so many 10,000-year spirit beasts? How is this possible? The abyss has always been the region with the scarcest spirit beasts among the three great seas. Lacking in spiritual resources, despite its vastness, spirit beasts are rare, let alone those of higher ages. Moreover, most of the powerful spirit beasts of the abyss have already entered the deep chaotic realm. It's unexpected to find such a multitude of 10,000-year spirit beasts now. Could they be hidden spirit beasts that have yet to emerge from the deep sea? I find that unlikely. The deep-sea demon octopus, the bloodthirsty crab king, and the deep-sea giant leeches are already among the 5 major clans of the abyss. All 3 of them have come. Yet where are the 9 nether serpent emperor and the black demon octopus king? A 10-meter-long white sea conch now hovers several meters above the sea surface, surrounded by a shimmering aura. It must have been slain by the Azure Emperor. I tell you, the Azure Emperor's methods are extraordinarily swift, uniting the abyssal depths in just a few short years after countless years of conflict. Furthermore, after subduing the entire abyss, the Azure Emperor has gained control over it. And during his reign, the overall strength of the abyss has significantly improved. Several times, spirit beasts from the deep chaotic realm attempted to devour spirit beasts, only to be intercepted and slain by the powerful spirit beasts of the abyss. Oh, the Azure Emperor you speak of is the one mentioned by my teacher. The one who contended with the Blood Emperor over treasures in the blood slaughter path? He is actually the master of the abyss? No wonder there has been much discussion about the Azure Emperor and the abyss lately. You have just awakened from slumber, so you are naturally unaware. But I have heard that the Azure Emperor has done many things that have infuriated the Blood Emperor. I suspect the tide of spirit beasts in the ICC is orchestrated by the Blood Emperor. Elaborate. You know of the Blood Eel, right? The Blood Eel? You mean the only son of the Blood Emperor, the Blood Eel? What happened to him? Could it be true? A vague realization dawned upon the conch as doubt crept in. Indeed, at first, I too found it hard to believe. But now it has spread throughout the 3 great seas. The Blood Eel has indeed been turned into a fool by the Azure Emperor, his spiritual sea destroyed. Now devoid of intelligence, reduced to a mindless beast. Oh my heavens, the Azure Emperor is truly formidable. Not only that, but within the deep Crimson Blood Eel clan, the formidable Wu Emperor and the Annihilation Emperor, both with cultivations of 300,000 years, have also met a tragic end, their essences transformed into soul rings. Returning to the ocean. And most terrifying of all is that the Azure Emperor's cultivation is only at a mere 160,000 years. He has even subdued the so-called foremost genius of the deep chaotic realm, the Purple Fire, along with a 70,000-year blood slaughter beast that possesses no intelligence whatsoever. A blood slaughter beast? How did he accomplish that? The conch was taken aback. Who knows? All I can say is that when the blood slaughter beast emerged in the blood slaughter path, it drew attention from all sides, eventually even prompting the demon monarch and the Blood Emperor to intervene. However, you mentioned that the Azure Emperor has subdued the Purple Fire? That makes sense. No wonder the Blood Eel sought trouble with the Azure Emperor. Upon hearing this, the conch began to understand. Then he added, previously, Senior Brother Gu Ming had fought the Blood Eel over the matter of the Purple Fire no less than 100 times. It seems the Blood Eel has indeed kicked a metal plate this time. Once we reach the blood slaughter path, I will seek out Senior Brother Gu Ming to inquire. At this moment, not only did the surrounding spirit beast halt to observe, but even some unparalleled ferocious beasts seemed to perceive the anomalies at the boundary of the abyss, powerful wills descending upon the area. Boom. Yet those wills that were on the verge of breaking through the frozen sea were utterly annihilated by an even greater and more formidable will, the Blood Emperor. Even the mighty soul beasts lurking in the distant shadows froze in their tracks, their gazes sharpening with apprehension. The Blood Emperor's will had issued its warning, and none dared to make another attempt. The frozen sea, after all, stood as one of the most formidable domains within the oceanic expanse. Not even 100,000-year soul beasts would venture there without caution. Moreover, the rules are exceedingly stringent. For instance, not a single soul beast dares to soar across the glacial sea. Even those 100,000-year soul beasts or ferocious creatures that wish to traverse it must swim beneath its icy surface. To fly above the glacial sea is deemed an affront to all the great clans dwelling within. Yet, though their will cannot descend upon these frozen waters, the formidable presences still vigilantly observe every event unfolding across this domain. The Blood Emperor's ostentatious display clearly serves as a warning to other factions. As the crimson tides churn, The horde of soul beasts surges toward the abyssal depths, with the Plunder Emperor leading the vanguard. Upon observing the vast expanse of the deep ocean before him, teeming with numerous spirit beasts, the Calamity Emperor surged forth with remarkable speed. He swiftly traversed to the northern boundary of the abyssal waters. And as he emerged from the icy sea, he erupted forth from the surface with great force. At this moment, dark clouds suddenly spread across the sky, transforming into a crimson haze as the Emperor of Calamity emerged from the sea. The blood clouds hung perilously low, mere meters above the water's surface, thick and foreboding, as if blood were dripping down from the heavens. In that instant, the entire expanse of this oceanic realm was altered. One could observe the inky black blood clouds roiling violently, revealing a deep red vampiric eel that flickered in and out of visibility within the crimson mist. Its body was adorned with blood-red scales that glimmered with a chilling sheen. The pair of crimson eyes seemed to encompass all the bloodshed in the world, radiating an intensely dazzling light amidst the blood clouds, casting a disdainful gaze over the heavens and the earth. The Emperor of Calamity, with his piercing eyes, swept across the few ancient soul beasts hovering above the abyssal depths, and a gleam of brilliance suddenly flashed within his gaze. Humph! Void restriction. The terrifying aura of the Emperor of Calamity erupted, not only impacting the ancient soul beasts in the air, but also pressing down upon the myriad soul beasts within the profound ocean below. At this moment, his intention was to shatter their psychological defenses. The Emperor of Calamity, the Jade-Horned Serpent King, was among them, feeling the immense oppressive force descend upon her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. It was not just her, the bloodthirsty Crab King, the abyssal giant Louse King, and the three-eyed Terror Shrimp King also felt their bodies grow heavy, helplessly descending. Emperor of Calamity, why have you recklessly unleashed the multitude of soul beasts from the ice sea to sweep through my profound ocean domain today? The abyssal giant Louse King questioned, his voice resonating with the weight of the tremendous pressure he felt. As one of the original 5 clans of the profound ocean, the abyssal giant Louse King, with his cultivation reaching 130,000 years, held some renown among the 3 great seas. Chapter 92, Imminent Conflict. Why? A resounding voice echoed from the heavens. You inquire about my motives? The events concerning the Azure Emperor have compelled my Crimson Blood Eel clan to mobilize 100 waves of soul beasts to annihilate both our soul beasts and the formidable beasts within our ranks. Today, I shall make it known to you that my Crimson Blood Eel clan is not to be trifled with. Even if the Azure Emperor were present, I would transform your profound ocean realm into a blood-soaked purgatory. As he spoke, the Emperor of Calamity swept his gaze around, even engaging with the will that had descended here, for this was a matter of dignity for the Crimson Blood Eel clan, and in this moment, he displayed an overwhelming dominance. The words of the cataclysmic Emperor ignited fervent discussions among the countless spirit beasts below, as most were still unaware of the troubles stirred by Su Qingyu in the abyssal chaos domain. However, upon hearing that the Azure Emperor had annihilated the ferocious beasts of the Crimson Blood Eel clan, they were all taken aback, causing a significant upheaval within the 3 major dark factions in the Spirit Beast Academy. Particularly, the 2 deans of the Spirit Beast Academy, the Abyssal Shadow Dragon Beast and the Celestial Azure Fish Dragon Beast, were utterly astonished. The master has become so formidable that even the ferocious beasts of the Crimson Blood Eel clan perished at his hands. The Celestial Azure Fish Dragon Beast found himself momentarily dazed. Just today, I was pondering why I was instructed to summon all spirit beasts of the Academy to this remote northern sea. Now, I begin to comprehend. The Abyssal Shadow Dragon Beast also gasped in astonishment. I had thought it was due to the Master's contention with the Blood Slaughter Path and the Tyrant Emperor, which provoked the Cataclysmic Emperor to unleash the Ice Sea Spirit Beast Tide. It appears not to be so. It seems today heralds a fierce battle. The Crimson Blood Eels are notoriously bloodthirsty and exceedingly difficult to contend with. We must exercise caution. The Abyssal Shadow Dragon Beast's gaze turned icy. If battle is to ensue, then let it be. The Celestial Azure Fish Dragon Beast also resolved decisively. This confrontation shall make the Crimson Blood Eel clan aware that our abyssal sea is no soft target. Mad Emperor, wrathful Emperor, why do you not take action? With the Cataclysmic Emperor's furious roar, the atmosphere thickened with the scent of blood, and the blood sea breached its boundaries, surging across the entire maritime expanse. Within the sanguine depths, the silhouettes of 6 colossal figures surged forth from the waters, exuding an aura of 10,000 years that erupted with tremendous force. accompanied by the oppressive might of two fearsome beasts, weighing down upon numerous spirit beasts within the abyssal sea. The Mad Emperor and the Wrathful Emperor were among them, charging directly towards the deep-sea giant Leech King and the bloodthirsty Crab King, while the other four 10,000-year spirit beasts advanced towards the Jade-Horned Snake Emperor and the Three-Eyed Fear Shrimp King, preparing to confront them two against one. The Abyssal Emperor, a terrifying beast with a history spanning 500,000 years, now directed its gaze towards its intended target, the deep-sea demon Whale King, who remained silent amidst the multitude of soul beasts on the surface of the ocean. At this moment, the Jade-Horned Serpent Queen cast a glance at the abyssal demon Octopus King, her eyes filled with concern. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards the two deep crimson blood eels. She chose to engage in battle amidst the skies. After all, the Jade-Horned Serpent had long resided on the islands. Even in the aerial domain, her prowess remained largely intact, whereas the strength of the deep crimson blood eels would significantly diminish. The three-eyed king of the prawn has chosen the deep sea as the battleground, a realm far removed from the blood-soaked seas and devoid of the sanguine clouds above. In this abyss, the two ancient crimson leech eels, aged 100 millennia, exert no undue influence. The deep-sea isopod king and the bloodthirsty crab king had shifted their battlefield to the ocean depths, where they could better harness the power of the seabed. After all, both excelled in strength and defense, yet the immense pressure from the two monstrous beasts, the raging emperor and the furious emperor, weighed heavily upon them. The Shadow Emperor faced the abyssal Kraken King, while the deep-sea isopod king and the bloodthirsty crab king confronted the furious emperor and the raging emperor. Meanwhile, the Jade-Horned Serpent Sovereign and the Three-Eyed Terror Shrimp King engaged two 10,000-year-old crimson blood-sucking eels. The disparity in strength between the Shadow Division and their enemies was staggering. Yet, none retreated, for a 10,000-year soul beast does not fall so easily. War was imminent. The Abyssal Shadow Dragon and the Celestial Azure Fish Dragon rallied the members of the Soul Beast Academy, joining forces with the three dark divisions, the Blue-Ringed Jellyfish King, the Phantom Albatross, and the Abyssal Giant Sponge, to confront the horde of crimson blood-sucking eels from the Blood Sea. Though the Soul Beast Academy was established later than the Dark Divisions, its members were exceptionally formidable, admitting only soul beasts with awakened intelligence. Many were apex predators of the ocean, capable of challenging foes far beyond their rank. The Abyssal Shadow Dragon remained silent, exuding absolute confidence in the academy he had personally nurtured. Even some 1,000-year soul beasts could effortlessly slay those of 10,000 years, while certain 10,000-year beasts, despite their youth, possess strength rivaling 50 or 60,000 years. Consider this your trial. Do not disappoint me. The Abyssal Shadow Dragon's gaze swept across the encroaching blood sea, now perilously close. The flames of battle ignited in his eyes. Since following our sovereign and unifying the abyssal depths, it has been too long since we last stretched our limbs. Celestial Azure, I am exhilarated. Shadow Dragon, let us compete. Who can slay more crimson blood-sucking eels? The Celestial Azure Fish Dragon laughed. Agreed. In an instant, the Abyssal Shadow Dragon surged forward, his soul-powered will rippling across the blood sea. Hear me, all members of the Soul Beast Academy. Today, we shall prove our strength to the Dark Divisions. Though we have not undertaken perilous missions across the vast abyss or repelled foreign invasions like them, we are no delicate seaweeds in their eyes. Let our might speak for itself. Charge. Leading the vanguard, the Abyssal Shadow Dragon and the Celestial Azure Fish Dragon set the example. The Shadow Dragon's commanding presence not only invigorated the academy, but also drew the attention of the three Dark Divisions. Shadow Dragon, Celestial Azure, do not steal all the glory. The Dark Divisions shall bear the brunt of this beast tide. If you fear, retreat, and seek our protection. Fear, the word has never crossed my lips. The Abyssal Shadow Dragon, guiding his academy through the blood sea, became a phantom, a nightmare to the crimson blood-sucking eels. Once a 70,000-year soul beast, he had now ascended to 90,000 years with the aid of the Stone Island, standing as the mightiest beneath the Shadow Division. All First Dark Division members, advance. Annihilate these wretches. Let not the Academy mock us. The chilling command of the Blue-Ringed Jellyfish King echoed across the battlefield. Chapter 93. The Blood Sea Battlefield Never Spoken of Fear? Worthy of the Shadow Dragon. The next time, visit my lair. I've been testing a new poison. Care to sample it? As the Blue-Ringed Jellyfish King led the First Dark Division into the fray, her taunt slithered into the Abyssal Shadow Dragon's mind. hidden beneath a 70,000-year crimson blood-sucking eel. The shadow dragon shuddered. The venom of the blue-ringed jellyfish king was no jest. Even the 10,000-year jade-horned serpent sovereign dared not claim supremacy in toxicity. Ahem. Celestial azure volunteers in my stead. Emerging from beneath the eel, the abyssal shadow dragon twisted, his claws seizing the creature before his monstrous fangs severed its spine, testament to his devastating bite. What? The celestial azure fish dragon froze mid-strike, eyes widening as he tore into a 10,000-year eel. No matter. Both of you may come. I lack test subjects. Now I have two. As the abyssal forces clashed with the eel horde, the blue-ringed jellyfish king propelled herself forward via hydrojetting, her umbrella-like form darting through the water with blinding speed. Within moments, she plunged into the heart of the enemy. The blood sea's crimson hue thickened, its oppressive suction intensifying, yet she smirked. A blood sea conjured by thousands of eels. Pathetic. Suck my blood. Observe, I have none to give. Only venom. Unfazed, she embraced the blood sea's pull, unleashing her ultimate soul skill, blue-ringed neurotoxin. My poison knows no antidote. Indeed, the blue-ringed jellyfish king's venom reigned supreme in the ocean. Even 10,000-year soul beasts writhed in agony under its assault. Against foes of equal rank, she could slay tenfold, making her the ultimate scourge in mass combat. Her body whirled, her bell erupting in an azure radiance that merged with the blood sea, staining the waters a sinister violet. Suddenly, dozens of slender, azure, venomous tentacles extended outward, each reaching 200 to 300 meters, shimmering with an ethereal blue glow as they wove through the crimson sea. With a series of soft hisses, reminiscent of flesh being pierced, numerous deep red vampire eels trembled, becoming momentarily paralyzed in their place, quietly suspended within the blood-soaked waters. Their crimson eyes widened in shock as purple and black luminescence began to converge above them. Well done, Blue Ring. The abyssal shadow dragon beast could not help but commend. This azure sea is toxic. Keep your distance from that jellyfish. Surrounded by countless deep crimson blood-eating eels, the blue-ringed jellyfish king instilled a sense of dread, causing them to retreat in haste. Even those whose cultivation had reached an impressive 90,000 years now wore solemn expressions. The blue-ringed jellyfish king possessed an astonishing immunity to the blood sea. Such formidable soul skills could surely overwhelm even the Millennium Soul Beasts. In an instant, it had annihilated 15 6,000-year soul beasts, 3 7,000-year soul beasts, and even one 8,000-year soul beast. This cannot continue. She must not be allowed to slay at will, or the entire tide of soul beasts would fall before her. The deep crimson blood-eating eels, boasting cultivation levels nearing 100,000 years, took notice. In a flash, 3 90,000-year deep crimson blood-eating eels surged toward the blue-ringed jellyfish king. The emergence of the blue-ringed jellyfish king has stirred a palpable excitement among all members of the Dark Division's first team. With the aid of the Rocky Islets, the blue-ringed jellyfish king's cultivation has now reached an impressive 80,000 years. Following the ascension of the jade-horned serpent emperor to the Shadow Division, it has become the sole captain of the first team. The captain's prowess is indeed formidable. With the expansive soul skill, blue-ring toxicity, he can annihilate dozens of crimson blood eels in an instant. If he were to unleash this power several more times, it seems these soul beasts would not stand a chance against him. Do you truly believe the captain's soul skills require no soul power? I merely jest. As I observe the sudden eruption of purple and black soul rings around us, the members of the first team are ablaze with fervor. Charge. Boom. Not only the first team, but the second and third teams of the Dark Division are also advancing under the command of the Deep Sea Sponge, confronting the horde of blood sea soul beasts. Due to the inability of the demon soul albatross to enter the sea, it can only oversee the battlefield from beneath the blood clouds, directing the entire blood sea conflict. Blue-ringed. 3 crimson blood eels with 90,000 years of cultivation are heading your way. The thought transmission from the demon soul albatross penetrates the blood sea, reaching the blue-ringed jellyfish king's mind. Shadow Dragon, promptly assist the blue-ringed. She may not be able to handle them alone. Understood. The abyssal shadow dragon beast does not hesitate, its massive form swiftly rolling as it hurries toward the vicinity of the blue-ringed jellyfish king. Tang San, to your right. A member of the Soul Beast Academy is encountering an 80,000-year soul beast. Hurry to provide support. Affirmative. The Tang San fish dragon beast swiftly pivots to the right, the flames of battle igniting to their utmost intensity in its eyes. The most striking feature of the entire blood-soaked battlefield is undoubtedly a colossal yellow sponge. This sponge is so immense that it envelopes no fewer than 100 deep crimson blood-sucking eels, each measuring approximately 10 meters in length, with most having cultivated for a millennium. The ancient crimson blood-sucking eels, entwined within the vast embrace of the deep-sea sponge, transformed into purple soul rings. Rising within the body of the colossal marine sponge, this deep-sea sponge, ensnaring a multitude of 10,000-year soul beasts, significantly alleviated the pressure on the trio of dark factions. In this brief span, the blue-ringed jellyfish king, the abyssal shadow dragon beast, and the celestial azure dragon beast had already obliterated hundreds of crimson blood-sucking eels. Their unleashed might could rival that of a 100,000-year soul beast, representing a formidable dimensional strike against the numerous ice-sea soul beasts inhabiting the blood-sea battlefield, particularly with the guidance of the demon soul albatross in the skies. The deep-sea sponge consistently managed to rescue soul beasts from the extreme depths or ensnare the ice-sea soul beast at critical moments, causing considerable frustration for the crimson blood-sucking eels. In the blood sea, a domain they considered their own, the presence of a single soul beast, the deep-sea sponge, had flipped the tide of battle. At this moment, the advantage of diverse soul beast types became apparent. Almost all ice-sea soul beasts understood that as long as the abyssal shadow dragon beast, celestial azure dragon beast, blue-ringed jellyfish king, and deep-sea sponge remained, the blood-sea battlefield would become exceedingly arduous. As for the author's note, it is now the evening of September 9th, 2021, at 21:17. I have just released Chapter 93 and received notification this afternoon that the book is scheduled to be officially launched tomorrow at noon, around 12:10. The formal chapter will be published. Following tradition, I have pinned a few words for this occasion. I recall the last time I wrote such a note was back in 2016. It is indeed a moment of reflection. The launch signifies a pivotal turning point for this book, marking the onset of subscriptions. I sincerely hope that esteemed readers will consider subscribing and supporting my work. The child is indeed quite unfortunate, having spent several days typing while receiving intravenous treatment. Analyzing my update pace, the daily viewing of video advertisements generates sufficient currency. At the end of each chapter, advertisements reward currency every 15 seconds, making it relatively easy to accumulate points. I understand that life can be challenging for everyone, and not all may be able to subscribe and support, hence I urge you not to miss out on the opportunity to earn these complimentary points. Watching advertisements for currency could alleviate your burdens, and I hope for your support as an author. I wish for my efforts to yield fruitful results. Achieving success will undoubtedly fuel my motivation and passion. Now, let us discuss the forthcoming developments in the plot. The current dilemma lies in addressing the tide of ice-sea soul beasts, particularly concerning the high-end combat forces, as well as how Su Qingyu will confront the Blood Demon King after receiving the Blood Emperor's reward. Subsequently, two significant events will unfold: the rebellion in the Blood Prison and the collision between the Douluo continent and the Sun Moon continent. How will the protagonist navigate through the chaos with grace? Furthermore, there will be a perilous journey across the treacherous icy seas to the far north in search of the cold essence, followed by the relentless pursuit of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. After the northernmost point, the next destination will be the Stardow Forest. With each narrative, I shall meticulously recount the tales that dwell in my heart, endowing each character with a soul and distinct personality, for each individual is uniquely different. Regarding the update schedule, once the story is published tomorrow, there will be a minimum of 2 chapters daily, with additional chapters to follow. The author's time is, unfortunately, limited in the past month. I have been preparing for teaching qualifications and postgraduate entrance examinations, both of which demand substantial time and energy. Nevertheless, there will still be additional chapters. Let me share the conditions for these extra chapters. I, too, hope for more. Based on the current collection of 600, with a subscription ratio of 10:1, that would yield 460. Thus, if the initial subscription reaches 500 within 24 hours of release, an additional chapter will be added. For every subsequent increment of 100 subscriptions, 1 extra chapter will be included. This means that upon reaching 600 subscriptions, there will be 2 additional chapters, and at 700, 3 chapters. Furthermore, for every patronage received, each ally will earn 10 additional chapters. I vow to uphold this promise until the conclusion of this book. Should the average subscriptions reach 500, the daily minimum will be 3 chapters. If it reaches 1,000, the daily minimum will increase to 4 chapters. Additionally, achieving 1,000 monthly votes will grant a chance to enter a lottery. I, too, wish to partake in this lottery. Thus, every time the monthly votes surpass 1,000, 5 additional chapters will be added. These are the conditions for additional chapters. Fulfilling any one of them will lead to substantial additions. I sincerely hope to immerse myself daily in this noble endeavor of writing, as adding chapters is a source of joy. Lastly, and most importantly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the unwavering support along this journey, for your monthly votes, recommendations, and generous contributions. I have become quite familiar with many of your IDs. I hope you will subscribe and lend your support. I beseech for the initial subscriptions. It is crucial, so I repeat, I seek your patronage. Your support is invaluable. We shall reconvene tomorrow at 12:10 p.m. sharp. Chapter 94. Various battlefields. The soul beasts of the extreme deep sea exhibit astonishing ferocity. Observe the leading soul beasts. Their strength rivals that of 100,000, your soul beasts, which explains their audacity in confronting the ICC's soul beast tide. The situation is indeed remarkable. Surrounding factions, witnessing the blood-soaked battlefield, are equally astounded. It appears that despite their overwhelming numbers, the ICC's soul beast tide is at a disadvantage, hindered by the formidable deep-sea sponge, which, with the assistance of the abyssal soul albatross, proves exceedingly troublesome. Indeed, whether in ensnaring foes or securing their escape, the deep-sea sponge significantly impacts the blood-soaked battlefield. Moreover, the abyssal shadow dragon and the celestial azure fish dragon possess individual strengths comparable to 100,000, your soul beasts. In mere moments of engagement with the deep crimson blood-sucking eel beasts, they have already vanquished several 70,000 to 80,000, your specimens. Then there is the blue-ringed jellyfish king, whose venomous tentacles can fell even a 10,000, your soul beast with a single touch, mercilessly reaping lives. In my perspective, the most crucial element is the abyssal soul albatross. Have you noticed how the entire battlefield's dynamics unfold under her command? The radiant white light emanating from her envelopes the blood-soaked battlefield, surveying the distribution of soul beasts and enabling the deep-sea sponge to appear at critical junctures. However, some soul beasts scoff, remarking, "You speak so grandly. They are merely 10,000, your soul beasts. What significance do they hold?" Once the Calamity Emperor, Frenzy Emperor, and Fury Emperor eliminate those 100,000, your soul beasts, the soul beasts in the extreme deep sea shall inevitably face slaughter. Yet this time, the extreme deep sea has indeed compelled the Calamity Emperor's faction to pay a substantial price, with perhaps a third of the ICC's soul beast tide suffering losses. Coupled with the Azure Emperor's involvement, it seems the extreme deep sea is truly doomed. Not only are the observing factions in the surrounding seas astonished, but the battle conditions in the blood-soaked battlefield have also drawn the attention of the other deep crimson blood-sucking eel factions. After all, within the blood-soaked battlefield, the number of soul beasts is vast, and the battlefield itself is incredibly expansive, representing the principal forces of both sides. What is happening? Why does our soul beast legion hold no advantage whatsoever? Beneath the blood-soaked waters, 100,000 year deep crimson blood-sucking eels are equally perplexed, with a 10-to-1 battle ratio. How is this so? Have they truly become so complacent within their clan that they cannot secure victory in such a battle? Let us resolve this swiftly. After eliminating the three-eyed horror shrimp king, we must hasten to provide support. We cannot afford to lose too many soul beasts, lest the Calamity Emperor turn his wrath upon us. Humph. Do we still need to provide support? What a bunch of inept fools. In the deep-sea battlefield, the three-eyed horror shrimp king is locked in a relentless struggle against 100,000, your deep crimson blood-sucking eels. Upon witnessing the circumstances of the blood-soaked battlefield, the two deep crimson blood-sucking eels disregard their energy consumption and once again envelop the three-eyed horror shrimp king within the blood sea. Feeling the immense pressure brought forth by the vast sea of blood, the three-eyed king of the shrimp narrowed his eyes slightly. As the oppressive force of the blood sea surged, he sensed the tumult within his own blood, which, in the depths of the ocean, was white or even colorless. At this moment, under the tremendous suction of the blood sea, it began to seep out through the crevices of his scales, glowing with a brilliant white sheen, appearing extraordinarily remarkable. Three-eyed annihilation light. Under the duress of the blood sea created by the two formidable 10,000-year deep red blood eels, the three-eyed king of the shrimp, who had just reached a cultivation level of 10,000 years, now felt an imminent threat. No longer conserving his spiritual power, he instantly unleashed his soul skill. The three-eyed annihilation light, which he had acquired upon becoming a 10,000-year soul beast. This soul skill represented his most potent attack, and with his current reservoir of soul power, he could execute it a maximum of 3 times. The three-eyed king was uncertain how long he could endure, but he would fight for as long as he could. At this moment, retreat was no longer an option. Three-eyed annihilation light. The remarkably unique three eyes of the three-eyed king of the shrimp suddenly illuminated, with two positioned on either side of his helmet-like head, while the third was located at the junction of his head and tentacles, creating an exceedingly peculiar appearance. Boom. At this moment, three colossal beams of light suddenly manifested, causing the entire ocean to surge violently. In front of the three-eyed terror shrimp king, these three white columns of light erupted from its form, sweeping across a vast expanse ahead, overshadowing even the radiance of the surrounding blood sea. The two deep crimson blood-sucking eels remained vigilant. After all, the soul abilities of a 10,000-year soul beast are exceedingly formidable. And the defensive prowess of the three-eyed terror shrimp king is remarkably high, which incited their ire. Indeed, the deep crimson blood-sucking eels had risen to become one of the pinnacle races in the three great oceanic domains due to their rapid cultivation and combat agility. Possessing only a respectable biting force in terms of strength, they were exceedingly slippery. The three-eyed terror shrimp king felt the weight of the situation. Despite the relentless sweeping of the three-eyed annihilation light, only a scant few beams managed to strike the evasive deep crimson blood-sucking eels. At the very moment the three-eyed extinction light came to an end, a sea of blood surged forth once more, accompanied by the ferocious advance of the deep red blood-eating eels. The three-eyed terror shrimp king had no choice but to rely on its formidable armor to engage in close combat with the two 10,000-year-old deep red blood-eating eels. Blood was once again extracted from its body, leaving the three-eyed terror shrimp king in a state of profound frustration. How infuriating. Truly vexing. However, I wonder how long your soul power can sustain this sea of blood. The three-eyed terror shrimp king refrained from utilizing soul techniques and instead collided with the two deep red blood-eating eels, initiating a second and then a third impact. The combat style of soul beasts differs significantly from that of humans. For ordinary 100-year and 1,000-year soul beasts, they lack intelligence and possess a low level of wisdom, typically resorting to reckless charges and utterly incapable of executing complex commands. Even for some of the more advanced soul beasts, despite possessing intellect comparable to that of humans, they are inherently proud and exceedingly reluctant to employ strategies. In their perception, battles among soul beasts should be a test of raw strength. This is exemplified by the current clash between the three-eyed terrifying shrimp king and the deep crimson blood-sucking eel. Concurrently, in the aerial battlefield, the jade-horned serpent emperor engages in a fierce exchange with two deep crimson blood-sucking eels. The two 10,000-year-old deep crimson blood-sucking eels, far removed from the ocean and the blood sea, find themselves at a significant disadvantage due to their diminished power, rendering their advantage over the jade-horned serpent emperor far from apparent. In the underwater battlefield, the Mad Emperor and the Wrath Emperor relentlessly unleashed assaults upon the deep-sea giant leech king and the bloodthirsty crab king. The entire marine expanse, from the heavens above to the surface of the sea, and from the abyssal depths to the ocean floor, was illuminated by a dazzling array of lights, while waves of energy reverberated in every direction. Among them, the most extraordinary battlefield is located at the heart of the Blood Sea, beneath a sky shrouded in crimson clouds. Chapter 95, The Radiance Unveiled. Here, no extraneous spirit beasts make their appearance. Only 8 colossal tentacles rise like towering pillars, seemingly attempting to stir the very fabric of heaven and earth. At this moment, the sky is engulfed in blood clouds, casting a sanguine hue, while the immense form of the Calamity Emperor rolls within the crimson mist. The blood clouds and the blood sea alike converging towards the deep-sea magic octopus king above the surface. Die, deep-sea magic octopus king, roars the Calamity Emperor. Bloodhand, Bloodclaw. His body suddenly illuminates with a blood-red radiance, and a tremendous surge of soul power erupts. In the sky, a gigantic claw materializes amidst the blood clouds, while simultaneously, a massive blood-colored hand thrusts forth from the sea's surface. As the blood hand and blood claw coalesce, a terrifying wave of energy sweeps across the entire northern expanse of the abyssal sea. The aura, representing the Calamity Emperor's 500,000 years of cultivation, erupts with thunderous intensity, drawing on his extensive combat experience amassed over countless epochs. The Calamity Emperor is nearly certain that the deep-sea magic octopus king will be utterly obliterated by this strike. When the colossal blood-red claw and the enormous blood-hued hand converge, the sky over the northern abyssal sea darkens ominously, the ocean seems to tremble, and countless bolts of lightning flicker within the blood clouds, evoking a sense of cataclysmic grandeur. It is a sight of unparalleled magnificence. Yet, For the myriad spirit beasts within the abyssal sea, this spectacle is laden with oppression. Conversely, for the icy spirit beasts, it serves as a rallying cry, instantly lifting their morale and dispelling the shadows cast by the Spirit Beast Academy and the three dark factions. In the theater of war, morale is of paramount importance. As long as morale remains, the belief in victory endures, instilling the courage to advance boldly and accomplish what seems insurmountable to the ordinary. However, when morale falters, even a legion of 1,000 troops may crumble, succumbing from within and struggling to withstand the onslaught of the enemy. The collapse of an army is swift and catastrophic, and the strength of morale profoundly influences the outcome of war. In stark contrast, the denizens of the abyssal depths appeared significantly dimmed, their spirits dulled under the oppressive weight of the formidable Calamity Emperor, regardless of their relentless efforts and fierce battles. It was inconceivable that they could contend with an entity whose cultivation spanned 500,000 years. Even the abyssal shadow dragon, the azure ring jellyfish king, the demonic soul albatross, and the deep-sea great sponge bore expressions of despair, their previous pride in resisting the onslaught of the ice sea soul beasts utterly vanquished. Surrounding them, the various observing soul beasts were equally aghast, witnessing a cataclysmic scene that resembled the wrath of the ocean itself. Truly, the Calamity Emperor exuded an overwhelming aura. The last time they beheld his might was in the far northern territories, engaged in a fierce contest with the Twilight Emperor over the snow tree Silver Blossom. A battle that had shaken the heavens and split the earth, prompting even the Snow Emperor to intervene. Indeed, that confrontation marked one of the Calamity Emperor's defining moments, after which both he and the Twilight Emperor, bolstered by the snow tree Silver Blossom, ascended to unprecedented heights, each surpassing the threshold of 500,000 years, thus becoming two of the 6 emperors of the Ice Sea, while the 3 northern kings suffered catastrophic losses. Not only the spectator soul beasts but also the formidable wills that had descended upon this realm now exhibited palpable agitation, clearly harboring a deep-seated fear of the Calamity Emperor. A colossal bloodied claw descended from the heavens, and from the ocean's surface, a massive crimson hand surged forth, conjuring a tremendous blood tsunami that swept through the waters. The deep-sea demon octopus king remained motionless, neither fleeing nor attempting to defend itself. Even its tentacles refrained from obstructing the impending doom. At this moment, the deep-sea demon octopus king exhibited no inclination to resist, yet there was no trace of fear. This was peculiar. A sense of foreboding gripped the Calamity Emperor. When anomalies arise, there is often something amiss. He sensed that this uncanny behavior heralded deception. Resolute, the Calamity Emperor's gaze turned icy. He was determined to uncover the scheme of the deep-sea demon octopus king. As the bloodied hand and claw continued their relentless advance, their velocity intensifying, the Calamity Emperor fixated his gaze upon the deep-sea demon octopus king, intent on witnessing its obliteration with his own eyes. In the profound depths of the ocean, a palpable tension enveloped the hearts of all soul beasts. Even the abyssal shadow dragon beast and the celestial songfish dragon beast ceased their carnage, their anxious gazes fixated upon the center of the blood sea. Just as the bloodied hands and claws were about to reach the body of the deep-sea demon king, an unexpected chill surged through the realm, as if this world had been cast into an icy abyss. Even the myriad ice sea soul beasts, accustomed to the frigid waters, could not help but shudder at that moment. Boom! It appeared as though an unparalleled ferocious beast had emerged, and at that instant, the blood clouds began to disintegrate, taking with them the descending blood clots, which evaporated into nothingness. Everything seemed to dissolve like melting snow, an occurrence that felt entirely natural. A ripple emanated from the very fabric of the universe, causing the ocean's waters to abruptly halt, even the surging waves pausing to maintain their fleeting form. The expansive sea surface transformed into a realm of ice, encapsulating even the colossal tsunami in a frozen embrace, while the sky darkened ominously in tandem. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura pervaded the atmosphere, akin to the sound of thunder echoing through the air. In that moment, all ice-sea soul beasts and deep-sea soul beasts within the marine expanse came to a standstill, their gazes riveted upon the center of the blood sea, their eyes brimming with confusion and astonishment. Amidst the frozen blood sea, an unexpected entity emerged. There lay a small figure, a deep abyssal emperor crocodile, whose presence was strikingly incongruous. Quietly resting upon the icy surface, none could ascertain when he had arrived at the battlefield in the blood sea, nor how he had traversed to this region, his cultivation merely a mere 30,000 years. Upon the back of the abyssal emperor crocodile stood a figure adorned in a crimson robe, embellished with intricate golden dragon patterns. He appeared to be in his 20s. possessing a strikingly handsome and resolute visage. At that moment, he cradled a flawless white jade orb in his hand and, with bare feet, delicately stepped onto the blood-red icy surface. The sound of his footfall was barely perceptible, yet in an instant, it resonated within the hearts of countless soul beasts, rendering them momentarily still. In an instant, all the soul beasts were struck by a sudden blur before their eyes, as if the very fabric of the universe had momentarily shifted. A sanguine radiance erupted from the barefooted figure clad in crimson robes, and in that fleeting moment, the surrounding scene began to subtly transform. The cosmos seemed to freeze in place, revealing a boundless realm encased in ice. The blood-hued surface mirrored the somber sky, and a chilling sensation surged from the depths of every soul beast heart. The barefooted figure, at that moment, appeared to embody the essence of divinity within this world, becoming the sole deity of this desolate expanse. A delicate sound akin to cracking ice resonated softly, and abruptly, the noise intensified. At this juncture, the barefooted figure finally lifted his gaze, and the sanguine brilliance reached its zenith in that very instant. Chapter 96. The Bloodthirsty Ice Blast. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, a pair of eyes has emerged, radiating an unparalleled brilliance that even surpasses the luminous aura of the barefooted figure clad in a blood-red robe, subtly becoming the focal point of all attention. These eyes are strikingly cold, imbued with an endless fury, as if the very fabric of the universe were inverted within their depths. They harbor an unfathomable power, instilling a sense of trepidation that renders one unable to gaze directly upon them. The fury emanating from him seemed to harbor boundless destructive power, as if intent on annihilating heaven and earth. It resembled the wrath of a deity, and even the soul beasts, upon merely gazing into those eyes, envisioned a terrifying scene of countless corpses and rivers of blood, their spirits shaken and bodies trembling. With a resounding roar, the radiance surrounding the barefooted figure in crimson robes began to diminish. Once those eyes became the sole focus of the cosmos, it appeared as if the ice had reached its breaking point. A series of cracking sounds echoed, and something began to shatter. Was this the bloodthirsty beast? The aura was so formidable that even the heavenly tribulation emperor felt a jolt of surprise and tremor within his being. How could such a powerful bloodthirsty creature exist in the depths of the ocean? In an instant, the appearance of the crimson-robed figure seemed to render everything around him beyond his control. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation emperor gazed upon the scene of boundless ice and drifting snow below him. Such a display of power was something he, too, could not replicate, and a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. This was the abyssal ocean, a realm not to be traversed by just anyone. Suddenly, a chilling explosion of bloodthirst permeated the atmosphere. The dazzling eyes of the figure sharpened, and a wave of energy surged forth, sending ripples across the expanse, accompanied by an overwhelming will that resonated in the minds of every soul beast present, including those observing from the surrounding waters. The expression of the heavenly tribulation emperor shifted dramatically, yet it was too late for him to intervene. Moreover, he felt a powerful mental onslaught, compelling him to divert his focus. This was a dual freezing effect, affecting both body and spirit. The heavenly tribulation emperor's gaze grew grave as blood-red snowflakes began to fall within his mental ocean, an exceedingly bizarre sight. He realized that he was not only experiencing an excruciating chill in his body, but also in his spiritual realm. With a splitting headache, he let out a furious roar. But thankfully, due to his formidable physical prowess and mental fortitude, he managed to endure. However, the astonishment within him intensified. If such immense power could be unleashed from a widespread soul technique, what would happen if it were directed fully against him? His target was the entire horde of ice sea soul beasts. With this thought, the heavenly tribulation emperor's eyes widened in horror as trepidation began to grip his heart. As the Empyrean was simultaneously besieged by a dual freeze of both body and spirit, the vast expanse of the ocean below began to tremble. With the sounds of cracking ice intensifying, it became evident that within the various battlegrounds across this blood-soaked sea, the deep crimson blood-eating eels were instantaneously encased in ice, only to shatter into fragments shortly thereafter. Even in the deep-sea arena, where two ancient blood-eating eels of 100,000 years clashed with the three-eyed shrimp king, and those entangled with the jade-horned serpent emperor above, as well as the mad emperor and the wrath emperor on the ocean floor, faced the same fate. Lacking the formidable strength of the Empyrean, they too succumbed to a dual freeze of body and spirit, their souls extinguished in an instant. This all transpired within the blink of an eye, leaving most soul beasts still reeling from the shock of the blood-robed figure's sudden appearance, only to be obliterated without a trace of pain, transforming seamlessly into soul rings. At this moment, the entire world, the vast ocean, fell into a profound silence, with even the Empyrean and the watching soul beasts surrounding him rendered mute. The powerful will that had descended upon this place surged violently. The observing soul beast in the surrounding waters gazed in astonishment at the celestial upheaval, feeling the chilling embrace of the sea. As the cacophony of cracking ice echoed through the blood sea, their pupils began to tremble. Many soul beasts gasped in shock, their hearts racing in fear. The blood-robed figure's words still reverberating in their minds. How could this be possible? Every icebound soul beast exploded. The devastation occurring in the frozen blood sea appeared exceedingly brutal to them. Even those who had lived for tens of thousands or even 100,000 years were left aghast, for such a scene was indeed rare in their lengthy existence. What is happening? What kind of soul skill is this? This method is truly terrifying. They realized that a monumental event was unfolding. One that would reverberate across the three great ocean territories. All the icebound soul beasts had been annihilated in seconds? My heavens! This is simply inconceivable. Is this the ferocity of a beast? The previous stunned silence transformed into a fervent uproar among the various soul beasts as they gazed at the blood-robed figure at the center of the blood sea. Their excitement palpable. Who is this blood-robed figure? Such a terrifying aura, an aura of 700,000 years. Moreover, it emanates a chilling bloodlust. Could it be a bloodthirsty beast of such formidable cultivation? Beside him, the conch was equally stunned. The brilliance of that aura was so overwhelming that even from a distance, it sent shivers through his soul, extinguishing any fighting spirit within him. Aside from the Sea Princess and the Blood Emperor, is this the third being of 700,000 years of cultivation that I have encountered? Who is he? The conch pondered, bewildered. This is the bloodthirsty beast that the Azure Emperor subdued. He was not taken into the blood prison by the Azure Emperor. A nearby companion expressed astonishment. The Azure Emperor? Are you saying this is the bloodthirsty beast captured by the Azure Emperor? The conch was taken aback. How can this be? While it possesses a tremendous bloodlust, unmistakably a bloodthirsty beast, I can still sense its overwhelming will, existing within this ocean and permeating the very fabric of this realm. Those eyes are not the eyes of a mere bloodthirsty beast. Could it be the Blood Demon King? But the Blood Demon King's cultivation has already reached 790,000 years, and this creature before us is evidently a highly unique bloodthirsty beast, possessing absolute intelligence. Could it be that the Azure Emperor, in evading the blood prison, chose to seize the body of the bloodthirsty beast as a means of escape? The conch speculated, gasping in astonishment. Seizing a body? That seems unlikely. When the Azure Emperor clashed with the Emperor of Slaughter on the bloodthirsty path, I was also in the distance cultivating at that time, and I sensed this aura from the bloodthirsty beast, which is unchanged from now. However, upon reflection, what stands out as most peculiar is that the aura of the Azure Emperor and that of the bloodthirsty beast are identical. Even the Azure Emperor's appearance at that time matched that of this blood-robed figure, albeit he wore azure robes back then. His companion shook his head in confusion, clearly perplexed. So, you mean to say that their auras are identical? Their wills are the same? They are both the Azure Emperor? The conch was momentarily speechless. Throughout the entirety of the Douluo world, both ancient and modern, such an enigmatic occurrence as this has never been witnessed. Perhaps only the Azure Emperor knows the truth of this matter. However, it now seems that this battle, which has only unified the depths of the ocean for less than a decade, is on the verge of a grand resurgence. With the end of the ice explosion, the entire ocean returned to its original state, though the sky remained shrouded in gloom. The vast ocean no longer harbored a single deep crimson blood-eating eel, and consequently, the blood sea had vanished. At this time, the bloodied hands upon the ocean's surface transformed into mere seawater, and even the ice-encased tsunami followed suit, cascading down into the depths below. The surface of the sea was now dotted with some icebound deep crimson blood-eating eels, resembling towering icebergs, with most being fragments of ice. Varying in size, though the smaller pieces were predominant. As for the soul beasts dwelling in the abyssal depths, they too stood frozen in astonishment. The crimson vampire eels they had been battling moments ago had, before their very eyes, one by one, transformed into blocks of ice. They had borne witness to this entire spectacle unfolding in real time. Now, shimmering lights coalesced in clusters, while black and purple soul rings scattered across the expanse, painting a breathtakingly majestic scene at a single glance. In the midst of the blood-soaked sea, the crimson figure emanated a terrifying aura that, rather than instilling a sense of oppression, evoked an inexplicable familiarity. That presence belonged to the master. Both the abyssal shadow dragon beast and the celestial azure fish dragon beast were momentarily taken aback. They had long heard whispers of Su Qingyu's ability to take human form. Yet the aura radiating from the blood-robed figure upon the waves left them perplexed. The Master's aura was not this potent. And had he not been confined to the blood prison? Though familiar, this presence was more about will than soul energy, indeed. It was not a manifestation of soul power at all. The abyssal shadow dragon beast gazed at the sanguine figure in confusion. Due to their soul contract, they easily discerned that this was indeed Su Qingyu, yet they were bewildered by the transformation he had undergone. The original Su Qingyu possessed an exquisite life attribute, exuding a refreshing aura akin to a gentle spring breeze, which starkly contrasted with the bloodthirsty and brutal essence of the figure before them. This was the power of blood slaughter. At that moment, the abyssal shadow dragon beast and the celestial azure fish dragon beast observed familiar silhouettes emerging around them. The jade-horned serpent king, the deep-sea demon octopus king, the three-eyed terror shrimp king, and the deep-sea sponge that had fought alongside them. Even the demon soul albatross descended upon the deep-sea demon octopus king's tentacles, while the deep-sea giant leech king and the bloodthirsty crab king appeared from the depths of the battlefield. What was happening? Just moments ago, I had been entangled in a fierce struggle with the detestable mad emperor and the furious emperor at the seabed, and now, in an instant, they had been transformed into ice, shattered into fragments, completely vanquished. The deep-sea giant leech king, astonished, exclaimed, "I sensed an immense aura emerging from the deep sea," followed by a chilling sensation as if emanating from my very bones, and the two ancient blood-sucking eels I was battling instantly turned to ice and subsequently exploded. The three-eyed terror shrimp king, though not as astounded as the deep-sea giant leech king, expressed his surprise. Could this be the Master's new soul technique? The jade-horned serpent king also appeared taken aback. He truly is the master. Upon this declaration, the bloodthirsty crab king, deep-sea giant leech king, abyssal shadow dragon beast, celestial azure fish dragon beast, blue-ringed water mother king, demon soul albatross, and deep-sea sponge all felt a surge of recognition. Even Ji Shui has arrived. It is indeed the master. To be able to stand upon Ji Shui's back with such ease, there was no other in the entire abyssal depths besides Su Qingyu. In an instant, they all comprehended the reality before them. At this moment, the jade-horned serpent king and the deep-sea demon octopus king exchanged a glance, both perceiving the ease reflected in each other's eyes. Previously, after Su Qingyu was imprisoned in the blood prison, the blood-fiend unicorn beast swiftly transformed into a strand of sea soul grass, which was then draped upon the deep-sea demon octopus king. Indeed, as Su Qingyu had surmised, the formidable blood-fiend unicorn beast did not accompany Su Qingyu's true form into the blood prison, but instead returned to the mixed zone of blood-fiend road alongside the deep-sea demon chapter king, reuniting with the jade-horned serpent emperor and the three-eyed fearsome shrimp king in the profound depths of the sea. The master had long anticipated that after he and Zihua were punished in the blood prison, should the blood emperor discover that he was responsible for the annihilation of the blood eel, both the Wudi and the Mie emperor would undoubtedly seek retribution, inevitably unleashing their wrath upon our entire domain of extreme deep sea. Thus, the master had begun preparations well in advance. The deep-sea demon chapter king elucidated that this was the genesis of the present scenario, aimed at weakening the prowess of the Ice Sea Deep Red Blood Eel clan, while simultaneously using this battle as a warning to other forces that frequently invaded our extreme deep-sea domain. This confrontation significantly undermined the strength of the Ice Sea faction and showcased the might of our extreme deep sea, allowing it to once again firmly establish itself among the three great sea domains. The deep-sea demon chapter king was visibly exhilarated. This had been his lifelong aspiration. Once a realm marked by weakness, division, and scarcity, the extreme deep sea now emerged before the public in a renewed guise. Moreover, the forthcoming encounter with the Ice Sea Soul Beast Tide served as a critical test for the entire Shadow Department, Dark Department, and Soul Beast Academy. Overall, their performances were commendable. I had initially prepared to intervene when you were in peril, yet I discovered that even in the face of the overwhelming Ice Sea Soul Beast Tide, whose might far surpassed our own and whose numbers were tenfold, we still managed to withstand the onslaught, particularly on the Blood Sea battlefield, which filled me with immense satisfaction. The Deep Sea Demon Chapter King remarked approvingly. Indeed, prior to the Demon Chapter's arrival, he mentioned he might be preoccupied today, yet it appeared that he had not even moved a single tentacle. The three-eyed fearsome Shrimp King chuckled in response. The Deep Sea Demon Chapter King sighed, attributing this to a lack of understanding of the three great dark departments and the Soul Beast Academy's capabilities, never anticipating that you all would prove to be such formidable entities. The Shadow Department had also made significant contributions this time. In this instance, Yinglong, Tiansong, Lanhun, Chuanxin, and Mianbao, you five have performed exceptionally well. Your coordination was superb, effectively leading the Soul Beast Academy and members of the 3 dark departments in a robust defense against the Ice Sea Soul Beast tide, qualifying you as commendable leaders and captains. Simultaneously, the individual combat prowess displayed was remarkably fierce, demonstrating to the other sea factions our true strength and dispelling any notions that our extreme deep sea was indeed so frail. The Deep Sea Demon Chapter King appeared visibly stirred. The Deep Sea Giant Leech King and the Bloodthirsty Crab King exchanged glances, both overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions. As the original 5 great clans of the Profound Abyss, they could not help but reflect on the masterful tactics employed. Indeed, this time, the Ice Sea Deep Crimson Blood Eel has met its match. Upon the revelation to the 3 dark factions and the Soul Beast Academy that the blood-robed human was indeed the embodiment of the Azure Emperor, a surge of fervor erupted among them. Truly, our master. From the depths of the ocean, a genuine and unparalleled ferocious beast has emerged. Ha ha. Such a formidable soul technique. That recent move was cataclysmic, obliterating the entire tide of soul beasts in the Ice Sea with a single strike. Undoubtedly, our master is extraordinary. Chapter 98. The Blood Emperor approaches. Most members of the 3 dark factions were personally summoned by Su Qingyu and had encountered him before. However, witnessing him transformed into human form for the first time, now as the bloodthirsty, uniquely horned beast, was an unparalleled experience. Yet, that potent aura remained unmistakably unchanged. The soul beasts of the Soul Beast Academy possess remarkable intelligence, their cultivation levels varying significantly, yet their prowess is undeniably formidable. They are primarily the Sea Army de la Sea Army of soul beasts discovered by the 3 major dark factions within the depths of the ocean, subsequently recruited into the academy by the Abyssal Shadow Dragon Beast and the Celestial Azure Fish Dragon Beast. Each one of them can be regarded as a prodigy among soul beasts. However, due to Su Qingyu's training on the Bloodslaughter path, this marks the first encounter for them with him. At this moment, their gazes towards Su Qingyu are filled with a kaleidoscope of emotions, predominantly curiosity and admiration. After the cataclysmic Blood Sea Ice explosion, the Emperor of Calamity in the sky was momentarily taken aback, observing the devastation of the vast ocean below. Along with the floating crimson blood-eating eels resembling icebergs, he felt his entire being stiffen, leaving him momentarily dazed. The sudden appearance of the blood-robed, barefoot figure was too unexpected, and the instant he manifested, he unleashed a tempestuous force. Coupled with the overwhelming impact of the will from the sea of consciousness, the Emperor found himself unable to react. It was inconceivable. At this moment, the Calamity Emperor, realizing the gravity of the situation, let out a furious roar, his crimson eyes widening to their fullest extent as they fixated intently on the diminutive figure clad in blood-red robes below. The overwhelming aura of bloodlust was unmistakable. It was indeed the blood-fiend soul beast. Recalling the tidings regarding the Azure Emperor, the Calamity Emperor, not one to be easily deceived, finally comprehended the truth. Was he not the very blood-fiend beast tamed by the Azure Emperor? His head was flooded with a surge of blood, his scales slightly protruding more than usual, and his gaze had turned a vivid shade of red. As a blood-fiend beast that had existed for 700,000 years, he possessed the formidable capability to obliterate 200,000-year-old behemoths, the Frenzied Emperor and the Wrath Emperor, within a mere instant, or even annihilate 4 10,000-year-old soul beasts along with thousands of 1,000-year-old soul beasts, within the span of a heartbeat. The entirety of the Ice Sea Soul Beast horde had been decimated, a loss that struck the Calamity Emperor's heart with the force of a thunderclap. Cursed blood-fiend beast. In this expedition into the depths of the Ice Sea, only the Calamity Emperor remained alive. The others had all transformed into mere soul rings, including the 2 formidable beasts he had brought from his clan, the Frenzied Emperor and the Wrath Emperor, both of whom had perished. This catastrophic loss left him unable to face the Blood Emperor. With a thunderous roar, the Calamity Emperor's wrath caused the blood clouds in the sky to coalesce once more, as his colossal form surged towards Su Qingyu. At this moment, he was utterly consumed by rage. Sensing the blood clouds gathering above, Su Qingyu lifted his gaze slightly. Holding a pristine white jade orb in his hands, he stood barefoot upon the surface of the sea, untouched by a single drop of water. Observing the Calamity Emperor in his frenzied state, Su Qingyu shook his head and mused. Oh, Calamity Emperor. Would it not have been wiser to remain in the IC rather than venture into my profound depths? Yet, since you have chosen to come, may you remain here forever. My profound depths have only recently been unified and desperately require a formidable conflict to quell the unrest in the border regions. And here you are? But this battle is entirely of your own making. Having spent many years living alongside soul beasts and traversing the chaotic depths, Su Qingyu's mindset leaned more towards the side of the soul beasts. Once he decided to take action, he would show no mercy. The bloodthirsty and ferocious beast, Su Qingyu, stands in stark contrast to the noble aura of the azure dragon, Su Qingyu. The bloodthirsty beast is suffused with the essence of bloodshed, not merely its soul core, but every inch of its flesh resonates with a savage, bloodlustful energy. Upon returning from the bloodshed path, I also brought back the snow jade pearl. To my astonishment, infusing it with the power of bloodshed yielded such formidable might. Simultaneously, Su Qingyu couldn't help but reflect on the pristine white pearl in his grasp. The illustrious snow jade pearl, a top-tier treasure of the 10th grade, discovered by the purple fire in the depths of the chaotic realm. The purple fire recognized that the snow jade pearl held little utility within the blood prison, as its utilization demands an immense reservoir of soul power, which the peculiar conditions of the blood prison simply could not sustain. Thus, the bloodthirsty beast, Su Qingyu, brought it back to the profound ocean depths. However, Su Qingyu discovered that when he infused the snow jade pearl with the power of blood slaughter in place of soul force, the originally frigid sword techniques of the snow jade pearl underwent a transformation. They evolved into a dual assault that encompassed both spirit and body, manifesting as the more ferocious blood slaughter ice seal, blood slaughter ice blast, and the 3 strokes of blood slaughter ice sword. Just moments ago, Su Qingyu had annihilated a multitude of IC soul beasts solely with the initial 2 techniques, Blood Slaughter Ice Seal and Blood Slaughter Ice Blast. Heavenly Calamity Emperor, allow me to witness the extent of your 500,000 years of cultivation and the might it can unleash. As he beheld the furious and tumultuous advance of the Heavenly Calamity Emperor, Su Qingyu's gaze turned icy. In an instant, a colossal blood slaughter unicorn beast materialized in the sky. This creature, a 4-legged being with a single horn, possessed an immense physique that obscured the sun. Its entire form adorned with blood-red scales that now reflected a chilling luster. The eyes, transformed into a dark golden hue, revealed not a trace of emotion. The blood-red horn atop its head was strikingly conspicuous, as if it intended to pierce the distant heavens above. A few mottled marks lingered upon the horn, emanating an aura of profound antiquity. When the bloodthirsty horned beast made its appearance above this expansive sea, an overwhelming wave of sanguinary ferocity swept across the realm, instantaneously dissipating the blood clouds that the Emperor of Calamity had just summoned. A rumble echoed, as if the very fabric of the universe trembled in response. Flashes of lightning flickered in the brooding sky, momentarily illuminating the ominous atmosphere, accompanied by the persistent roar of thunder. Beneath the formidable presence of the horned beast, the surface of the sea began to churn violently, and in mere moments, it formed a colossal vortex. What has invoked a tremendous vortex is the blood spiral sphere from the mouth of the fearsome beast, the blood fiend, at this very moment. That sphere, resembling a bloodstone, appears as if it were crafted by the heavens, with an intense and tumultuous force of blood energy that sets the very fabric of space rippling. In this instant, the blood spiral sphere suddenly detached from Su Qingyu and surged toward the Calamity Emperor with great velocity. As the moment the formidable unicorn blood fiend beast emerged unfolded, the Emperor of Calamity found himself utterly transfixed. The corporeal form of the bloodthirsty beast, which had existed for an astounding 700 millennia, was something he had never encountered. Even in the most chaotic realms, and its sheer magnitude was beyond his imagination. Gazing upon the creature, whose colossal frame obscured the very sky, he could not help but swallow hard. The unicorn blood fiend beast resembled an unbroken chain of crimson mountains stretching for thousands of meters, and the Emperor felt that a mere swipe from its appendage could reduce him to nothing more than a smear of flesh. Indeed, even a single finger of this behemoth dwarfed him entirely. The sight of its metallic, impervious crimson scales and the swiftly approaching blood fiend spiral bomb sent a chill coursing through his heart. Flee. In that moment of existential peril, all of the Emperor's fury extinguished, and he cursed inwardly. That was a creature of 700 millennia, capable of crushing him with a mere digit. What a fool he had been. Were the blood fiend beast endowed with intelligence? Even other beasts of equivalent rank and cultivation would think twice before provoking it, let alone his own modest 500,000-year-old self. This was beyond my capacity to confront. Survival was paramount. Blood Emperor, come quickly. With a roar, the Emperor turned and fled, his desire to linger in that place evaporating in an instant. Chapter 99. A path left open at this moment, the immense blood fiend spiral bomb was perilously close to him. Its ominous energy resonating and causing his body to tense involuntarily. From the spiral bomb, he sensed an aura of desolation, as though it shimmered with the light of death itself. The formidable power generated by the unicorn blood fiend beast's manifestation of the spiral bomb was terrifying. Su Qingyu was exceedingly confident that a single blood fiend spiral bomb could annihilate beasts with cultivation surpassing 600,000 years, let alone the Emperor of Calamity, who was merely 500,000 years old. Blood Emperor, save me. The Emperor of Calamity bellowed once more as he sped toward the northern icy seas, unleashing the full potential of a 500,000-year-old beast. In the face of life-threatening crisis, his power surged beyond its usual limits, generating a tempest in the skies as he raced. In that moment, he cast aside all notions of dignity. A singular thought consumed him. He must evade the impending impact of the blood fiend spiral bomb at all costs. Moreover, one must swiftly distance oneself from that sinister unicorn blood fiend, for lingering near it even for a mere second diminishes the chance of survival exponentially. Seeking to flee? It is too late. Blood fiend's ice seal. At this moment, Su Qingyu's dark golden eyes betrayed no emotion, this time. The blood fiend's ice seal was employed as a means to ensnare the enemy. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed as walls of ice materialized one after another in the path of the Calamity Emperor, towering to heights of 10,000 meters, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. What? The Calamity Emperor's expression shifted as a myriad of lights radiated from his being. From above, a crimson beam of light emerged, violently striking the icy barrier before him. The crimson beam, akin to a single droplet of water, splashed against the massive ice, vanishing without a trace. Yet the ice wall remained utterly unchanged, effortlessly withstanding the onslaught without leaving a single mark. The Calamity Emperor was momentarily stunned before unleashing another crimson beam. But the ice wall stood resolute, as unyielding as adamantine. How could this be possible? The Calamity Emperor found it hard to believe. Why does this blood fiend possess such formidable abilities? Frustration welled within him. It was one thing for the unicorn blood fiend to possess intelligence, but to wield the power to freeze the very heavens and summon walls of ice was beyond comprehension. With my 700,000 years of cultivation and the might of blood fiend's power, augmented by a treasure of unparalleled quality, how could a mere Calamity Emperor hope to breach this? Observing the Calamity Emperor's helplessness, Su Qingyu could not help but smirk. As the blood fiend spiral surged toward the Calamity Emperor once more. With no means to break through, the Calamity Emperor had no choice but to take a detour. Yet despite changing directions multiple times, it proved futile. The existence of those ice walls shattered his spirit. To the deep sea. Sensing the imminent approach of the blood fiend spiral, the Calamity Emperor resolved to dive beneath the waves. In the depths, his strength would be significantly enhanced, far safer than in the sky above. However, the moment he touched the surface of the ocean, the entire expanse beneath him was instantly encased in ice. In panic seized the Calamity Emperor. I will break through. There he was, half of his body pressing against the icy surface. His head tilted back as he repeatedly slammed against it. The resounding crashes echoed far and wide, yet despair gripped him anew as the ice refused to shatter, revealing its formidable thickness. Even as he plummeted from the skies, striking with crimson beams, bloodied hands, and clawing talons, he could not pierce the blood fiend's ice seal in the slightest. In that moment, the Calamity Emperor was akin to a trapped rat, frantically thrashing about in a cage. The entire body, even the head, was drenched in blood, with the head adorned with several large swellings. Yet, in comparison to the haunting fear of death, the warlord felt no trace of pain in that moment. What to do? What to do? The Blood Emperor's will had already descended here. He must be aware of the emergence of this bloodthirsty beast. However, even at full speed, it would take him several minutes to arrive. If I can just endure for a little over 10 minutes until the Blood Emperor reaches me, I shall survive. Ascend once more into the sky. Gritting his teeth, the warlord soared back into the heights. Although at their level they could maintain a safe distance from the sea, even remaining far from it for extended periods without risking their lives, their strength would still be diminished when away from the ocean. As he ventured into the depths of the ocean, the Emperor of Calamity found himself ensnared by an impenetrable ice wall, rendering him incapable of breaking through. In that moment of desperation, with the surface of the sea frozen, he was compelled to take the perilous risk of ascending to the heights above the ice wall. Upon reaching that elevated realm, his powers would be significantly diminished. However, the Emperor had no alternative. Remaining stationary would only lead to his demise. Should he be struck by a blood spiral bullet? With determination, he gritted his teeth and propelled himself forward once more. As Su Qingyu witnessed the Emperor of Calamity darting into the sky, his dark golden eyes gleamed with anticipation. I deliberately left this path open for you, the sky, where you'll be nothing but a living target. Just as the Emperor of Calamity soared past the ice walls, a fleeting sense of relief washed over him, until, in an instant, the frozen barriers beneath him shattered into countless fragments. From the ruins of the ice, blades of frost materialized, filling the expanse above the sea. Tens of thousands of gleaming swords hovered in the air, an overwhelming sight to behold. All the blades of the ice swords shimmered with a sanguine hue. And in an instant, a thick fog enveloped the entire sky. Blood Emperor, save me! The Calamity Emperor cried out, his eyes filled with terror. He sensed that the Blood Emperor was perilously close, and even the frozen expanse of the sea began to tremble. The ominous presence was about to descend upon this maritime expanse. At that moment, Su Qingyu slightly turned his head, clearly sensing it. The Blood Emperor? Alas, you have arrived too late. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Qingyu's eyes, Blood Fiend Ice Cold Sword. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. Boom. All the Blood Fiend Ice Cold Swords surged forth, creating a tremor that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. This overwhelming force drew the gaze of every onlooker, causing even the most formidable wills to retreat from the domain of the Blood Fiend Ice Cold Sword. This was the most fundamental respect accorded to a formidable adversary. It was evident that Su Qingyu, at this moment, was no longer a being they could contend with. This strike was capable of annihilating the vast majority among them. At this moment, the Emperor of Calamity was utterly terrified, his very soul trembling in fear. Suddenly, his body erupted with an overwhelming radiance. As blood-red clouds once again gathered in the sky, all the soul energy from within his soul core surged forth, coalescing into a crimson shield formed by an endless cascade of bloodlight and swirling blood clouds. At the moment the shield was formed, the Blood Slaughter Ice-Cold Sword arrived in the blink of an eye. Upon contact, the sword shattered the shield with an unstoppable force, maintaining its form while only losing a hint of crimson from its blade. Qing Di, dare you? A surge of willpower suddenly descended, although the figure had yet to arrive. The roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, momentarily halting all Blood Slaughter Ice-Cold Swords. Chapter 100. The Grief of the Catastrophe Emperor. Blood Emperor. The Catastrophe Emperor rejoiced, as if he had grasped the last life-saving straw. As long as the Blood Emperor arrived, not only would his life be secured, but together they could confront the Blood Slaughter Unicorn Beast. The Catastrophe Emperor was confident that they possessed a formidable chance to annihilate it right then and there. The anomalies within the heavens and the earth caused Su Qingyu, the ferocious beast of the Blood Fiend, to narrow his golden eyes. The obstruction posed by the Blood Emperor intensified his desire to annihilate the Calamity Emperor. At this moment, Su Qingyu seemed oblivious to the formidable will descending from the cosmos, even to the Blood Emperor's audible warnings. The Blood Fiend's frost sword continued to sweep across the sky with overwhelming force, its immense power causing the very fabric of the world to tremble. Countless crimson beams of light intertwined with white radiance, as nearly 10,000 frost swords surged forth. An array of blood-colored sword lights traversed the air, illuminating the firmament in a resplendent display. Suddenly, the Calamity Emperor's eyes widened, his entire being shuddered, and faint sounds emanated from within him, resonating clearly in his ears. In that fleeting moment, even the howling of the frost swords around him began to fade, and the darting lights appeared to slow and blur before his eyes, an overwhelming fatigue rendering him utterly powerless. Countless beams of light pierced through him, leaving innumerable holes in the Calamity Emperor's form, as a chilling sensation rapidly spread throughout his body. Even the blood from his wounds was encased in ice, while white frost began to form on the surface of his body, gradually enveloping him entirely. In an instant, the Calamity Emperor's consciousness began to dissipate in his hazy vision. He could perceive the endless crimson light encircling him. With a thunderous roar, the infinite bloodlight surged, causing the heavens and earth to resonate. In the vast expanse above, a striking red soul ring caught the eye, adorned with 5 distinctly visible golden patterns, signifying its origin from a ferocious beast that had attained an astonishing 50,000 years of cultivation. Even a unique skeletal fragment radiated a brilliant light, now encased in ice. As the 10,000-year soul beast perished, exquisite soul bones were sure to emerge. In an instant, a terrifying wave swept through all directions. The Calamity Emperor, after the dissolution of consciousness, lingered in the sky for merely 2 seconds before plummeting to the ground. Shatter. Upon witnessing this, Su Qingyu uttered a single word, and the entire frozen sea immediately reverted to its frozen state. With a resounding boom, the colossal form of the Calamity Emperor plunged into the depths of the ocean, causing turbulent waves to surge violently. Suddenly, colossal soul beasts emerged from the ocean's surface, their immense tentacles ensnaring the body of the Calamity Emperor with an unyielding grip. These formidable entities were the shadowy soul beasts of the deep-sea demon whale king, who had long been prepared for this moment. Gazing up at the menacing, uniquely horned blood fiend, the creature's eyes shimmered with admiration and reflection. The three leaders of the dark forces, along with the two deans of the Soul Beast Academy, had set forth to command a multitude of soul beasts, tasked with devouring the deep crimson blood eels that proliferated across the seas and even transporting massive icebergs to the northern islands of the jade-horned serpent domain, all in a fervent flurry of activity. After all, when it came to confronting the Calamity Emperor, they found themselves utterly powerless to intervene. The jade-horned serpent emperor and the deep-sea demon king, accompanied by numerous members of the Shadow Division, awaited the outcome, evidently placing immense trust in Su Qingyu's prowess. True to their expectations, within less than half an hour, the Calamity Emperor fell. The members of the Shadow Division engaged in fervent discussions, their excitement palpable. "Who would have imagined that our master would truly slay the Calamity Emperor?" exclaimed the deep-sea giant leech king, marveling. "This beast is cultivated for 500,000 years. With just a single strike, it was vanquished in an instant. Truly formidable." The bloodthirsty crab king, equally incredulous, noted that this was his and the deep-sea giant leech king's first encounter with Su Qingyu, and they were filled with wonder at his initial appearance. Indeed, no matter how the Calamity Emperor attempted to escape, he could not elude this maritime domain. The three-eyed fearsome shrimp king added, "Alas, I wonder when I shall reach the level our master currently possesses." The deep-sea giant leech king sighed, "To attain 700,000 years? I can scarcely fathom it. Surviving the first calamity of ferocious beasts would be a remarkable feat. If I cannot even ensure that, I might have to transform into a human." The bloodthirsty crab king shook his head. "Very well, dead crab. When you do transform into a human, do remember to inform me. Consuming you would certainly enhance my chances of overcoming the calamity of ferocious beasts." The deep-sea giant leech king chuckled. "Oh, how dare you covet my essence?" retorted the bloodthirsty crab king, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. The deep-sea demon king, feeling helpless, acknowledged that among the 5 great factions in the depths of the ocean, the closest bond was indeed between the bloodthirsty crab king and the deep-sea giant leech king. Their strengths were comparable, their combat styles largely similar, and they had been in camaraderie for nearly 100,000 years. In fact, the previous deep-sea giant leech king had perished at the hands of the current deep-sea giant leech king and the bloodthirsty crab king, leading to the latter's rise as the new leader of the deep-sea giant leech clan, a feat for which the bloodthirsty crab king was undeniably instrumental. It was widely known that the bloodthirsty crab king had pursued the deep-sea giant leech king for several millennia. However, a nearly unanimous opposition arose from their respective clans, leading to frequent skirmishes between high-ranking members of the deep-sea giant leech and the bloodthirsty crab, compelling both to intervene personally to resolve conflicts. The bloodthirsty crab king had once witnessed the terrifying spectacle of the deep-sea giant louse king indulging in gluttony, voraciously devouring food with an insatiable appetite, reminiscent of a mythical beast. Thus, affectionately, she referred to him as Dada's sister. In response to this, the deep-sea giant louse king even refrained from eating for 5 long years, yet he could not persuade the bloodthirsty crab king to alter her address. Now, after countless millennia, he had grown accustomed to it. At this moment, confronted by the playful banter of the bloodthirsty crab king, the deep-sea demon chapter king remained silent, merely gazing quietly at the heavens. He could sense a formidable presence approaching this maritime realm with remarkable swiftness. The Blood Emperor and the deep-sea giant leech king, along with the newly ascended jade-horned serpent emperor and the three-eyed horror shrimp king, all sensed the ominous presence. Blood Emperor. They realized that the source of the aura belonged to the current foremost powerhouse of the IC, the Blood Emperor. Indeed, the Blood Emperor had arrived, and it seemed that their master intended to settle matters once and for all. If the Blood Emperor were to perish, the ascendants of the abyssal depths would face no further threats, the deep-sea demon chapter king silently contemplated. However, their master had yet to truly transcend the 70,000-year tribulation, placing him merely on the threshold of a formidable beast, while the Blood Emperor had long surpassed the tribulations of a beast for thousands of years. Now, pitted against the multifaceted tactics of the Blood Emperor, this battle would prove exceedingly arduous, causing the deep-sea demon chapter king to harbor some concerns. Chapter 101. No need for worry, sister. On the surface of the sea, the deep-sea demon chapter king glanced at Su Qingyu, noting the latter's slight nod of acknowledgement. which filled him with understanding. Turning away, he then declared, "Let us depart. Following our master's instructions, we shall first transport the body of the Tribulation Emperor back to the Northern Island. As for the Blood Emperor, we must leave that to our master." The deep-sea demon whale king, with its powerful tentacles, heaved the massive, frozen body of the Tribulation Emperor, swimming toward the northern island of the Jade-Horned Serpent domain. While the Jade-Horned Serpent Emperor and the three-eyed Horror Shrimp King followed closely behind, observing the frozen form of the Tribulation Emperor. The deep-sea giant leech king exchanged glances with the bloodthirsty crab king, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The flesh of a soul beast with 500,000 years of cultivation was an extraordinary supplement, offering immense benefits to them. It could be said that with this 500,000 years of soul beast flesh, their chances of transcending the beast tribulation would increase exponentially. Jadehorn's sister. Do you think our master will reward us with some of the Tribulation Emperor's flesh? The deep-sea giant leech king inquired discreetly. Fear not, sister. The Jade-Horned Serpent Emperor responded with a smile. Our master has already stated that bringing the Tribulation Emperor back to the Northern Island, along with many high-age deep crimson blood eels, would be for us to consume. After this, I believe that the overall strength of the soul beast in the abyssal depths will experience a significant enhancement. Indeed, everyone performed admirably in facing the trial of the ice-sea soul beast tide. Our master mentioned that he wow in the blink of an eye. All the soul beasts venturing into the depths of the sea were utterly annihilated, igniting a furious wrath within him. Boom. At this moment, in a reckless abandon reminiscent of a death wish, the colossal figure of the Blood Emperor charged towards the fearsome blood fiend, Su Qingyu. Though his stature was dwarfed by Su Qingyu, the explosive force he unleashed was nonetheless immense, splitting the heavens and the earth into a tableau of blood clouds and icy snow. In mere moments, the two engaged in a series of fierce clashes, each collision stemming purely from their physical might. The terrifying sounds of impact reverberated across the entire sea, akin to the cataclysmic rending of the cosmos. A violent tumult surged forth, leaving countless soul beasts in a state of shock, while an increasing number of them emerged from the tumultuous depths in the icy seas. Clearly, a battle between such formidable beasts, aged 70,000 years, was an extraordinarily rare spectacle across the three vast oceans. A plethora of powerful wills descended upon the skies of this domain, their fluctuations intensifying with fervor. This confrontation captivated the attention of all mighty factions within the three oceans. Even the Demon Emperor projected his will into this realm, causing the eyes of all surrounding soul beasts to widen in astonishment. Qing Emperor, your aura is unmistakable. No matter what means you employ to escape that blood prison, today, as the overseer of the blood prison, I shall enact justice upon you here. The Blood Emperor bellowed in rage upon sensing the presence of the Demon Emperor's will. As the Blood Emperor uttered these words, the formidable wills gathered here began to ripple with unrest. Even the surrounding soul beasts observing the battle started murmuring among themselves. Indeed, shouldn't the Green Emperor be imprisoned in the Blood Dungeon? How could he appear here? Could it truly be as the Blood Emperor said, that the Green Emperor escaped from the Blood Dungeon? Impossible. The Blood Dungeon is under the direct surveillance of the Demon Sovereign. Every soul beast entering or leaving is known to him. How could anyone escape? Then how's the Green Emperor here in the Abyssal Sea? A white seashell's voice suddenly drew the attention of the surrounding soul beasts. From what I know, the true Green Emperor is a 160,000-year-old golden-eyed azure dragon king, possessing the ultimate attribute of life. Yet this unicorn blood fiend before us is a 700,000-year-old blood fiend beast. But my companion mentioned their auras are identical. Thus, I suspect this unicorn blood fiend has been possessed by the Green Emperor through some arcane method, becoming a second vessel, a shared consciousness. In other words, the Green Emperor's true body remains in the Blood Dungeon, while this 700,000-year-old blood fiend is merely his avatar. Moreover, his ability to freeze 1,000 miles likely stems from an 11th tier treasure. The revelation sent shockwaves through the gathered soul beasts, stirring unrest. Chapter 102, The Unicorn's Ascension and Avatar? Such a forbidden technique exists? Many soul beasts were astounded. One even exclaimed, if that's true, couldn't I just capture a group of blood fiend beasts, designate one as my avatar, and have it devour the others to ascend effortlessly? The idea exploded like a bomb, igniting fervor among the beasts. Perhaps this blood fiend beast was obtained by the Green Emperor through such means. By the heavens, is such a thing possible? How did he achieve it? Yet some scoffed, an avatar? In my 100,000 years of life, traversing the three great seas, I've never heard of such a thing. This is mere speculation. The white seashell clarified. Indeed, it is only my conjecture. Do not take it as fact. I was merely curious. For the Green Emperor was previously unknown to us. A companion teased, Falu, to think even you would face skepticism one day. Falu? The IC Falu? The name sent ripples of recognition through the crowd. The title Falu the Skybane was renowned across the three great seas. Falu the Skybane? The one who enforces the IC's flight prohibition? He has emerged from seclusion. Even the 100,000-year-old soul beast who had doubted earlier fell silent. A young voice whispered, Brother, who is this Falu the Skybane? Little Bebe, you wouldn't know. Remember the IC Feather Island I took you to? Of course. The island was vast, with many beautiful sisters, especially Princess Hai. She was so lovely, and she even touched my shell when we left. And Sister Ning Shui Failwan, she sprayed water at me, making me want to laugh, but you told me not to, so I held it in. And Teacher Ud, I miss her. We've been in seclusion for 50 years. I wonder if she still remembers me. Of course she remembers our little Bebe. Teacher Ud is far too powerful to forget. But who is stronger, Teacher Ud? The Green Emperor or the Blood Emperor? Watching their battle terrifies me. Well, logically, today's victor would be the strongest. Teacher Ud's cultivation hasn't yet reached 500,000 years. But remember, Bebe, Teacher Ud has contributed the most selflessly to the three great seas. I know. You've said before, Teacher Ud is a mentor to many soul beasts, including us. Now, about Falu the Skybane enforces the flight prohibition over the IC. Only the 6 emperors of the IC and Teacher Ud can fly there. The reason we cannot is precisely because of Falu. Even some fiend beasts cannot defy his restriction. Wow, Falu is that powerful? Even fiend beasts can't defeat him? Of course. Teacher Ud, mentor to countless soul beasts, has only accepted 4 disciples, Blood Eel, Leah, Gumung, and Falu. The first 2 have illustrious backgrounds. One is the Blood Emperor's only son. The other Princess Hai's beloved youngest daughter. Gumung and Falu earned their places through sheer talent. Falu is amazing. So, was he also sent by Teacher to train in the Abyssal Chaos domain this time? Most likely. That is why we must complete our mission swiftly to earn Teacher's reward. Brother, let us work hard together. We'll surpass Falu. In stark contrast to the surrounding harmony, the scene on Su Qingyu's side resembled a cataclysm as 2 formidable beasts, each with a terrifying legacy of 700,000 years, clashed with such ferocity that they could provoke alterations in the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Countless whirlpools and towering waves transformed this maritime expanse into a forbidden realm for humankind. Even the sky was intermittently sliced by chilling, blood-red swords, while walls of ice rose ominously, and blood-saturated spirals detonated with thunderous force. Massive clouds of sanguine hue swept across the landscape, with bloodied hands striking and claws crashing down. As both titans collided with one another, each impact reverberating through the firmament. In this moment, all brilliance paled into insignificance, with only the vibrant colors of the sky serving as the focal point, illuminating the chaotic tableau with shimmering radiance. Against such a physique, do I cower? After countless exchanges of blows, Su Qingyu's scales shattered in large fragments, blood seeping from the fissures, while numerous joints in his host became misaligned from the tremendous impacts. Yet, the Blood Emperor's condition was even more dire. Gaping wounds oozed profusely, and at this moment, enveloped by his soul force, he attempted to mend his injuries. Even as his bones fractured under the relentless strain, many snapping from the violent collisions. At this juncture, Su Qingyu's dark is none other than Su Qingyu, who has taken the initiative and altered the course of battle. The moment has arrived. Opportunities are fleeting. Blood Fiend Domain. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of Blood Fiend power thickened in the air, and in an instant, a faint metallic scent of blood permeated the atmosphere, imbued with a potent spiritual essence that rendered one's mind hazy. At this juncture, even the soul energy surrounding Su Qingyu was forcibly repelled. The Blood Fiend power coalesced, transforming Su Qingyu into a crimson sun, radiating blinding light. Horn reinforcement. Su Qingyu's colossal form momentarily paused in the sky, rippling waves of energy enveloping him. In that instant, every scale upon his body morphed into a deep crimson hue, and even his dark golden eyes abruptly shifted to a blood-red gold. As his form continued to shrink before the naked eye, the density of his muscles and bones surged at a terrifying rate. At that moment, the once mighty Blood Fiend beast had diminished to merely 30% of its original size, yet its mass remained unchanged, though now only 1/3 of its previous length. It still exceeded 700 meters, a stature that was no longer overwhelmingly vast compared to the Blood Emperor. Chapter 103. What a great grudge. The Blood Fiend domain not only influenced the minds of enemies but also had an effect on Su Qingyu himself. At this moment, His mind was consumed by a singular thought: battle. Fight. Engage again. Observing Su Qingyu's diminished form, the power of bloodlust erupted wildly. In that instant, the Blood Emperor no longer hesitated. The Blood Sea domain. The last remnants of soul power within his core surged forth, enveloping the vast expanse of the Blood Sea. While the Blood Emperor charged ahead, knowing that retreat was no longer an option and that he was certain of victory, reinforcements were on the way. Within his perception, he felt a powerful aura rapidly approaching from behind the ice sea. As long as the battle continued, victory was assuredly his. Crimson abyss of blood. The Blood Emperor roared at Su Qingyu, his own body radiating a deep crimson light, illuminating the surroundings magnificently. With a sudden convulsion, the Blood Emperor expelled a torrent of blood from his mouth, cascading into the air. Blood rain fell, and countless crimson lights ascended, transforming the scene around Su Qingyu into a surreal spectacle. He seemed to descend into the depths of a vast ocean, engulfed by darkness, surrounded by withered sea soul grass, from which blood-colored lights rose like a swarm of fireflies. Thud, thud. In stark contrast to the Blood Sea's gravitational pull, Su Qingyu felt his heart and soul core tremble in unison, resonating at the same frequency. A suffocating sensation enveloped him as all the blood in his body reversed course back to his heart, and the vibrations between his heart and soul core intensified. Yet, undeterred by these sensations, Su Qingyu surged forward towards the Blood Emperor, the Blood Fiend domain pressing down upon him fiercely. Typically, any normal soul beast would have succumbed to unbearable pain from such a blow to the heart. However, as a Blood Fiend beast, particularly one enhanced by the unicorn's power, he felt no pain. Instead, both his physical strength and resilience had been significantly augmented. Boom. The speed with which Su Qingyu erupted was astonishing. Although he was high in the air, his strength had not diminished. Rather, the Blood Emperor's power waned considerably, hindered by the distance from the ocean. Yet, being airborne, Su Qingyu could not utilize the terrain. Otherwise, his speed would have been even more remarkable. Nevertheless, his current velocity was more than sufficient. Of course, there was still an opportunity for leverage, that being the Blood Emperor's own body. Bang! With a mere flick of his right hoof, devoid of any flourish, Su Qingyu struck with undeniable force. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. The Blood Emperor was sent hurtling backward for thousands of meters, uncontrollably plummeting towards the ocean. His body sliced through the water's surface like a crimson blade, creating a massive wake that spread across the sea. The Blood Emperor abruptly halted. A groan escaping his lips as blood surged forth uncontrollably. Roar. In an instant, a piercing pain surged through, eliciting a guttural roar from the Blood Emperor. With a mere strike, vast expanses of flesh transformed into a viscous mire, revealing ghastly white bones beneath. This single blow had severed flesh from bone. Damn that sea princess. Is she still merely spectating? If she does not intervene soon, I shall be struck down. The Blood Emperor bellowed, his heart seething with indignation. However, he harbored a genuine fear of the formidable unicorn Blood Fiend. Especially after that recent strike, he wished to avoid a second encounter, if at all possible. Hearing this, Su Qingyu lifted his gaze toward the boundary of the icy sea, where a radiant blue light suddenly expanded. Once, the sky bore two colossal crimson suns, but now, a blue sun emerged as a formidable third presence, casting an aura of impending peril. Blood Emperor, do not forget the promise you made to me. A voice echoed softly. At this moment, despite the considerable distance, Su Qingyu could distinctly see a crowned mermaid slicing through the ocean's surface, hastening towards him. Her surrounding waters suffused with a brilliant blue hue. This mermaid, approximately 3 meters in length, resembled a middle-aged beauty. Her upper body was entirely human, adorned solely by 2 pristine shells that shielded her modesty. Cascading behind her was a mane of aquamarine hair, which flowed not with the currents, but rather in a circular fashion. Her lower half was dominated by a magnificent fishtail, adorned with golden scales that shimmered with an air of regal elegance. Upon her forehead rested a resplendent golden crown, at the center of which was encrusted a blue gem, signifying her extraordinary status. At this moment, an imperceptible wave emanated from her being, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that descended like thunder. This was none other than the renowned Ocean Princess, the most formidable spirit beast of the sea. At this instant, Su Qingyu's gaze remained icy, yet within his heart stirred a thought. Is this truly the Ocean Princess? He could scarcely fathom that in less than a decade, he had ascended to a confrontation with her. Naturally, have you ever witnessed me break my word? The Blood Emperor hovered above the sea, his eyes brimming with sincerity, 3 meters of the 10th grade blood lotus, along with 30 blood pills. And together we shall vanquish the Azure Emperor. Very well. The Ocean Princess replied without further ado. The opportunity to gain a benefit from the Blood Emperor was irresistibly appealing. As the 10th grade Blood Lotus held immense advantages for her clan's cultivation. Suddenly, an endless azure light illuminated the surroundings, even casting a glow upon Su Qingyu himself. The immense pressure caused his heart to leap, as if it had skipped a beat, an indescribable sense of oppression enveloping him. What is happening? Was it not said that the Ocean Princess possesses the strongest mental power? Why this attack? Su Qingyu was perplexed. Yet, suddenly he seemed to recall something. And his expression shifted. Is she launching her strongest strike right from the onset? How ruthless! Does she harbor some deep-seated grudge against me? On the surface of the sea. The Ocean Princess's eyes transformed into a radiant gold, her magnificent golden tail swaying as a golden silhouette gradually emerged behind her. A colossal apparition that nearly occupied half the sky. With her hands raised skyward, a blue hexagonal crystal materialized, floating in midair. As the blue hexagonal crystal emerged, an unparalleled aura descended upon the vast expanse of the sea, eclipsing even the glimmer of the Blood Emperor and the Azure Emperor. Chapter 104. The Curse of the Heart of the Ocean. Who would have thought that even the Ocean Princess would arrive? With the alliance of the Ocean Princess and the Blood Emperor, it seems the Azure Emperor is fated to meet his demise today. Alas, what a pity. Many spirit beasts surrounding could not help but lament, for the Azure Emperor's performance had been nothing short of astonishing. They had hoped his emergence would herald a significant transformation in the deep-sea realm, but now it appeared that fate had conspired against such talent. Many soul beasts displayed a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. Most of them hailed from the icy seas, aligned with either the Blood Emperor or the Sea Princess, while some belonged to the neutral faction of the Feather Emperor. Regardless of their affiliation, they stood united in support of the icy soul beasts. Perhaps with the death of the Azure Emperor, the secret technique of splitting his essence would return to the earth. A soul beast sighed at this thought. Fool! If you believe this to be a mere fragment, then isn't the true essence still imprisoned in the blood prison? A companion rolled their eyes. Oh, your words seem to hold some truth. Alas, I've only gained sentience after 50,000 years. It's only natural for me to be a bit slow. The soul beast's eyes lit up, as if it had stumbled upon a treasure. It then pondered, in that case, we could head to the blood prison to seek out the true Azure Emperor and inquire about the secret of the essence-splitting technique. I've heard that the true Azure Emperor has only been cultivating for 160,000 years, which is even less than our own experience. What a splendid idea. Although your mind may not be the quickest, you certainly have your moments of brilliance. Let us go. We must not miss their battle. Witnessing a clash of 700,000-year-old ferocious beasts is a rare spectacle indeed. Fool, what is there to see? If we arrive late, other soul beasts may seize the opportunity first. Once word reaches the blood prison, many will flock to find the Azure Emperor, and he will surely hide, making him even harder to locate. We must make haste while the news remains uncirculated. This is our greatest chance. Moreover, we need a plan to enter the blood prison. I am quite adept at this. I have infiltrated the blood prison 4 times already. Let us depart. Shoo. Quietly. At the boundary of the deep sea and the icy ocean, the atmosphere was profoundly tense. Even the Blood Emperor's gaze turned grave. For the Sea Princess posed a formidable threat. The stronger she appeared, the more unease grew within him. Nevertheless, they had reached an agreement. Su Qingyu, too, did not dare to underestimate the situation. Unlike the Blood Emperor, he was well acquainted with the name of the Sea Princess. To me, the Sea Princess is akin to an old friend, albeit one who does not recognize me and arrives with ill intentions, seeking to eliminate me with a single strike. Su Qingyu's expression mirrored the gravity of the moment. She was a ferocious beast of 70,000 years in her prime, wielding one of the most powerful soul techniques. The heart of the ocean, a rare and extraordinary entity within the Sea Princess's lineage, could only be mastered by those possessing a golden bloodline. It was a legendary super soul technique. This technique had 2 primary functions. First, it provided immunity capable of negating any energy attack once, regardless of its attribute, without the concern of elemental suppression. Second, it amplified. The energy from the immune attack would be entirely redirected back to the wielder of the heart of the ocean, dramatically enhancing their power for the next strike. Essentially, it absorbed the energy of the enemy's attack and combined it with the user's own soul power, resulting in a counterattack that was both amplified and redirected towards the original attacker. This soul technique was indeed peculiar. The stronger the enemy's energy attack, the more formidable the counterattack would become, provided it remained within the threshold of the heart of the ocean's capacity. If the initial energy attack was so powerful that even the heart of the ocean could not provide immunity, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, the Sea Princess held the heart of the ocean aloft. In an instant, the immense phantom behind her trembled slightly, and a brilliant golden light erupted, illuminating half the sky. In that moment, she transformed into a dazzling figure of gold. She had now rendered herself impervious to all attacks. Even the Blood Emperor's Blood Sea domain and the Azure Emperor's Blood Slaughter domain vanished. Simultaneously, an overwhelming spiritual aura surged, causing the sea surface within a radius of tens of thousands of meters to heave with monstrous waves. With a thunderous roar, the sea princess raised the heart of the ocean high, her terrifying presence shaking the heavens. In an instant, a blue beam of light shot skyward, aimed directly at Su Qingyu. This strike was known as the Curse of the Heart of the Ocean, the sea princess's ultimate attack. As the azure light burst forth, the sky above the vast ocean plunged into complete darkness. The somber heavens roared with countless flashes of lightning, while monstrous waves surged relentlessly. The terrifying might resonating in every direction, evoking a sensation akin to the very collapse of the world. In that moment, all radiance in the cosmos dissipated. Both she and the Blood Emperor, along with the Azure Emperor, were rendered devoid of brilliance, with the blue beam standing as the sole hue in the universe. The air itself seemed to tremble, and the most immediate recipient of this phenomenon was naturally the target of the blue beam, Azure Emperor Su Qingyu. Huh! Su Qingyu uttered a sharp cry, and at that instant, every muscle in his body tensed fiercely. Without regard for anything else, under the immense pressure, he drew upon the last vestiges of his blood evil power, forcefully extending the blood evil domain several hundred meters. Concurrently, the blood evil power coalesced beyond that distance, forming an enormous crimson shield. The azure beam of light surged upward from the depths of the sea, striking the blood-red protective barrier with a force that was almost palpable. In an instant, a portion of its brilliance dissipated before it violently pierced through the shield, relentlessly crashing into Su Qingyu. The impact was akin to being struck by a colossal boulder, propelling his body into the air, tracing a perfect crimson parabola before plummeting rapidly to the ground. At that moment, Su Qingyu's head buzzed incessantly. It felt as though his very form was disintegrating, rendering movement a daunting challenge. And he could distinctly feel the agonizing sensation of his bones and flesh separating. With a sizzling sound, the large patches of blood-red scales, reinforced by the horn, began to melt and shatter under the force of the blow, producing a shocking hissing noise as vast sections of flesh turned to char. The formidable might of the sea princess filled Su Qingyu with dread, a testament to her status as a legendary beast of 700,000 years. However, a flicker of relief washed over him. The enhancements from the horn had fortified his body far beyond his expectations. At the very least, he had withstood this most potent assault. It was merely an energy strike, still a form of soul power, far inferior to the bloodthirsty force. As he pondered the sea princess, renowned for her unparalleled spiritual prowess, Su Qingyu gradually realized that the bloodthirsty energy represented a true spiritual assault. Is this all the sea princess can muster? Chapter 105. A grievous encounter in the sky. As the multitude of azure light dissipated, Su Qingyu's figure emerged, his icy gaze now ablaze with an infinite brilliance. How is this possible? The surrounding soul beasts were astounded. If the Blood Emperor had been unable to defeat Su Qingyu, it was understandable, after all. He was a formidable beast at the pinnacle of his power, with 700,000 years of experience. Yet, in this instance, it was the injured Azure Emperor, in a less than optimal state, who had managed to withstand the sea princess's most powerful strike without succumbing. This revelation sent shockwaves through their minds. Moreover, the Azure Emperor had directly withstood the curse of the heart of the ocean, engaging in a frontal confrontation. What an astonishing Azure Emperor! Such formidable physicality! It was simply unbelievable. How could his body possess such resilience? To their astonishment, compared to before, he appeared somewhat diminished, yet paradoxically, his strength seemed to have increased significantly. Indeed, as a beast of bloodthirsty lineage, 700,000 years old, it seemed that within the depths of the chaotic abyss, such creatures were rare. The physical prowess of bloodthirsty beasts had reached a level beyond imagination. The onlooking soul beasts were now utterly astounded. The might of the Azure Emperor clearly transcended their comprehension, particularly in terms of physical attributes, where both his offensive and defensive capabilities had reached an incomprehensible zenith. This was dire news. The physical strength of the sea princess was among the weakest of the soul beasts. Even the Blood Emperor had been severely weakened after enduring a single strike from the Azure Emperor and had yet to fully recover. If the sea princess were to face a similar fate, would she not be obliterated in an instant? At this revelation, the surrounding soul beasts collectively inhaled sharply. The Sea Princess, standing at a mere 3 meters, was dwarfed by even a single finger of the Azure Emperor. The prospect of her being annihilated by a single punch was indeed a distinct possibility. At this moment, they fell silent once again, their gazes directed towards the sky. For the figure of the Azure Emperor began to move. "Sea Princess, since you have unleashed your utmost strike, I shall not hold back." A luminous golden light emanated from Su Qingyu's eyes, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight. This was not mere teleportation. His speed had reached a level akin to instantaneous movement, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the sky. Su Qingyu had unleashed his full power. Despite the damage to his body, he could no longer afford to be cautious, for the time of his unicorn enhancement was running short. Upon the surface of the sea, a colossal silhouette surged forth, its terrifying aura stirring the very elements, as it charged towards the Sea Princess, accompanied by monstrous waves. Retreat. The Sea Princess propelled herself backward, her heart racing uncontrollably. She had not anticipated that the Azure Emperor could withstand her most potent strike, the curse of the heart of the ocean, and not only survive but also unleash such terrifying speed and might. The chilling gaze sent a tremor through her heart. She had never encountered eyes quite like these, which even the Blood Emperor could not rival. Blood Emperor. With a soft exclamation, the golden light behind Princess Hai surged brilliantly, transforming her eyes into radiant orbs of gold that illuminated the surroundings like a beacon. 2 golden beams of light shot forth, their target none other than Su Qingyu upon the surface of the sea. At that very moment, the Blood Emperor confronted Su Qingyu once more, his form acting as a barrier against Su Qingyu's advance toward Princess Hai. Yet, in this instant, Su Qingyu resembled a war deity, allowing the golden light to cascade upon him. With a cold glance cast at the Blood Emperor, he swiftly lunged forward with tremendous force, which, upon finding leverage, erupted forth with explosive intensity. Bang, bang, bang. After several violent collisions, the Blood Emperor felt as though the world were spinning around him. However, Su Qingyu was not without his own discomfort. He deeply regretted bringing the dark demon killing vine into the blood prison. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the current dark demon killing vine was far too feeble, as a mere ray of golden light from Princess Hai could easily render it to naught. The Blood Emperor's obstruction prevented Su Qingyu from even grazing the princess, filling him with a sense of frustration. Additionally, under the strain of excessive exertion, his strength was waning, and the time remaining for the enhancement of his horn was dwindling. At this moment, an overwhelming aura descended once more, causing Su Qingyu to inwardly curse. "Damn Sea Princess! Blood Emperor, retreat!" The Sea Princess uttered a soft command, her body transforming once again into a resplendent golden hue. In an instant, radiant golden light erupted across the battlefield. The curse of the ocean's heart manifested anew. A colossal azure beam swept violently across the sea's surface, vaporizing countless waves in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom. 2 thunderous explosions reverberated through the heavens and earth, sending shivers down one's spine. This time, without the protective buffer of the blood wrath barrier, the terrifying energy struck Su Qingyu in full force. The immense impact hurled his body violently backward, sending him crashing into the sea with a deafening splash. Within moments, crimson blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding waters a deep, ominous red. As the Blood Emperor launched another assault amidst the curse of the ocean's heart, seizing the moment of Su Qingyu's vulnerability, the latter erupted from the waters with a splash. Gazing upon his own shattered crimson scales and charred flesh soaked in seawater, Su Qingyu's eyes turned frigid to the extreme. Had it not been for the Sea Princess's intervention, Su Qingyu was certain he would have already slain the Blood Emperor. Yet her appearance not only thwarted his plans but repeatedly inflicted wounds upon him, plunging his regard for her to the depths of disdain. "If I survive this," Su Qingyu vowed inwardly with venom, "the frozen sea, the Sea Princess, and the Blood Emperor shall all witness my return for a thorough visit." With only a minute remaining of his horn's enhanced state, though his battered body felt no pain, waves of exhaustion surged relentlessly through his mind. Now, dragging his mutilated form, he charged once more toward the advancing Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor, too, was drenched in blood, his flesh torn and bones shattered, both combatants locked in a gruesome stalemate. Crash! Their bodies collided. Su Qingyu gritted his teeth, his claws slamming into the Blood Emperor as his crimson horn drove forward with brutal force, flipping his foe. In that instant, Su Qingyu's gaping maw clamped onto the Blood Emperor's bleeding flesh. Yet the Blood Emperor retaliated in kind, sinking his fangs into Su Qingyu's body. Rip! Unlike his adversary, Su Qingyu's strength was monstrous. With a savage twist of his head, he tore away a chunk of flesh, sending blood cascading. The Blood Emperor stifled a groan. Refusing to relent, His pride forbade surrender. Crack. The Blood Emperor's bite proved fiercer, his teeth shearing through flesh like blades. Chapter 106, Twins? Upon the ocean's surface, three figures emerged once more. Su Qingyu and the Blood Emperor bore ghastly wounds, while the Sea Princess stood pale and trembling. Her breath ragged from the immense toll of casting the ocean's heart's curse twice. How is this possible? Her eyes widened in disbelief. The Azure Emperor's resilience defies reason. He withstood 2 super soul skills unscathed. Blood Emperor, Azure Emperor, she called out, her voice quivering. This ends now. None of us can overpower the other. Without a vast disparity in strength, this battle is futile. End? The Blood Emperor roared. Never. The Azure Emperor slaughtered my kin. My warriors, this blood debt cannot be dismissed with words. Only his death, and the annihilation of the abyssal sea, will suffice. Su Qingyu's gaze turned icy. You brought this upon yourselves. From the 2-300-000, your scarlet blood eels in the abyssal chaos zone who sought my life. To the icy beast tide led by the Plunder Emperor, your aggression invited destruction. Tenfold your forces fell before us. And now, you dare play the victim? The Blood Emperor's fury flared anew. Lies. The Dark Emperor and the Annihilation Emperor would never provoke a 700-000, your beast unprovoked. The Plunder Emperor came only for justice. Yet you slaughtered him and his kin without mercy. Su Qingyu sneered. First, the Dark and Annihilation Emperors struck first. I can project the memory. Second, justice? He came to massacre. Had I not acted, the abyssal sea would be no more. And third, his voice thundered across the skies, I am no human. Humanity does not concern me. I killed them. What will you do about it? A collective gasp arose among the watching beasts. Such audacity. Audacious, yes, murmured one, but as the Blood Emperor said, excessively brutal. A 700-000, your beast slaughtering millennia-old souls. Such cruelty is unmatched. Brutality? Another countered. All battle-honed beasts are thus. Had the Azure Emperor not acted, how many of the abyssal sea would remain by dawn? And let us not forget the scarlet blood eel's atrocities. They see all as mere blood pills for cultivation. No better than the deep-sea demon whale clan. Hush. The will of that one lingers over these waters. Debate raged among the spectating beasts. Some siding with the Blood Emperor, others with Su Qingyu. Bloodthirsty fiend. The Blood Emperor bellowed. Your existence threatens all 3 seas. Who knows when your madness will strike next? With your power, you could slaughter every soul here within days. And your escape from the blood prison insults the demon empress. You are the enemy of all. Su Qingyu's eyes darkened. Still fabricating crimes? I never claimed to be the Azure Emperor. Your aura betrays you. Su Qingyu laughed coldly. A shared aura means identity? Are 2 ants the same ant? Absurd. Have you never heard of twins? A bloodthirsty beast and a golden-eyed azure dragon, twins? The Blood Emperor nearly convulsed with rage. His sole thought now, kill the Azure Emperor. At this moment, Su Qingyu's heart stirred slightly, his eyes gleaming with a faint light. Faced with the Blood Emperor's sanctimonious words and the baseless accusations delivered with an air of superiority, Su Qingyu couldn't be bothered to listen. Suddenly, his body surged forward, charging straight toward the Blood Emperor. Attack together. The Blood Emperor roared, his patience long worn thin. His figure lunged forward to meet Su Qingyu head-on. Behind him, the Ocean Princess once again lifted the heart of the ocean, and a brilliant golden light surged forth. In an instant, a colossal blue beam of light pierced through the heavens and earth, heading straight towards the Ocean Princess. Now is the moment. Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled with intensity as his body suddenly expanded, marking the conclusion of the unicorn's enhancement. As Su Qingyu suddenly expanded in size, the Blood Emperor gazed at the colossal claw, enshrouded in countless crimson scales, now mere meters away from his face. With a thunderous impact, he was abruptly sent flying, his body quaking in response. In an instant, the surrounding sea was enveloped in an infinite blue radiance, rendering the events within obscured to all onlookers. The entire expanse of water shimmered with dazzling blue light, and in a blink, a massive blue beam descended upon the Blood Emperor. In disbelief, he turned his head to behold the Sea Princess on the surface not far away, a sudden panic swelling within him as he comprehended the implications of this moment. The Sea Princess, you. When the Blood Emperor was struck by the curse of the heart of the ocean, he was devoid of any soul power protections. Caught entirely unawares. In that fleeting moment, a third of his being dissolved into nothingness, vanishing alongside the blue beam from this world. Chapter 107. Decapitation of the Blood Emperor. A wave of weakness washed over him as he struggled to survey his surroundings. Countless intricate thoughts raced through his mind. He recognized that he was beyond salvation. At this juncture, his hatred for the Sea Princess eclipsed even that directed towards Su Qingyu, who had inflicted severe losses upon his kind. He could hardly fathom that after years of conflict with the Sea Princess, it would culminate in such a manner. The very heavens began to tremble, the ocean surface roiling with monstrous waves, while ominous thunder rumbled from the darkened sky, a sense of lamentation seemingly spreading throughout the cosmos. The sea remained enveloped in the protective blue light of the Sea Princess, preventing the surrounding soul beasts from discerning the happenings within. Their spiritual prowess was insufficient to penetrate that layer of blue, and in that moment, they collectively held their breath in anticipation. Why had the Sea Princess suddenly shrouded the entire ocean in a mental barrier? Many soul beasts were left bewildered. In this moment, their hearts grew increasingly anxious. At this moment, within the confines of the blue shield, Su Qingyu, towering above the sea, lunged forward with great force, effortlessly severing the remnants of the Blood Emperor's body with a single bite. Indeed, at this juncture, the Blood Emperor was devoid of any capacity for resistance. In the blink of an eye, the transformation of Su Qingyu's physique, the forceful strike of his claws, and the curse of the ocean heart bestowed by the Sea Princess unfolded seamlessly. Initially, after successfully enduring the second curse of the ocean heart without any diminishment in his strength, the Sea Princess took the initiative to engage with him, expressing her intent to join forces to vanquish the Blood Emperor. Naturally, Su Qingyu was exceedingly pleased with this development, for once the enhancement of his unicorn form was lifted, survival would become exceedingly difficult under the combined might of the Sea Princess and the Blood Emperor. In a demonstration of sincerity, the Sea Princess entered into a soul pact with Su Qingyu, thereby establishing a peace agreement lasting 100,000 years between the Ice Sea and the Abyssal Deep. It was further stipulated that after 10 days, both parties would jointly divide the dominion of the deep crimson blood-sucking eels, with one half of the southern waters allocated to the Abyssal Deep, while the other half would naturally belong to the Sea Princess's lineage. Even the corpse of the Blood Emperor was agreed to be shared equally, for the remains of the fearsome beast, aged 70,000 years, were considered an invaluable treasure, exceedingly rare within the entirety of the Douluo world. Su Qingyu could not relinquish it without a contest, nor would the Sea Princess wish to incur a loss. Thus, this accord was forged. With the fall of the Blood Emperor, the turmoil of the IC's spirit beast tide was officially quelled. Su Qingyu understood that the entire Abyssal Deep was poised to enter a period of rapid development. As the endless blue light dissipated, tranquility returned to the realm. The sea surface calm and devoid of any remnants of battle. It was difficult to fathom the ferocity of the conflict that had once erupted here. Only the gentle ripples remained, serving as the sole testament to the fierce encounter. What transpired? Observing this scene, countless spirit beasts were engulfed in confusion, their gazes searching, perplexed by the outcome of the battle, which remained unknown to them. Nevertheless, in an instant, the name of the Azure Emperor reverberated across the three major seas. As innumerable spirit beasts spread the word, retelling the ferocity of the Azure Emperor's confrontation, which quickly ignited a tremendous uproar. In this battle, they elevated the Azure Emperor to a status equal to that of the Blood Emperor. However, they remained oblivious to the fate of the Azure Emperor and whether Princess Hai and the Blood Emperor would survive. At such a high level, the uncertainties of combat were manifold, and the disparity in strength between the two sides was not particularly pronounced. Should the battle continue indefinitely? The outcomes of life and death remained uncertain. In the northern islands of the deep jade-horned serpent sea, on a beach adjacent to the southern bay, the sight of a deep crimson blood-sucking eel lay before them. The jade-horned serpent king and the three-eyed fearsome shrimp king exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment, as if they might pop from their sockets. Nearby, the deep-sea demon octopus king, the deep-sea giant leech king, and the bloodthirsty crab king shared a similar sentiment. My lord, have you truly slain the Blood Emperor? The abyssal shadow dragon beast swallowed hard, its astonishment insufficient to convey the depth of its inner turmoil. The Blood Emperor, with a cultivation level of 700,000 years, ranked among the top 5, even the top 3, in the entirety of the three great seas. Yet, such a formidable being had been vanquished by their lord. In an instant, their pupils trembled in disbelief. As the heavens darkened, Chuan Yin and Mian Bao encircled the body of the Blood Emperor, gazing in awe at the corpse of the Calamity Emperor, whose cultivation spanned 500,000 years. However, this time, they were indeed benefiting from the grace of the Sea Princess. Su Qingyu, still in his barefooted crimson robe, could not help but smile gently at this moment. Benefiting from the grace of the Sea Princess? The members of the Shadow Division and even the captain of the Dark Division were utterly perplexed. My lord, what does this mean? Under Su Qingyu's explanation, they suddenly became exhilarated. What? In 10 days? They would divide the territory of the deep crimson blood eels with the Sea Princess. This was the renowned first clan of the three major ocean realms. The deep crimson blood eels. To even contemplate dividing their territory was audacious. Merely entering the icy sea would subject one to the oversight of the deep crimson blood eel clan. It was utterly inconceivable. The thought of dividing the icy sea was a dream too bold to entertain. With the death of the Blood Emperor, the deep crimson blood eels of the entire icy sea were now akin to a scattered sand dune. Thus, launching an assault at this moment would indeed maximize their advantage. The icy sea was within their grasp. At that moment, they felt that the years of effort they had invested were finally about to bear fruit. However, aside from the members of the Shadow Division, the other members of the Second and Third Dark Divisions, as well as those from the Soul Beast Academy, would not partake in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Yinglong furrowed his brow, ready to speak, but Su Qingyu raised his hand to silence him. Yinglong, I have my own strategy. We shall deploy the Shadow Division members to unite with the 10,000-year soul beasts and ferocious beasts dispatched by the Sea Princess to eliminate the majority of the high-aged, deep crimson blood eels, while the remaining soul beasts will be managed by the First Dark Division. Su Qingyu directed his gaze towards the Blue Ring Jellyfish King submerged in the waters. Thus, Blue Ring, you must prepare diligently. This is a formidable task. The unfamiliar environment coupled with unknown soul beasts will be a test not only for you, but for the entire First Dark Division. The Blue Ring Jellyfish King conveyed its determination, prompting a nod of affirmation from Su Qingyu. As for the other ferocious beasts and 10,000-year soul beasts, I shall handle them alongside the Sea Princess. You need not worry. With the Blood Emperor's demise, Su Qingyu's spirit soared, and with the peace treaty in place, there was no concern for the Sea Princess making a move within the next 10,000 years. Chapter 108. A sense of belonging thus. Su Qingyu resolved to address the impending tribulation after dividing the territory of the deep crimson blood eel clan with the Sea Princess. He had a premonition that, at most within 500 years, the sixth tribulation would descend upon him. Su Qingyu understood the gravity of the tribulation and recognized that early preparation was essential. This would be his inaugural encounter with the tribulation, and it would be the sixth ferocious beast tribulation. For someone as inexperienced as Su Qingyu, this presented an opportunity to accumulate experience by transcending the tribulation through the body of the blood fiend unicorn beast, thereby fortifying his own Qi Long form. Fortunately, the blood fiend beast, being a relatively lesser soul beast, would face a tribulation of standard intensity. Su Qingyu felt a 70% confidence in overcoming this ferocious beast tribulation. Generally, soul beasts with powerful bloodlines and innate intelligence face terrifying tribulations, and many 10,000-year soul beasts, lacking extraordinary fortune or exceptional bloodlines, struggle to survive even their first tribulation. Conversely, weaker species such as the extreme north ice silkworm, oceanic blue silverfish, continental blue silvergrass, and sky blue silverbird, though they may reach the ferocious beast phase, are unlikely to encounter formidable tribulations, or even any tribulation at all. Yet, for most of them, achieving the ferocious beast level is exceedingly challenging due to their weak bloodlines, rendering them virtually powerless in combat, making them vulnerable to the soul beasts that might be their natural enemies. Even if they were fortunate enough to become 10,000-year soul beasts, they would still have to contend with threats from other combat-oriented 10,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts, which would merely serve to bolster their soul power reserves, often becoming points of contention among other soul beasts. The blood fiend soul beast, much like them, endures a similarly tragic fate. Despite reaching the formidable level of a ferocious beast, it remains devoid of intelligence, soul techniques, and combat skills, relying solely on its brute physical strength. Su Qingyu is the first and only blood fiend soul beast in the entire ocean to possess intelligence. However, the calamity is still several hundred years away. At present, Su Qingyu must not only prepare for an expedition to the ice sea in 10 days, but also eliminate the numerous deep red blood eels on the island. At this moment, the surrounding soul beasts are already drooling, their eyes fixated on the terrifying deep red blood eels that still emanate a menacing aura. Even the corpses of the Blood Emperor and the Calamity Emperor are considered priceless treasures. In response to the Ice Sea Soul Beast Tide, the Shadow Division, Dark Division, and Soul Beast Academy have performed admirably. Su Qingyu smiled at the high-ranking soul beast around him, as well as the numerous members of the Dark Division and students from the Soul Beast Academy gathered on the beach. The Dark Division and Soul Beast Academy have revealed to me a completely different method of combat for soul beasts. Although currently still in the experimental phase, it is already quite impressive, especially the roles of Mian Bao and Chuan Yin, which possess formidable crowd control capabilities, contributing immensely to the resounding victory on the Blood Sea battlefield. Hearing this, the deep-sea sponge and the demon soul albatross were equally delighted, their thoughts resonating with excitement. However, one must not become complacent. There is still much work to be done to enhance the cooperative capacities of the entire Dark Division and even the overall cultivation levels of the Soul Beast members. My goal is for each member of the Dark Division to possess the strength akin to that of Yinglong and Tiansong, enabling a small team of 7 members to operate with independent prowess. Yes, we shall remember, responded the 3 leaders of the Dark Division, the Blue Ring Jellyfish King, the Demon Soul Albatross, and the Deep Sea Sponge. The Soul Beast Academy has a crucial role in this endeavor. Your function is to continuously supply the 3 major Dark Divisions with fresh and exceptionally skilled members. The Soul Beast Academy is just beginning. I will personally refine many aspects in the future, including training programs and practical training. However, Yinglong and Tiansong, remember that your task at the Soul Beast Academy is to cultivate outstanding students in individual strength, team awareness, and overall mindset. Although you have only recently been established, you are performing remarkably well. Yet, my advice is to not limit your focus solely to the top-tier soul beasts and those that are 10,000 years old. On this journey to the Ice Sea, I have reached an agreement with the Sea Princess to exchange 1,000 Spirit Awakening Pills. Spirit Awakening Pills. Many soul beasts aware of their significance gasped in astonishment. 1,000 Spirit Awakening Pills is a grand undertaking. What are these Spirit Awakening Pills? They are a unique elixir produced by the merfolk of the Ice Sea, a powerful spiritual race, crafted only by formidable merfolk, including the esteemed Sea Princess, who are over 500,000 years old. Just one can grant 1,000-year-old soul beast intelligence, making them as precious as the blood pill, and even rarer. Indeed, these are the Spirit Awakening Pills of the Sea Princess's lineage, yet at the 9th grade level, 1,000 is still far too few. Su Qingyu shook his head, prompting further gasps from the surrounding soul beasts. I shall find a way to procure more from the Sea Princess. His words left them speechless. Even if they exerted every effort, obtaining a single one would be exceedingly difficult, yet he is acquiring 1,000 at once. Even over the course of the past 10,000 years, there have scarcely been 1,000 Spirit Awakening Pills outside the Sea Princess's lineage in the 3 major seas. I will allocate all of these 1,000 Spirit Awakening Pills to the Soul Beast Academy, and when the time comes, you may apply to me for them. The importance of the Soul Beast Academy cannot be overstated. If it fails to meet my expectations, I shall hold you both accountable. Su Qingyu gazed at the Abyssal Shadow Dragon Beast and the Tiansong Fish Dragon Beast. Yes, rest assured, we will ensure your satisfaction, they replied in unison. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu nodded, surveying the multitude of soul beasts below, his heart filled with joy. In this foreign land, to have such a devoted following, all united in purpose, delighted him. Of course, he was aware that this loyalty was entirely founded upon strength. This time, in response to the Ice Sea Soul Beast Tide, everyone has worked hard. Most among them are unaware of their existence as blood fiend soul beasts, yet they bravely confront the Ice Sea Soul Beast Tide, which deeply moves Su Qingyu. At some point, they developed a unique sense of belonging to this newly unified extreme deep sea, and even Su Qingyu shared this sentiment. This led him to reflect. Emotions are indeed a